Chapter 1. The Heartfelt Voice Heard by My Future Wife. Yang Chen, please enter your wish list for reincarnation in 2008. Wish 1. Deplete the small fortune of the stunning Su Luoli. Wish 2. Transform Su Luoli's Super A airport into an aircraft carrier. Wish 3. Accumulate vast wealth to redeem Su Luoli from a Su family. Wish 10. I hope for a system that allows me to earn money effortlessly. I merely wish to idle. In January 2008, shortly after the first snowfall, the weather was particularly frigid, the chill from the melting snow seeming to penetrate to the very marrow of one's bones. Within a high school in Lisher, students were attending classes. The classrooms in the south lacked heating, causing students to wrap themselves tightly, writing notes while occasionally exhaling warm breath into their palms and rubbing their hands vigorously. That I will explain this problem one last time. When the coordinate is on the z-axis at the front of the class, a middle-aged mathematics teacher with a prominent belly was passionately gesticulating with his pointer, spitting words as he spoke. Meanwhile, in the second last row, a handsome young student sat, his expression vacant as he stared blankly at a point in the air, mouth agape in astonishment. System loading, current progress. 99. This line of text, framed like subtitles in a film, appeared in the upper right corner of his vision. The shock from this incomprehensible and unexplainable phenomenon condensed into a single exclamation, "What the hell?" This sudden outburst jolted his classmates awake. All eyes turned to the source of the sound, where the handsome young man had abruptly stood up, his face a portrait of shock. The mathematics teacher's gaze upon him was equally intriguing. "Yang Chen, do you have an objection to my explanation?" Yang Chen was momentarily dazed, finally snapping back to reality, and after a prolonged pause, he managed to stammer. "It's a great explanation. Thank you. Take your paper and go stand outside." "All right." With the class erupting in laughter, Yang Chen quickly gathered his belongings and stepped out of the classroom. Yet, as he stood outside, his mind was still in turmoil. Yulon High School, indeed, was my alma mater, but I'm already in my 30s. Has it been over a decade since I graduated high school? Have I truly traversed time? Yang Chen glanced at his hands. The index finger of his left hand, once disabled due to certain circumstances, now moved with remarkable agility. The calluses vanished, leaving his hands smooth and fair as in his youth. The line of text indicating system loading remained unyielding. What on earth is happening? Within the classroom, seated in the front row, was a petite girl, her complexion slightly pallid as she gently rubbed her stomach. Could it be that I have traversed time? What year is it? It most certainly isn't 2021. And what is this line of text? Suddenly, a voice echoed as if resonating within her mind, startling Su Luoli and causing her to shudder. She abruptly lifted her head and scanned the room, attempting to locate the source of the voice that had startled her. However, her classmates appeared oblivious, and the teacher continued his lecture undisturbed. The voice had been so distinct, and seated in the front row, she heard it clearly. There was no way the teacher could have missed it. Given his notoriously bad temper, it was unlikely he would overlook any disruption. Could it be that she had misheard? Noticing Su Luoli's strange demeanor, her deskmate whispered, "Lolo, just hang in there, class. We'll end soon. No, I'm not going to the restroom." Su Luoli's face flushed crimson as she hastily explained in a hushed tone. She lowered her head, feigning nonchalance as she took notes. Finally, this is fantastic. What the hell, this is astonishing." The sudden voice startled her once more. That moment, her deskmate Lin Man chuckled softly, nudging her elbow and raising an eyebrow towards the classroom door. "Lolo, look at what Yang Chen is doing." Instinctively, Su Luoli glanced towards the door, spotting the clean-cut young man standing outside, extending his middle finger, a goofy grin plastered on his face. The direction of his gesture was unmistakably aimed at the mathematics teacher. The playful movement of his finger was laced with provocation. Lin Man and Su Luoli, seated in the front row, could not contain their giggles, prompting the teacher to turn his attention towards them. Just as he was about to admonish them, he followed their gaze outside, where he saw Yang Chen gesturing provocatively at him. Mathematics teacher. He tossed his lesson plan onto the desk in exasperation. "Class, review the next problems on your own, Yang Chen. Come here and explain your grievances." "Sir, I didn't mean it like that." "Please, let me explain." The classroom erupted into laughter, with Lin Man doubling over, her laughter echoing like a honking goose. Yet, Su Luoli found no amusement in the situation. her eyes wide with surprise as she gazed at Yang Chen, who was now receiving a reprimand outside. The voice she had heard had originated from Yang Chen. "Lin Man, did you hear what Yang Chen said?" "Of course," he said. "Teacher, let me explain." Lin Man laughed uncontrollably, unaware that she hadn't caught the same words as Su Luoli. Due to the ongoing class, the mathematics teacher merely maintained a stern demeanor and informed Yang Chen to visit his office after class, resuming his lecture. However, Su Luoli was too distracted to focus, her eyes frequently darting towards Yang Chen at the door. Unbeknownst to them, their eyes met. Why is the stunning beauty looking at me? Has she already discovered the charm of her future husband? No, we were supposed to start dating in college. I knew it. She had a crush on me in high school, she just won't admit it. Future husband. Su Luoli's eyes widened, her face flushing a deep crimson. What nonsense was this guy spouting? Yet, she noticed that Yang Chen had not spoken aloud, indicating that she had heard his thoughts. Why is she still looking? Ugh, this damned, uncontainable charm. This audacious thought. Su Luoli, flustered, turned her head away, deliberately writing fervently in her notebook. Yet, Yang Chen's thoughts continued to echo in her mind. Since I've been reborn, should I pursue the stunning beauty now, or follow the original trajectory and wait until college? His thoughts displayed a hint of indecision. This question piqued Su Luoli's curiosity, forcing her to listen intently. Ultimately, she heard Yang Chen's resigned thoughts. Never mind, perhaps I should not alter the original course. Besides, after marriage, the stunning beauty would be so strict with me that I won't even be able to ask my sister for a foot massage. I suppose I'll enjoy a little freedom first, returning to my days as the Bath Emperor. I wonder if the technician at Fengwarenjiano 13 near the university town has started her shift yet. Cracked the ballpoint pen Su Luoli held snapped under the pressure, ink spilling and staining her notebook black. For reasons unknown, she felt a surge of irritation rising within her. Chapter 2. What to do if my future husband is eyeing my little fortune? Lin Man heard a commotion and curiously glanced at her deskmate. To her surprise, she observed an unusual expression of fury etched on the usually composed face of Su Luoli. The small hand gripping the pen trembled slightly, and the pen tip snapped, ink spilling on her notes, darkening the page. Who could have provoked our little fairy to such an extent? Noticing her deskmate and Appo's strange gaze, Su Luoli quickly regained her composure, feigning nonchalance as she retrieved a new pen refill from her pencil case. Yet internally, she couldn't help but scoff. What nonsense is this person spouting? How could I ever marry him in the future? Su Luoli felt a surge of indignation. Her family had always been strict, and despite her beauty as the school belle of Yulon High, she had zero romantic experience. The sudden proclamation of a future husband, especially one who claimed to have traveled through time, was utterly ludicrous. In the 21st century, one must embrace reason. Although the ability to overhear Yang Chen's thoughts was itself quite unscientific. Infuriated, she felt a sharp pain in her lower abdomen. Recently, her menstrual cramps had been particularly severe, and she suspected it might be due to her physical constitution. Su Luoli frowned, clutching her stomach as she leaned over her desk. This scene caught the attention of Yang Chen, who was standing outside the classroom as punishment. Ah, the beautiful girl looks like she is in pain? So she struggled like this in high school too? It wasn't in Appo's tea until after marriage and having in Appo's little dough bow and Appo's that she felt better. During our dating days, she always needed me to rub her belly at times like this, or she couldn't sleep. Su Luoli, her mind buzzing with chaotic thoughts, furrowed her brows in agitation. Finally, unable to endure it any longer, she slammed her hand on the desk and stood up, blushing with embarrassment and anger, shouting towards the classroom door. Can you refrain from speaking such shameful things? Even the most gentle girls, akin to little rabbits, can become fearsome during those few days each month. Her outcry plunged the classroom into silence, with classmates staring in astonishment at the suddenly standing Su Luoli. The math teacher, wielding a pointer, marched towards the door. Yang Chen is standing outside a punishment for disrupting class and harassing female classmates? Yang Chen, standing outside, was utterly bewildered. How could this be linked to him? No, teacher. I didn't say anything, I swear. Truly unfortunate. During the lunch break, Yang Chen returned to the classroom, exhausted after a visit to the homeroom teacher's office, lamenting his misfortune. He had been warned about disrupting class and harassing female classmates, with a note sent home for his parents to discuss matters. The thought of facing the inevitable reprimand from his parents, despite being nearly 30, was humiliating. As he rested his head on the desk, the words "system loading" still lingered in his vision, but after pondering for a while, he decided to ignore it. After all, if rebirth is a reality, what else could be deemed unacceptable? However, the prospect of reuniting with his parents stirred an unusual sensation within him, a slight ache in his nose. Yang Chen's family was neither wealthy nor destitute. His father was a craftsman specializing in sculpture, while his mother was a typical homemaker. Tragically, due to prolonged exposure to dust without a mask while working, his father developed lung disease and passed away during Yang Chen's university years. Afterward, his mother, who had shared a close bond with his father, seemed to lose her will, her health declining steadily. In this new life, even if he couldn't persuade his father to change jobs, he was determined to at least ensure that he wore a mask while working and quit smoking. If given a second chance, he would strive to improve his family's living conditions. Before his rebirth, Yang Chen had achieved remarkable success, earning more money than most could hope to accumulate in several lifetimes. Yet, he found himself questioning for whom he was toiling. For himself, his wealth could have afforded him a comfortable retirement at 30. For his family, following his father's death, his mother remained in their ancestral home, refusing to leave even when Yang Chen offered her a more comfortable life. Yet, he felt an unrelenting compulsion, as if countless eyes were watching him, countless voices urging him onward. How many depended on him for their sustenance? This life was exhausting. He returned home nightly, too fatigued to even glance at the woman he cherished, collapsing in a bed only to be awakened by relentless phone calls from work the next day, rushing into another hectic day. Thus, in this new life, Yang Chen aspired not to labor so tirelessly. He wished instead to lounge comfortably, indulge in his passions, and cherish moments with his beloved and family. However, the thought of redeeming the beautiful Su Luoli from the Su family and marrying her presented a daunting challenge. Yang Chen felt a headache coming on at the mere thought. In his previous life, he had started from nothing, causing Su Luoli much hardship. With the knowledge of her future tribulations, he couldn't simply stand by and watch. He felt pained. Therefore, even if he didn't wish to amass great wealth, he must secure a substantial sum before graduating from university, a considerable amount to redeem Su Luoli from her family, whether as a bride price or otherwise. It was 2008, with the emergence of delivery platforms and the burgeoning of e-commerce. The smartphone era was just beginning, with 4G not arriving until 2013. The concept of Bitcoin was yet to be introduced by the year's end. Opportunities were plentiful, but as someone entrenched in the arts, venturing into these realms felt somewhat out of place. Should he revert to his original field? Yet, where would the capital come from? Ultimately, he was still a high school student, and banks would not lend him money. Asking his family was out of the question. They would surely retaliate. He couldn't possibly wait until after university to accumulate assets before embarking on a venture. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Su Luoli, seated at the front of the row, pretending to sleep with her head on the desk. A thought struck him. Su Luoli was quite wealthy. He remembered that her mother had purchased a property in the school district while she was in high school. Her bank account likely boasted a seven-figure sum, as she had once bragged about after their marriage. Perhaps he could procure some initial funding from her? After all, it could also be considered a form of bride price. While Yang Chen pondered these whimsical thoughts, Su Luoli, feigning sleep at the front of the row, was secretly eavesdropping on his thoughts, her eyes widening in disbelief. This guy, was he really plotting to tap into her little fortune? Chapter 3. A chaotic return home. Although Su Luoli pretended to doze off at her desk, she was intently eavesdropping on Yang Chen's thoughts. They were seated in the same row, with one at the front and the other towards the back, creating a considerable distance between them. The soft murmurs during the nap time made it somewhat difficult to catch every word. Nevertheless, she managed to glean snippets about the 4G era, internet economy, and Bitcoin, leaving her utterly bewildered. What was this? She had never heard of such things before. She had, however, heard of smart devices and even owned one. A gift from her father for her birthday last month. It was cumbersome and as large as a brick, making it impractical to bring to school. She preferred her flip phone. In fact, most students at school did not possess mobile phones, and owning a flip phone made her the envy of many. Lin Man often borrowed it to level up her QQ account. When Yang Chun suggested that the startup funds could be drawn from her resources, her expression transformed into one of incredulity. How shameless could he be, claiming to earn her dowry? Itoe. But how did he know I had a seven-figure sum in my account? This was something she had never even mentioned to her closest friend, Lin Man. Could it be that he truly... No, that is impossible. How could I ever marry this person? Speaking of which, the old district of Lee City is set to undergo redevelopment in 3 years. It may be premature to consider purchasing land at this time. I can always wait until I have more funds. For now, the priority is to devise a strategy to persuade the beautiful girl to invest in her future husband. Seated at the back, Yang Chun seemed to have an epiphany, eagerly standing up and striding towards Su Luoli. The Piao, Su Luoli, with an expressionless face. Su Luoli retorted with a single word. Get lost. All right then. Perhaps I was too abrupt. Did I have a poor relationship with the Piao during high school? I don't recall much interaction. After school, Su Luoli quietly packed her bag at her desk. Yang Chun lingered in the classroom, a look of distress on his face. This guy was still fixated on her little treasure trove. Infuriated, Su Luoli finished packing and prepared to leave. Just as she was about to exit, she suddenly heard Yang Chun's thoughts echoing in her mind. All right, today is January 4th. Doesn't that mean tomorrow De Piao's grandfather might suffer a heart attack? He collapsed while taking a walk. If someone had noticed in time, perhaps it would not have ended so tragically. Although I've never interacted with the old man, it seems De Piao's life has been quite difficult since his passing. Should I warn her? What excuse could I use? Su Luoli's eyes widened, her pupils constricting suddenly. Grandfather might die tomorrow. It is indeed best to give De Piao a heads up. Yang Chun, resolute, stood up intending to subtly hint to Su Luoli. However, when he turned to look at her seat, he found it empty. He scratched his head in frustration. When did she leave? There was no other option. He would have to message her on QQ when he got home. During high school, he didn't possess a mobile phone, but his uncle next door had a computer, which was convenient for borrowing. Yang Chun gathered his belongings and prepared to leave school. Yulon High School was situated in Qingshan County of Lishu, while his home was in a small town beneath Qingshan County, a rather uniquely named place called Xiapinka Town. The town was not far from Qingshan County. A bus ride from the school gate would take merely 15 minutes to reach home. Lishu, located in southern China, was known for its picturesque landscapes of low mountains and terraced fields. Yang Chun's home was perched halfway up a hill, accessible via a narrow path, surrounded by bamboo groves, with a Christian church next door. His family resided in a self-constructed building comprising 2 joined houses with a spacious courtyard, housing not only his family, but also his grandparents and 4 uncles. How many years has it been since I last returned home? As Yang Chun approached, he was greeted by familiar sights that stirred a sense of nostalgia within him. He remembered the lively atmosphere when he lived there, the whole family gathering under one roof, creating an environment where he felt he had multiple fathers and mothers. However, after his father's death, he had scarcely returned home during his university years, except for the holidays, while his uncles gradually bought their own houses and moved away. He no longer woke up on weekend mornings to the sound of hymns from the neighboring church. As Yang Chun entered the courtyard, he was greeted by his second uncle, Yang Min, who was squatting on the steps with a bowl of rice. Upon seeing Yang Chun, he beamed. Chun, your teacher called the house. Are you hiding at Uncle's place? Are you waiting here with your bowl of rice to watch the fun? Yang Chun chuckled, shaking his head. Your wife is serving food. She'll be here shortly. Yang Chun found the situation amusing yet exasperating, unlocking the door to his home while muttering, I'm my mother's only son. She must dote on me. How could she bear to scold me? Yang Min chuckled silently, watching his nephew enter the house. Moments later, a voice echoed from the third room. Comrade Wang Xiaofeng, what is this behavior? Is this how you treat the nation's flowers and future? You put down the stick and speak properly. Little brat, you've learned some skills, haven't you? Now you can tease your female classmates? You think you're clever. Huh? If I don't give you a proper lesson today, I'd be letting down the trust placed in me by the organization. The ensuing chaos echoed through the house, with several uncles and aunts peering in with bowls of rice, their necks craned to catch a glimpse of the commotion. At dinner time, young Igor returned from the workshop, and before he could change into his slippers, he saw his son storming towards him. "Dad, someone else bullying your son. Aren't you going to do something?" Young Igor's eyes widened in surprise. "Who is bullying you? I'll go teach them a lesson." "It's nothing, never mind." After changing into his slippers, young Igor chuckled. "You must have caused some trouble and made your mother angry again." "Haven to you?" Yang Chun's gaze wandered, feigning nonchalance as he replied, "That's not the case." Before he could finish, Wang Xiaofeng emerged from the kitchen, spatula in hand, exclaiming crossly, "Your son seems to have become quite bold, now teasing his female classmates." Chapter 4. Has the system crashed? Wang Xiaofeng uttered these words, hoping her husband would lecture their wayward son. However, Comrade Yang, instead of displaying anger, jested, "Have you fallen in love? Will you ask Dad for a little pocket money?" Grateful for his father's financial support, Yang Chun, with a playful grin, inquired, "How much can you give me, Dad?" Wang Xiaofeng's expression darkened immediately, and she unleashed a barrage of reprimands. "You can have nothing. Get lost. And you, Yang San, are you hiding your savings? Come here and explain yourself." Sensing his father's impending doom, Yang Chun wisely retreated from the battlefield. "Mom, I'm going back to my room to study. Call me when dinner's ready. Get lost. I'm tired of both of you." Yang Chen's room was situated on the second floor, behind his parents' sunlit bedroom. Although his room was not small, his parents had inexplicably purchased an enormous double bed, leaving no space for even a table. The only option was a small, low table that had to be folded and stored beneath the bed at night. Lying on his bed for a moment, he glanced at the black frame, still displaying the words "System booting" with the progress stuck at 99%. Had it truly crashed? There was no customer service to turn to. Yang Chun contemplated leaving a negative review and requesting a refund, but lacking a complaint number, he closed his eyes and chose to ignore it. Listening to the rustling of the bamboo grove outside, an unexpected wave of tranquility washed over him. It had been a long time since he felt such peace. The events of the day had stirred emotions. Seeing his parents had initially moved him to tears. Upon encountering Wang Xiaofeng, his eyes had welled up. His mother, even in this moment, was as formidable as ever. Wang Xiaofeng, now quite plump, had to be careful on the scale, her laughter causing her eyes to disappear behind her cheeks. Yet, following his father's passing, she had gradually thinned. Her once vibrant and fiery spirit dulled into a reserved demeanor. During their phone calls, she was always cautious, fearing she might disturb him, which left the former Yang Chun feeling quite unsettled. Nevertheless, the mother before him still resembled the one from his cherished memories. Just as he was about to leap forward for a hearty embrace, Wang Xiaofeng's feather duster sent him retreating. The urge to cry vanished in an instant. At nearly 30, being chastised by his mother felt utterly humiliating, especially with onlookers from the neighborhood. "It's all that beautiful girl's fault. She was clearly peeking at me during class, and now she's turning the tables," Yang Chun muttered under his breath. However, thoughts of Su Luoli flooded his mind. He had intended to remind her about her grandfather's matters upon returning home. Reluctantly, he rose from his bed, murmuring to himself, "After all, she's my future fiancée." Though Yang Chen's family did not own a computer, his uncle's house did. There was a balcony outside his parents' room that connected directly to his uncle's home, with no walls in between. He stepped onto the balcony and knocked on his uncle's door. Knock, knock, knock. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing a girl of similar age to Yang Chun. Her name was Yang Yu, his uncle's eldest daughter, half a year older than him. Among the entire family, Yang Chun shared a particularly close bond with her, having attended the same class since kindergarten. Although they were no longer in the same class later on, they remained at the same school. The moment Yang Yu spotted Yang Chun, she grinned and exclaimed, "Chen, I heard you got beaten by San Yang." Yang Chun's face darkened instantly. "Don't bring that up. Move aside. I need to use the computer." "You're so arrogant using my computer," she retorted. "Do you think I won tea?" Suddenly, Yang Yu fell silent, her eyes catching sight of the 10-yuan bill pinched between Yang Chun's fingers. Her demeanor shifted completely, and she snatched the bill with a smile. A VIP guest. Please, mind your step. Ah, her old ways hadn't changed since childhood. Still a little money grubber. Yang Chun entered the house. And Yang Yu eagerly poured him a glass of cool water. In 2008, desktop computers were still the norm, though thinner models were starting to emerge. Yang Yu's family computer was not one of those newer models, having been purchased 2 years prior. As Yang Chun booted up the computer, his young cousin, still in kindergarten, waddled over with a toy bear, patting his arm. Looking down at her, Yang Chun saw his cousin gazing up at him, her soft voice asking, "Big brother?" "Mom and Dad said you were being naughty and got beaten by San Yang. Where did she hit you?" Yang Chen see get. "So the whole family knows about my mother as punishment today?" He glanced over at Yang Yu, who was turning her head away, struggling to suppress laughter. His cousin tugged at his sleeve again. Big brother, what does it mean to be naughty?" Yang Chun scooped her up and planted a kiss on her cheek, pinching her little nose. "This is what being naughty means, silly." She erupted into giggles, then hopped off his lap, scampering out of the room. "I'm going to tell Mom and Dad that my big brother was naughty too. Wait, come back." After successfully bribing his little cousin with promises of lollipops for the next day, Yang Chun returned to the computer. The old machine had just finished booting up. As he gazed at the outdated Windows interface and the archaic software icons, he felt a sense of disorientation. He opened QQ, intending to log in, only to find his password incorrect. "This can't be right. I've been using my high school QQ account all along. What was the password back then?" He hesitated for a while, trying several times, but each attempt yielded the same frustrating result. Yang Yu, unable to watch any longer, interjected, "What are you doing? Can't even remember your own password? Move aside, let me." With deftness, she typed a few keys, and QQ logged in seamlessly. Yang Chun stared at her in astonishment. "How did you know my password? Are you insane? Didn't you ask me to help you log into QQ every few days?" Thinking back, it was true. Many people had been concerned about their QQ levels back in school. There were even classmates who would boast about having the highest QQ levels. Those who ventured into internet CAFS often had others begging them to help boost their QQ levels. Yang Yu had sweet-talked her uncle into buying her a computer for just that reason, and she had spent quite a bit on QQ Show too. From Yang Chun and AMP, Oppos, as current perspective, such concerns seemed quite amusing, yet back then, it felt perfectly normal. Once logged in, Yang Chun quickly spotted his ID. Yang Chun. I had such a non-mainstream phase. Chapter 5. The prelude to a confession. Yang Chun hurriedly changed his QQ nickname to something rather ordinary. Yang Yu glanced at him and remarked with disdain, "Is that really your style? The weight of a noble's crown is too heavy. I fear I am unworthy." "What?" Yang Chen found it difficult to explain himself to Yang Yu and quietly opened QQ, searching for Su Luoli's contact in the class group. Although they were classmates throughout high school, he had barely spoken to the beautiful girl, let alone added her on QQ. He sent a message to Su Luoli. "Little Su, I heard your grandfather's health is not good." As he typed, he suddenly realized this might not be appropriate. Their relationship was not so close. If he brought this up, she might doubt his intentions, perhaps thinking he was trying to flirt. A thought struck him. He deleted the message and began anew. Meanwhile, in a villa located in the southern district of Leisure City, Su Luoli returned home to find her mother embroiled in a heated argument with her aunt. "I just want to know why that shop on Changjia Street should be given to your family," her mother exclaimed. "Why don't you ask Dad? If he made up his mind, what can you do? Who knows what nonsense you two are feeding him? Regardless, I have already arranged for that shop to be a clothing store. I assure you, that is absolutely impossible." The household staff dared not intervene, merely watching timidly from the sidelines. In the living room, several cousins sat together, engrossed in their phones or gaming devices, indifferent to the quarrel, with no interaction among them. "I'm back," she said softly, but no one acknowledged her presence, not even her mother, who continued to argue with her aunt. Su Luoli changed her shoes and walked quietly into the living room, carrying her backpack as she ascended the stairs. She had grown accustomed to this. Despite the opulence of her home, it felt unusually cold and desolate, even with many people present. Su Luoli's room was spacious, adorned with pink wallpaper, a polished birchwood floor covered in a woolen rug, and neatly arranged plush toys on her bed, certainly a reflection of her youthful spirit. Of course, there was also a computer, a recent gift from her father during a business trip. She placed her backpack down and lay on her bed, sinking into the soft comforter. utterly unwilling to move. Yet, when she closed her eyes, the image of a boy's handsome face, Yang Chen, flooded her mind. Before today, Su Luoli had little interaction with Yang Chen, despite being classmates for over 2 years. However, today's events lingered in her thoughts. Why, all of a sudden, could she hear Yang Chen's inner voice? And could he truly be her future? No, impossible, impossible, impossible. Su Luoli shivered, repeatedly whispering to herself. Yet, she couldn't oppose. Help but ponder. If this Yang Chen from the future had no connection to her, how could he know so much about her? He remembered her menstrual cycle and knew she would be particularly uncomfortable at this time. He was aware of her secret stash, even the approximate amount contained within it. Information only she and her mother were privy to, not even her father. Moreover, he spoke earnestly about the names of their future children. Nothing about this seemed fabricated, but he claimed he would take her away from this home. Holding her blanket, Su Luoli softly murmured this phrase, her gaze becoming unfocused as she drifted into thought. After a moment, she snapped back to reality, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she recalled her earlier words. Her face flushed, and her ears burned with warmth. She buried her head under the covers, emitting a soft MHM. Today, she must have a fever, her mind clouded with confusion. She emphasized if, Yang Chen's inner voice wasn't a figment of her imagination, and he wasn't lying, then her grandfather might indeed face trouble tomorrow. Determined, Su Luoli resolved to stay home the following day to keep a close watch over her grandfather. If the event transpired as she feared, it would confirm that Yang Chen's voice was not mere fantasy, and he had spoken the truth. Above all, she wished to prevent any harm from befalling her grandfather, the only person in her family who genuinely cared for her. As her thoughts deepened, a heaviness settled in her heart. She took a deep breath to steady herself, then descended from her bed to her computer desk. Sitting down, she opened her computer and instinctively logged onto QQ. Just as she was about to browse the web, a notification indicated that someone had sent her a message. Who could it be? She wondered, glancing at the unfamiliar ID. I went for an infusion today. Furrowing her brow, she realized she did not recall adding this contact. However, her friend list contained only family and classmates, none of whom were strangers, so she clicked on the chat window. Hey little Sue, do you have time tomorrow afternoon? I'd like to meet. I have something very important to discuss with you. Su Luoli stared at the avatar for a while before recalling. It's Yang Chen. What would he want from her? His tone was so indirect. Was he confessing? Her eyes widened as she focused on the computer screen, her cheeks gradually flushing with color. An inexplicable nervousness began to creep in. Tomorrow at 2 p.m. at the pavilion in the park outside your house. Don't be late. Reading Yang Chen's message, Su Luoli hesitated for a moment before replying. Is there something you need? However, after waiting in vain for a response, she noticed his avatar had turned gray, indicating he had gone offline. What a guy. Su Luoli puffed her cheeks in annoyance. But the thought of the next day made her brows knit together in contemplation. Should she attend the meeting? Part of her wanted to see Yang Chen, but the prospect of a potential confession sent her into a panic. I certainly won't accept. I'm not that kind of girl. After much deliberation, she clenched her small fist, resolutely deciding. Yet, as she sat at her computer, she found her thoughts consumed by Yang Chen, having spiraled into contemplation for nearly half an hour. Just then, a knock at the door pulled her back to reality. The once rosy hue of her cheeks began to fade. With a soft sigh, she recognized it was her family calling her downstairs for dinner, her least favorite part of the day. Chapter 6. The warmth and coldness of family ouch. It hurts, Sister Fat. Let go, let go. Did you just call me Sister Fat? How disrespectful. Wang Xiaofang glared fiercely, tugging at Yang Chen's ear and dragging him away from the computer desk. Have you written in the reflection your teacher assigned? Have you completed your homework? The final exams are approaching. Have you even studied? Tomorrow is the weekend. There's no need to rush. Stop chatting and hurry downstairs for dinner. Otherwise, you can share a meal with De Huang. De Huang was a dog raised by Yang Chen's entire family, a common breed known as the Chinese rural dog. In a small town like Xiapinka, having a dog for guarding the house was quite normal. Under the constraint of her grip on his ear, Yang Chen reluctantly logged off QQ and followed Wang Xiaofang downstairs. Before leaving, he caught sight of Yang Yu. That mischievous girl, holding his little cousin and laughing at him, playfully waving the child's hand in his direction. "Dear guest, we welcome you to visit again." The little cousin chimed in, "We welcome you to visit again." Yang Chen secretly raised his middle finger at her, only to be caught by Wang Xiufeng, who twisted his ear, causing him to yelp in pain as he exited his uncle's home. Once downstairs, his father, Yang Aigua, was holding a small cup of liquor, humming a tune. Before him lay 2 dishes, a plate of peanuts and a plate of smashed cucumbers. Yang Chen was immediately alarmed. "Old Yang, what is going on? Your wife, Wang Xiufeng, is treating us like rabbits. No meat at all. Can't you rein her in?" Slightly tipsy, Yang Aigua squinted at his son. "Don't talk to me. This pig-headed woman only cares for her son and has no concern for her husband." Just then, Wang Xiufeng emerged from the kitchen, holding a bowl as she walked toward the dining table, scolding, "Eat, eat, eat. Can't you be patient? Still wanting meat? Why don't you just raise pigs and chase after them to nibble a bit? How fresh. I'll slap you both if you keep this up." Despite her scolding, she placed the bowl on the table. Inside, a rich soy sauce broth glistened with oil, filled with several chicken legs and a few slices of tender pork belly. This was Yang Chen's favorite dish since childhood. The chicken legs and pork belly were cleaned, seasoned with a little cooking wine and soy sauce, and simply steamed in the rice cooker. Once the rice was cooked, the dish was aromatic, with the pork melting in the mouth and the chicken legs falling off the bone. As he gazed at the bowl of meat, tears welled up in Yang Chen's eyes. Ever since he started university, he and T tasted his mother's chicken legs and pork belly. Yang Aigua had been drinking for a while, yet Wang Xiufeng had not served the dish, clearly saving it for someone else, which explained Yang Aigua's complaints. "I'll go serve the rice." Yang Chen, feeling embarrassed at the thought of his parents noticing, stood up and went to the kitchen. When he returned with a bowl of rice, he was astonished to see several little cousins sitting chaotically, each claiming a chair, happily munching on chicken legs. Looking into the bowl, there was nothing left but a few pieces of fatty pork belly. Yang Chen rushed over. "What is going on, you little ones? That was made for me." They giggled and scattered, and one of his younger cousins proudly exclaimed, "San Yang said we don't have to leave any for Big Brother. We can eat it all." Yang Chen turned to Wang Xiufeng. "Mom." Wang Xiufeng was busy wiping the nose of his little cousin. "Didn't I leave you 2 pieces? There's still some broth. Pour it over your rice." Yang Chen, ugh, give me back my moment of emotion. Meanwhile, at the Su family home, they were gathered for dinner. A large family occupying a long table adorned with an abundance of chicken, duck, fish, and meat. However, the atmosphere was somewhat subdued, with only the sounds of slow chewing and utensils clinking against plates. Occasionally, adults would reprimand their reluctant children to eat, but their voices were swiftly silenced by a call from the head of the table. Su Changwang, the patriarch of the Su family. Su Luoli sat among them, sitting upright, delicately using her chopsticks to pick up rice. Across from her sat her mother and aunt, who had just been arguing fiercely, now behaving as though nothing had happened, occasionally pouring red wine for each other, pretending to maintain an excellent sister-in-law relationship. They were not ignoring the tension. They simply dared not display it in front of the old man. The men of the family were all dressed in formal suits, and the occasional buzz of mobile phones interrupted the meal. Some glanced at their phones, expressionless, and turned them off, while others frowned and stepped outside to take calls. The grand banquet felt somber and lifeless. At the head of the table, Su Changwang held his chopsticks over the lavish spread of delicacies, but hesitated to eat. Gazing at his numerous descendants, he felt an unnameable discomfort in his heart. The Su family was undeniably the wealthiest in Lisher, their fortune originating from the current elder, Su Changwang. Tracing back the lineage, Su Changwang's ancestors were humble farmers dating back to the late Qing dynasty. In his youth, his family was not well off. With 3 brothers and 2 sisters, they could barely support 2 sons, and the 2 daughters were sent away to be raised by others, illustrating the family's dire situation at that time. However, Su Changwang was not one to accept his fate. He set aside the hoe and began to explore other business ventures. Initially, he acted as a middleman, transporting goods from the south to the north and vice versa. In the 1960s, such practices were illegal, yet he feared poverty more than imprisonment. He dreaded the thought of his children suffering like his 2 elder brothers, who had succumbed to illness due to lack of funds or of his daughters being sent away for survival. After a few years as a trader, he shifted his focus back home, experimenting with small commodities. In those early years, Lishur was a poor area with limited arable land, prompting many to seek livelihoods abroad. Yet Su Changwang stayed behind, helping his fellow villagers establish workshops to produce toys, clothing, and various household items. Leveraging the connections he had made during his trading days, he began supplying goods to other traders, leading to significant profits. As the Su family's business expanded, their products reached international markets, and this once impoverished youth gradually built a commercial empire from scratch. Nevertheless, success in business did not equate to success in family life. Chapter 7. A life-altering decision. Even heroes must eventually face the twilight of their years. Now, Su Changwang is nearing 70, and perhaps due to his relentless pursuit in youth, age has brought forth a myriad of ailments. Recently, the doctor informed him of a slight heart issue, recommending a period of hospitalization for observation. However, Su Changwang, disinclined to abide by the doctor's advice, harbors a deep aversion to hospitals. The stark, sterile white walls and the acrid scent of disinfectant evoke in him a sense of impending doom. The Su family's banquet did not conclude until 7 o'clock. The children vacated the table, yet the adults lingered, wine glasses in hand, engaged in animated conversation. It is customary in the Su household to refrain from speech while dining. Thus, silence reigned during the meal. However, post-repast, conversation flowed freely. "Father, I heard you were in the hospital a couple of days ago. Is your health all right?" inquired the second son and Appo's wife, her voice laced with feigned concern as she poured him a glass of wine. Su Changwang responded nonchalantly, "It's nothing serious. Merely a suggestion from the doctor to limit my alcohol intake." Instantly, the smile on the second son's wife faltered. Her hands hesitated with a wine bottle, ultimately setting down the glass with a forced smile. At that moment, the third son and Appo's wife discreetly gestured to her son, who had recently graduated from university. Understanding the cue, he stood with a grin. "Grandfather, I will graduate next year. During this year's internship, I wish to assist the family business." The third son's wife chimed in. "Indeed, father. Xiao Chong is no longer a child. Perhaps it's time to entrust him with managing a shop. It will be a valuable experience." The second son's wife scoffed. "Do you really need an internship with a diploma from a vocational school?" The third son immediately retorted, "Second sister-in-law, how can you belittle him? A vocational degree is still a form of higher education. Xiao Chong is your nephew. If you want to support him, at least refrain from deriding him." Tensions flared. Yet both the second and third sons appeared oblivious to the discord between their wives, engrossed in discussions regarding business matters. "How is the shop of the old district?" one asked. "What can it be? There are hardly any customers. It's merely a storage space now. I'll crunch the numbers later. Negotiations are already underway for a new tenant. You're fortunate, brother. Father entrusted you with managing the store on Chong Street." It's just as it is." Listening to the self-serving chatter of his family, Su Changwang felt a rising tide of irritation. Their conversation inevitably revolved around finances, especially in recent years. As his health has deteriorated, these children swarmed to the old residence as if they were vultures, ever eager for a share of the spoils, feigning filial piety. He understood their motives, but chose to remain willfully ignorant. His gaze soon fell upon a young girl seated in the corner of the dining table, and his expression softened. "Su Luoli, you're in your second year of high school now, correct? How are your grades?" Su Luoli had been quietly observing, wishing to avoid the adult squabbles that felt like a torment to her. Moreover, she was feeling unwell today, yet she had no choice but to remain seated. As her mother had insisted she keep her grandfather company. Caught off guard by the question, it took her a moment to respond, until her mother discreetly kicked her under the table, casting a disapproving glance. "I'm doing well, grandfather," she finally replied. Her mother, brimming with pride, interjected, "Father, you have no idea. Luoli scored first in the last monthly exam. At this rate, she might even be the top scorer in the city next year." Su Changwang felt a swell of pride. That's wonderful, truly wonderful. From childhood, Su Luoli had been his most cherished granddaughter. In a household filled with children, Many were endearing in their youth, but grew rebellious in their teenage years, often causing trouble and failing academically. Su Changwang often reflected on whether his early obsession with wealth had led to a lack of proper education for his children, resulting in the current generation being similarly misguided. However, the second son's daughter was different. She had always been a delicate beauty, well-mannered, studious, and never caused a stir. She was the only one in the family with a genuine chance of attending a prestigious university, earning her grandfather's admiration. As Su Luoli observed her grandfather, a nagging concern gripped her heart. "Grandfather, will you really suffer a heart attack tomorrow?" The thought of overhearing Yang Chun's sentiments haunted her, much like the notion of him being her future partner. Perhaps she was reluctant to accept it. But what if it were true? Regardless of its veracity, she resolved to remain by her grandfather and Appo's side the following day, her small fists clenched in determination. After dinner, Yang Chun sat in the living room, watching television. However, the screen was filled with tedious advertisements, and he found no inclination to change the channel, for his mind was elsewhere. He pondered a seemingly trivial decision that could significantly alter the course of his life. He desired to forego the traditional college entrance examination in favor of pursuing the arts. Yang Chun could vividly imagine the backlash from his parents upon revealing this choice. His uncles, aunts, and cousins would undoubtedly bombard him with pleas to reconsider. With his commendable academic performance, gaining admission to a reputable 985 university was virtually assured, even if the likes of Tsinghua or Peking University seemed slightly out of reach. The Yang family harbored a profound regret. None had ever achieved higher education, with the average level of education being merely junior high. Yang Chun would be the first in his family to attend university, and succeeding in gaining entrance to a prestigious institution would be a cause for celebration. At this critical juncture, the thought of abandoning the conventional path for the arts was bound to provoke fierce opposition from his family. This was not due to any disdain for the arts, but rather a prevailing belief among the residents of Qingshan County that the arts were a refuge for those unable to excel academically. Even teachers at school would counsel underperforming students to pursue the arts as a means to secure admission to college, thereby ensuring the school's graduation rates. In contrast, those who excelled academically had never considered the arts. At least that was the case at Yulon High School. Yet Yang Chun was resolute. He would pursue the arts. In his previous life, Yang Chun had faced failure in the college entrance examination. Not only did he fall short of his goal of attending Yangzhou University, but he also failed to secure admission to any 985 institution, ultimately settling for a mediocre university. Because his scores barely met the threshold, he was relegated to a major that ranked among the top 10 most challenging fields for employment nationwide, a path devoid of prospects unless one pursued further studies, leaving graduates with no immediate opportunities. Nevertheless, there was an upside to attending the university in that particular major: the ample free time it afforded him. This freedom allowed him to explore his own ventures, marking the beginning of Yang Chun's journey to success. Chapter 8. Has the system finally activated? Perhaps due to his family background, Yang Chun possessed a remarkable talent for painting from a young age, complemented by his diligence and eagerness to learn. By his sophomore year, he was already able to take on commissions from gaming companies or private patrons online, earning a bit of pocket money. In the latter half of his sophomore year, through the connection of his uncle, he ventured into establishing a clothing store on Taobao, teaching himself fashion design, and even launching his own brand. Consequently, his Taobao store became an instant success, gaining widespread recognition for his brand, and his business flourished, leading to the opening of numerous boutiques. Later, he expanded his operations, focusing on high-end luxury items, particularly in fashion and jewelry, with products he personally designed gaining fame both domestically and internationally. He was the quintessential businessman with an artistic soul, as well as an artist with an astute business acumen. Now, having been granted a second chance in this life, he no longer wished to pursue profit for the sake of profit. Instead, he yearned to engage in pursuits that were pure and aligned with his passions. Thus, he decided to take the art examination, aspiring to study what he truly desired, to acquire genuine knowledge in university rather than merely to obtain a bachelor and Appo's degree and a diploma while idling away his time. Once Yang Chun had made up his mind, A mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Host wish detected. System nature changing, restarting. System reboot successful. System initializing. Initialization complete. Host successfully bound. Collecting host information. Collection complete. Welcome to version 10 of the Extraordinary Artist System. This is a brand new version that has never been experienced before. You are required to explore it thoroughly. It will be like nothing you have ever encountered. A stiff expression formed on Yang Chen's face. He suspected he might be experiencing auditory hallucinations. The preceding segment had been a cool, electronic synthesized voice, but what was this garbled tone that followed? Simultaneously, he noticed the text in the upper right corner of his vision, indicating system loading, had vanished. In its place was a small button. As he fixated on the button for a brief moment, a virtual light screen materialized before him. Host, Yang Chen, age, 17, skills, appraisal. With this skill, you can acquire partial information about items. Dexterous hands. Your hands are nimble, capable of performing intricate tasks that ordinary individuals cannot. Stability. Your muscles are unique, allowing you to remain steady without trembling due to fatigue or soreness. Title, none. Title bonus, none. Achievements, none. Learning progress, none. This system is rather straightforward. Isn't it? Yet what purpose does it serve? Yang Chen pondered for a while, but could not discern its significance. He did, however, test the 3 skills he possessed, and found that only the latter 2 appeared to be passive abilities that could not be activated at will, while the first skill could be initiated actively. As he attempted to activate the first skill, his gaze landed on the door, a slightly aged wooden door. Yang Chen focused intently, and the information displayed in the prompt box gradually became more detailed. A wooden door made of pine, used for 38 years, standing 2 meters tall and 1 meter wide, weighing. Before Yang Chen could fully comprehend the information, he felt a sharp sting in his eyes, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. Lowering his head to rub his eyes, when he opened them again, the item information prompt had vanished from his view. During this moment of distraction, a small boy, around 7 or 8 years old with a buzz cut, rushed in excitedly, clutching a sparking wooden stick, and shouted at Yang Chen, "Brother, come out and warm yourself by the fire." Yang Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him and smiled as he stood up. "All right, I and Amp, Oppos, am coming." Every year, as the weather turned cold, the Yang family enjoyed gathering in the courtyard around the fire. The adults would congregate by the fire pit, snacking on edamame and sipping on liquor while sharing stories of family matters. Yang Yu, along with his younger siblings, busied themselves poking the fire, tossing in sweet potatoes and chestnuts to roast. Their little cousin from the second uncle's family was dancing around, waving a stick she had pulled from the fire pit. "Playing with fire will make you wet the bed tonight," the second aunt warned, prompting her to run over and clutch Yang Chen's leg, saying in a high-pitched voice, "Then I'll sleep with brother. I'll wet your bed, 1ti. You truly are brother's little darling." Yang Chen bent down and playfully pinched his cousin's chubby cheek, holding a chicken leg he had just plucked from the bamboo pole in the courtyard. He shouted, "Who wants roasted chicken legs?" "I do. I do." The little cousins from the third uncle's family eagerly raised their hands, excitedly shouting, "This cured meat hasn't even dried for 2 days, and you're already ruining it. You should save it for the new year." Wang Xiaofeng chastised Yang Chen, who merely chuckled and remained silent as he skewered the chicken legs with bamboo sticks. The new year was just around the corner, and the Yang family had already begun preparing cured meats. Chicken legs, ducks, and pork belly would be salted and dried for a few days before being stored in the freezer, enough to last until the next new year. This was a staple for Yang Chen every year. However, what the Yang family and Oppos, as children, anticipated the most during the new year was the cured pig and Oppos, as head. It would be marinated a month in advance, and on New Year's Day, after the family had shared their offerings with the deities, they would boil it and set up a table in the courtyard. A small knife would be placed beside it, allowing anyone who desired to slice off a piece to enjoy it, relishing the moment. In truth, the taste might not compare to the mountain delicacies and seafood enjoyed later, but the warm, communal atmosphere of sharing this meal with family would forever be cherished in memory. Yang Chen was thoroughly enjoying this feeling of togetherness. Heaven had granted him a second chance, and it was not merely to add zeros to his bank account. As he roasted the chicken legs, he noticed two little ones squatting by the fire pit, their eyes glued to the chicken legs, saliva nearly dripping from their mouths. Suddenly, Yang Chen observed his uncle exchanging knowing glances with his second uncle. He sensed that a significant event, one that could alter the family's destiny, was about to unfold. Chapter 9. The turning point of destiny. Before Yang Chen embarked on his university journey, the Yang family encountered two significant events that would ultimately alter their fate. These incidents bore a certain causal relationship. As the days passed, it became evident that the first family crisis was imminent. In his third year of high school, prior to his rebirth, Yang Chen's uncle clandestinely siphoned a substantial sum of money, investing it in the stock market. He capitalized on a bullish market, reaping considerable profits, which led him to contemplate establishing his own clothing factory in a neighboring city, having transitioned from wholesale apparel. Eventually, he persuaded his second uncle to join in, while the elder uncle followed suit with a modest investment. The outcome was predictable. At the end of January 2008, a global stock market crash ensued, with January 21st being infamously dubbed Black Monday. The market began to plummet catastrophically. Several uncles found themselves buried in debt. The elder uncle merely suffered a financial loss, whereas the second uncle had to sell his city property. The uncle who had invested the most in the stock market faced dire consequences, nearly having to mortgage the clothing factory, leaving the entire family on the brink of destitution. Only Yang Chen and Appo's father, Yang Aigua, remained steadfast amidst the turmoil. Yang Aigua and Appo's reluctance to engage in speculative ventures stemmed from the fact that family finances were not under his purview. His wife, Wang Xiaofeng, epitomized the mindset of a typical rural woman who, having received little education, dismissed the stock market as a mere gamble, perpetually anxious about its volatility. It is worth noting that before Yang Chen's birth, Wang Xiaofeng distrusted banks, hoarding her earnings in the walls of their home until rodents devoured thousands of yuan, prompting her to finally deposit her savings. This aversion to financial risk significantly contributed to the Yang family's missed opportunity for wealth accumulation, due to the erosion of their capital. Now, having been reborn, Yang Chen could not idly stand by while his uncles marched toward disaster, although they treated him as one of their own. Persuading his uncle to withdraw from the flourishing stock market would likely fall on deaf ears. After some contemplation, Yang Chen devised a plan. He approached a woman cradling a child and, lowering his voice conspiratorially, said, "Aunt, I need to discuss something with you." That evening, while Yang Chen lay drowsily in his room, a loud crash from upstairs jolted him awake. Straining his ears, he faintly discerned his aunt and Appo's angry voice. "Skinny monkey, explain yourself. Where has the money gone? Did you gamble it away?" "And no, I didn't. How could I gamble? I invested it in business. The last batch of goods for the factory." "Don and Appo's, give me that nonsense. You know exactly who keeps the accounts. Are you going to tell me the truth? Are we going to make it through this?" "Dear, please. Let's discuss this calmly. No need for violence." After absorbing the commotion, Yang Chen chuckled softly, rolled over in bed, and closed his eyes, confident that his aunt's firm grip on his uncle would soon compel him to confess. Given that his aunt was a quintessential rural woman with limited education, she lacked any comprehension of the stock market. If Yang Chen could make her realize that investing was akin to gambling, she would have no trouble reprimanding her husband. The following day, a Saturday, Yang Chen luxuriated in slumber until past 10:00 and Appo's clock, only to be roused by his mother, Wang Xiaofeng, yanking him from bed by his ear. After washing up, he took a moment to spruce himself up. Although he still bore a youthful air, his looks were quite appealing. Once he was ready, Yang Chen hesitated to reveal his intent to pursue an arts examination, knowing he was to meet Su Luoli later. If he disclosed his plans now, he would likely not be allowed to leave the house that day. Thus, he resolved to meet Su Luoli first and discuss matters upon his return. As he stepped into the courtyard, he stealthily approached his father, Yang Aigua. "Dad, I'm in a bit of a predicament. Could you lend me a hand?" Yang Aigua, seated in the courtyard on a small stool, was busy untangling a fishing net when he glanced over to see his son binding his thumb and index finger together with a rubber band. "What is the meaning of this? Are you short on cash? Why do you keep trying to squeeze money out of me?" Yang Chen retorted, "Dad, you're mistaken. Just yesterday, you promised to support me financially. Yang Igua playfully tapped his son's head. What do you need money for? Are you planning to bring home a beautiful daughter-in-law? Ah, come on. Surely you think I look particularly handsome today? Don't you think the girls on the street will chase after me? How much do you need? Yang Igua, wishing for some peace, decided to buy his son's silence. 3 to 5,000 wouldn't be too much. 6 to 800 is also acceptable. You decide. After all, we brothers share a bond, and it would be embarrassing for you to hold back. Yang Chen waved his hand dismissively, though his eyes remained fixated on his father's slow-moving hand as he reached for his wallet. Eventually, Yang Igua retrieved a single red bill. Just 100. Really? Our brotherly bond is worth only 100? Forget it. Wait. 100 is fine. 100 is fine. Yang Chen eagerly accepted the bill, stuffing it into his pocket with glee. He stood up and informed Yang Igua, Dad, please tell Mom that I want to be home for lunch. I'm heading out. Oh, and here, take this. Yang Chen produced a stack of masks he had prepared in advance. You must wear these when you work. Breathing in that stone dust is harmful to your lungs, and you need to cut back on smoking. I can hear you coughing every morning. You're more nagging than your mother. I'm discussing serious matters with you. Stop grinning. Without waiting for a response, Yang Chen thrust the mask into his father's hands. I've studied more than you, so you must listen to me. Yang Igua, both amused and exasperated, recognized his son's concern for his health. After a moment, he accepted the masks. All right, I got it. Just take it to heart. I'm off now. Cover for me with your mother. As Yang Chen made his way toward the gate, he turned back repeatedly, urging, make sure to take it to heart. Get going. Only when Yang Igua pretended to chase him with a stool did he dash out of the courtyard. Chapter 10. Which young man has captured my granddaughter and Appo's attention in the study of the Su residence? Su Changwang stood before his desk, diligently practicing calligraphy. Once he finished the final stroke, he straightened up and surveyed the characters on the rice paper, nodding in satisfaction. In his youth, he had not received a formal education, having dropped out before completing elementary school. Although he later became prosperous, a lingering sense of inadequacy regarding his education troubled him. The less one possesses, the more one tends to be preoccupied with such matters. Thus, in recent years, as he entrusted the family business to others, he found solace in cultivating refined interests, studying tea art, calligraphy, and traditional Chinese painting, often engaging esteemed professors from renowned universities to instruct him. After completing his writing, Su Changwang glanced at his granddaughter, Su Luoli, who was seated nearby. For some reason, today she appeared restless, as if a thorn were pricking her beneath her cushion, rendering her uneasy. Luoli, he said kindly, if you find it dull, you need not stay here with this old man. Feel free to go out and enjoy yourself. Startled from her reverie, Su Luoli quickly shook her head. No, it's nothing, Grandpa. She anxiously observed Su Changwang and Appo's rosy complexion and felt a wave of relief wash over her. His appearance hardly resembled what Yang Chen had described regarding a sudden heart attack. Besides, with the housekeeper around, it was unlikely that any medical emergency would go unnoticed. How could he possibly succumb without timely assistance? Conflicted, she questioned whether Yang Chen was merely toying with her. Yet, she hesitated to leave, fearing that if she did, something might happen to her grandfather. She glanced at her phone, the appointed time for her meeting with Yang Chen drawing near. Noticing her distraction, Su Changwang inquired with a smile, What's the matter? Do you have plans this afternoon? No, nothing at all, she replied, her heart racing. Hee, how many times have you checked your phone? My eyesight remains sharp, you know. He waved his hand dismissively. If you have something to attend to, go ahead. What is so interesting about watching an old man write? Su Luoli hesitated, initially intending to spend the day with her grandfather. However, Yang Chen's invitation, coupled with the ominous warning she had overheard, made her question the timing. If Yang Chen wished to meet her now, perhaps it meant her grandfather was safe for the time being. Furthermore, today, Yang Chen seemed poised to confess his feelings. Her face flushed unexpectedly. Su Changwang, noticing her reaction, began to speculate. Which young man has caught my granddaughter's fancy? Grandpa, it's not like that at all. Su Luoli sprang to her feet, exclaiming in haste. Su Changwang chuckled, waving her off. All right, off you go. I'm not your parents. I want to fuss over you. Attend to your business. Teased by his words, Su Luoli felt a mix of embarrassment and resolve. She decided to meet Yang Chen, hoping to glean more information regarding her grandfather's well-being from him, especially concerning the time and place of any potential health crisis. Really, it's just a matter of a classmate needing assistance. I'm heading out now. For reasons unknown, her voice faltered and her gaze fell. Observing her telltale signs of dishonesty, Su Changwang smiled knowingly and waved her off. Once she departed the study, he stood by the window, squinting at the beautiful weather outside. What a lovely day. I should take a stroll and walk the dog. Although the doctor advised against strenuous exercise, a leisurely walk hardly counts. Deciding to relish the fine weather, Su Changwang prepared to step outside. Meanwhile, Yang Chun arrived at the agreed-upon location just past 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The Su family residence lay in the affluent southern district of Lisher, a renowned area characterized by its lavish villas, with property prices here surpassing even those in the city center. The older buildings had yet to be demolished, rendering the bustling city center less vibrant than this upscale neighborhood. However, the distance from Yang Chen's town to the city was significant, requiring him to take a bus for over an hour, compounded by the absence of a subway system at that time. Thus, he seldom ventured into the city, preferring to spend weekends with friends in the nearby county. Upon arrival, he settled into a pavilion, sipping from a can of soda while glancing at his watch. The meeting was scheduled for 1:30, and he still had several minutes to wait. At that moment, he yearned for a mobile phone, wishing to pass the time with some entertainment, even if it meant enduring the sluggish pace of 3G. Resolute, he promised himself that once he earned some money, his first purchase would be a mobile phone. However, he did not have to wait long. Before the appointed time, he heard someone calling his name from nearby. Yang Chun. Looking up, he saw a girl in a white dress approaching, her hands clasped behind her back. The sunlight illuminated her profile, making her hair shimmer as if kissed by a gentle breeze. Su Luoli was taken aback to find Yang Chun had arrived before her, already waiting in the pavilion. Did he anticipate her presence so eagerly? A wave of bashfulness washed over her as she lowered her gaze. As she drew closer, Yang Chen's thoughts became increasingly audible. Wow, she dressed up so nicely. Is she that eager to meet me? Su Luoli stammered. I'm not looking forward to anything. It's just ordinary clothing, really. I wear this at home. Though she is petite, she is truly adorable. My future wife. Who is your wife? Enough already, she retorted inwardly, her frustration mounting. And don't call me petite. This flat chest. Size, some things never change. Fists clenched tightly, Su Luoli gritted her teeth, nearly bursting with indignation, struggling to restrain herself from delivering a punch to Yang Chen's face. Was he truly here to confess his feelings? Surely, he wasn't merely trying to provoke her. I'm not angry, she whispered to herself, taking a deep breath to calm her racing heart. Regaining her composure, she forced a smile and greeted him. Yang Chun, good afternoon. However, Yang Chun, lost in his musings, failed to notice her salutation. He glanced at her neat attire with a hint of disinterest, letting out a sigh. Did he just sigh? That couldn't have been a thought, could it? She pondered, her hand frozen mid-air, clenching into a fist as she quickened her pace toward him. Excitement coursed through her, her hands trembling. With a swift and elegant motion, she unleashed a perfect punch. Chapter 11. Oh no. It feels like a heart attack. Yang Chun could never have imagined that his first date with Su Luoli after his rebirth would commence in such an intense manner. Thud! A punch landed on his abdomen, almost causing him to spew out the soda he was sipping. Su Luoli's face flushed crimson, her fists trembling with indignation as she stammered. Where are you looking? Do you understand manners? And I did not dress up just to meet you. I usually wear this. It's just an ordinary dress, isn't it? Quite ordinary. Yang Chun felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Yes, quite ordinary. Right off the bat, she is being all tsundere. How did I not notice this attribute in the beautiful girl before? Su Luoli nearly exploded with frustration. Though she was unaware of the meaning of tsundere, she sensed that it was not a compliment coming from Yang Chun. Clearly, I did not inquire, yet she deliberately mentioned her outfit today to draw my attention, hoping for a compliment on her appearance. Quite the subtlety, beautiful girl, but rather transparent. Su Luoli. She truly did not intend that. So infuriating. Yet, she could not express her anger to Yang Chen, as she could not explain that she uttered those words because she had heard his inner thoughts. And could he please refrain from incessantly calling her beautiful girl? When did she acquire that nickname? Although she felt a slight thrill when she first heard it in Yang Chen and Appo's thoughts yesterday, the continuous repetition was undeniably embarrassing and vexing. Fuming, the kind that could not be soothed, Su Luoli resolved not to dwell on this issue any longer. She sat down on the opposite side of the pavilion, asking with a hint of irritation, "Did you summon me for something today?" She had made up her mind that when Yang Chen confessed later, she would firmly reject him without a shred of mercy. However, Yang Chen, unhurried, retrieved his backpack, unzipping it. Su Luoli could not help but glance over. Was he preparing a gift? Perhaps even a love letter? Yes, he seemed to have put in some effort, but if he thought this would make me acquiesce, he was sorely mistaken. Su Luoli's imagination began to spin a tale, but when she caught sight of what Yang Chen pulled from his bag, she suddenly realized the true naivety lay with her. What Yang Chen produced was a set of exam papers. He awkwardly remarked, "Su, you topped our class in the last monthly exam, right? I happen to have a few questions I'm struggling with. Could you help me out?" Su Luoli's face shifted through a spectrum of colors, a delightful spectacle. After all the mental preparation she had done, and he showed her this? Let me see that. She snatched the exam papers from Yang Chen and Appo's hands and began flipping through them. Chinese, math, English, physics, chemistry. Nothing, absolutely nothing. Not a single love letter tucked within these pages. This guy is really here to ask about questions? Su Luoli felt a surge of frustration. At that moment, she noticed Yang Chen's gaze upon her was somewhat peculiar. Why does it feel like the beautiful girl is acting strangely today? It's a bit frightening. Ah, I get it. It must be due to her menstrual cycle these past few days. Su Luoli wanted to retort that despite being on her period, the reason for her current agitation and anger was solely due to the source of her irritation, which was none other than Yang Chen himself. Moreover, why was he, a grown man, so fixated on her menstrual cycle? Yang Chen reminded her, "I haven't indicated which questions I'm struggling with yet. Sorry, I have some matters to attend to this afternoon." Su Luoli's face darkened as she set the exam papers down and stood up to leave. Just as she was about to walk away, her hand was suddenly grasped. "Wait, don't go." Su Luoli instinctively turned back, meeting Yang Chen and Appo's anxious expression as he gently held her wrist, seemingly reluctant to let her leave. Her heart raced, as if struck by a jolt of electricity. At this moment, I cannot let the beautiful girl depart. Otherwise, all my arrangements will have been in vain. Yang Chen's inner thoughts echoed in Su Luoli's mind once more, revealing the urgency hidden within them. What was this? It turned out he had more tricks up his sleeve. For some reason, Su Luoli felt a sense of relief wash over her, her previously gloomy mood brightening considerably. "Huh, while accusing me of being obvious, it seems you're the one playing hard to get. What predicament?" Su Luoli feigned helplessness, reclaiming the exam papers and sitting back down. "I only have a little time. Please mark the questions you want me to explain." All right. For the entire afternoon, the two of them actually engaged in solving problems in the pavilion. Yang Chen and Appo's academic performance was commendable. He had not made many mistakes in the last exam. Thus, Su Luoli quickly finished explaining the few questions he had gotten wrong. However, Su Luoli began to notice that Yang Chen was deliberately slowing down the pace at which he was having her explain the problems, often pretending not to hear her, prompting her to repeat herself. Though solving problems in such a mundane setting, especially without a proper table, would typically be unbearable for Su Luoli, she found solace in listening to Yang Chen and Appo's thoughts. What in Appo's going on? Isn't it about time? Why hasn't it happened yet? Did I perhaps misremember the date? That shouldn't be the case. Su Luoli could discern Yang Chen's thoughts growing increasingly agitated, his focus straying from the questions she was explaining as his gaze frequently darted toward the pavilion and Appo's entrance, as if awaiting someone's arrival. This piqued her curiosity regarding what surprise Yang Chen had prepared for her. Was it akin to those romantic proposals on television, perhaps involving a flash mob? Or would he arrange for a child to run over, presenting her with a flower while innocently stating it was from the brother nearby? The fantasies of a young girl are always steeped in romance. Meanwhile, old Master Su was walking his dog into the park. The park was vast and well-maintained, featuring a dedicated slope for local residents to exercise. Old Master Su led the dog aside, tying its leash to a nearby lamppost, and settled onto a bench, rummaging through his jacket pocket until he extracted a pack of cigarettes. At home, due to his health, he was often reminded to refrain from smoking. This incessant nagging had become quite bothersome, so he seized the opportunity to enjoy a couple of puffs while out walking the dog. Just as he placed the cigarette between his lips and reached for his lighter, he caught sight of the dog gnawing at the leash, managing to unclip it and suddenly dart away. Startled, old Master Su abandoned his lit cigarette and leaped up to pursue it. Dudu. This dog had been his companion for nearly a decade, and they had formed a deep bond. However, with his aging limbs, he could not compete with a four-legged creature. After barely sprinting 100 meters, old Master Su felt a tightness in his chest. Oh! He pressed a hand to his heart, his face contorted in agony as he sank to the ground, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. A sharp, constricting pain gripped his heart, accompanied by rapid breaths and muffled groans. His vision began to darken, and ultimately, his consciousness faded as he collapsed heavily to the ground. Chapter 12. Su Luoli. Stop teasing. Confess quickly to solve this problem. Draw a guiding line here. Yang Chen, are you listening? Oh yes, I'm listening, Yang Chen replied dismissively, feigning seriousness as he leaned closer to observe the formulas Su Luoli had written on her draft paper. However, his gaze continually strayed towards the pavilion outside. The reason he had arranged to meet Su Luoli at this time, and in the park near her home, was that Su Luoli's grandfather had suffered a heart attack around 2 or 3 o'clock that afternoon, and the incident had occurred near the park in Appo's pavilion. Yang Chen remembered this vividly because, prior to his rebirth, Su Luoli had always been haunted by the memory of her grandfather and Appo's heart attack leading to his demise. On that day, she had been home, often lamenting to her husband, Yang Chen, how she wished she had accompanied her grandfather for a walk with the dog. Over time, Yang Chen had memorized the approximate time and location of her grandfather and Appo's collapse. He had refrained from stating this clearly on QQ yesterday, fearing that given the current state of their relationship, Su Luoli might doubt him or think he was making a cruel joke. Furthermore, even if she did believe him, explaining how he knew about the incident in advance would be quite troublesome. Thus, he decided it would be best to invite Su Luoli out, acting as a well-meaning passerby who could help save her grandfather. Yet, as the clock approached 3 in the afternoon, there was still no sign of her grandfather. Yang Chen began to worry that he might have misremembered the time or the location. After all, Su Luoli had only mentioned near the park pavilion without specifying, and the park was quite large. From the pavilion, it was impossible to see the entire park. If her grandfather had fallen ill somewhere out of view, it would be disastrous. Restless, he contemplated finding an excuse to stroll around the park with Su Luoli. Where's that old man? If I invite the beautiful girl to walk around the park, will she agree? Su Luoli, catching wind of Yang Chen's thoughts, found herself puzzled by the mention of old man. Was he referring to someone who was orchestrating a surprise for him? Perhaps the security guard at the community entrance? And how could he be so sure she wouldn't Appo's? Agree. Never mind. I'm not that close to him yet. I wouldn't want him to think I'm frivolous. Why don't you just say it? Su Luoli nearly shouted in frustration. She was eager to retaliate when Yang Chen finally confessed, but he seemed to be dragging it out, and the suspense was becoming unbearable. Wait, wouldn't that make it seem like she was eagerly anticipating his confession? Realization struck her, and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her head, nearly burying it in her exam paper. Stealing a glance at Yang Chen, she noticed that his mind was elsewhere, and he and caught on to her reaction, which relieved her somewhat. Suddenly, a fluffy black figure darted into the pavilion, leaping towards Su Luoli. Yang Chen was startled. Who goes there? Upon closer inspection, he saw it was a large wolf dog. Surprisingly, Su Luoli showed no fear. Instead, she beamed as she petted the dog's neck. Dodo, what are you doing here? Woof woof. The large wolf dog seemed lively, its paws resting on Su Luoli and Appo's legs, as if begging for her to pick it up. Yang Chen and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief. This old dog is shameless. I've never even touched the beautiful girl's legs. Su Luoli's affectionate gesture towards the dog suddenly froze. What nonsense was he spouting now? Dodo is a female. Yang Chen leaned closer to Su Luoli, attempting to pet the dog in Appo's head. Is this dog yours? What are you doing? Get your hand away. Su Luoli swatted Yang Chen and Appo's hand away and, holding the dog, urged Dodo, he's a bad person. Bite him. Woof. The wolf dog complied, baring its teeth at Yang Chen. He immediately raised his hands in surrender. All right, I'm a law-abiding citizen. I yield, don't kill me. Su Luoli couldn't help but laugh at his antics. This is my grandfather and Amp, Appo's dog. It usually only likes me and Grandpa. No one else can pet it at home. If you bully me, Dodo will definitely bite you. Yes. And Dodo is female. Yang Chen was puzzled as to why she felt the need to emphasize the dog in Appo's gender. However, he recalled that wolf dogs were generally aloof with strangers. His uncle had once brought home a wolf dog, but it only recognized one master and would bark aggressively at others. Eventually, his uncle had to give it away for the safety of the children in the household. As Yang Chen pondered this, he suddenly stood up abruptly. Oh no! Su Luoli was startled, looking up at him while still holding Dodo. What are you doing? You said this dog is closer to you and your grandfather? Yes. Why are you so serious? Su Luoli was taken aback by Yang Chen's grave demeanor. His expression darkened as he dashed out of the pavilion. Why can't you focus on the key points? Where are you going? Su Luoli was bewildered but soon pieced it together. Dodo only favored her grandfather and was usually confined to its kennel. Seeing it here, meant her grandfather must have come to the park for a walk. But where was he? Connecting this with Yang Chen's earlier thoughts about her grandfather suffering a heart attack today, understanding dawned on Su Luoli, and her face turned pale. She quickly set Dodo down and ran towards the pavilion. The southern district of Leisure City was a newly developed area that expanded after the opening. Consequently, the population density was relatively low, and as this was a newly built villa area, it was unaffordable for most. The few who could afford it were typically busy with work and seldom home. Thus, even though it was a Saturday afternoon, the park was nearly deserted. This was also why Su Luoli's grandfather had suffered a heart attack here in a previous life, remaining undiscovered for a long time, which delayed critical medical assistance. Where in this vast park could the old man have collapsed? Yang Chen, disregarding Su Luoli, felt the urgency of the situation and focused solely on finding the man. Fortunately, he did not have to search for long before spotting her grandfather, collapsed not far from the pavilion on a sloped path. Finding him so quickly was not unusual. After all, Su Luoli had previously mentioned that her grandfather's health crisis occurred near the park pavilion. At that moment, the elderly man clutched his chest, curled up on the ground, his face turning a dreadful shade of blue. Yang Chen hurried over, laid the old man flat on the ground, and began administering first aid. Chapter 13. Is there a love story to speak of? When Su Luoli arrived, her eyes immediately fell upon the elderly man lying on the ground, with Yang Chen administering CPR and other emergency measures. Grandfather! She gradually widened her eyes, her expression frozen in disbelief. A wave of overwhelming shock engulfed her, nearly causing her to stumble and fall. Grandfather! Could it truly be, as Yang Chen said, a sudden heart attack? Yang Chen had invited her out today, and his delay was evidently to ensure he could arrive in time to assist when her grandfather fell ill. Thus, the thoughts she had heard from Yang Chen were not mere figments of her imagination, but indeed true. Su Luoli and Appo's mind became a blank slate, making it difficult for her to think clearly until she heard Yang Chen's frustrated voice. Why are you just standing there? Call 120. I don't have a phone. Oh. Su Luoli seemed to find her bearings, fumbling to retrieve her phone from her pocket, trembling as she dialed 120. Hello, is this 110? No, I and Appo's am not reporting a crime. I haven't dialed the wrong number. Yang Chen, exasperated, muttered to himself. How can my future fiancé be so foolish? He paid no heed to Su Luoli and Appo's confusion, continuing to perform first aid on her grandfather while searching for medication, as patients with heart conditions typically carry their medication with them. After a thorough search, he finally located it in the old man and Appo's pocket. He turned to Su Luoli, who was still on the phone, and called out, "Beautiful, go to the pavilion and bring me my backpack. There an amp, Appo's, has a bottle of mineral water inside." "Huh? Oh, okay. I'm on it." Su Luoli hardly paid attention to Yang Chen's endearing nickname for her, hastening towards the pavilion. Once she returned with the backpack, Yang Chen extracted the mineral water and administered the medication to her grandfather. While awaiting the ambulance, Su Luoli and Appo's grandfather briefly regained consciousness, though his awareness seemed unclear. He gazed at Yang Chen and his granddaughter, mumbling incoherently. Su Luoli notified her family, and soon, a throng of relatives from the Su family arrived, surrounding the old man in a dramatic display of grief, seemingly intent on crying him away. Yang Chen and Su Luoli observed as the relatives, filled with filial piety, rushed to assist her grandfather onto the ambulance, presumably intending to accompany him to the hospital. "Aren't you going?" Yang Chen inquired as he sat on a bench in the park, looking at Su Luoli. She watched the ambulance, her grandfather being lifted onto the stretcher, her relatives in a complex mix of emotions. "It's fine. As long as grandfather is okay, that's what matters. The others will keep him company." It was evident that she harbored little affection for her relatives. Yang Chen teased, "Do you think they'll all pile into the ambulance and get pulled over by the police for being overloaded?" Su Luoli couldn't help but chuckle, though she felt it was inappropriate to laugh at the moment. She playfully punched him. "You never take anything seriously." Yang Chen smiled. "I just want to see you happy." He found nothing wrong with his statement, yet it resonated differently with Su Luoli, causing her cheeks to flush. She turned her head, hesitantly saying, "Thank you for today." Yang Chen observed her, surprised to notice her ears turning red, and jested, "Is a mere verbal thank you really sufficient? How insincere. What do you want then?" "That would be too much. How about dinner? Is that too much to ask?" Su Luoli was taken aback by the simplicity of his request, having anticipated something more demanding. She recalled that this man had been eyeing her small fortune. "Tonight, the beautiful girl will have to eat alone if she returns home, won't she? It's only natural to want to accompany her for dinner, especially after witnessing her grandfather being taken away by an ambulance. It's only normal to feel frightened." Was he truly considering her feelings? Su Luoli and Appo's expression grew somewhat peculiar. What had begun as a slight dissonance in her heart now stirred into a tempest, rippling through her emotions. Moreover, she had yet to discuss their serious matters. What would they discuss? A romance? Su Luoli suddenly felt a wave of anxiety. She had initially thought she had misunderstood Yang Chen's intentions, believing he merely wanted to help rescue her grandfather. But now that seemed uncertain. Yang Chen stood up, preparing to leave, but noticed Su Luoli remained seated, puzzled. "Aren't and Appo's. To you coming?" I will." Following Yang Chen, a tumult of thoughts plagued Su Luoli and Appo's mind, her heart in disarray. Since her grandfather truly experienced a heart attack, it confirmed the accuracy of the thoughts she had overheard from Yang Chen. This man indeed hailed from the future. Could it be that he was her future husband? Su Luoli had been skeptical, but now a sense of belief began to take root within her. It clarified why Yang Chen knew the particulars of her finances, why he understood her discomfort during her menstrual cycle, and why he anticipated her grandfather's sudden health crisis. Moreover, he couldn't possibly know she could hear his thoughts, so surely Yang Chen wouldn't deceive her in his mind. Yet, an impending dilemma loomed. If Yang Chen were to confess his feelings, would she accept them? Before yesterday, Su Luoli would have dismissed the idea without hesitation. Just moments ago, she had even contemplated a rebuttal to his potential confession. But now, uncertainty clouded her judgment. The mere thought of Yang Chen stirred a whirlwind in her mind, rendering her incapable of rational thought. Deep down, a voice echoed. This man was indeed her future husband. Stealing a glance at Yang Chen walking ahead, she noted his cleanliness, his sunny disposition, and the perpetual smile gracing his face. Perhaps he was a tad handsome after all. Su Luoli and Appo's cheeks flushed once more. Though Yang Chen remained oblivious, she shyly averted her gaze. She suddenly realized she bore no aversion towards Yang Chen. However, the rapid progression from mere acquaintances to a potential romantic relationship felt too swift. Furthermore, with their crucial high school years at stake, Su Luoli had never envisioned herself dating during this time. She aspired to focus on her studies, aiming for a prestigious university, as it represented her chance to alter her destiny. Additionally, her family maintained strict oversight should they discover she was involved with someone during high school. The thought of the Su family cast a shadow over her expression. Lost in these thoughts, she inadvertently collided with Chen, who had stopped in his tracks. Su Luoli, not paying attention, bumped into him, her nose meeting his back in an unexpected embrace. Chapter 14. Now a habit Chen turned around to see Su Luoli covering her nose, her eyes brimming with tears. After a moment of contemplation, he clapped his hands. Is this a ruse? What nonsense are you spouting? Why did you suddenly stop? Because we and Amp, Oppose, V arrived. Chen stepped aside, allowing Su Luoli to finally discern the establishment he had brought her to. It was a dilapidated little eatery with only 2 tables inside, where the kitchen and dining area were one and the same, suggesting it had been there for quite some time. Su Luoli had been lost in thought during their journey, oblivious to the nature of the place Chen had chosen. He led the way inside, but upon noticing Su Luoli hesitating at the entrance, he turned back and asked, "Why are you just standing there? Come in." You really don't need to save money for me. How about I treat you to KFC instead?" Su Luoli pointed to a KFC across the street, feeling somewhat embarrassed, as she had thought Chen was trying to economize on her behalf. However, Chen merely scoffed. Reluctant to agree, why eat that foreign junk? Shun and Amp, Oppose. Be my choice where to eat today? Come on in. All right then. Su Luoli relented, steeling herself to follow him inside. She seldom dined out, and even when she did, she would never opt for such an unassuming little shop that lacked even a proper sign. Fortunately, despite its worn and shabby appearance, the place was surprisingly clean, though the chairs creaked ominously beneath her, and the wooden tables bore the marks of age. With only 2 tables in the shop, Chen chose one by the window, and Su Luoli settled across from him. The proprietor, a warm-hearted middle-aged woman in her 50s, greeted them enthusiastically, asking, "What would you like to eat?" 2 bowls of meatballs. I'll have a large portion without cilantro, and she'll have a small one with extra vinegar. Also, 2 tea eggs, a bottle of ice cola for me, and a cup of hot water for her. There was no menu, and Chen, familiar with the establishment, ordered with ease, not even bothering to solicit Su Luoli's preferences. Yet, Su Luoli was surprised to discover that Chen had clearly remembered her dietary preferences. Unbeknownst to him, this little slip revealed more than he intended. It was merely a subconscious action. However, the significance of this revelation had ceased to matter to Su Luoli since the moment she first heard his inner thoughts upon his rebirth. Due to the fact that there were the only 2 patrons in the shop, their orders arrived swiftly. Chen gazed at his bowl of meatballs, the dark soy sauce broth brimming with irregularly shaped meatballs, garnished with seaweed and shrimp skin, which looked quite appetizing. He scooped a few meatballs with a spoon, took a bite, and felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. It was the same taste he remembered. He had an Amp, Oppose. He frequented this shop during high school. It was only after he began dating Su Luoli that he stumbled upon it during a visit back to Leisure. In the years that followed, he made it a point to return whenever he was in town. It was now 2008, and a normal portion of meatballs cost only 5 yuan, while a large bowl was 8. The tea eggs were a mere 75 cents each. By 2020 and 2021, the price of a bowl of meatballs had surged to 15 yuan and tea eggs to 2 yuan each. The cost of living was escalating far more rapidly than the average person's salary. Su Luoli stared at her bowl of meatballs, which had a noticeable chip, hesitating with her spoon. However, seeing Chen eat without a care, she set aside her reservations and took a tentative bite. Instantly, her eyes lit up. The flavor surpassed her expectations. During the meal, they remained silent, each immersed in their own thoughts. Chen was preoccupied, while Su Luoli was accustomed to not speaking while eating. Meanwhile, she busied herself with eavesdropping on Chen's inner musings. She found it quite intriguing, especially since he often contemplated future events, which piqued her curiosity. After a few bites of meatballs, Chen set down his spoon and began peeling a tea egg. Once he had separated the egg white from the yolk, He placed the yolk in his mouth, set the egg white on a small dish, and gently pushed it towards Su Luoli. Su Luoli's eyes widened in surprise as she slowly looked down at the dish of peeled egg whites. Yang Chen then realized he had made a mistake. This habitual gesture felt rather out of place in the moment. He quickly scrambled for an explanation. Actually, I don't like eating egg whites, but it will be a waste not to eat them. Wasting food is not good. We should support the national campaign against waste. Was there even a campaign against waste in 2008? He dismissed the thought, feeling it inconsequential. He told a little white lie, aside from salted duck egg yolks. He disliked all egg yolks. Su Luoli found his flustered attempts at explanation amusing. She picked up a disposable chopstick from the table, grabbed a piece of the peeled egg white, and took a bite. When she met Yang Chen's astonished gaze, she covered her mouth with her hand until she swallowed, then said, "It's bad to waste food, right?" It seemed she had not raised any suspicion. Yang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, smiled, and resumed his meal. Once they finished eating, Su Luoli felt a bit anxious as she watched Yang Chen. They had finished their meal. Was he going to confess? Yet, as she nervously scrutinized him, Yang Chen remained unresponsive, his mind wandering through a jumble of thoughts. Today is Saturday. There's a variety show I enjoy watching tonight. Back when we didn't have computers or smartphones, gathering as a family to watch TV was a nostalgic experience. I haven't watched TV in years. Could you possibly think of something serious? Su Luoli glared at him, her irritation mounting. It was only then that Yang Chen noticed her gaze and asked, puzzled, "Why are you staring at me? Let us settle the bill. Didn't you see the proprietress watching us for quite a while? She probably thinks we're dining and dashing." Su Luoli felt a pang of guilt as she glanced over at the proprietress, discovering that she indeed was watching them. Confirming Yang Chen and Appo's observation, embarrassed, her cheeks flushed as she retrieved her wallet to pay. Upon returning after settling the bill, she found Yang Chen leaning against the window, gazing outside. Noticing her return, he softly remarked, "It's snowing." Snowing? Su Luoli curiously peered out the window, her heart leaping with joy as she saw snowflakes gently falling. In 2008, China had suffered a snow disaster, and even the southern city of Lishur experienced rare heavy snowfalls. Snow was commonplace in the north, lingering from November to March, making one cautious of slipping on the icy ground. However, in the south, especially in a place like Lishur that hadn't seen snow in years, the sight of snow brought forth sheer joy. Su Luoli felt her spirits lift as the worries of the day seemed to vanish in the presence of the snow. While she watched the flurries dance outside, she noticed Yang Chen suddenly leaning closer to the window, exhaling gently onto the glass. His warm breath instantly frosted the glass. Su Luoli wondered what he was up to. Just then, she watched as Yang Chen traced his finger through the frost, using the icy surface as a canvas, creating a remarkably lifelike portrait. When Su Luoli finally recognized the image he had drawn, her mouth fell open in surprise, and her breath quickened, leaving her momentarily speechless. The frosted portrait on the glass was unmistakably her. Chapter 15. Is this love worth pursuing? Outside, the snowflakes continued to fall gracefully, blanketing the nearby treetops in white. Inside, the flickering flames of the hearth cast a warm glow on the faces of those within, leaving one to wonder if the blush on their cheeks was from the firelight or from an inadvertent flutter of the heart. Su Luoli gazed intently at the painting on the window, her hands covering her mouth, her sparkling eyes concealing the indescribable musings of a young girl's heart. How cunning! Truly, too cunning. This was utterly against the rules. "Do you like it?" Yang Chen asked, turning to her with a smile. However, she dared not meet his gaze at that moment. Her shyness compelled her to lower her head. After a moment of hesitation, she softly nodded, murmuring, "Amicheng." Yang Chen was quite pleased with her response, feeling that the groundwork had been sufficiently laid, and it was time to address the matter at hand. He cleared his throat, straightened his posture, and with a serious demeanor, gestured, "Su Luoli, I have something very important to discuss with you. Please sit down." At the sound of those words, Su Luoli felt her heart race, as if it might leap from her throat. Here it comes, here it comes. The girl's modesty and bashfulness ignited an impulse to flee. Yet, in the end, she settled into her seat, feigning ignorance and adopting a nonchalant expression. Nevertheless, her hand trembled around the cup, the splatters of water betraying her inner turmoil. She hastily placed the cup down and fanned her face with her hand, laughing awkwardly. "It's a bit warm in here." Chen, puzzled, responded. "Warm? It's snowing outside, and there's neither air conditioning nor heating in here. If it weren't for the owner keeping the stove lit, the cold wind would be unbearable." Yet, these trivialities were of little concern to him. The priority was to discuss their relationship. "Little Sue, what do you think of my painting?" he inquired. "It's quite good," she replied. "You might not believe it, but I have quite a bit of confidence in my artistic abilities." Chen began to expound on his talents. Su Luoli blinked, somewhat bewildered as she listened. "Could you get to the point more quickly? Why are we discussing painting? While it is indeed impressive, isn't the focus supposed to be our matter?" Was this fellow perhaps nervous, being his first confession to a girl? Su Luoli initially intended to patiently allow Chen to finish, but he rambled on, seemingly incapable of reaching a conclusion. After enduring for what felt like an eternity, she could no longer contain herself and slammed her hands on the table, standing up. "Chen, if you have something to say, just say it. I'm ready." Chen's eyes lit up, and he slammed his hands on the table in excitement. "Good. I admire your straightforwardness." Taking a deep breath, he proclaimed earnestly, "Su Luoli, would you be willing to be my—" Once again, Su Luoli felt her heart leap to her throat. Here it comes, here it comes. This time, it was undoubtedly happening. "Investor. I'm willing, what did you say?" They both exclaimed simultaneously, although Su Luoli's latter words were somewhat garbled due to her shock. Chen looked at her, bewildered by her astonished expression. "Investor? Haven't I've been saying that all along? It seems merely showing off my skills isn't enough. Perhaps it would be easier to prepare some business proposals and approach the lovely lady again in a couple of days to persuade her. How troublesome it is to have my eye on my dear wife's little treasure. Strange, what is that creaking sound? Is there a mouse in the shop?" The creaking noise was not from a mouse, but rather from Su Luoli gritting her teeth. She was so tense that she felt she might shatter her own silver teeth, her clenched fists trembling uncontrollably, her complexion shifting from pale to flushed. After all this time, it turned out Chen had no intention of confessing to her today. She had been the one lost in her own thoughts. This fellow was merely fixated on her little treasure. Chapter 16. My opposition Su Luoli was both embarrassed and furious, desperately wishing to find a crack in the ground to hide herself. She glared angrily at Chen, who was still attempting to persuade her. "This investment will initially be used to establish an art studio, primarily for recruiting staff, purchasing tools, and marketing. I anticipate recouping the capital within 3 months. How about a profit-sharing arrangement where you receive 30%? If you're feeling uneasy, I can sign a betting agreement with you." Noticing the pallor of Su Luoli and Appo's face, Chen assumed she was dissatisfied. He reluctantly raised his fingers to indicate 4 fingers instead of 3. 40% for you, 60 for me. This is my final offer. I must emphasize, do not push your luck. At that moment, a fitting idiom to describe Su Luoli's feelings would be angry out of embarrassment. "Why are you crying? I made such a significant concession, and I am not crying. Wait, what are you doing?" Su Luoli stomped hard on Chen and Appo's foot, causing him to yelp in pain. She dashed toward the door, but feeling unsatisfied. She turned back and shouted with a tearful voice, "Chen, you truly are the worst." Chen stood there, stunned, as she ran away, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. What had he done to offend her? He had even helped save her grandfather. How could she turn her back on him so suddenly? Even if she did not want to invest, there should still be some semblance of decency in business. What kind of situation was this? Upon returning home, Chen found his mother, Wang Xiufeng, sitting in the living room, knitting while watching television. She quickly noticed her son limping and asked, "What happened to you?" "I slipped on the snow outside," Chen replied vaguely, unable to reveal the truth. He could not possibly admit that he had been stepped on by his future daughter-in-law. This led Wang Xiufeng to assume he had been teasing some young girl again. Meanwhile, Chen was puzzled. The beautiful girl from high school had such a fiery temper? That was unexpected. Shouldn't Appo's know his future wife better? Although she occasionally exhibited childish behavior in front of him, She was generally quite gentle and reasonable. Could it be that her high school personality was more volatile, and he had simply not been aware due to their limited interactions? Or perhaps a recent menstrual cycle had influenced her mood. Chen pondered this as he casually tossed his backpack onto the cabinet and sat down at the dining table beside his father, Igua, who was enjoying a pre-dinner drink. Looking up at the ceiling, he lamented, "Dad, is it true that understanding a woman and oppos as thoughts is exceedingly difficult?" Igua set down his cup and discreetly pointed his chopsticks towards Wang Xiaofeng, who was still watching TV. "Just look at your mother, and you'll understand." Chen glanced at Wang Xiaofeng in the living room and exclaimed, "That is an understatement." The father and son burst into laughter, leaving Wang Xiaofeng bewildered, casting a suspicious glance at them. During dinner that evening, Chen sensed an unusual atmosphere at home. Wang Xiaofeng and Igua seemed to harbor secrets. Each focused silently on their bowls of rice. Chen alternated his gaze between his mother and father, nearly convinced that the couple was at odds. He had intended to be forthright with them that night, but now he struggled to find the right words. As the family dined, his younger cousin, Yu, burst in, exclaiming, "Third uncle, third aunt, Dad wants you to come to the main room for a meeting." Wang Xiaofeng and Igua exchanged glances and set down their bowls. "Son, you eat first. Your mother and I need to discuss some matters with your uncles. Once you finish, you can go to your homework." "What is going on?" "Children should not concern themselves with adult matters," Igua replied vaguely, before hastily leaving with Wang Xiaofeng. Chen watched them leave, suddenly struck by a thought. A family meeting of such seriousness. Could it be they were discussing that matter? Chapter 17. Su Luoli's reward, calculating the days. It is almost time. Two significant events transpired in the Yang family during Chen and Amp, Oppo's second year of high school. Events that would ultimately alter the family and Oppo's fate. The first was related to the stock market, where an uncle plunged their entire fortune into it, dragging both the second and eldest uncles along, nearly leading to their ruin. The second event is likely the reason the adults are convening a family meeting now. To comprehend this matter, one must first understand the connection between the Yang family and Xiapinka town. Xiapinka is a small town under Qingshan County. It is not an ordinary one. It boasts a mine. The mine produces a precious wax stone, renowned for crafting seals and ornaments. The Yang family has been engaged in this trade, with Chen's father, second uncle, and eldest uncle all being skilled sculptors. In his previous life, Chen faced failure in the college entrance examination and had intended to inherit the family craft to become a stone sculptor. However, that summer, while working in the workshop with his father, he accidentally severed his right middle finger with a cutting machine. When he returned home, the injury was not properly treated, resulting in his inability to bend or move the finger, forcing him to abandon his aspirations. Towards the end of 2007, a new mine was discovered in Xiapinka town, and the government was seeking contractors for bidding. This was the reason for the imminent family meeting of the Yang family. In his past life, the family had aspired to make a significant effort, but due to the uncle's misadventure, the family's finances were nearly depleted, ultimately leading to their surrender. This time around, although the uncle's predicament remains unresolved, Chen is determined to ensure his family withdraws from the stock market before the impending crash, thus securing the funds needed to contract the mine. This mine represents the Yang family's opportunity for prosperity. He understands that the yield and quality of the wax stone from this new mine are bound to yield substantial profits. The weighty concerns etched on his parents and Oppo's faces are likely tied to this matter. However, since the uncle and Oppo's situation is already addressed, there should be no further issues. After contemplating, Chen decided not to join the fray and instead continued to lounge on the sofa, engrossed in watching television. At this very moment, in the Su household, this evening, the grand villa of the Su family appeared particularly desolate. Due to the elder Su being hospitalized, most of the family had flocked to the hospital. In Su Luoli and Oppo's room, the lights were dim, with only a reading lamp beside the bedside casting a soft glow. The quilt on the bed was slightly raised, concealing a petite figure nestled beneath, who was furiously assaulting a teddy bear. "Idiot Chen," Idiot Chen. Su Luoli vented her frustrations on the poor teddy bear, its stuffing having been nearly beaten out. Her eyes were red, streaked with remnants of tears, clearly indicating she had just been crying. Su Luoli felt that in her entire life, she had never faced such humiliation. How could it be that such a blunder occurred? She had finally mustered the courage to confess her feelings. Just thinking about it infuriated her. How could he, referring to her as wife and beloved, not have the decency to confess properly? After all that commotion, he ended up targeting her little treasure instead. How shameless, he TUI. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, grasping the teddy bear by the neck, muttering, "You tease me, you tease me." After a thorough outburst, she gradually calmed down. Upon reflection, it was unfair to blame Chen entirely. From start to finish, it was she who had eavesdropped on Chen's thoughts and indulged in her own assumptions. Chen had never explicitly said anything that could be misconstrued, and he had even helped save her grandfather. In contrast, she had resorted to violence against him twice today. Perhaps Chen was still utterly bewildered. Well, regardless, you did save my grandfather, so I and Oppose. LL begrudgingly grant you a little reward. Holding the teddy bear, her face flushed. She murmured softly before leaning in closer to the toy. Just as her puckered lips were a mere centimeter away from the teddy bear. Her phone on the table rang. Ding-ling-ling. Su Luoli was startled, her sense of shame surging, and she instinctively shoved the teddy bear beneath her. The poor teddy bear was squished flat. She quickly tidied her hair, feigning nonchalance as she answered the call. Hello. Luoli, come to the city center hospital. Your grandfather has woken up and wants to see you. The call was from her mother. Su Luoli paused for a moment, then exclaimed with delight. Okay, I'm Oppose. I'm on my way. She hurriedly leapt from the bed, frantically searching for clothes to change into before rushing out. Chapter 18. Inviting Chen to the house after awakening from his hospital stay. Su Changwang felt somewhat weakened, yet his spirits had notably improved. Reflecting on the events of the afternoon, he still felt a lingering trepidation. The doctor had mentioned that it was fortunate he had been brought in promptly. Had there not been someone to administer first aid at the scene, he would have been taken directly to the crematorium instead of the hospital. Su Changwang recalled the young man who had saved him. He seemed to remember hearing his granddaughter's voice, but at that moment, his consciousness had been too hazy for a clear impression. Once fully alert, he opened his eyes to find himself in a hospital room surrounded by his family. Who saved me? Was the first question that escaped his lips upon awakening. His eldest son immediately replied, Dad, as soon as I heard about your accident, I dropped everything at the company and rushed here. Su Changwang frowned and shot him a disapproving glance. At that moment, his second daughter-in-law approached to take credit, saying, Dad, it was Luoli who discovered you, called the family, and even phoned for an ambulance. Luoli. Su Changwang shook his head, realizing that he distinctly remembered awakening once during the ordeal, and it had been a young man who had rescued him. Yet, he did recall hearing that young man call out his granddaughter and Oppo's name, indicating that she had been present and that they must have known each other. Looking around the bustling hospital room, he noticed his granddaughter was absent. He inquired of his daughter-in-law, Where is Luoli? His daughter-in-law and Oppo's face turned awkward. She should be at home. Dad, let me call her and ask her to come over. It and Oppo's rather late. Don and Oppo's. Worry. She probably hasn't an Oppo's. Gone to bed yet. I and Oppo's. LL call her right away. Su Changwang had initially intended not to disturb the child, hoping to see her the following day, but his daughter-in-law was undeterred and made the call. Luoli, your grandfather has woken up. You should come to the hospital. Yes, the Central City Hospital. The driver isn't available, so just take a taxi. Su Changwang frowned upon hearing this, but with so many people around, he said nothing further. Upon his awakening, his children expressed their concern, asking about his health and whether he would like some fruit. Even some business associates came to offer their condolences, creating quite a ruckus in the hospital room late into the night, prompting the nurses to remind them several times to keep it down. Exasperated, Su Changwang dismissed them all, instructing them to leave and not disturb him any longer. When Su Luoli arrived at the hospital, she was somewhat out of breath. Her mother had urged her incessantly over the phone, compelling her to run upon her arrival. As she reached the corridor, she was surprised to find the entire family gathered outside. Dad, Mom, what is going on? Your grandfather won't let us in. All right, you can go in now. Her mother whispered to her, be sure to say nice things in front of your grandfather. You did well this time. I'll buy you something you like when we get home. It's a good thing I was here. Or the credit for saving your grandfather would have gone to the eldest. Su Luoli shot her mother a strange look and couldn't help but protest, Mom. It wasn't me who saved Grandpa, it was. All right, your grandfather is waiting. Go on in. Pushed by her mother, Su Luoli entered the room. Upon stepping inside, she spotted her grandfather, discreetly smoking in bed. The two shared a glance. Su Chanwang gestured, close the door. The nurse will come in and scold us. Grandpa, you really shouldn't be smoking now. Su Luoli walked over and, with a sigh, took the cigarette from his mouth, breaking it in half and tossing it into the trash bin. You're still in the hospital. Su Chanwang, unfazed, chuckled after decades of this habit. How can it be so easily quit? Nevertheless, he hid the remaining cigarettes when faced with his granddaughter. In her presence, he abandoned the usual authoritative demeanor he held as the patriarch of the Su family. With her parents absent, Su Luoli felt less constrained around her grandfather. As she peeled an apple for him, she said, Grandpa, you really should quit smoking. The doctor has advised you countless times, and last time, he said you needed to be hospitalized for observation. All right, I'm in the hospital now. I'll be more diligent about observation this time. Unable to argue further with her granddaughter, he conceded, cleverly sidestepping the topic of quitting smoking. He looked at her and asked with a smile, that young man who saved me today, is he your boyfriend? Su Luoli, holding the knife to slice the apple, nearly dropped it in shock at his sudden question. And no, he is not my boyfriend. We have nothing to do with each other. Despite her words, her face flushed, and her gaze became evasive. Su Chanwang, a man seasoned by life's experiences, could easily discern her feelings. He chuckled knowingly, is that so? Of course. Right now, I only want to study hard and get into a good university. Su Luoli defended herself, insisting that the young man was actually quite bothersome. The most annoying person in her life at that moment. What is his name? Yang Chen. Isn't he your classmate? Where does he live? Is he from around here? How many people are in his family? Grandpa, are you conducting a census? Just curious. I told you we have nothing to do with each other. Yes, just an ordinary classmate. Su Luoli found herself at a loss for words, resorting to angrily peeling the apple, oblivious to the fact that she had nearly reduced it to a core. Leaning back against the pillow, Su Chanwang stroked his chin and remarked, regardless, he did save my life, and I should express my gratitude properly. How about this? Once I'm discharged, let us invite that young man, Yang Chen, over for dinner. Su Luoli's hand froze mid-peel as she looked up at Su Chanwang in disbelief. Yet he was sincere, not joking at all. Her expression wavered, and lowering her gaze, she softly suggested, Grandpa, maybe, let us not. How can we not? I've already had a meal with him to express my gratitude. I still need to thank him, and it's just a dinner invitation. Momentarily speechless, Su Luoli forced a smile and ceased her objections. However, the thought of inviting Yang Chen to her home unsettled her. She was not entirely comfortable with him seeing her family in damp, oppose, a situation, even if he might already be aware of it. Chapter 19. Dream training course. The following day, Sunday, Yang Chen sat on his bed, staring at the school assignments on his small desk, his brows furrowing in deep concentration. How could it be? During high school, his academic performance had been quite commendable, but after graduation, he had returned all his knowledge to his teachers, leaving not a trace behind. In contrast, his English, which had been his weak point in high school, had improved significantly, as his subsequent work often took him to Europe, where he could converse fluently in English, complete with a standard London accent. However, when it came to the subjects of mathematics and the sciences, he felt utterly lost. Useless, Yang Chen exclaimed, having stared at a math problem for half an hour without any progress, slamming his pen down in frustration. Yet, he knew he had no choice but to study. Although he was determined to take the art entrance examination, achieving admission to a prestigious institution required a solid foundation in cultural subjects. His goal was the Central Academy of Fine Arts, the top art school in the country, which held cultural subject standards as high as any leading university. For a high school student, the most crucial thing was to study diligently and strive for improvement. Just as Yang Chen was grappling with his predicament, A voice echoed in his mind. System has detected subject content. High school mathematics. High school mathematics has been added to the dream training course. Please choose to study. The abrupt voice left him momentarily stunned, and a virtual display panel appeared before him. Host, Yang Chen, age, 17, skills, appraisal, dexterous hands. Stability, title, none, title bonus, none, achievements, none, dream training course. High school mathematics, learning progress. High school mathematics, 0, compared to the last time he viewed the content. The system panel now included a dream training course, accompanied by an option button. After a brief hesitation, Yang Chen pressed the button next to the dream training course. Would you like to enter the dream training course? Please note, when you choose the dream training course, your physical body will be in a state of sleep. Prior to entering the dream training course, please ensure your body is in a quiet, ventilated, safe, and dry environment. The system bears no responsibility for any accidents that occur during this process. In the dream training course, the system will provide the best auxiliary guidance for the host. The flow of time in the dream differs from that of the external world, with a standard ratio of 10:1, meaning 1 hour in reality equals 10 hours in the dream. Currently, you can only access a 10:1 time flow. Conditions for unlocking other time flows remain unknown. This course selection is high school mathematics. Do you choose to enter? After pondering for a while, Yang Chen finally understood. His system was essentially a learning machine. Unlike other systems which allowed hosts to master skills with a mere flick, his required diligent study to acquire knowledge. Nonetheless, it was better than having nothing at all. Without further hesitation, he confirmed his choice. As soon as he did, an overwhelming drowsiness washed over him without warning. His eyelids grew heavier, and ultimately he succumbed, falling back onto his pillow and drifting into slumber. Wake up, you little rascal. I asked you to do your homework, and instead, you're sleeping here? An hour later, Yang Chen was jolted awake by Wang Xiaofang tugging at his collar. Still dazed, he found himself lingering in the memories of the dream training course. I must say the dream training course is truly remarkable. It was as if the system had procured the finest teacher for him, who explained the material with such clarity and detail, starting from the very basics of 9th grade. Moreover, within the dream training course, his focus was unparalleled, and his learning efficiency was astonishing. At this rate, within a month, he could master high school knowledge, equaling his prior academic experience. After scolding him thoroughly, Wang Xiaofang brought a small stool from downstairs and sat in his room, knitting a sweater while keeping a watchful eye on him as he worked on his assignments. Yang Chen, feeling the pressure, forced himself to tackle the homework, scribbling down formulas for the problems he couldn't solve, knowing his mother wouldn't understand, as long as he didn't leave anything blank. After all, he had only studied for 10 hours, focusing solely on mathematics. By noon, it seemed Yang Aigua had secured a big job and stayed at the workshop for lunch, leaving just the two of them to prepare a simple meal of noodles. After their modest lunch, Yang Chen donned a thick coat, preparing to head out. Mom, I'm going out for a bit. Out again? Didn't you just go out to play yesterday? Just taking a stroll around town, and I'll visit Comrade Yang Lao-san. Wait a moment. Wang Xiaofang busied herself in the kitchen for a while, emerging with a thermos. Your dad probably just had some biscuits for lunch. There's some soup left from the noodles. Take it to him. Yang Chen accepted it, cheerfully replying, All right, I'll be off then. Leaving home, Yang Chen walked down the road, where the snow from yesterday had yet to melt, and children were engaged in playful snowball fights, their laughter ringing in the air. From a satellite view, Zayapinka town appeared as a narrow stretch of flatland surrounded by hills, a common sight in this region. With Yang Chen and Appo's home located on the western side and his destination, his father and Appo's workshop, situated in the east. Due to the local stone production, many residents worked with stone, attracting many outsiders to come here to learn the art of stone carving, leading to the establishment of a stone carving town filled with shops related to the craft. Yang Aigua's workshop was located within this area, a modest 2-story establishment with a retail space in the front and a working area in the back. The upstairs was cramped, containing only a bed and some personal belongings, serving as Yang Aigua's sleeping quarters when he had to work late. Upon arriving, Yang Chen heard the whirring of a cutting machine from the workshop. He made his way to the back, where he found Yang Aigua busy at the cutting machine. working on a piece of raw stone, wearing the mask Yang Chun had gifted him. Yang Chun smiled, pleased to see that his father was finally heeding his advice. He tapped on the window, and upon hearing the noise, Yang Aigua turned to see his son peering in. He paused his work and opened the window. What brings you here? Just checking in on a hard-working comrade. Yang Chun climbed through the window, shaking the thermos in his hand. Mom said you probably only had some biscuits for lunch, so she asked me to bring you some noodle soup. Why climb through the window? Why not use the door? Where did you learn this stealthy behavior? Yang Aigua complained, but he smiled as he took the thermos and led Yang Chun into the shop. Sitting across from his father, Yang Chun watched as Yang Aigua delightedly slurped up the noodle soup. Dad, I'd like to discuss something with you. His visit had a purpose. Yang Aigua immediately looked wary. You're not out of money again, are you? I knew this soup wasn't cheap. It's not about money. Well then, go ahead and speak. Yang Aigua's demeanor relaxed as he continued enjoying his soup. Yang Chun spoke earnestly. I want to learn the craft. This was something he had longed to do. Before his rebirth, he had harbored a fear of stone carving due to his fingers. But growing up surrounded by the art had instilled a desire to learn it. In this life, he wished to pursue what he loved. And since the accident had not occurred, his fingers were in good condition. Hence, he was determined to learn. Cough, cough. Yang Aigua was suddenly choked, covering his mouth as he began to cough incessantly. Wiping his mouth with a tissue, he exclaimed, Why are you saying this all of a sudden? And you're already in your second year of high school. Aren't you going to take the college entrance exam? Of course I will, but I don't wish to take the standard exam anymore. I want to pursue art and study fine arts. Yang Aigua inhaled sharply, his eyes widening in astonishment as he reached out to touch his son's forehead. You have a fever. What nonsense are you talking? Yang Chun brushed his hand away and replied earnestly, Dad, I'm serious. I've thought it through. Observing his son's earnest demeanor, Yang Aigua realized he was not merely acting. He hesitantly took a couple of sips of the noodle soup. After a pause, he finally asked, Have you truly thought it through? I have. Does your mother know? Isn't that why I'm discussing this with you first? What could I possibly do? You're old enough now. If you truly wish to pursue this, I can't interfere. Yang Aigua was quite open-minded. He didn't particularly care about his son and Oppo's academic performance. His main concern was whether Yang Chun was happy. After all, no one in the Yang family excelled academically. And the worst that could happen would be Yang Chun graduating from high school and learning a trade at home or going abroad to live with his uncle to learn the business. Either way, they wouldn't starve. This was also why Yang Chun had decided to speak to Yang Aigua about this matter. Seizing the opportunity, he pressed, Dad, if it really comes down to it, you could teach me a bit first just to see if I can handle it. If I manage to persevere, then you can teach me properly, okay? Well, that could work. But you say you want to apply to an art school, being in your second year. Is there still time? There is, as long as I can get through to Mom about it. The school should be fine. Your mother will definitely be upset. That's why we need to be united on this, Dad. After all these years of brotherhood, you must help me. Yang Aigua, unable to resist his son's earnest pleading and being swayed by the determination in Yang Chun's request, hesitated for a moment before finally conceding. Chapter 20. A lifetime of love. In the afternoon, Yang Chun did not return home. After leaving Yang Aigua and Oppo's workshop, he headed straight to school. In Huaxia, high schools typically have evening study sessions on Sunday nights. However, Yang Chun arrived rather early, well before the usual start time, at around 1:00 and Oppo's clock, primarily because he had yet to complete his homework. By the time he entered the classroom, many of his classmates were already deeply engrossed in their studies, scribbling furiously. They merely glanced at Yang Chun as he walked in, then promptly returned to their work. It seemed there were indeed quite a few who shared his mindset. Unexpectedly, Su Luoli was also at school, sitting at her desk, meticulously organizing her pencil case. Yang Chun cast a surprised glance her way, wondering if even the top student in the class had come so early to copy homework, since he had unknowingly upset Su Luoli the previous day. He refrained from provoking her further and quietly took his seat. Just as he set down his backpack, a large, greasy hand landed on his shoulder from behind. Turning around, he found a round face adorned with a sycophantic smile very close to his own. Bro Chun. Hey, who is this pig-headed creature? Yang Chun lamented. Is this how you speak to your own brother? I am heartbroken. It took him a moment to realize this was his high school best friend, Jiang Rinsheng. It was not surprising he had momentarily forgotten. Jiang had undergone a remarkable transformation after successfully losing weight in university, becoming a charming figure sought after by many girls. Yang Chun even enlisted him as his personal model. However, in high school, Jiang Rinsheng was still the same hefty figure, towering at nearly 2 meters and weighing around 230 to 40 pounds. Jiang was not offended by Yang Chun and Appo's playful jibe. His eyes darted mischievously between Yang Chun and Su Luoli, who sat in the front row. He chuckled, "Bro Chun, the moment you walked in, you were fixated on Su Luoli. You must have a thing for her, huh?" Su Luoli was the affectionate nickname Yang Chun and Appo's classmates used for Su Luoli in private. What do adolescent boys discuss when gathered together? Apart from video games, they inevitably talk about the girls in their class. Talking about math problems? Unlikely. Su Luoli was the belle of Yulon High School, frequently a topic of conversation. The nickname stemmed from a play on words, as Luoli sounded similar to Luoli, while her petite stature of 155 meters, combined with her youthful appearance, made the moniker quite fitting. "Bro Chun, you don't fancy that type, do you?" Jiang teased, making exaggerated gestures with his hands to illustrate a grand vision. "I remember you were quite fond of that girl from the neighboring class." Yang Chun quickly interrupted him. "Do you have nothing better to discuss?" Jiang nodded eagerly, "Of course. I have something. Let's cut to the chase. Can I borrow your homework to copy?" Jiang's grades in the key class were mediocre at best, mainly due to his laziness. Homework? That was out of the question. Yang Chun, on the other hand, consistently ranked in the top 5 of his class, and thus Jiang relied on him for his assignments. However, this time, Jiang was clearly mistaken. Yang Chun quietly revealed his own homework, which was largely blank save for a couple of haphazardly scribbled answers at the top. "Guess what? Do you know why I came here so early?" Jiang was left speechless. Seated at the front, Su Luoli was pretending to organize her pencil case. Her early arrival at school was not to copy homework. She was waiting for Yang Chun. What should she do? Should she invite him over for dinner? Su Luoli felt distressed, recalling how she had accidentally stepped on Yang Chen's foot the day before and fled, leaving him bewildered. Would he be upset with her? But her grandfather insisted she invite Yang Chun over for a meal. As she pondered, Yang Chun finally entered the school. However, he cast a peculiar glance her way. The top student is here so early to copy homework? What a coincidence. Who said it was a coincidence? Su Luoli fumed inwardly. She was the top student in the class and consistently ranked among the top 3 in the entire grade, always seen as the model student by teachers. She had never copied homework in her life. Yet, Yang Chen merely glanced at her and returned to his seat without a word. That beautiful girl must still be angry. Although I don't quite understand why, Appo's. It's best not to provoke her now. Su Luoli felt conflicted. I and Appo's am not angry. Well, perhaps just a little. But why wouldn't he talk to her? Just then, Yang Chen and Appo's best friend, Jiang, struck up a conversation with him. Unable to resist, she leaned in to eavesdrop, though she could not hear their words. However, she could infer the general topic of their discussion from Yang Chun and Appo's thoughts. Hearing them, Su Luoli nearly exploded. What is this and Appo's? Su Luoli and Appo's nonsense? Who came up with that nickname? Do the boys in class really refer to me that way behind my back? It's not even as nice as beautiful girl. When Jiang mentioned a girl from the neighboring class, Yang Chun quickly cut him off. Su Luoli's eyes widened in realization. Did Yang Chun like another girl in high school? Wasn't he me he liked? And he even dares to disdain me? She glanced down at her feet, feeling her cheeks flush with embarrassment as her teeth clenched together in frustration. This blush was not from shyness, but pure anger. At that moment, she heard Yang Chen's inner thoughts. That blundering Jiang, with his loose lips, does he not know we are in the classroom? What if someone overhears? Did I ever have a crush in high school? No recollection. I was always focused on my studies. Before my rebirth, I had only one relationship, but it felt like a lifetime. These thoughts instantly extinguished the flames of anger within Su Luoli. She bit her lip, suppressing a smile. There was a sweet, indescribable sensation blooming in her heart. Once Jiang left Yang Chun, disappointed, in search of another target to borrow homework from. Su Luoli pulled her own homework from her bag and approached Yang Chen. He was seated, staring blankly at his empty test paper, his gaze drifting among the classmates. Who did I have a good relationship with in high school? He wondered, struggling to recall. He only remembered Jiang Rensheng, as their friendship had endured over time. As for the others, truth be told, he could hardly remember the names of his classmates now. High school memories felt distant, and he had scarcely attended any reunions after his rebirth, as they quickly devolved into insincere flattery and awkward exchanges. Just as Yang Chen contemplated whom to borrow homework from, a pile of test papers suddenly thudded onto his desk. He looked up to find Su Luoli standing before him. Here, just copy mine. Su Luoli crossed her arms, awkwardly turning her face away. Yang Chen stared at her for a moment, then clasped his hands together in a gesture of reverence. Su Luoli looked at him, perplexed. What are you doing? Such a beautiful and kind-hearted person must surely be a savior of the suffering. I must pay my respects. Perhaps I should even enshrine you in my home? Su Luoli was unable to suppress a laugh at his playful banter, biting her lip to regain her composure. Do you always speak to girls like this? Surely you differentiate between the pretty and the less so? No, it's more about you and everyone else. Yang Chen replied with a serious demeanor. Su Luoli paused, momentarily taken aback, before realizing the implication of Yang Chen and Appo's words, a flush of shyness creeping into her heart. She lightly tapped his desk, asserting, just so you know, I won an Appo's to let you borrow my notes for free. Yang Chen sighed, slowly retrieving a 10 yuan bill from his pocket and placing it on the table. It's just 10. Who needs your money? Su Luoli retorted, brushing his hand away. Stealing a glance around, she lowered her voice and whispered, how about you come to my house for dinner this Wednesday? My grandfather wants to thank you in person for yesterday and Appo's incident. Yang Chen, maintaining a facade of propriety, firmly declined. There and Appo's. No need for gratitude. I do good deeds without expecting anything in return. Yet, Su Luoli could discern his inner thoughts. Dinner at the Su family? I out of my mind? To witness the devoted descendants perform their various acts of filial piety? If I were to go, it would be under the pretense of disrupting their gathering, perhaps even snatching someone away in a sack and making a hasty escape. Now that would be thrilling. Try hitting me with a sack, Su Luoli exclaimed, her eyes wide with indignation as she glared at Yang Chen. He, however, remained resolute. You needn't Appo's, to worry about thanking me with a meal. If the old man asks for my name, just tell him I go by an Appo's, red scarf and Appo's. My grandfather already knows you and insists that I invite you over for dinner. In truth, Su Luoli herself did not wish for Yang Chen to join them for dinner. But there was no escaping her grandfather and Appo's firm directive. He was adamant about expressing his gratitude in person. Seeing Yang Chen and Appo's reluctance, she pondered briefly before devising a plan. Here and Appo's the deal. If you agree to come home for dinner, I will consider the matter you mentioned yesterday. Yesterday? The investment? Yes. Yang Chen's eyes lit up at once. He had thought that accessing her small treasure chest would be out of reach. And while he had initially felt confident about his approach, he realized that Su Luoli during high school was somewhat enigmatic. He was on the verge of giving up and contemplating other avenues for funding. Now, however, a glimmer of hope had emerged. After some deliberation, he concluded that although visiting the Su household was daunting, it was not a den of monsters. Besides, with the old man still around, he could temper the eccentricities of the Su family members. He resolved to keep his visit brief, attend dinner, and then make a swift exit. All right, and Appo's settled then. What are you doing? Su Luoli inquired as she watched Yang Chen extend his hand toward her. A handshake, of course. Here and Appo's. As to a pleasant collaboration, he replied matter-of-factly. Su Luoli stared at his outstretched hand for a moment before hesitantly reaching out. Before their fingers even touched, Yang Chen clasped her hand. His grip was firm, his fingers long and warm. It was the first time Su Luoli had held hands with anyone outside of her family, and she felt a shy smile spread across her face. Suddenly, she noticed something damp on her thumb. Startled, she looked up to find Yang Chen, seemingly from nowhere, had produced some ink and was pressing it on her thumb, now bringing her digit toward contract. Su Luoli. Caught in the act, Yang Chen sheepishly remarked. Words alone are insufficient. I've drafted a contract. Take a look at this. Go away. Chapter 21. The vinegar jar has been upset. Ouch. That hurts. Yang Chen grimaced, clutching his knee where he had been kicked, watching Su Luoli storm away in a huff. Was she always this violent in high school? Could he really keep this wife? Just as he pondered this, he noticed Su Luoli glaring at him, her once adorable face now twisted in a rather terrifying expression. What? Is she still not satisfied? Yang Chen found himself at a loss, too afraid to ask. However, seeing the contract with her red handprint on it brought him some comfort. This contract had been prepared the Saturday before he met Su Luoli, handwritten due to the lack of a printer. Initially, he intended to discuss investment with her that day, but the opportunity never arose as she had run off. By Wednesday, after accompanying Su Luoli to her home for dinner, he would finally secure his first investment. He needed to gear up. His life was about to become quite busy. Sunday evening study sessions lasted until 9:30. At Yulan High School, some students lived on campus while others commuted. Jiang Rensheng was a boarder, while Yang Chun, living nearby, was a day student. Yet, he was not alone on his way home. He had his cousin, Yang Yu, for company. Yang Yu was half a year older than Yang Chun, and due to family arrangements, they had attended the same elementary school, then the same middle school, and now the same high school. However, Yang Yu's academic performance did not match Yang Chen's. She had gained entry to Yulan High through purchase points and was now in a regular class, while Yang Chun thrived in the top-tier class. As they strolled through the school grounds, they engaged in light conversation. That tall boy in your class, the handsome one. What an amp. Amp? Oppos, that's his name. Yang Yu asked. What do you want with him? Yang Chen replied. Nothing much, just curious. What an amp? Amp? Oppos, that's his name. I don't know. You don't know the person you're managing? Are you kidding? Yang Chen laughed. There's only one handsome boy in my class, and that's me, Yang Chen. Stop joking. If my aunt finds out I'm introducing you to someone, she'll skin me alive. Besides, I don't really know him. You think I need your introduction for Jiang Pongzi? Yang Chen chuckled, amused at her disdain for Jiang Rensheng, who, despite being slightly less impressive now, would undoubtedly become quite the handsome man in the future. The Jiang and Yang families had always enjoyed a close relationship, and Yang Yu and Jiang Rensheng were practically childhood sweethearts. Yang Chen recalled that Jiang Rensheng had liked Yang Yu since they were kids, but she never seemed to reciprocate those feelings. Even before his rebirth, they had both remained single. Yang Chen preferred not to meddle in others and amp, oppos, affairs, and he intended to maintain that stance in this life as well, allowing things to unfold naturally. His thoughts turned to another matter. Upon returning home that evening, he wondered if his father had prepared the tools for the stone carving lessons he had promised to teach him. If all went smoothly, he could begin that night, and he was quite looking forward to it. Lost in thought, he arrived at the school gate and spotted Su Luoli waiting there. Though her home was quite far from the school, she was always chauffeured by her family. When their eyes met, Yang Chun greeted her little Su, heading home. Su Luoli remained silent, staring at him in a daze. Yang Chun assumed she was still upset about the earlier incident, and casually remarked, I'll be on my way then. Tomorrow. Before he could finish, she suddenly seized his arm. Yang Chun was taken aback, noticing the complexity in her gaze, confusion, doubt, anger, and an overwhelming sense of grievance. Su Luoli and Appo's heart was in turmoil. They had only agreed to date once, yet here he was with another girl? Who was she? Why were they so close? What a deceiver. Little Su, what are you doing? Yang Chun attempted to extricate his arm, but her grip was too tight. She wanted to demand to know who the girl was, to express her anger, to throw a tantrum. Yet, she realized she had no standing to do so. After all, Yang Chun had never explicitly stated he liked her or confessed his feelings. Their relationship remained that of mere classmates, strangers who had only started speaking a few days prior. After a long pause, Su Luoli finally managed to say, I'll take you home. Yang Chun was bewildered, glancing at Yang Yu, seeing his gaze shift to the girl. Su Luoli quickly added, There's no room in my car. I can only take you. Are you kidding? Besides you and the driver. Is there even a third person in your car? Su Luoli, aware that her excuse had been exposed, quickly whispered, I need to talk to you privately. Yang Chen was taken aback. Was Su Luoli seeking a private conversation? Was it about the investment? Indeed, this was not something for family ears. However, he wondered about Yang Yu. She was a master of emotions at Yulon High. Besides, those embroiled in such matters often lacked clarity. The moment she saw her cousin entangled with such an adorable girl, she covered her mouth with a knowing smile. "Oh, little Yang, I just remembered something. No need to wait. I'll head off on my own." Without waiting for a response, Yang Yu dashed away. Meanwhile, Su Luoli tightened her grip on Yang Chen's arm, feeling a surge of frustration at the thought of him abandoning her to chase after that girl. How dare he call her by such an intimate nickname? Noticing Yang Yu had run off, Yang Chen turned his attention back to Su Luoli, who was still clutching his arm. Leaning down, he whispered in her ear, "The discipline director is coming." Startled, Su Luoli quickly released him, feigning indifference as she tidied her hair and glanced back. There was no one behind them. Yang Chen had merely played a trick on her. "Yang Chen," she hissed through clenched teeth, filled with indignation. Yang Chen, unfazed, replied, "Though I know you would be upset if I touched your little treasure, let us not make a scene at the school gate. It would reflect poorly on us." "What kind of impact?" "It's affecting my chances of finding a girlfriend." "Don and Appos, do you dare hide? You think I cower from a little hit? Do I look foolish to you? What kind of breed are you that you bite?" Chapter 22. The world is vast. I wish to explore it. The car arrived swiftly, and Yang Chen followed Su Luoli into the vehicle. Once inside, Su Luoli inquired, "Where do you live?" "Xiapinka Town, Lingshan Road," Yang Chen replied without much thought, casually sharing his address with her. Su Luoli silently committed it to memory. In truth, their homeward directions did not align. Su Luoli resided in the city, east of Qingshan County, where the school was located, while Yang Chen lived in Xiapinka Town, situated to the west of Qingshan County, completely opposite directions. Su Luoli signaled the driver to first take Yang Chen home. Once in the car, Yang Chen retrieved a sketchbook and a pencil from his bag, busily jotting down drawings. She was slightly surprised. Had Yang Chen always been so studious, even using the time in the car for learning? Nevertheless, she kindly turned on the overhead light. "So, what is it that you wish to discuss with me?" Yang Chen, concentrating on his sketchbook, glanced at the girl beside him before returning to his drawings. The girl he had just seen. She instinctively blurted out a question, her words racing ahead of her thoughts. Yang Chen looked up, astonished. "Aren't you going to ask about the investment?" Su Luoli felt a wave of frustration. Did this question really need contemplation? Obviously, she would support. "Wait, cousin." Yang Chen observed Su Luoli, who was now hiding her face. Her head lowered in embarrassment and slowly formed a question mark in his mind. What on earth was happening? Su Luoli felt so awkward that she could nearly dig a three-bedroom apartment into the car mat with her toes. How could she have not realized it was her cousin? Why hadn't she mentioned it earlier? She had foolishly kept her cousin from getting into the car. How embarrassing. Reflecting on her cousin Yu's mischievous grin as she departed only deepened her shame. "Xiaosu, what is wrong with you?" Yang Chen asked. "Don't touch me. I need some quiet," she muttered. "Who is quiet?" Yang Chen was bewildered but found Su Luoli and Appos' demeanor rather amusing. He tore a page from his sketchbook and resumed his drawings. After a while, Su Luoli managed to calm her racing heart. She raised her head, her cheeks still flushed with color. "Weren't we discussing the investment? Please enlighten me." She attempted to mask her inner discomfort with a forceful tone, yet her gaze wandered. Reluctant to meet Yang Chen's eyes. "What should I say?" Yang Chen replied, "Puzzlet. I need to know how much you intend to invest and what you plan to do with the money." Su Luoli spoke tersely. Yet in truth, she harbored little concern about the specifics. Once she realized that Yang Chen's innermost thoughts were genuine and that he hailed from a future that intertwined with hers, she became indifferent. Moreover, since Yang Chen had rescued her grandfather, she felt it was a fair trade. Yang Chen scratched his head with the pencil, exclaiming, "So you didn't absorb anything I said before? But that is all right. I've somewhat changed my mind." Initially, Yang Chen intended to use the investment from Su Luoli to open an art studio, focusing on fashion design, jewelry design, and retracing his former path. However, since the system activated, he had discovered an alternative shortcut. He hadn't yet verified whether this shortcut was feasible, so he chose not to divulge it to Su Luoli just yet. "Let us discuss it after dinner at your place. For now, I won't reveal anything." "Oh." Su Luoli could hear Yang Chen's thoughts, but was oblivious to his musings regarding the system, as if certain topics were simply filtered out. She only knew that he mentioned needing to validate a shortcut. You're still in your second year of high school. I believe your focus should be on your studies. Su Luoli gently suggested. You can surely aim for a university in Kyoto, right? She hoped Yang Chen would dedicate himself to his studies and eventually attend university in Kyoto. At least they would be in the same city. Yang Chen recalled that Su Luoli's original aspiration during high school was Kyoto University, while his was Jiangxing University. However, due to various circumstances, neither of them ended up at their ideal institutions, but instead attended universities in the same northern city. Worried that Yang Chen might misinterpret her intentions, Su Luoli explained, I'm not suggesting you reconsider. I merely think the academic pressure in the second year is quite significant, leaving little time for other pursuits. University offers much more free time. It's likely that every high school student has heard the phrase, study hard now, and college will be a breeze. Whether from teachers or parents, yet in reality, that notion is a fallacy. University ease varies depending on the field of study. Some majors can be just as challenging as high school. Yang Chen's major, which he had studied before his rebirth, was indeed lenient. Yet securing a job post-graduation proved to be a different story. He recognized that Su Luoli had his best interests at heart and smiled, saying, Don't worry. I have it all figured out. I will make it to Kyoto. His goal was to attend the Central Academy of Fine Arts, located in Kyoto. Upon arrival at his destination, Yang Chen prepared to exit the vehicle. Su Luoli murmured softly, Is your home really this close to the school? Sounding somewhat dissatisfied. Yang Chen paid no heed to her remark and instead tore a page from his sketchbook, offering it to Su Luoli. This is for you. What? Su Luoli accepted it. Puzzled. She knew Yang Chen had been scribbling in the sketchbook since he got into the car, initially thinking he was solving problems. However, when he offered it to her, she realized it was something else entirely. Looking down, she discovered it was a drawing, representation of her, blushing and flustered due to a misunderstanding regarding her cousin Yu. Though merely a simple pencil sketch, it vividly captured the essence of youthful beauty. Yang Chen's artistic talent surpassed her expectations. Instantly, Su Luoli's face flushed, and in a flurry of embarrassment, she raised the sketchbook as if to hurl it at Yang Chen. He laughed heartily, opened the car door, and bolted away. She gazed at the open door, holding the sketchbook in her hands, reluctant to part with it. Slowly, she lowered her hands, cradling the precious sketch to her chest, inadvertently revealing a sweet smile. I'm back. Due to being chauffeured today, Yang Chen arrived home earlier than usual. However, upon entering the hall, he sensed something was amiss. Wang Xiaofang sat on the living room sofa, wielding a feather duster with a fierce expression, making it evident that someone was in for a rough time today. In contrast, Yang Igua sat nearby, cowering with a downcast demeanor akin to a timid housewife. Upon seeing this, Yang Chen set down his backpack and immediately adopted a serious tone to admonish his father. Dad, how many times must I remind you? We must be loving husbands, not provoking Mom's anger. Come on, Sister Fat, calm down, give Dad a break today. Let us not dwell on it. As he attempted to pat his mother's shoulder, Wang Xiaofang shot him a piercing glare. At that moment, Yang Igua's voice drifted from behind. Your mother isn't mad at me. The feather duster isn't meant for me. What does that mean? There are only 3 people in this house. As Yang Chen took a step forward, he immediately drew back, maintaining a safe distance. Yang Igua added, Chen and oppose. Your mother is aware of your intention to take the art examination. Yang Chen bolted away, but before he could reach the door, he was seized by Wang Xiaofang by the collar. What do you think you and Amp, oppose, regoing? The irate voice of the maternal figure rang out. Undeterred, Yang Chen maintained his composure. Feigning calmness, the world is vast, and I wish to explore it. Chapter 23. Eloquence Father, within merely half a day, you have already exposed me? How can you justify the organization's trust in you? Did you not instruct me to persuade your mother? I merely hinted at it, and she latched onto me without letting go, leaving me no choice but to confess. In the living room, Yang Chen and Yang Igua sat together, engaged in hushed conversation. Wang Xiaofang pressed her forehead, incessantly massaging her temples, clearly agitated. After a prolonged silence, she finally opened her eyes and gazed at Yang Chen. Son, have you truly made up your mind? Her tone seemed to soften somewhat. Yang Chen nodded earnestly. Mother, I have truly made up my mind. Oh dear, Wang Xiaofang lamented, rubbing her forehead and muttering a series of incomprehensible phrases before hesitantly inquiring, Son, is it that the pressure at home is too overwhelming, leading you to abandon the college entrance examination? She mistakenly believed that Yang Chen was overwhelmed by academic pressure, thus opting for the relatively easier art examination. However, Yang Chen shook his head. No, Mother, I genuinely wish to pursue this. The art examination is also a form of college entrance examination, and it too can lead to prestigious institutions. Mother does not understand this. Neither you nor I have received a formal education, Wang Xiaofang admitted sheepishly. She was in a quandary. Although she appeared stern, she was not the type of parent to impose her views upon her child. She respected Yang Chen's opinions. However, she also cherished her reputation. It was her hope that her son would gain admission to a reputable university, as the teacher had previously mentioned that with effort, he could indeed secure a place at Jiangxing University. What kind of institution was Jiangxing University? It ranks third nationally. If he were to achieve this, she would awaken from dreams with a smile, proclaiming it throughout her village for 3 days, ensuring everyone knew her son was successful. But the art examination, would it lead to employment in the future? During the last parent-teacher meeting, she had accompanied the wife of the fourth brother, where the homeroom teacher remarked on Yang Yu's mediocre grades, suggesting a consideration of the art examination as it might offer a better chance of admission to a bachelor's program. Yet her son excelled academically. Wang Xiaofang was torn internally, while Yang Chen discerned her wavering disposition and promptly attempted to persuade her. Mother, your thoughts are rather antiquated. Is the art examination truly inferior? There are esteemed schools as well. I intend to apply to the Central Academy of Fine Arts, where the admission scores in cultural subjects are no less demanding than those of ordinary key universities. Consider the celebrities and television hosts who graduated from Beijing Film Academy or Shanghai Theater Academy. They truly possess professional backgrounds. You might argue that a graduate from Kyoto University is impressive, yet they still have to sign contracts with those without formal training. Moreover, what is wrong with studying fine arts? Is it impossible to find work? Take, for instance, that lad from the Lee family, 5 years my senior, who studied advertising design at a rather unimpressive school and returned home to open an advertising shop, earning considerable profits. The row of billboards of the stone-carving city has netted him quite a sum. I am confident that the university I attend will surpass his, and my education will be superior as well. How can my prospects not be brighter? Yang Chen and Appo's eloquence momentarily swayed Wang Xiaofang. Listening to her son's arguments, she found some merit in them. Most importantly, witnessing his earnestness, she recognized the effort he had invested in researching these matters. This was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but rather a well-considered resolution. After much contemplation, she ultimately resolved, tomorrow, I shall visit your school to consult your teachers. Lacking formal education herself, she felt compelled to seek the counsel of those more knowledgeable. This decision was critical for her child's future, and she approached it with utmost seriousness. Although Yang Chen did not hear an immediate agreement from Wang Xiaofang, her words indicated a shift in her stance, filling his heart with joy. Very well. Wang Xiaofang patted his hand and cautioned, this matter should remain within the family. Do not disclose it to others just yet, understood? I understand, Mother. And you, Yang Lao-san, refrain from drinking and losing your composure. Got it, got it. With that, Wang Xiaofang collected her thoughts and stood up. All right then, let's retire for the night. The following day, as dawn broke, Yang Chen, still groggy, walked the path to school, feeling as though he were in a dream state. He had not slept well the previous night. At the breakfast shop near the school, Jiang Rinsheng spotted Yang Chen and, with a mischievous glint in his eye, stealthily approached him from behind, then playfully slapped him on the backside. Morning, Chen Gu. Ow, what was that? Jiang Rinsheng clutched his hand, wincing in pain, nearly brought to tears. He stared incredulously at Yang Chen. Chen Gu, have you trained your backside? Get lost. You deserve it. Yang Chen laughed and scolded him, then retrieved an object from his back pocket. Look at this. He produced a seal. Jiang Rensheng took a glance and asked, puzzled, Chen Ge, why are you bringing this to school? Just for fun. Yang Chun pointed at the seal that Jiang Rensheng had carelessly tossed aside. Be careful. This seal costs over 300. If you ruin it, you'll owe me. Jiang Rensheng quickly took it back, handling it with care and returning it to Yang Chun. In truth, Yang Chun had deceived him. The seal was merely a leftover piece from Yang Aigua's workshop, intended for Yang Chun to practice with. The wholesale price for such a practice material was about 2 yuan. Yang Aigua had promised to teach Yang Chun the art of stone carving, so the previous night, while Wang Xiufeng slept, he had quietly set up a small lamp in the living room for Yang Chun to practice. However, Yang Chun had indulged a bit too much in his play, ultimately staying up late and now feeling drowsy. Initially, the stone carving practice focused on engraving characters. Yang Aigua was not adept at seals or character engraving. His expertise lay in floral and landscape designs, primarily crafting large pieces. However, the fourth uncle specialized in seal making. And since Yang Aigua had never taken on an apprentice, he considered having his son learn from his uncle if he demonstrated a true talent. After learning to engrave characters with his father, Yang Chun decided he would include amp, oppos, stone carving and engraving amp, oppos in his dream training course, allowing him to study in his dreams and avoid feeling drowsy throughout the day. As Yang Chun pondered, he entered the school alongside Jiang Rensheng, who was munching on a steam bun. Yet, upon reaching the school gate, they were drawn to the commotion outside. A large crowd had gathered at the entrance, their heads craned in curiosity. It is human nature to seek out excitement, and Yang Chen too was intrigued by the unfolding events. However, before he could approach, Jiang Rensheng, with his keen eyes, pointed toward the center of the crowd. Hey, ISNT, that Su Luoli from our class? Chapter 24. Even my father has never struck me like this. Sister, please assist me just this once. Cease bothering me. At the school entrance, Su Luoli impatiently shrugged off a man in amp, oppos, as hand. The man, who appeared to be around 20 years old, was emaciated with deep circles under his eyes, suggesting a life dissipated by indulgence. Sporting dyed, flaxen hair, and an ear piercing, he resembled a quintessential unconventional youth. This was Su Luoli and Oppos, S. elder brother, Su Nan. Despite sharing the same mother, the siblings possessed diametrically opposed personalities. Su Luoli had always been earnest and meticulous, the archetypal model child. Su Nan, conversely, excelled at causing trouble, deemed incorrigible even by his own family. He harbored 2 passions, lechery and gambling. Currently, Su Nan, consumed by gambling losses, was mired in exorbitant debts with usurious lenders. Afraid to confide in his family, he desperately turned to his younger sister. Sister, I implore you just this once. I am your brother, after all. Su Nan tenaciously clung to Su Luoli, refusing to release her. They threatened to sever my hands if I failed to repay them today. It hurts. Release me. Su Luoli attempted to withdraw her hand, but Su Nan, though weakened by his vices, was still a grown man. Her petite frame rendered her physically inferior. Observing the growing crowd gathering at the school entrance, she felt both embarrassed and infuriated, tears welling up in her eyes. Su Nan, undeterred, surveyed the onlookers and smirked. Sister, you must feel humiliated with so many eyes upon you. Your classmates might be among them. Once word spreads throughout the school, your reputation will be tarnished. Provide me with some funds, and I shall depart immediately. I possess no money. Prevarications. Am I ignorant of the extent of your savings over the years? Furnish me with 300,000, and I shall promptly leave. 300,000? Are you deranged? Refuse me, and you shall not depart today. Forgo your studies. Let us see who bears the shame. Su Nan abandoned all pretense. Desperation had seized him. The lenders he had approached were far from ordinary. Failure to repay them would not only result in the loss of his hands, but also expose his transgressions to the Su family, compelling the patriarch to settle his debts. A fate he dreaded. As for borrowing, his fair-weather friends had vanished before he could even utter a request. In his desperation, he resolved to exploit his sister. Su Nan knew of his sister's wealth, accumulated from years of Lunar New Year gift from relatives, amounting to nearly $1 million. His sister, frugal by nature, undoubtedly still possessed the funds. Su Nan was determined to extract the money, yet he hesitated to cause too much commotion at the school entrance. Discovery by the school and subsequent notification of his family would spell his doom. Thus, he dragged Su Luoli toward his vehicle. "Release me," Su Luoli finally cried out, struggling vehemently. Her pleading gaze scanned the surroundings, but no one dared to offer assistance. Just as Su Nan opened the car door, a stone suddenly struck his forehead. "Ack!" He cried out in pain, clutching his forehead. Blood stained his hand as he realized the stone had broken the skin. Enraged, Su Nan looked up, ready to unleash a torrent of abuse. Who dares to court death? At that moment, a figure emerged from the crowd, a portly individual trailing nervously behind. Tears blurring her vision, Su Luoli and Appo's eyes widened as she recognized the approaching figure. Young Chen. Yang Chen examined the cracked practice seal on the ground, clucking his tongue. Approaching Su Nan, he scrutinized him from head to toe. He recognized Su Nan, of course, as his future brother-in-law. Their relationship was fraught with animosity. In his previous life, Su Luoli had ultimately forsaken her cherished dream of attending Kyoto University, instead enrolling in a mediocre university in North. While Su Nan was not solely responsible, he bore a significant portion of the blame. Su Nan was, in essence, a scoundrel. Among the Su family and Appo's eccentric members, he stood out as the most peculiar. However, Yang Chen had ultimately exacted his revenge, personally delivering Su Nan to prison in his previous life. Seeing Su Nan again, Yang Chen felt not anger, but a sense of vindication. He had been unable to strike Su Nan in his previous life, but now he could fulfill that desire. Seeing a high school student confront him, the same one who had hurled the stone, Su Nan was consumed by rage. "Do you have any idea who I am?" Slap. A resounding slap landed on his face before he could finish his sentence. Su Nan was stunned, taken aback by the suddenness of the assault. He looked at Yang Chen, disbelief etched on his face. "You." Slap. Another slap followed. "What about you?" "I." Slap. "What about I?" "You bastard." Slap. "Refrain from vulgarities. Do you lack decorum?" Su Luoli stared, wide-eyed, as her brother received a series of slaps, momentarily forgetting her tears. Her pupils reflected Yang Chen's figure, shielding her, radiating brightly. Su Nan wanted to cry. Couldn't he be allowed to finish a sentence? Was this man devoid of reason? He had never suffered such humiliation in his life. "Even my father has never struck me like this. I'll fight you." Su Nan reached out to claw at Yang Chen and Appo's face, intending to disfigure him. Despite his thuggish appearance, Su Nan was a weak fighter, his frail physique and effeminate movements betraying his lack of prowess. Before Yang Chen could retaliate, Jiang, the portly friend, roared from behind, "Brother Chen, I and Appo's LL assist you." Jiang launched a flying kick, sending Su Nan sprawling onto the car. He was still unclear about the situation, unsure why Yang Chen had suddenly attacked someone, let alone who the victim was. He only knew that Yang Chen was fighting. Jiang, ever loyal to his friends, always sided with them, regardless of the circumstances. He would assist first and ask questions later. It was this loyalty that cemented his enduring friendship with Yang Chen. Yang Chen was touched by his friend and Appo's loyalty. "Good brother." He didn't hesitate. As Jiang pinned Su Nan against the car, he rushed forward and grabbed her by the collar. Su Nan, defiant, snarled, "Boy, I'll remember your face. You and Appo's, re-dead." Yang Chen leaned in and whispered in his ear, "Do you truly believe the old man is unaware of your theft of his jade Buddha?" Those words silenced Su Nan instantly. His eyes widened as he stared at Yang Chen in disbelief. How could he possibly know about this? Chapter 25, 300. "This scoundrel, I have yet to seek you out, and here you come knocking on my door? A woman whom I can barely bear to see in pain. How dare you lay a hand on her?" In that moment, it seemed as if all the colors in Su Luoli's world faded away, leaving only the vibrant figure of Yang Chen in her sight. The thought of a woman she felt deep compassion for echoed endlessly in her mind, drowning out all other words. The sadness that had enveloped her heart, due to Su Nan's obstinacy, gradually transformed into a rosy hue. She cupped her delicate face, her cheeks radiating warmth as if they might melt away. A mixture of shyness and delight danced within her. Yet, soon enough, her heart was overtaken by concern. Su Luoli worried for Yang Chen, aware of her brother's nature. After being struck by Yang Chen, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. That rascal was capable of anything. I must take action. As she lifted her gaze, she was met with a scene that left her astounded. Yang Chen pointed to the shattered stone on the ground, while Su Nan, with a grim expression, silently withdrew his wallet from his pocket and begrudgingly handed a few red bills to Yang Chen. Su Luoli was dumbfounded. What on earth is happening? Moments earlier, after Yang Chen whispered a few words into Su Nan and Appo's ear, the latter broke out in a cold sweat. He had previously stolen a treasured jade Buddha from home, a prized possession of the old master Su, which he sold to settle gambling debts. This was a solo endeavor. He had even replaced it with a counterfeit, ensuring no one would ever discover the truth. Could it be that grandfather had noticed the switch? Yet even so, how could the student possibly know? Who was he? Su Nan's mind raced with possibilities. Such matters were never discussed with outsiders, not even among family. The old man would only confide in his closest friends. Could this boy be one of their offspring? Recalling Yang Chen and Appo's willingness to stand up for Su Luoli only fueled his imagination further. What if grandfather was secretly considering making Su Luoli his successor, and this boy was pursuing her after learning of the plan? That seemed plausible, given that Su Luoli was the most promising among the Su family, likely to gain admission to Kyoto University, and had always been favored by their grandfather. As these thoughts swirled, Yang Chen spoke again. You owe Matsi money. Do you think he will wait for you to repay him? He doesn't believe you can pay him back. Go home and see if he is not there with grandfather, sipping tea. In an instant, Su Nan's face turned as pale as a ghost. He hurriedly prepared to leave to check at home. If what this boy said was true, he was done for. Not even Jesus could save him. Just as Su Nan was about to depart, Yang Chen grasped his shoulder. Fear flickered in Su Nan and Appo's eyes as he stammered, What are you going to do? He suddenly felt a sense of dread rising towards this boy who appeared younger than him. Yang Chen pointed at the broken seal on the ground, which had shattered into several pieces. 300. What do you mean, 300? Su Nan feigned ignorance. I just bought this seal for 300. He nearly choked on his words. Wasn't it Appo's? This the seal you smashed on my head? Now you want me to pay? I've never encountered such shamelessness. Yet he swallowed his pride, recognizing that this was not the time to argue. He needed to return home. Reluctantly, Su Nan pulled out some cash from his wallet and handed it to Yang Chen before hurriedly getting into his car and speeding away. Thus, this farce came to a close. Yang Chen, pleased with himself, tucked the money into his pocket and approached the still-dazed Su Luoli. He pulled out a pack of tissues and playfully wiped her face. Wipe your tears. You've made quite the mess. Su Luoli's cheeks flushed crimson as she turned away awkwardly, blowing her nose. Just then, a security guard from the school came running, shouting. What was that commotion? Which class are you from? Oh no. Yang Chen called out to Jiang Pongzi. Fatty, the wind is tight. Let's make a run for it. He took Su Luoli's hand and dashed away with her in tow. Su Luoli gazed at him, allowing him to lead her, following closely behind. Ding dong, the school bell rang, and the sound of students reciting their lessons filled the air. Outside the school, a small shop, Yang Chen sat beside a flower bed, enjoying an ice cream. Beside him sat Su Luoli, stealing glances at him, her cheeks flushed. Though I know I am rather likable to girls. He turned to Su Luoli with a smile, but if you keep sneaking glances at me, I might get a bit shy. Be bold and look at me openly. Realizing her little actions hadn't gone unnoticed, Su Luoli blushed with embarrassment and lightly punched his arm, muttering, You're so shameless. Yang Chen protested. Little Su, mind your words. After all, I did help you out just now. Don't you have a word of thanks? I want to thank you. Such an ungrateful woman. However, Su Luoli stood up and approached Yang Chen, hand behind her back, blushingly said, If you can get into Kyoto University, I have a gift for you. She did not wish to engage in a relationship during high school, but for university. Yang Chen rolled his eyes and continued licking his ice cream. You could just say you want to give me anything instead. Su Luoli, feeling anxious, shook his shoulders. Can't you have a bit of ambition? Let us work hard together. I will help you study. Setting the goal of getting into Kyoto University was her way of motivating Yang Chun. In truth, simply getting into any university in Kyoto would suffice. Yet she couldn't let Yang Chun become complacent. After all, he was part of her future. Regrettably, Yang Chun was not swayed. I'm afraid that one do. I've decided to take the art exam and aim for Central Academy of Fine Arts. So I want to be able to accompany you to Kyoto University. Su Luoli was taken aback. Yet considering Yang Chun and Oppo's artistic talent, it seemed understandable. He must truly enjoy it. Central Academy of Fine Arts was indeed a good school, and it was also in Kyoto. Just as Su Luoli was about to nod in agreement, she suddenly realized something and exclaimed, "Then you're going to change classes?" Chapter 26. The taste of dog food in mineral water. The aspirations of art examination candidates differ markedly from those of their peers in the regular curriculum. Thus, should Yang Chun opt for the art track, he would inevitably have to leave his current class. Consequently, Su Luoli would no longer be his classmate, nor would they share the same building for classes. Yang Chun jested, "What an Oppo's is this? Are you reluctant to part ways, little Su?" Who is reluctant? Su Luoli turned away, feigning strength as she retorted, "Your choice of class is of no concern to me." Yet, her tone held a hint of displeasure, and she gently bit her lip. She waved her finger, but look, we are already in our second year, and the first semester is nearly over. If you change classes now, won't you struggle to keep up? Perhaps it's best to reconsider. Yang Chun was resolute in his decision, having weighed his options carefully. Su Luoli felt a surge of anger and stamped her foot, declaring, "I want an Oppo's. Bother with you anymore. I and Oppo's am heading back to class." "Wait, let an Oppo's. Let's go back together," Yang Chun urged, hastily finishing his ice cream and tossing the wrapper into a nearby bin before jogging to catch up with her. On their way back to the classroom, Su Luoli initially intended to sulk in silence, but to her surprise, Yang Chun reciprocated her silence, which only intensified her frustration. They arrived at their class just in time for the morning reading session, planning to return before the first lesson commenced. The teacher for the morning reading wasn't always present, merely checking in occasionally, so skipping the session wasn't a significant issue, as long as Su Luoli and Oppo's desk mate could cover for her by claiming she had gone to the restroom. However, as they passed the staff office on their way to class 2-1, they spotted Jiang Rensheng standing in the corridor, punished for some infraction. Jiang Rensheng winked at them and gestured to the space beside him. Yang Chun thought to himself, it seems Jiang, the chubby one, did not escape the clutches of the disciplinary officer and was apprehended on spot. With Jiang's predicament, Yang Chun surmised he was unlikely to escape unscathed either, especially since Jiang had already saved him a spot. Sighing, Yang Chun scratched his head and reluctantly walked into the staff office. His homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang, a man in his 40s who taught physics to both classes, was seated at his desk, arms crossed, glaring at Yang Chun. "Yang Chun, care to explain?" Raising his hand, Yang Chun replied earnestly, "Sir, I believe my actions were merely an attempt to assist a fellow student and do not warrant any special recognition from school. For that would only inflate my pride. You little rascal." Mr. Wang glared, picking up a lesson plan as if to strike Yang Chun, though it was merely a theatrical gesture. He slammed the lesson plan on the desk to strike someone in front of so many witnesses and then flee. "Do you think the surveillance cameras at the school entrance are mere decorations? The disciplinary officer will trace this back to me." Yang Chun shot him a peculiar glance. "Sir, if there are cameras, then surely you can see I was acting heroically. Striking someone is never justified. Should I simply stand by?" He retorted, "After all, Su Luoli is my classmate. We ought to be amicable and united, as you have taught us. Is it because Su Luoli is your classmate that you acted? You simply fancied her looks, didn't it, Oppo's? You?" Mr. Wang and Oppo's words hinted at a deeper insinuation. Yet, the seasoned teacher refrained from using vulgar language in front of students. Mr. Wang and Oppo's expression darkened as he stated, "At the very least, you could have informed me so that I could handle the matter. Things were urgent. Don and Oppo's, bother calling your family. They're likely already en route." Yang Chun chuckled awkwardly. "Where an Oppo's, you the one who asked for my parents to come to school last week?" Mr. Wang sighed, exasperated. "What? Are you feeling proud of yourself?" He rubbed his temples, pointing toward the office door. Skip the morning session. Go stand outside. Emerging from the office, Yang Chen joined Jiang Rensheng in the corridor. Morning, brother, Jiang Rensheng whispered. Don't hold a grudge against Mr. Wang. You wouldn't believe the argument he had with the disciplinary officer before you arrived. He was so passionate. It almost moved me to promise I wouldn't nap in his physics class anymore. I know, Yang Chen replied, fully aware that Mr. Wang had shown leniency towards them. Though he was to call their parents, it would likely result in nothing more than a reprimand, as opposed to the severe penalties typically imposed for fighting at Yulon High School, which could include suspension. Mr. Wang, despite his stern demeanor, was indeed a teacher worthy of respect, and Yang Chen appreciated his kindness. Yang Chen and Jiang Rensheng stood outside the office for the entire duration of the class. During that time, Su Luoli made a brief visit to the office, conversing with Mr. Wang, although the specifics of their discussion remained unknown. She soon emerged, whispering to Yang Chen, "Are you thirsty?" Yang Chen shook his head. Jiang Rensheng, however, perked up. "Sister, I'm thirsty. Could you bring me a bottle of water?" Su Luoli obliged, returning shortly with water for both Yang Chen and Jiang Rensheng. Jiang Rensheng eyed the mineral water in his hand, then glanced at the nutritional drink Yang Chen held, before watching Su Luoli jog away. He unscrewed the cap of the mineral water and took a sip. It tastes like bitter dog food. Wang Xiaofang arrived at the school during the second period. Upon seeing her son standing outside the teacher and Amp Oppo's office alongside Jiang Rensheng, her expression morphed into one of astonishment. After entering the office, she soon heard Mr. Wang and Amp Oppo's voice instructing Jiang Rensheng to return to class while inviting Yang Chen inside. Upon entering, Yang Chen found his mother engrossed in conversation with his homeroom teacher. "Mr. Wang also shares my surname? How delightful. I shall have Yang Chen's grandmother consult our family tree. Perhaps our families are distantly related," she mused. "Your wife hails from Fengyang village as well. What a coincidence. My husband's family is also from Fengyang. What is your wife's name?" They might know each other. Their lively conversation seemed to stray far from Yang Chen's predicament. Mr. Wang, clearly overwhelmed by Wang Xiaofang and Amp Oppo's chatter, appeared as if he had found a savior upon spotting Yang Chen. "Yang Chen, come over here." Chapter 27. Is my husband about to be stolen? Yang Chen, I heard from your mother that you plan to attend the art examination class. Yes, teacher. The first semester of your second year of high school is nearly over, and this sudden decision to switch classes seems rather impulsive, doesn't it? Not at all, teacher. I have given it considerable thought. Is it the pressure of the college entrance examination that has led you to this choice? Not all, teacher. After Wang Ming admitted Yang Chen, he did not mention last weekend Amp Oppo's incident or the previous altercation, instead focusing solely on Yang Chen and Amp Oppo's desire to change classes. Both he and Wang Xiaofang initially assumed that Yang Chen wished to pursue art due to the overwhelming stress of the entrance exams. Otherwise, why didn't Oppo's Yang Chen raise this issue during the class division at the beginning of the second year? It seems peculiar to bring it up halfway through the semester. Old Wang harbored concerns that Yang Chen was acting impulsively, gambling with his future, and was also apprehensive about Yang Chen and Amp Oppo's ability to keep pace with the art class and Amp Oppo's curriculum after such a sudden transition. However, Yang Chen and Amp Oppo's resolve remained unwavering, and he could not be dissuaded. Ultimately, Old Wang conceded to allow Yang Chen to attend the art class for 2 weeks to assess the situation. If he changed his mind, he could return to class 2-1. He even offered some comfort to Wang Xiaofang, stating that the school and Oppo's art class also places great emphasis on academic subjects, so Yang Chen and Oppo's 2-week attendance would not significantly impact his studies. If the child has made up his mind, it is reasonable to let him try. Wang Xiaofang, lacking insight on this matter, nodded in agreement with the teacher. All right, teacher, I trust your judgment. Let the child give a shot. After leaving the staff office, Yang Chen escorted his mother out of the school gate. Along the way, Wang Xiaofang lowered her voice and inquired, "Your teacher mentioned you got into a fight? Mind your wording. It was an act of heroism." Yang Chen corrected her. "Come now. Your teacher is quite something, defending you like that." Does helping a classmate justify fighting? What if something goes wrong? Can the school bear the responsibility? Regardless of the justification, a punch still hurts, Wang Xiufang scolded, a hint of disapproval in her tone. Then she quietly asked, "Did you come out on top?" Yang Chen chuckled, "Of course. Do you even know who your son is?" Wang Xiufang laughed and chided, "Just don't let it happen again. If you get into another fight, don't bother coming home. You might as well consider yourself done for." "All right, Mom, I understand. Now go back to your class. I'll see you later." If Wang Xiufang truly lost her temper, she would not be so easy to deal with. Clearly, she did not hold a grudge against her son and even felt that he had acted reasonably, though such behavior was not encouraged. However, old Wang and Amp, Oppo's defense of Yang Chen in front of his mother surprised him. In this problem, we must pay attention to the spatial structure of this compound. Class 2-1 was in chemistry class, with the teacher explaining a set of exam papers. Lin Man listened intently, but when she turned to her desk mate, Su Luoli, she noticed that Su Luoli seemed somewhat absent-minded. Though she held a paper in hand, her gaze kept drifting to the back of the room. At the back of their row, Jiang Pongzi was sprawled across his desk, asleep, while the seat next to him remained unoccupied. Lin Man recalled that spot. It should belong to Yang Chen, the tall, somewhat handsome boy. Was he absent from class today? Lin Man, unaware of the events unfolding at the school gate, assumed Yang Chen was ill and had taken a leave of absence. She glanced back at Su Luoli's exam paper, which remained on the first page, while the teacher had already progressed to the third page. Luoli and Amp, Oppo's. As time had turned the page, Lin Man softly reminded her, and Su Luoli, as if awakening from a dream, nonchalantly flipped her paper to match Lin Man's page. Lin Man found it hard to believe. They had been desk mates for 2 years, and she had never seen Su Luoli lose focus in class. In her memory, Su Luoli was always the most diligent student, taking notes and never daydreaming. But today, Luoli seemed preoccupied with something, her mind clearly elsewhere. Moreover, why was Luoli glancing so often at Yang Chen's seat? Could it be? No, it couldn't be. Luoli had never shown interest in any boy, despite numerous suitors in school, even from different grades who had sent her love letters. But she had never acknowledged any of them. Though Yang Chen was indeed somewhat charming, it seemed improbable that he would capture Luoli and Oppo's attention to such an extent. After all, they had been classmates since the start of high school for over 2 years, and as Lin Man, being Su Luoli's closest friend, she knew that Luoli and Yang Chen had hardly interacted, having exchanged only a few words. Perhaps Luoli was not looking at Yang Chen, but rather Jiang Pongzi? As this absurd thought crossed Lin Man's mind, she shook her head in denial. No way, no way. Lin Man's curiosity could not be contained, and she decided to directly inquire with her best friend. Luoli, why do you keep looking at Yang Chen and Oppo's seat? What was intended as a casual question elicited an unexpectedly strong reaction from Su Luoli. Idon and Amp, Oppo's, caught off guard by her deskmate and Amp, Oppo's, probing, Su Luoli instinctively shouted, causing the entire class to turn their attention to them. The chemistry teacher, standing at the podium, cleared his throat. Please save your discussions for after class. Maintain silence during the lesson. Both Su Luoli and Lin Man fell silent, not daring to speak. However, Lin Man could not help but feel intrigued by Su Luoli's flushed face as she lowered her head. She scribbled a note in her notebook and nudged Su Luoli with her elbow, pushing the notebook toward her. Feigning concentration on the lesson, Su Luoli's eyes involuntarily flicked toward the notebook. Luoli, I heard from Huang Linlin that she saw Yang Chen get into your car yesterday. Was I seen? Su Luoli felt a wave of embarrassment, hastily scribbling in the notebook. It was just a ride. We are both classmates. A ride? But your home is in the city. ISN and Amp. Amp, Oppo's, T it? That S in opposite directions. I went to visit relatives. It was on the way. She emphasized her statement with an exclamation mark, as if to reinforce the validity of her words. Lin Man pouted, unsure whether to believe her or feign belief. However, she refrained from pursuing the matter further and instead wrote another note. Yesterday, Huang Linlin mentioned she wanted to ask if you have feelings for Yang Chen. If it's just a misunderstanding, she intends to confess. Su Luoli and Oppo's face instantly froze, her pen suspended in midair, unable to drop. Someone intends to confess to Yang Chen. Chapter 28. Sketching, Su Luoli gazed at the line written by Lin Man in her notebook, her mind turning blank. Likes? Dislikes? She was at a loss for words, yet her thoughts were inevitably drawn to the day she shared a meal with Yang Chen. When he peeled a tea egg for her, the moment he took her hand and they fled together, the time they sat outside the convenience store, chatting and enjoying ice cream. Gradually, her mind replaced herself with other girls. A pang of bitterness tightened in her heart. Just as Su Luoli grappled with her inability to respond, she suddenly noticed their homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang, leading Yang Chen back to the classroom. Mr. Wang called the chemistry teacher outside, and the two exchanged a few words. Meanwhile, Yang Chen returned to his seat, gathering his belongings. The noise of his activity roused Jiang Runsheng, who was dozing nearby. Upon seeing Yang Chen packing up, he exclaimed, "Brother Chen, did old Wang cruelly expel you?" Yang Chen, while organizing his things, replied, "What nonsense! I'm transferring classes." Transferring? Yeah, to the art class. Jiang Runsheng looked at him in astonishment, and Yang Chen smiled. It's a long story. I'll explain it to you later. After Yang Chen packed his belongings into his bag, he slung it over his shoulder and followed Mr. Wang out of the classroom. As he passed by Su Luoli's desk, she felt an overwhelming urge to reach out and grasp the hem of his shirt. Yet, this moment transpired only in her mind. She did nothing but watch as Yang Chen walked away, burdened with a heap of books, following Mr. Wang out of the classroom. The voices of teachers and students conversing echoed in the corridor. The thought of not seeing Yang Chen in class anymore, knowing they wouldn't even be in the same building, stirred an indescribable feeling within her. Lin Man, with an expression of surprise, inquired, "What happened to Yang Chen?" He asked, "Transferring." "Transferring? ISNT class, the best focus class. His grades shouldn't have warranted a move to a regular class, right? The sophomore division exams have already passed. He has gone to the art class. He wants to study art." Lin Man shot a peculiar glance at Su Luoli, noticing her slightly dejected demeanor and her earlier hasty tone. It was evident this was not directed at her. As for whom it was aimed, it was all too clear. Perhaps, after returning to the dormitory, she should comfort Huang Linlin? No, it would be more appropriate to console her roommate Huang Linlin. She had little chance of success. From now on, you will attend classes in this class. I've already spoken with Teacher Lin from this class, Mr. Wang said, leading Yang Chen to another teaching building. The art class at Yulon High School only had 2 classes, both held in this building. Yang Chen was familiar with the place, having attended art classes here previously. When they arrived, the art class was in session, with students gathered around easels sketching the still life in the center of the classroom. Teacher Lin, referenced by Mr. Wang, was the homeroom teacher of this art class, a young woman in her 30s, wearing glasses, exuding a quiet demeanor, and quite attractive. Yang Chen recognized her as the teacher who had previously taught him art, and greeted her, "Sister Lin." "You little rascal, shouldn't you address me as teacher?" "Of course, Sister Lin." Sister Lin shot him a playful glare before beginning a discussion with Mr. Wang. She bore no airs, perhaps due to her youth, as she mingled easily with the students and didn't mind Yang Chen's informal address. "Rest assured, Teacher Wang, I will take good care of the students," she assured him after their brief exchange. Afterward, Sister Lin led Yang Chen into the classroom and pointed to an empty spot in the corner. "Yang Chen, you can sit there for now. As it's your first day, observe how your classmates draw. You can move your things to the classroom after class." All right. In the art class during sophomore year, students primarily focused on academic subjects, dedicating only 1 or 2 days a week to professional classes. It wasn't until the summer before their senior year that they would genuinely delve into drawing. Thus, the art class also had classrooms for academic subjects. But since they were currently in a professional class, they were in the art studio. On his first day, Sister Lin didn't have Yang Chen dive straight into drawing. Instead, she asked him to sit and observe. The classmate beside him was currently scratching his head in frustration over his drawing paper. With the intent of building rapport with his new classmates, Yang Chen leaned over to examine the drawing, pointing and saying, "Buddy, your dog looks great." The classmate shot him a resentful glance. That essay chair. Abstract art. High in artistic essence. But at least this scored that S2 apples. "Buy me a drink later, and I'll help you out. How about that?" The other boy eyed him suspiciously. "Can you do it? If not, I'll treat you to a drink. All right then, you're on. The boy was quite agreeable, shifting aside and handing Yang Chen a sketching pencil. Yang Chen accepted it without hesitation, moving to the drawing board, setting aside the boy's postmodern abstract creation, and laying down a fresh sheet of paper. After smoothing the paper, he glanced at the still life to be drawn, an uncomplicated arrangement of common fruits like apples, bananas, and pears on a table. Sister Lin sat at the edge of the table, engrossed in her phone, seemingly messaging someone. Yang Chen took a moment to measure proportions with his pencil before beginning to draw with ease and composure. Ding dong, the bell rang for class to end, and the students in the art classroom turned in their assignments before leaving. Yang Chen carried his books toward the new classroom when the boy he had spoken to earlier approached him, excitement written all over his face. Dude, that was amazing. What's your name? I'm Zhang Haitao. Let us be friends. Yang Chen. Don't forget that drink. Absolutely. We're brothers from now on. Zhang Haitao was quite affable, cheerfully helping Yang Chen carry half of his books as they made their way to the classroom. Meanwhile, in the art classroom, Teacher Lin was tidying up the art assignments just submitted by the students. Her phone buzzed on the desk, and she picked it up to see a message. Ji Fong. Things are not as you think. I have nothing going on with her. With a long sigh, Teacher Lin felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. What bad luck. I found another scoundrel. She resolved to gather her thoughts, and, after organizing the students and oppos, artwork began to flip through them casually. As she examined the pieces, her brow furrowed in dismay. What on earth is this? The students' drawings were simply unbearable to look at. They depicted the most basic scenes, yet were unrecognizable. There were barely a few that were presentable, most of which were subpar. It's been a semester already, but as she continued flipping through, her movements abruptly halted, and her mouth fell open in astonishment. Before her lay a sketch so striking it demanded her attention. In a classroom, on a desk lay some fruit, while a young woman leaned against the table, her face filled with sorrow as she gazed at her phone, seemingly burdened with unspoken woes. Merely a pencil had delineated the vivid interplay of light and shadow. The expression on the figure's face was so lifelike that one could almost feel the emotions of the subject simply by observing the artwork. This drawing, is it her? Teacher Lin stared at the sketch for an extended moment before her gaze fell upon the signature at the bottom. Softly murmuring a name, Zhang Haitao, Chapter 29. I will escort you home. Yang Chen swiftly acclimated to his new class, making his first friend, Zhang Haitao. Zhang Haitao was somewhat boisterous and rather straightforward, yet he exuded warmth. From him, Yang Chen gleaned much information about the art class, such as the names of his classmates and the manner in which lessons were conducted. The art class primarily focused on academic subjects, but during evening study sessions, they would venture to the studio to practice painting, with specialized classes 3 times a week, each lasting either a morning or an afternoon. In the new classroom, due to his height, Yang Chen found himself seated in the back row, sharing a desk with Zhang Haitao. The day's lessons swiftly passed, and the pace of the academic curriculum in the art class was notably slower than that of the prestigious class Yang Chen had previously attended. Today's subjects were all familiar to him. After the evening study session concluded, Yang Chen initially planned to accompany Yang Yu back to their home. However, as he exited the art building, he spotted Su Luoli standing at the entrance with her backpack. At first, he did not realize she was waiting for him, mistakenly assuming she had some business to attend to. Nonetheless, upon seeing him, Su Luoli rushed over. Yang Chen, she called out. He gazed at her in confusion. Little Su, is there something you need? Are you heading home now? She stammered, her gaze lowered as she nervously clutched the straps of her backpack, hesitating to speak. Yang Chen nodded. What a coincidence. I'm heading home too. He thought to himself that this was rather redundant. It was evident they both had no other destination after evening study but home. Su Luoli placed her hand on her chest, taking a deep breath, and finally mustered the courage to say, Would you walk home with me? Yang Chen shook his head vigorously. No. While I wouldn't mind accompanying you, I am primarily concerned about whether your parents would approve. Su Luoli paused, realizing the ambiguity of her statement, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Where did your thoughts wander? I meant to say, let me escort you home. That seems unnecessary, as it's not on the way. But, she exclaimed, her face betraying a hint of urgency as she glanced around. She pulled Yang Chen aside and whispered, "You hit Su Nan today, and I'm worried he might cause you trouble." Yang Chen observed her, noticing the worry in her eyes, clearly concerned that his involvement in her matter would lead to his own troubles. A warmth spread through him, yet he chuckled lightly. "It's all right. Will Su Nan retaliate against me? I doubt he has the capacity to worry about me right now. He is probably overwhelmed." Though Su Luoli heard his thoughts, she remained puzzled by his confidence. She knew her brother well. He was the type to hold grudges over the slightest offenses. Today, Yang Chen had publicly struck him. There was no way he would let it slide. Moreover, she was no longer in the same class as Yang Chen. If they could return home together, at least they would have the chance to see each other daily. Besides, it wouldn't be convenient for you to accompany me, as it's not on your way. If there is nothing else, I should take my leave." Just as Yang Chen was about to wave goodbye, Su Luoli firmly grasped his hand. Her small fingers held onto his larger palm with a determination that refused to waver. Yang Chen stood momentarily stunned, staring at her hand before finally looking up at her. Under his gaze, Su Luoli bashfully lowered her head, murmuring, "I'm just worried. Please let me walk you home." Yet, her grip remained unyielding. Seeing her insistence, Yang Chen relented. "All right then." Su Luoli's face lit up with joy. Leaning closer to her, Yang Chen whispered, "But could you please let go of my hand? The head teacher seems to be watching us from upstairs." Only then did Su Luoli realize she was still holding on to him, her face turning crimson as she quickly released her grip. From the second floor, the head teacher's stern voice echoed. "Which class are those two students from? Hurry up." Yang Chen seized Su Luoli's hand, and they dashed away. This marked the second time Su Luoli had been pulled along by Yang Chen today. They finally halted at the school gate, where Su Luoli, breathless from the exertion, bent over, trying to catch her breath. In contrast, Yang Chen stood beside her, unperturbed, chuckling lightly. "Little Su, you seem to be lacking in stamina." With no energy to retort, Su Luoli could only shoot him an annoyed glare. A vehicle had arrived early to pick her up, already waiting at the school gate. She climbed into the car, and the door remained ajar, yet she noticed Yang Chen staring off towards the school gate, hesitating to enter. "What's wrong?" she inquired. Nothing," Yang Chen replied, retrieving his gaze. He had thought he recognized a former classmate, but dismissed it and entered Su Luoli's car. As they settled inside, two female students at the school gate watched the vehicle drive away. Lin Man, holding a bottle of drink, bit down on the straw and said to her friend, "See, I told you they must have something going on, right? Yang Chen always rides back with that girl. Hey, don't go back and tell Lin Lin. Let us just pretend we didn't see anything." The girl nicknamed Bighorn was also a student from class 2-1 and shared a dorm with Lin Man and Huang Linlin. Lin Man's reminder prompted an exasperated expression from Bighorn. "I got it, do you not trust me? I have the tightest lips in our class. Let us head back to the dorm. I can't wait to keep this secret." Lin Man found the situation amusing, doubting that Bighorn could keep such a secret. There were only misnamed titles, never misidentified nicknames. Yet, if it weren't for her being the best friend of Luo, she wouldn't have been lurking around. Seated in the car, Su Luoli remained oblivious to the silent efforts her best friend was making on her behalf. She gazed at Yang Chen, unable to restrain her curiosity. "Yang Chen, what exactly did you say to Su Nan today? How did you just walk away like that?" This question had troubled her throughout the day. She had witnessed Yang Chen speak to Su Nan, after which Su Nan's demeanor shifted dramatically, and he drove away without a second thought. "I told him his behavior was unacceptable and gave him a good lecture," Yang Chen replied, omitting the truth. Prior to his rebirth, he had conducted extensive research on the Su family to deal with them effectively. Central to this was his knowledge of his brother-in-law, Su Nan. He was well aware of all the misdeeds Su Nan had committed, thanks to Su Luoli's candid revelations before his rebirth. Chapter 30. The misfortune of Su Nan prior to his rebirth. Su Nan's incessant harassment of Su Luoli during their high school years was common knowledge in their class. In her previous life, Su Luoli, without Yang Chen's intervention, was ultimately coerced into giving Su Nan a sum of money. However, this payment did not satiate Su Nan, rather, it served as an initiation, leading him to repeatedly demand money from his own sister, even resorting to physical violence. Su Luoli spent nearly her entire high school career under the duress of her brother and Appo's harassment, which left her increasingly despondent. Their homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang, had communicated with her family about the issue, but this occurred shortly after the passing of the Su patriarch, leaving the entire Su family in disarray and unable to attend to the affairs of the younger generation. Even Su Luoli's parents were neglectful. Although Yang Chen was aware of Su Luoli and Appo's plight at the time, they were merely acquaintances who had exchanged few words, and he lacked the means to assist her. It wasn't in Appo's until their reunion in college and his subsequent success that Yang Chen was able to extricate Su Luoli from the quagmire of the Su family. Many details were only revealed to him by Su Luoli after their marriage, including the replacement of the Su patriarch and Appo's Jade Buddha with a counterfeit by Su Nan, as well as Su Nan and Appo's debt to Yu Lizi, which led to Yu Lizi and Appo's debt collection visits to their home. Yang Chen had used this information to intimidate Su Nan, who likely never understood how Yang Chen knew these things. Thus, when Su Luoli inquired about Yang Chen and Appo's conversation with Su Nan that had caused him to leave without a second thought, he could not explain the reason and resorted to evasive humor. Really, I reasoned with him in every way possible, and he left because he found my arguments convincing. Liar. I don't and Appo's believe you. Su Luoli evidently did not believe Yang Chen and Appo's earnest fabrication in the slightest. However, she did not press further, as she had already gleaned the answer from Yang Chen's thoughts. Su Luoli murmured, "I'll talk to Grandpa when I get back, so don't worry." Originally, she had no intention of discussing these matters with her family, as it would only incite Su Nan and Appo's resentment and worsen her situation at home. However, she was even more reluctant for Yang Chen to suffer any harm as a result, and she hesitated for a moment before awkwardly saying, "Thank you." Not just for today. His presence had already instilled a sense of anticipation in her life. However, the gratitude, laden with affection, caused Yang Chen to furrow his brow. "You told me not to thank you during the day," he said sternly. "If you thank me now, does that mean the gift you promised me is off the table?" "Gift?" Su Luoli's face flushed crimson as she recalled the gift she had promised Yang Chen. "We and Appo's talk about it after you get into the university of your dreams," she said evasively, her eyes darting around. As Yang Chen was about to say something, she abruptly changed the subject. "Don and Appo's forget what you promised me tomorrow." "I know, dinner at your house." Su Luoli meticulously counted on her fingers, saying earnestly, "I and Appo's help you prepare a gift. Also, when I introduce you to people at my house, you have to greet them properly and not speak in your usual tone. Oh, and you need to dress smartly tomorrow." As she spoke, she noticed Yang Chen looking at her strangely. What and Appo's wrong? "Little Su, I and Appo's am going to your house for dinner because your grandfather wants to thank me in person, right?" "Yes, but the way you and Appo's retelling me all this so earnestly, it feels like I and Appo's and go to your house to propose." Hearing him say this, Su Luoli also felt that she was being a bit too tense. Subconsciously, she wanted Yang Chen to make a good impression on the Su family since it was the first time she was bringing him home. But indeed, she was making too much of it. "Why you don't worry about that? Just do as I say." "How troublesome. Don't you dare complain. Why do you still want my investment or not?" "All right, you and Appo's. The boss, I and Appo's. Listen to you." Yang Chen shrugged and agreed. "Well, it doesn't end Appo's really make a difference anyway. I and Appo's, I'm back." Su Luoli was startled by a cacophony of wails in the living room as she returned home. She looked towards the living room and saw the Su patriarch, his face ashen, leaning on his cane. A shattered ashtray lay on the floor, and Su Nan was kneeling before the Su patriarch, clutching his head and wailing. He had been struck on the left forehead with a seal by Yang Chen during the day, and it was now bandaged. His right forehead was also broken, evidently from being struck by the Su patriarch with the ashtray. Su Luoli and Appo's parents stood nearby. Her mother looked at her son with a face full of heartache, wanting to console him, but not daring to. Her father, on the other hand, glared at his son with a grim expression. Several other members of the Su family were also present, but they were indifferent and stood aloof, with a few even peering down from the second floor, their faces adorned with gleeful smiles. Although Su and Appo's father was angry, he suppressed his inner rage, as he was, after all, his son. He pleaded softly with his father, "Dad, you just came out of the hospital. The doctor said you shouldn't, and Appo's get angry recently. Get out of here." The Su patriarch, known for his fiery temper, struck his second son with his cane, glaring and gesticulating wildly. He pointed at Su Nan, who was kneeling on the ground, and roared, "Do you dare say you, as his father, didn't know what this little beast was up to? Picking up gambling habits? And even being hounded by debt collectors at home? I and Appo's have never been so humiliated in my life." The Su patriarch was truly enraged, even resorting to crude language. He stood up, grabbed Su Nan and Appo's hand, which was kneeling on the ground, and forcefully pressed it onto the coffee table. "You like to gamble, Don and Appo's, you? I and Appo's. I'll break both of your hands today and see what you use to gamble with in the future." Su Nan was immediately terrified, snot bubbles forming on his nose, tears streaming down his face. "Grandpa, I know I was wrong. I and Appo's. LL never dare to do it again. Dad, save me." He never expected that the high school student who had beaten him up would actually be right. He had rushed home, only to find Ulizi drinking tea with his grandfather. Facing the Su patriarch, Ulizi did not dare to act presumptuously. He merely produced the loan note and politely explained the situation to the Su patriarch, saying that he was running a small business and could no longer afford to wait for the debt to be repaid. The Su patriarch repaid the debt for his grandson, and once Ulizi had left, he completely lost his temper. The patriarch and Appo's greatest aversion was gambling. His own father had been attacked at home and had his hands chopped off for gambling debts. The patriarch, who was just a child at the time, had witnessed everything firsthand, so he deeply abhorred gambling. Su Nan had completely violated this taboo and walked right into the line of fire. Su Nan suddenly screamed in agony as the Su patriarch struck his wrist with his cane. The excruciating pain caused him to break out in a cold sweat. Su and Appo's mother immediately burst into tears. "Dad, Nan and Appo's, who is your own grandson. How can you bear to do this? I and Appo's. LL just pretend I Don and Appo's. Have this grandson. It and Appo's. As fine if I beat him to death." The Su patriarch was determined to give his grandson a memorable lesson. Su and Appo's mother then noticed her daughter returning home and cried out as if seeing a savior. Luoli, quickly persuade your grandfather." Chapter 31. Yang Chen and Appo's path to prosperity. Su Nan, upon seeing his younger sister return home, felt a wave of pity wash over him. He implored her, "Sister, please persuade grandfather." He was acutely aware that their grandfather and Appo's fondness lay with his sister, and if she did not intercede on his behalf, he would surely face dire consequences. As Su Luoli observed her usually domineering brother humbling himself before her, she recalled the unpleasant expression he wore earlier when he dragged her into the car. Instinctively, she took a step back. However, the sight of their mother, in tears, and Su Nan and Appo's earnest demeanor compelled her to struggle with her decision. Ultimately, she approached her grandfather and asked, "Grandfather, are you truly going to break Su Nan's hands?" Su Changwang's expression softened slightly upon seeing his granddaughter return from school, but he shook his head resolutely. "No amount of pleading will change my mind today. He must learn a lesson, otherwise he will never take it to heart." Su Luoli glanced at Su Nan, who was clasping his hands together in fervent prayer. She shook her head. "No, I and Appo's am not here to plead for him." She took Su Changwang's cane, saying, "If you plan to use the cane, it may wear you out. There are knives in the kitchen, much quicker. Shall I fetch one for you?" Both of her parents were taken aback, and Su Changwang was momentarily speechless, astonished that his granddaughter could be even more ruthless than he. Su Nan nearly lost his wits at the thought of a kitchen knife. "Is she trying to end my life?" Su Luoli was not advocating for Su Nan. She quietly informed her grandfather, "Today, Su Nan came to school seeking money from me. Yang Chun tried to assist, but Su Nan attacked him. Yang Chun is the one who saved you last time, and I and Oppos. I'm afraid Su Nan might seek revenge on him. Su Nan was on the verge of tears. I attacked him? Wasn't he the one who gleefully slapped me? And he left with 300 my yuan. Sister, you can end Amp? Oppos. T just turn your back on me like this. Su Chong Wong into Amp. Oppos. S eyes widen in outrage. He dares. Su Luoli continued. Also, the Jade Buddha in your room. It was replaced with a fake by Su Nan. He sold the real one for gambling. Su Chong Wong was momentarily stunned. Disbelief etched on his face as he looked at his granddaughter. He then hurriedly made his way to his room. That Jade Buddha had cost him a fortune and was meant to safeguard their home and enhance their fortune. A moment later, a cacophony of crashing objects and furious shouts erupted from upstairs. Clearly, the old man had discovered something amiss. Su Luoli silently stuck out her tongue and, amidst the bewildered gazes of her parents and brother, softly declared, "Mom, Dad, I'm going to my room to do homework." Once in her room, Su Luoli lay on her bed, her heart racing wildly. A mixture of tension and exhilaration surged within her. It was her first time taking such a stand, and she could only imagine the ire her parents and brother would feel regarding her actions that day. Yet, she felt no regret, for she was determined to protect Yang Chun. Besides, with her grandfather involved, they would not dare to go too far, and Su Nan would likely be grounded. Unable to trouble Yang Chun, a smile involuntarily crept on her face. She even wished to share today's events with Yang Chun. However, as she turned to reach for her phone, she suddenly froze. When did she begin to instinctively want to share everything with Yang Chun? Meanwhile, at the Yang household, Yang Aigua and Wang Xiufang exchanged puzzled glances as they observed their son, who sat in the corner, lost in thought. What's wrong with him? Has he lost his mind? I have no idea. He has been like this since he got home. The couple was bewildered, utterly clueless about their son and Oppos' state. Yet at that moment, Yang Chun was engaged in a significant endeavor. Before him lay several raw stones, which his father had purchased recently and stored at home without having cut them open to assess their value. Yang Chun frowned deeply, his gaze fixated on the stones. Identification. A subtle glimmer flickered in his eyes. Before him, the raw stones gradually revealed an item attribute panel. This is a piece of bloodstone raw material. That was the initial information. Yang Chun continued to scrutinize the stone, and the information expanded further. This is a piece of bloodstone raw material, weighing 3 jin and 6 liang, measuring 40 centimeters in height, originating from Chongqing. He kept staring. This is a piece of bloodstone raw material, weighing 3 jin and 6 liang, measuring 40 centimeters in height and 20 centimeters in thickness, originating from Chongqing. 2/3 of the cutting edge contains an amp, Oppos, blood, and amp, Oppos, blood color, vermilion, blood volume, 43. Blood shape, strip-shaped. There is a significant crack inside. Overall quality, 48. Maximum value, 100. Success. Yang Chen's heart surged with excitement. When he activated his system, he had gained 3 skills, one of which was the unique active skill of identification. He had previously used this skill once, and the more intently he observed an item, the more information he could glean. Yang Chen pondered whether he could apply this skill to gambling stones. Whether jade or wax stone, such gambling stones were commonplace. A stone emerged from the mine encased in a stone skin, and only cutting it open would reveal its quality. With Yang Chen's identification skill, he could ascertain the quality of the stone while it remained in its raw state. For instance, the bloodstone he was currently examining would undoubtedly lead Yang Aigua to incur a loss, as the significant crack would drastically reduce its value. Having confirmed that his identification skill could be utilized in this manner, Yang Chun promptly altered his initial plan to earn his first pot of gold, deciding to pursue this avenue instead. At that moment, a sharp pain struck his eyes, causing tears to flow uncontrollably. He hastily retracted his skill and rubbed his eyes. Wang Xiufang and Yang Aigua, initially perplexed by their son's actions, rushed over as they noticed him suddenly crying. "Oh dear, what is wrong, Chen and Oppos? Don't cry. Tell your father if something is troubling you." Hearing his parents' sincere concern, Yang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. "It's nothing, just some sand got in my eyes." Once he managed to convince his parents, who remained skeptical, to leave for the television, Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. He recalled his arrangement with Su Luoli to dine at the Yang home the following day. It wouldn't seem fitting to visit the Su family empty-handed. Although Su Luoli had offered to help prepare a gift, he felt a bit embarrassed. Thus, Chen resolved to prepare a small present for Su Luoli's grandfather. He decided to visit a few uncles for assistance. "Uncle, I'd like to buy 2 sets of clothes. What are you buying for?" "Go upstairs and let your aunt choose for you." "Second uncle, could I borrow some writing materials? The teacher wants us to submit our art assignment tomorrow. The study is unlocked. Just help yourself." "Do you need your second uncle to write it for you?" "No need, I can manage on my own." Chapter 32. Study hard. Avoid romance. The following day, Chen stood before the bathroom mirror, radiating vitality. He was invited to dine at the Su family's residence. And as it was a visit to elders, he opted for a more understated outfit. Clad in a finely tailored suit, he exuded an air of competence and brightness. This formal attire was originally intended as a birthday gift from his uncle, but he had decided to don it in advance, as his birthday was just a month away. After admiring himself in the mirror, he dampened his hair and styled it into a slicked-back look. Quite dapper indeed. Satisfied, he nodded to himself before changing into more casual attire, tousling his hair back to its original state. He still had school to attend, and wearing formal attire there would seem somewhat peculiar. He would save it for later when heading to the Su family. "Mom, I might be home a bit late tonight. Something going on at school?" "No, I've been invited to a classmate's house." Wang Xiufang sat in the yard, basking in the sun as she knitted, nodding casually. "All right, noted." Chen, feeling somewhat irked, replied, "Why don't you ask if it's a male or female classmate? Is it that chubby fellow from the Jiang family? I'm well aware of your antics. Who do you look down upon?" "I'm visiting a female classmate's parents." With an amused smile, Wang Xiufang clearly thought her son was exaggerating. Joking, local girls are great. Strive to bring home a lovely daughter-in-law. Chen nodded earnestly. "I'll do my best." As he pushed open the gate, Wang Xiufang muttered to herself, "I wonder where he picked up this behavior. Both his father and I are quite honest. Must be influenced by the 4th and 5th siblings." In this day and age, speaking the truth is met with disbelief. Upon arriving at school, Chen instinctively headed towards the familiar teaching building. However, before he could enter, he bumped into Jiang Rensheng, who was descending the stairs with a trash bag. "Oh, Brother Chen, back to visit family?" Jiang Rensheng teased, prompting Chen to recall that he had changed classes and that this building was no longer his. Chen shot him a playful gesture. "You're hardly family." "What? Do half-brothers not count as family?" Jiang Rensheng grumbled, then leaned closer, winking. "But I'm not talking about myself. I mean Su Luoli." "Huh? Don't play dumb. The whole class knows you two are dating." "But Brother Chen, you're not being loyal. When did you seal the deal without telling your bro?" Chen was taken aback. The class had spread rumors about his relationship with Su Luoli. Although it might be true in the future, currently, they were merely classmates, and he hadn't intended for things to escalate yet. What is going on? Is the entire class a bunch of fortune-tellers? Jiang Rensheng looked at him with hope. "Brother Chen, you've escaped the sea of misery. Don't forget your brothers. The school belle has been quietly won over by you. Teach me a trick or two. Actually, I haven't tea. Still pretending? On a serious note, share some tips with me. Maybe lose some weight? Anything easier?" Chen patted his shoulder, speaking earnestly, then strive to become wealthy. Jiang Rensheng's expression was quite a sight to behold. Just then, the preparatory bell for class rang, prompting Chen to cut the conversation short. "I'm heading back to my class. And don't spread rumors. I'm not dating Su Luoli." He knew well how dedicated Su Luoli was to her studies in high school, aiming to secure a spot in a prestigious university to change her fate. Romance was the last thing on her mind. This was for the best, and he had no intention of altering her perspective. Pursuing her in high school might even cause her to resent him. He wanted to avoid any possibility that could jeopardize their future together. Thus, upon his rebirth, he had resolved to adhere to the original course of their lives, gradually progressing toward a relationship with Su Luoli during their university years. Of course, this wasn't solely due to her jealousy. Being with her meant sacrificing a degree of freedom. Most importantly, students should focus on their studies and avoid romance. After leaving the first teaching building, Yang Chen made his way back to the third teaching building, where the art class was held. As he was new to the class, he wasn't familiar with anyone, and upon entering, no one acknowledged him. He took his seat, only to notice the absence of his desk mate, Zhang Haitao, which puzzled him. The preparatory bell had already rung. Where was he? The student in front turned back and replied, Langu was called by teacher Lin. Langu was Zhang Haitao's nickname. Yang Chen inquired, called by the teacher. Did he get into trouble? Not sure. When the teacher came to the classroom, she asked if you were here. Yang Chen found it odd that she had inquired about his presence. Just as he was about to ask the student in front, he spotted teacher Lin peeking through the classroom door. Upon seeing Yang Chen, she said, Yang Chen, it's only your second day here, and you're already late? Teacher, I'm not late. I walked in as the bell rang. Feeling quite proud, are we? Step outside, come to my office. Laughter erupted in the classroom, while Yang Chen's face darkened. Already being summoned to the office on just his second day, the key point was that he wasn't even late. Reluctantly, he dropped his backpack and, without tidying his desk, stood up and followed teacher Lin to her office. Upon arriving at the office, he discovered Zhang Haitao was already there, standing as well. The art teachers at Yulon High School were few, so the office was shared among art, physical education, and music teachers. At that moment, besides teacher Lin, only Yang Chen and Zhang Haitao were the unfortunate souls present. Yang Chen approached Zhang Haitao and whispered, Langu, what happened? Zhang Haitao replied quietly, not sure. Maybe he got dumped again. You know, the plight of older single women. Teacher Lin's forehead nearly bulged with veins as she slammed her hand on the desk. I can hear you. How had it become common knowledge that she broke up? Yang Chen and Zhang Haitao quickly silenced themselves, bowing their heads in submission. Teacher Lin took a moment to calm herself. Retrieving the stack of art assignment from the previous day and pulling out the piece Zhang Haitao had submitted, placing it on the desk. Is this painting yours, Zhang Haitao? Zhang Haitao glanced at Yang Chen and immediately nodded. Yes, teacher, it's mine. Teacher Lin then took out a blank sheet and a sketch pencil. Good. Then draw another one. Once it's done, you can go to class. Zhang Haitao. Chapter 33. I can and amp, oppos. T teach this Lin Jifeng Kuden and amp, oppos. T help a chuckle as Zhang Haitao and amp, oppos. S awkward demeanor. Having taught this art class for nearly a semester, she hardly remembered the others. Yet how could she forget Zhang Haitao? He was renowned in the class as a master of abstraction, capable of rendering even a simple egg into a depiction of an extraterrestrial being. To suddenly present a sketch of such caliber and claim it as his own was laughable. Even if he had miraculously attained enlightenment, it would be hard to believe such occurrences are not even found in novels. Lin Jifeng turned her gaze towards Yang Chen. Yang Chen, the fees aren't cheap, are they? That's nonsense. I am scrupulous in my dealings, Yang Chen retorted, wearing an expression of indignation. He knew there was no point in denying it, as the truth would inevitably surface. Initially, he had acted out of goodwill, thinking it was merely a routine art assignment that the teacher would not scrutinize closely. He had casually assisted Zhang Haitao, as he was bored at the time. Little did he expect that teacher Lin would be so diligent, taking the time to carefully review the assignments. However, it was not a significant issue. After all, it was just an art assignment. Admitting it would not be the end of the world. Zhang Haitao, in a show of loyalty, insisted it was his work, but his stubbornness led him to fabricate a lie that was easily discernible. Teacher Lin was not overly concerned. After all, it was merely an assignment. She had witnessed much more absurd situations before. For instance, she once had a student submit a weekend assignment that was merely a printed image found online. She often wondered how these students thought. Zhang Haitao, from now on, complete your own assignments, understood? Yes, teacher. All right, you may leave now. Teacher, I and Oppos am heading back to class. I shall return to class as well. Yang Chen attempted to sneak out with Zhang Haitao, but was promptly halted by Lin Jifeng, who grasped him by the collar. Come back. Who said you could leave? Zhang Haitao, Kuden and amp, oppos. T suppressed his laughter and shot Yang Chen a look of sympathy before cheerfully exiting the classroom. Yang Chen resignedly turned back to Lin Jifeng, wearing a smile. Little Lin, I promise I will never do this again and certainly will not charge my classmates for completing their art assignments. Do you intend to conduct business in class? Lin Jifeng responded with a chuckle, playfully swatting at him. She then inquired, tell me, have you ever studied painting before? I learned a bit at home. At home? What does your family do? This piqued Lin Jifeng into Amp. Appo's interest. Yang Chen replied candidly, my family is involved in stone carving, and they taught me painting and calligraphy. My uncle has a particular fondness for it. He was not lying. Indeed, his family had imparted such skills to him in his youth. Although the adults in the Yang family possessed only junior high education, they excelled in calligraphy and traditional Chinese painting. There is an inherent interconnectedness in art. Lin Jifeng suddenly connected the dots, stone carving, with the surname Yang. Is your family from Xiaopinka town? Yes. Who is your uncle? Yang Erguang. Lin Jifeng's eyes widened in recognition. She was well aware of the Yang brothers, particularly since one of them was a nationally acclaimed master of arts. Yang Erguang served as the honorary principal of Qingshan Vocational High School, where Lin Jifeng had worked for 2 years after graduating. This explained why Yang Chen possessed such remarkable artistic talent. Lin Jifeng smiled. I was initially worried about your sudden transfer, thinking you might struggle to keep up, but it seems my concerns were unfounded. She glanced at the sketch Yang Chen had created, finding it increasingly hard to believe that a high school student could produce such work. After a moment of contemplation, she said, actually, I called you here today to discuss something. Please go ahead, teacher. This semester is nearing its end. In half a month, we will have the final exams. Would you be interested in studying in an art studio during the winter break? Lin Jifeng had retained Yang Chen after learning from his previous homeroom teacher, Wang, that he excelled in his academic courses and was well on track to attend a prestigious university. Now, with his impressive artistic abilities, Lin Jifeng felt compelled to nurture this student. Although Yulon High School was a top institution in Lisher, it had consistently lacked in nurturing art students. If next year in Appo's art student could emerge as the top scorer from Yulon High School. Lin Jifeng explained, our school and Appo's art students primarily learn within the confines of the school, but our faculty for art education is somewhat lacking. I can leverage my connections to secure a spot for you at a reputable art studio where you would experience significant growth and gain an advantage for your college entrance examinations. The school would not typically assist students in finding art studios, and reputable studios seldom accepted students. To cultivate Yang Chen's talent, Lin Jifeng intended to use some of her personal connections. Although Yang Chen recognized Lin Jifeng's good intentions, he was unwilling to accept. He had his own plans for the winter break and did not believe he would learn anything substantial in an art studio given his current skill level. Teacher, let me discuss it with my family first, and I will get back to you, he replied diplomatically. Lin Jifeng did not press further, nodding in agreement. All right, have a good discussion with them. Thank you, teacher. Yang Chen had already made up his mind not to go. He resolved that if Lin Jifeng inquired again in a few days, he would simply say his family disapproved. After expressing his gratitude, he left the teacher and Appo's office and returned to his classroom. What Yang Chen did not realize was that while he had casually dismissed the matter, it lingered in Lin Jifeng and Appo's mind. Once he left the office, she made a phone call. After a couple of rings, a slightly lethargic male voice emerged from the other end. Hello. It sounded as if he had just woken up. Lin Jifeng paid no mind and directly asked, Brother, did you see the painting I sent you? Yes, I did. What do you think of my student? How about he spends a few days at your studio during winter break? Forget it. Lin Jifeng immediately felt displeased. Brother, what do you mean? Don't you accept students from Jiangzhou No. 1 High School? Do you look down on students from Yulon High School? Not all. A sound of exasperated laughter came from the other end. I genuinely cannot take him. What do you mean? Must I be so blunt? Am I here to amuse you? If this ISN into Appo's, to your teacher into Appo's, work, then I into Appo's, use my head for a stool. Lin Jifeng was momentarily taken aback, holding her phone in stunned silence. The male voice continued. But when did Zhang Lao start adopting the romantic style of neoclassicism? Hasn't he always advocated for modernist realism? His skills are undeniable. This is truly my student's work. Your student. It seems your student is far more skilled than you. The call ended abruptly, leaving Lin Jifeng holding her phone, dazed for quite some time. Chapter 34. I will not compete with you in high school classes. The fervent enthusiasm of the teachers is often accompanied by the drowsiness of the students. Jiang Chun, too, was lost in slumber, not merely sleeping, but engaged in a systematic dream training course. He needed to rapidly acquire high school knowledge, and, in this dream training, time passed at tenfold speed. The system's guidance surpassed that of any tutor. Truly, my dreams make me stronger. Fortunately, the cultural subject teachers in the art class were not as strict as those in the advanced classes, largely ignoring the students who dozed off, which allowed Jiang Chun to enjoy his sleep thoroughly. While Jiang Chun reveled in his dreams, Su Luoli found herself on pins and needles in Class 2-1. She sensed that her classmates were casting peculiar glances her way, particularly her deskmate Lin Man, who often regarded her with a mischievous grin and would deliberately mimic a broadcaster's tone. Spring had arrived, heralding the season of reproduction for animals. But it was still winter, with over a month until the new year. Su Luoli was completely oblivious to the underlying cause of this commotion. During class, her attention was frequently drawn to a tall girl seated diagonally behind her. This girl, Huang Linlin, had developed notably well compared to her peers. Though her beauty could only be described as modest, her fashionable attire made her quite popular among the boys. Su Luoli's curiosity about Huang Linlin was piqued by a comment Lin Man had made the previous day, leading her to steal glances at Huang Linlin during class. A glance at Huang Linlin and Amp, Oppo's, this enviable figure contrasted sharply with her own modest frame, leaving Su Luoli feeling a bit unsettled. Lin Man, Su Luoli sighed, turning to her deskmate. Lin Man, engrossed in her homework, paused to flash a cheerful smile and asked, "What's wrong, sister? Do boys prefer girls with better figures?" Su Luoli inquired hesitantly, finding the topic somewhat difficult to broach. Lin Man paused, noticing Su Luoli's surreptitious glances at Huang Linlin, and exclaimed with a knowing smile, "Of course, it and Oppo's, it's like that everywhere. The boys in our class are no exception. Just the other day in gym class, Yang Chun and Jiang Pengzi. Why bring him up all of a sudden?" Su Luoli retorted, her cheeks burning with embarrassment as she quickly covered Lin Man's mouth. However, Lin Man nimbly dodged her hand and teased, "Who, Jiang Pengzi? No one." No one," Su Luoli replied sheepishly, then feigned casual interest. "So what happened in gym class?" "I and Oppo's. Am curious," she added, eager to know. Lin Man, amused by Su Luoli and Oppo's unusual demeanor, decided to tease her further. "Oh, I suddenly forgot. My memory is terrible. Unless I drink a bottle of soda, I just can't Amp, Oppo's, recall anything. What would you like to drink?" "Coke," Su Luoli exclaimed, silently excusing herself from her seat to buy a drink from a vending machine. When she returned, she held a small bag in her hand. "Here you go," Su Luoli said as she handed Lin Man the Coke and took out a bottle of strawberry milk for herself. Lin Man eyed the strawberry milk and remarked, "Su Luoli, didn't you say you hated milk?" "I just started liking it," Su Luoli replied defensively, especially since it and Oppo's as strawberry flavored. "I love strawberries, but I heard that strawberry milk is processed. If you want to grow taller, you should drink pure milk, especially for that," Lin Man hinted, making a gesture to indicate growth. Su Luoli quietly set down her strawberry milk and walked out of the classroom again. "Su Luoli, class is about to start. Where are you going?" "To the restroom." When the class bell rang, Su Luoli entered the classroom, noticeably late, clutching a bottle of pure milk. Lin Man, after Su Luoli settled down, teased, "Is there pure milk in the restroom?" Su Luoli and Amp, Oppo's face turned crimson. She pretended not to hear and discreetly hid the milk in her drawer. Lin Man stifled her laughter, deciding to let the matter rest. Sensing that further teasing might irritate her friend, she gently nudged Su Luoli with her elbow and cautiously passed her a note under the table. "Su Luoli, Huang Linlin asked me to give this to you." "Huang Linlin?" Su Luoli asked, puzzled, yet she accepted the note. Upon opening it, she read a line in Huang Linlin and Amp, Oppo's handwriting. "Stop staring at me. I want an Amp, Oppo's compete with you." What on earth does she mean? Yang Chun. Yang Chun had slept from morning until evening, only breaking his slumber for lunch and a brief restroom visit. His deskmate, Zhang Haitao, speculated whether Yang Chun was a nocturnal creature, perhaps even imagining he had a night job. As Yang Chun stirred awake, he felt as though his arm belonged to someone else. "One Appos, it's up, bro," he groaned, stretching his arm. Zhang Haitao, brimming with excitement, replied, "There and Appos. S a girl outside looking for you, and she and Appos. S stunning. What is your connection with her?" Yang Chun turned to the classroom door and saw Su Luoli waiting for him. "Do you know what she wants?" he asked. "What?" "To invite me over for dinner." Zhang Haitao was taken aback, giving him a thumbs up. "Wow. I've been dating my girlfriend since middle school, and I still don't dare bring her home for dinner." Yang Chun, uninterested in explaining, patted his shoulder. "I haven't even dated her, yet I'm going to her house for dinner. You've been at it for years. You're not doing this right. Young man, keep your eyes open and study hard." As Yang Chun walked past, Zhang Haitao remained in disbelief, muttering to himself, "Does this mean one should first get to know the family before pursuing the girl?" Suddenly enlightened, he clapped his hands in admiration. "Brilliant, truly brilliant." Meanwhile, Su Luoli stood at the entrance of Yang Chun and Appos' classroom, feeling particularly uneasy. After receiving Huang Linlin and Appos' note, she had quickly coerced her close friend Lin Man into revealing that the class was buzzing with rumors of her secret relationship with Yang Chun. This stemmed from the fact that a loudmouth had seen them holding hands as they approached the school gate, and Yang Chun even got into her car. Of all people, it had to be a loudmouth. Su Luoli was mortified. She was well aware of that person and Appos' catchphrase, "I'm going to share a secret with you, but don't tell anyone." Yet, within half a day, the entire class was aware of her so-called secret, except for her, the very subject of it. She had unwittingly shared her thoughts with Lin Man before realizing the situation, which explained Lin Man's knowing smile. How embarrassing. Now, as she approached Yang Chun, she did so in stealth, fearful of being spotted by her classmates. Just as she was lost in thought, Su Luoli noticed Yang Chun approaching, rubbing his arm and yawning. Chapter 35. The sense of crisis in Su Luoli. What happened to your hand? Su Luoli noticed Yang Chun rubbing his arm as he emerged. Yang Chun glanced down. "It's just numb. Feels like I've touched an electric switch." "Are you here to sleep?" Su Luoli felt a surge of frustration. How could Yang Chun possibly gain admission to the Central Academy of Fine Arts like this? They had promised to attend university in Kyoto together. She was already contemplating taking on the role of his study supervisor. Observing Yang Chun and Appos' disheveled appearance, with tousled hair and a thick down jacket wrapped around him like a rice dumpling, she wondered how he would present himself at home. "I told you to dress more presentably. You bend down a little." Growing anxious, she tiptoed to smooth down his unruly hair. Unbeknownst to her, this affectionate gesture had become instinctual. Yang Chun obediently lowered his head. Both felt at ease, unaware of any impropriety until a cough interrupted them. Cough. Teacher Lin, holding a bag, cast a peculiar glance at the affectionate pair, but said nothing, walking directly past them into the classroom. Once Teacher Lin had entered, Su Luoli covered her face, feeling slightly embarrassed. Yet, she heard Yang Chun and Appos' inner voice, showing off affection in front of an unmarried woman in her 30s. "I'm truly a brave soul. Tomorrow will be dreadful." "Who is showing off affection with you?" "We hardly have anything between us," she retorted in her mind, albeit not quite convinced. Sighing, she said, "Never mind, there's still time. I'll take you shopping for clothes." Although she didn't Appos' voice it, Su Luoli valued the significance of Yang Chun visiting her home for the first time. She wished to leave a good impression on him and ensure he made a favorable impression on her family. However, Yang Chun patted the bag he was carrying. "No need. I brought my own." Surprised, Su Luoli asked, "You brought your own?" "Of course. Didn't you specifically remind me to dress well today? I've remembered every word you said. Besides it and Appos, that's my first time visiting your home. I want to make it special." Su Luoli and Appos' pupils dilated, momentarily lost in thought. Did he really remember every word she said? His casual remarks often filled her with warmth. She shyly lowered her head, biting her lip. Yang Chun, oblivious to her thoughts, casually remarked, "Wait here a moment. I'll change in the restroom." "Okay." She nodded obediently. After waiting at the art classroom door for a moment, Su Luoli was startled by the chatter of girls from the next class in the hallway. Is that a new teacher? You should go ask. As she turned to look, she was taken aback when she saw Chen approaching her. Clad in a light gray suit that perfectly accentuated his tall figure, his once messy hair was neatly slicked back, shedding his youthful naivety for a touch of maturity and composure. He smiled at Su Luoli, a blend of sunshine and gentleness. At that moment, Su Luoli realized that Chen possessed a hint of charm that could attract attention from other girls. No wonder he was popular. Yet, as he reached her side, his elegant demeanor vanished. Arms crossed, hunched and shivering, he urged, "Let us go. I'm freezing." "Don't. Don and Amp, Oppos. T stands so close to me. My dear classmate, you seem unaware that during the Cambrian period, our ancestors lacked warm clothing and survived by huddling together for warmth. Thus, it is human instinct to seek warmth in each other's proximity." Walking side by side along the tree-lined path leading to the school gates. The campus of Yulon High School bustled with students, some heading home for meals, others walking in pairs toward the cafeteria. It was Wednesday, and whether boarding or commuting, students would eventually return for evening study sessions. However, Su Luoli had taken a leave of absence, while Chen had boldly skipped class. The management of the art class at Yulon High was quite lenient. Chen had noticed that during evening study, nearly half the class was absent, with the supervising teacher pretending not to notice, engrossed in a movie on their laptop. Su Luoli was momentarily caught off guard by Chen's nonsensical chatter. Pondering for a while, were there humans during the Cambrian period? Chen, you will definitely become the type to deceive girls in the future. Nonsense. Who doesn't know I'm the epitome of honesty at Yulon High? Even my mother says my most brilliant trait among countless virtues is that I don't lie. Of course, that statement was also a fib. Lately, Wang Xiaofang had been puzzled about where her son had picked up his penchant for boasting. Su Luoli pouted, muttering, "I hope so." Chen regarded her quizzically, sensing that Su Luoli seemed a bit irritable today. Unbeknownst to him, this was due to the incident involving Huang Linlin and her sudden realization of Chen's smooth tongue and slightly charming appearance, which indeed attracted girls, instilling in her a sense of crisis. Naturally, Su Luoli would never admit to such feelings. Pointing at him, she declared, "Regardless if you lie to me, I'll discern it immediately. I'm far smarter than you think." She spoke truthfully. If Chen were to lie, she would indeed be able to tell right away, considering she could hear his inner thoughts. At that moment, as Chen solemnly agreed, his mind wandered to the past. "Oh, really? Back when we first started dating, I told you to bring your ID to the movies, and you not very believed me. After the film, when the school dormitory gate was closed, I suggested I'd take you to a nearby hotel, and you believed that too." And then, Su Luoli. Suddenly, she didn't want to continue listening to Chen's thoughts. While Chen mused aimlessly, he noticed that Su Luoli, who had been walking beside him, had silently quickened her pace and moved ahead. "Why are you walking so fast all of a sudden? Don't come any closer. The filth might spread." At the school gate, the Su family's car was already waiting. After Chen got into the car, it took a while for him to feel warm again. The biting cold of the campus walk had nearly frozen his nose. After placing her bag down, Su Luoli pulled out a small pink wallet from her backpack, opened it, and handed Chen a card, saying, "Here, just as I promised." Chapter 36. Su Bapi and Bailao Chen gazed at the card she handed over, somewhat taken aback. He had initially intended to draft a detailed proposal, formulate a formal contract, and prepare some finished design drafts and conceptual illustrations for Su Luoli to review before securing her investment. The password was 6/8 from Wang Bank. Noticing his hesitation, Su Luoli inquired curiously, "Aren't and Amp, Oppos. You going to take it?" "It an Amp, Oppos. That's not that. Aren't and Amp, Oppos. You afraid I might deceive you?" Chen felt a bit bewildered. "Not at all. I know where you live. And what if I lose it?" Although Chen had been contemplating obtaining some startup capital from Su Luoli's small fortune, he felt perplexed when she actually handed over the money. After all, he was still just a student, and his relationship with Su Luoli was merely that of classmates. In this context, Chen was confident he could persuade her, but the issue remained. He hadn't done anything yet, and she was already willing to trust him? What about the 300 ways he had prepared to woo her? Were they all in vain? Did she trust him so readily? Under Yang Chen and Appo's puzzle gaze, Su Luoli feigned a fierce expression, revealing her small tiger teeth. If you lose it, you shall work for me for life to repay the debt. From now on, you will be Yang Bailao, and I shall be Su Bapi. Though she attempted to appear intimidating, her adorable face and little tiger teeth were anything but frightening. They were rather endearing. Yang Chen Chocolate. Accepting the card from Su Luoli and Amp. Appo's hand, jesting, unfortunately, I don an Amp. Appo's, she and Amp. Appo's, are at home to repay the debt. Otherwise, I could endure it and let you, boss Su. Take me in? All right, I and Amp. Appo's, I'll lock you up in a workshop and make you grind grain every day. If you don't work, I and Amp. Appo's, I'll whip you with a little whip. Oh dear, a rather strange image was forming. Yang Chen rubbed his forehead, hastily ceasing his imagination. When he looked at Su Luoli again, he noticed her cheeks had suddenly flushed, her eyes wide and staring at him, with a hint of disdain in her gaze. The Su family resided in a villa area in the southern part of the city. It took Yang Chen an hour's ride to arrive. Upon disembarking, he asked Su Luoli, I've never quite understood. There are 2 key high schools in the city. Why did you choose the more distant Yuan? It takes 2 hours for a round trip every day. As Su Luoli exited from the other side, she walked around to the back of the car, hesitatingly replying, The children of my relatives all study at the city schools, and I don't want to see them there. Upon hearing this, Yang Chen understood. Although several younger members of the Su family were not particularly outstanding academically, aside from Su Luoli, they still attended good schools due to their affluent background. With only 3 key high schools in the entire Lisher, and 2 located in the city, it was understandable that Su Luoli would choose to study at Yulon in Qingshan County. Su Luoli urged Yang Chen, come help. Coming, he approached her side, where the car and Amp, Appo's trunk was already open. Su Luoli pointed to the contents inside, saying, Put your bag in the car first. Take this. Yang Chen noticed she was indicating a beautifully crafted wooden box in the trunk, which was rather small, even smaller than a laptop bag. Do I really need to help carry such a small thing? He thought to himself, but kept his thoughts to himself and lifted the little wooden box. Hearing a clattering sound from within, he wondered what was inside. Seemingly guessing his thoughts, Su Luoli softly defended, When you meet my grandfather, just say it's a gift you prepared. Yang Chen suddenly realized this was Su Luoli's way of ensuring he made a good impression on her family during his first visit. However, would an ordinary person prepare such an exquisite gift? Although he had no idea what was inside, the wooden box itself appeared quite expensive. He certainly couldn't and Amp, Appo's afford it. Su Luoli, perhaps due to her sheltered upbringing, had not considered the situation thoroughly. Her privileged background led her to believe that such a level of gift-giving was appropriate for a student. Yang Chen chose not to expose this oversight, as Su Luoli was genuinely thinking of him. Yet he failed to notice that while he pondered these thoughts, Su Luoli beside him appeared increasingly flustered and embarrassed. Speaking of gifts, Yang Chen recalled that he had prepared one himself, still in his backpack in the car. He quickly returned to retrieve it. Although he was uncertain whether Su Luoli's grandfather would appreciate it, he was there to express gratitude, not to solicit favors from the Su family. As long as the sentiment was conveyed, that sufficed. At the Su residence, Elder Su sat in the living room while the housekeeper and several daughters-in-law busied themselves, adding dish after dish to the dining table. Elder Su's children were all present, and his eldest son couldn't help but say, Dad, we have so many guests today. Since he just came home from the hospital, why not set up more tables to celebrate and liven up the atmosphere? I've already booked the hotel. Su Changwang glanced at his eldest son, fully aware that he was overwhelmed with building issues lately. This gathering wasn't an Appo's about celebrating him. It was clearly an opportunity for his son to invite influential figures and strengthen connections under the guise of a celebration for his recovery. He snorted, leaning on his cane. No need. I don an Appo's like crowds. A simple family meal will suffice. His eldest son, feeling helpless, could only nod in resignation. Su Wang surveyed the room and spotted his troublesome second son, Su Nan, hiding with his daughter-in-law in the kitchen, whispering about something. Yesterday, he truly interrupted Su Nan's activities. He had merely grounded him at home for 2 months. As he contemplated his frustrations, the sound of the door opening drew his attention. He looked over to see his granddaughter entering with a rather sunny and capable young man. Upon seeing Su Luoli return, the stern expression on Su Wang and Appo's face softened slightly. His gaze quickly shifted to the young man beside her. Su Luoli was petite, and standing next to the tall young man, who must have been nearly 6 feet tall, made her appear even smaller. However, it was unclear what the young man had done to upset his granddaughter, as she was scolding him softly, while he merely smiled awkwardly in response. Su Wang felt more satisfied with this young man and Appo's temperament. Chapter 37. Concern leads to chaos. Yang Chen. How could you bully such an adorable creature like Dodo? Let us not even mention this towering wolf dog, which is taller than me. Did you not see it nearly snapping at my leg? It merely wishes to play with you. Yet you resorted to throwing stones at it. Fine, next time it lunges at me, I shall offer it a couple of pounds of my thigh meat, as if feeding eagles. As they stepped into the Su family residence, Su Luoli continued to express her grievances to Yang Chen. The reason for her discontent was their encounter with the slumbering wolf dog in the courtyard, which, for reasons unknown, began barking and lunging at Yang Chen. Terrified, Yang Chen almost executed a spinning kick, but, realizing the complexity of the move, he ultimately threw a couple of stones to scare it away, resulting in a strong reprimand from the dog-loving Su. Throughout their journey, he decided to treat the dog like royalty, avoiding it in the future. However, Su Luoli's complaints ceased at the entrance. Upon entering the house, she fell silent. Grandfather. Su Luoli led Yang Chen to the living room, where they encountered the venerable patriarch of the Su family. Su Wang smiled warmly. Luoli has returned. This young man is Yang Chen, I presume? Su Luoli pulled Yang Chen closer, smiling. Yes, this is the Yang Chen I mentioned to you. He was the one who discovered you in time and provided emergency aid. Yang Chen politely greeted, Good day, sir. Su Wang scrutinized the young man before him. The last time he had awakened after Yang Chen's timely intervention, he had been in a daze and did not have a clear impression of Yang Chen and Appo's appearance. However, upon closer inspection, he found the young man quite impressive, tall, and handsome. What pleased Su Wang most was Yang Chen's demeanor. He appeared entirely at ease, exhibiting no signs of discomfort or awkwardness, but rather a commendable politeness. In contrast, his granddaughter, Su Wang glanced at Su Luoli, whose face betrayed a mixture of anxiety. Her hands fidgeted nervously, stealing glances at Yang Chen and then anxiously observing her own reactions. It was as if she feared her grandfather would disapprove of the boy she had brought home. Recalling that he had been saved by this young man because Luoli had arranged to meet him in the park outside, Su Wang offered Yang Chen a kindly smile, nodding, Please, make yourself at home. There's no need for formality. Certainly. Yang Chen confidently sat beside Su Wang on the sofa, maintaining a polite distance while ensuring smooth communication. Su Wang continued, I truly appreciate your help last time. Without you, I might not be sitting here today, but instead a photograph in black and white adorning this hall. As Yang Chen was about to respond, Su Luoli eagerly interjected, Yes. The doctor said it was fortunate that you were brought in promptly. Otherwise, it could have been perilous. Su Wang added, The purpose of inviting you here is primarily to express my gratitude in person. To be honest, merely saying thank you feels inadequate. I am at a loss for an appropriate gesture of thanks. Before Yang Chen could speak, Su Luoli chimed in, There's no need for that, grandfather. Yang Chen is simply the type to help others without expecting anything in return. Right, Yang Chen? This time, not only Yang Chen, but even Su Wang regarded her with a peculiar look. Su Luoli blinked, puzzled by the attention. Su Wang, bemused, noted how his granddaughter, usually quite astute, seemed out of sorts today. Was it that concern had led to her fluster? He cleared his throat. Luoli, shouldn't you allow your classmate to speak? Yang Chen nodded in agreement. The elder is correct. Only then did Su Luoli realize that her grandfather was indeed addressing Yang Chen, and she had not allowed him the chance to respond. An overwhelming sense of embarrassment washed over her. She felt like an ostrich wanting to bury her head in the sand. Yet, her tendency to answer for Yang Chen stemmed from their lengthy acquaintance. She knew he often spoke in a whimsical manner. While this sometimes evoked embarrassment and annoyance, it also brought her joy. She feared that if Yang Chen behaved similarly in front of her grandfather, he might come across as frivolous. In her well-meaning attempts to protect Yang Chen, she felt frustrated as he simply agreed with her grandfather. Determined not to disregard Yang Chen, she resolved to remain attentive, ready to intervene should he say something inappropriate. Unexpectedly, where her grandfather posed questions to Yang Chen, he responded with remarkable poise and courtesy, his tone gentle and warm, often accompanied by a smile. Occasionally, innocuous jokes would elicit hearty laughter from Su Changwang. Listening to their exchange, Su Luoli felt a strange sensation bubble up within her. It seemed this fellow was not as nonsensical as she had perceived. He possessed a serious side. Perhaps it was simply that he was more special when it came to her. Yang Chen and Su Changwang conversed effortlessly. In his previous life, he had established a vast business and encountered a myriad of individuals, thus honing his social graces. Though he did not engage in empty flattery, he understood the nuances of conversing with different people. Despite never having met Su Changwang in his past life, he had often heard his wife speak fondly of her family as esteemed elder, and he was well-versed in Su Changwang's life and interests, facilitating their discussion. Moreover, Su Changwang's amiable nature made him easy to converse with. While Yang Chen enjoyed the dialogue, Su Changwang grew increasingly astonished. He found this young man to be articulate, humorous, and knowledgeable, capable of engaging in discussions across various topics with genuine insight. For instance, when Su Changwang spoke of his love for calligraphy and painting, Yang Chen seamlessly transitioned from discussing the Eastern Jin painter Gu Kaiji to modern figures such as Su Beihong and Zhang Deqian, covering both traditional and Western art with ease. This left Su Changwang momentarily questioning whether Yang Chen was indeed a high school student. While he appeared mature today, his youthful features betrayed a certain innocence. Before they knew it, mealtime had arrived. "Father, shall we dine?" Luoli's classmate must be hungry as well. Su Changwang had lost track of time, feeling as though the conversation had just begun. He rose with the support of his cane, and Yang Chen promptly assisted him. Su Changwang smiled, accepting the gesture, and patted Yang Chen's hand, asking, "Do you drink?" "Sir, I must decline. I am not yet of legal age," Yang Chen replied bashfully. "It is essential to uphold proper values. Alcohol should be avoided." Chapter 38. Is this meeting the parents? In truth, Yang Chen could consume a couple of drinks and possessed a decent tolerance for alcohol. The Yang family relished their beverages, and each year they brewed their own wine, storing jars in the basement, some aged for nearly 2 decades. The children of the Yang household were introduced to rice wine as toddlers, dipped by adults in amp, oppos, chopsticks. However, when he drank too much, he tended to lose his composure. Elsewhere it might be acceptable, but not today at the Su residence. Old Master Su was taken aback by Yang Chen and Oppos' unexpected refusal, a faint smile gracing his lips as he nodded. "Very well. It is indeed better for someone your age to refrain from such indulgences. You may enjoy beverages with Luoli instead." With Yang Chen supporting him, the elderly gentleman and the young lady made their way to the dining table. The other members of the Su family exchanged glances, perceiving the two as though they were a grandfather and granddaughter, while they themselves felt like mere guests. After assisting old Master Su into the main seat, Yang Chen intended to find a casual spot for himself, but Su Luoli discreetly tugged at his sleeve. "I'll introduce you to some people. You should greet them," she whispered. Yang Chen nodded, following her to meet the elders of the Su family. "This is my uncle and aunt." "Greetings, uncle, aunt. And this is my father. And my mother. You may have met my mother at the previous parent-teacher meeting." Su Luoli introduced him, while Yang Chen followed suit, wearing a polite smile. Old Master Su had many descendants. His first 3 children were sons, along with 2 daughters. His eldest son, Su Hongwei, was a portly middle-aged man with a balding head, exuding a jovial demeanor akin to a genial businessman. The second son, Su Hongzhong, Su Luoli and Oppos' biological father, was in his 40s yet still quite handsome. maintaining a serious expression in his business attire. The third son, Su Hongming, had an unremarkable appearance and spoke in a slow, measured manner. As for the daughters, one had married far away and was absent, while the other, having gone through a divorce, sat at the far end of the table, silent and almost invisible. Yang Chen was not unfamiliar with the Su family dynamics. He recognized everyone without needing Su Luoli and Appos as introductions. What surprised him was the stark contrast between this visit and his previous experience when he first accompanied Su Luoli home. As she led him in introductions, the relatives greeted him warmly, occasionally inquiring about his studies. Even Su Luoli's father offered a slight nod of acknowledgement, displaying courtesy. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Chen quickly discerned the reason for this change in reception. This time, he visited the Su family as the savior of Old Master Su, a significant distinction from his previous visit. Moreover, the most pivotal factor, Yang Chen subtly cast a glance at Su Changwang. Perhaps the greatest reason was indeed the old gentleman himself. His presence kept the chaos of the Su household in check. Once the greetings concluded, Su Luoli guided Yang Chen to the end of the table, insisting he sit beside her. He noticed that the younger generation of the Su family occupied another table. Aside from Su Luoli, the only peer present was her cousin, with an empty seat beside him. Su Luoli, somewhat anxious, cautioned, grandfather dislikes conversation during meals. If he doesn't end Appos, he asks you anything, please refrain from speaking, all right? There are so many rules. Consider a request from me, please? Hearing her plead in a somewhat endearing tone, Yang Chen agreed with a smile. While they whispered to one another, Su Hongming, the third son of the Su family, chuckled and teased Su Hongzhong. Brother, I almost thought Luo had brought her boyfriend home for introductions. Su Hongzhong's eyes flashed with discontent. Though his demeanor remained calm as he replied, Luo is still young. Do not jest like that, third brother. Not too young. I married my wife at her age. If you ask me, what's most important for a girl? It's finding a good family to settle down with. You only hong for my company, right? She graduated with a PhD, but what good does that degree do her? In her 30s, and still no suitors. Her parents are nearly at their wits' end, Appos, and seeking matches for her. I believe women aren't and Appos. Suited for corporate roles. Third brother, why concern yourself with others in Appos? Affairs? Su Hongzhong and Appos. Voice revealed his irritation. Yet Su Hongming appeared oblivious, continuing his banter until Old Master Su rapped the table. He glanced at his two sons, but chose silence. Shifting his gaze to his second daughter-in-law, his brow slightly furrowed as he inquired, where is Anan? Chunlin, Su Luoli's mother and the second daughter-in-law of the Su family, rose awkwardly. Anan must be busy with something. I will go upstairs to fetch him. Go ahead. Do not keep the family waiting for dinner. Understood. Chunlin acknowledged before hastily departing up the stairs. Yang Chen had been listening to the conversation between the Su brothers throughout, amused by their veiled exchanges. They were seasoned at subtlety, their words laden with hidden meanings. The second and third branches of the Su family were at odds. While Su Hongzhong and Su Hongming maintained a facade of decorum, the underlying tensions were palpable. Once Old Master Su steered the conversation away from the previous topic, the two brothers fell silent. Yang Chen turned to Su Luoli, noticing her head bowed. Her eyes slightly reddened as she struggled to suppress her discontent. He discreetly reached under the table and gently pinched her at her waist, eliciting a startled straightening from her. Su Luoli was quite ticklish. She shot him an annoyed glare, but, unable to express her displeasure in front of family, hissed softly, "Stop it." Yang Chen responded with a radiant smile. Su Luoli huffed, turning her face away. Yet, his playful interruption seemed to alleviate her earlier embarrassment, her mood visibly lightening. On the second floor of the Su residence, Su Nan reluctantly followed his mother, Chunlin, downstairs. She continued to urge him, stay at home obediently for a few days. Once your grandfather calms down, I will think of a solution. Su Nan grimaced, his reluctance evident. The thought of being grounded for 2 months sent him into a frenzy, and he had been pleading with his mother to help him find a way out. However, Chunlin dared not go against Old Master Su and Appos' wishes, merely comforting her son. Your grandfather is inviting the young man who saved him to dinner today. When you meet him, be a bit courteous." Chen Lin's persistent chatter fell on deaf ears as Su Nin absorbed nothing. Upon reaching the staircase and Appo's turn and glimpsing the dining hall below, he inadvertently glanced towards the table. Upon spotting the individual seated beside his sister, he was immediately taken aback. What is this guy doing here? Su Nin rubbed his eyes, momentarily doubting his vision. No matter how he blinked, Yang Chun remained seated there, perfectly at ease. This audacious fellow actually came to my home. Su Nin nearly suspected Yang Chun had followed him home to exact revenge for their earlier scuffle. How bold could one be? Yet, recalling that old Master Su was hosting a meal for his savior, he observed that aside from Yang Chun, the table was filled with family members. This indicated that Yang Chun was indeed the one who had saved his grandfather. What a coincidence! Moreover, Yang Chun was acutely aware of his debts to Yu Matsi, his theft of the family and Appo's Jade Buddha, and the seemingly opportune rescue of his grandfather. Could this truly be mere coincidence? In that moment, Su Nin gazed at Yang Chun with a mixture of horror and disbelief, feeling a chill run down his spine, his body covered in goosebumps. He vaguely sensed the presence of a conspiracy. Chen Lin, noticing her son halt mid-step, turned back in confusion, asking, "What in Appo's the matter? Hurry down. Your grandfather is still waiting for you to eat." As she spoke, she observed the pallor of her son and Appo's face and the cold sweat beading on his forehead, prompting her to rush over. "Nan, what's wrong?" Su Nin swallowed hard, his teeth chattering. "Mom, I think Appo's am feeling a bit unwell. Appo's am going to my room." Without waiting for Chun Lin and Appo's response, he hurriedly ascended the stairs. Grandfather Su, seeing his daughter-in-law return without Su Nin, wore a displeased expression. However, in front of so many people, he refrained from saying much, merely nodding and stating, "It's time to eat." During the meal, Su Luoli appeared quite reserved, her gaze fixed on her plate as she daintily consumed her rice, only selecting dishes from directly in front of her. In contrast, Yang Chun exhibited no signs of anxiety. He freely chose whatever dishes he fancied, even going for a second helping of rice. This left Su Luoli in a state of self-doubt. Was this truly her home or Yang Chen's? Yet Yang Chun was wholly absorbed in his meal, relishing the feast prepared by the family and Appo's dedicated chef, whose skills far surpassed those of ordinary restaurants, presenting flavors and aromas that could entice anyone to indulge in seconds. After finishing the meal, Yang Chun leaned back comfortably in his chair, nearly succumbing to the urge to burp. Su Luoli discreetly reached beneath the table and gently tapped his thigh. He looked at her in confusion, only to see her pouting and gesturing to the side. She was prompting Yang Chun to deliver the gift he had prepared earlier. Yang Chun nodded, picked up the small wooden box from the floor, and approached Grandfather Su with a cheerful demeanor. "Grandfather, it's a pleasure to visit you for the first time, and I wish to congratulate you on your discharge from the hospital. This is a small token of my appreciation. Gift giving is unnecessary. We are still students." Su Changwang frowned, attempting to decline. Yang Chun smiled and placed the box on the table, saying, "This is a gift from Miss Su." Surprised, Su Changwang glanced at his granddaughter, who was equally astonished by Yang Chun and Appo's straightforwardness. Su Changwang, being astute and perceptive, noted his granddaughter's reaction and the exquisite craftsmanship of the wooden box, leading him to an understanding. It seemed his granddaughter was more invested in this young man, Yang Chun, than he had initially thought, going to great lengths to prepare a gift to leave a favorable impression. Initially uncertain about the relationship between his granddaughter and this young man, Su Changwang now felt a sense of conviction. Upon opening the box, he found a beautifully crafted tea set. While it was commercially available, the fact that it was a gift from his granddaughter brought him joy, and he nodded appreciatively. However, Yang Chun lingered before him, rummaging through his outer garment to produce a rolled-up item. "And this is my personal gift." Su Changwang gazed at him in surprise, having expected the previous gift to be the end of it. When he saw that Yang Chun merely pulled out a sheet of paper, he assumed it was something of little value and accepted it. Upon feeling the texture, he recognized it as rice paper, familiar to him due to his love for calligraphy and painting. As he unfolded it, he was taken aback. The artwork depicted verdant pines subtly veiling distant clouds, with a majestic tiger standing proudly among lush mountains, its mouth agape, revealing sharp fangs. The king of the mountains was portrayed with striking vigor. Splendid, splendid, Su Changwang exclaimed, unable to conceal his delight. He cherished calligraphy and painting, having invited numerous masters to his home for instruction over the years. Though he may not be highly skilled himself, his discerning eye for quality was well developed. The painting before him showcased the beauty of the wilderness and the spirit of the tiger with remarkable skill, undoubtedly crafted by a talented hand. This gift resonated perfectly with Su Changwang and Appo's tastes. However, he lamented the poor condition of the painting. It appeared to have been carelessly folded, leaving creases that marred its beauty. He recalled how Yang Chen had handed it to him, indeed appearing haphazardly folded. A sense of dissatisfaction began to brew within Su Changwang towards Yang Chen. The young man had seemed quite knowledgeable about art during their conversation, yet he lacked the basic understanding of how to properly preserve a painting. Just as he was about to inquire about the artist, he noticed with surprise, "Why is there no seal on this painting?" The seal on a painting serves as an artist's identification, and a well-preserved piece could bear the seals of its various custodians throughout history, significantly enhancing its value. As Su Changwang pondered this, he heard Yang Chen and Appo's somewhat sheepish voice. "I just doodled it. I don't have my own seal. Perhaps I could carve one tomorrow and stamp it." "He painted this?" Su Changwang gasped, his eyes darting between Yang Chen and the artwork in his hands in disbelief. Upon closer inspection, he noted the pristine quality of the paper and the still wet ink, faintly smelling of fresh ink. It was indeed a new painting. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Su Changwang asked, "Did you truly paint this?" Yang Chen nodded. "Oh." Su Changwang slowly nodded, lowering his head as if lost in thought. The Su family members at the table exchanged glances, puzzled by their grandfather and Appo's intense reaction. From their perspective, they could only see the back of the paper held aloft by Su Changwang, unaware of the magnificent painting it concealed. Su Luoli was particularly taken aback. She had not anticipated Yang Chen to have prepared a gift, and it seemed her grandfather genuinely appreciated it. Was it very expensive? She felt a twinge of concern, fearing Yang Chen may have overspent on a lavish gift, wrestling internally with whether to discreetly repay him later without hurting his pride. At that moment, as if struck by a sudden realization, Su Changwang rose and grasped Yang Chen's hand, beckoning him upstairs. "Come, follow me." Chapter 39. What is wrong with my granddaughter? Old Master Su led Yang Chen to the study on the second floor. This study was traditionally reserved solely for Su Changwang and Appo's use. Without his permission, no member of the Su family could enter. The walls of the study were adorned with paintings and calligraphy, each meticulously framed and acquired by Old Master Su as antique art, each piece worth a considerable fortune. Upon entering, Yang Chen was momentarily dazzled, mistaking it for a museum. Old Master Su personally prepared paper and brushes for him, beckoning, Yang, come take a look." Yang Chen approached to find a piece of drawing cloth laid out on the desk, with a half-finished painting neatly placed upon it, held down by a paperweight. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it as an ancient-style portrait of a lady, reminiscent of the Tang dynasty, yet the face of the figure remained untouched by ink. With a wry smile, Old Master Su remarked, "I have been working on this painting for nearly 2 months, yet I cannot seem to capture the expression on her face. I am at a loss as to how to convey her emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, and delight. Something feels amiss. Perhaps you could give it a try?" Yang Chen understood this was a test. The old gentleman likely doubted that the painting he had just gifted was truly his own work. Rather than confronting him directly, he sought to coax Yang Chen into admitting it through this challenge. Undaunted, Yang Chen pondered briefly before picking up the brush to paint. As he worked, he casually asked, "Old Master, have you studied professionally?" He subtly flattered the old man, aware that his painting skills were merely at an amateur level. However, Old Master Su relished such compliments. Praising his business acumen or recounting tales of his youth would hardly elicit joy, but commend his calligraphy or painting, and he would beam with delight. Old Master Su chuckled. "I learned from a few teachers, but it's merely a hobby I pursued after retirement. He waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing significant. While they exchanged pleasantries, Yang Chun completed his work. He set down the brush and stepped aside. All done, old master. What do you think? Old master Su and damp. Appo's smile faded as he inspected the painting. Is this truly all you accomplished in such a short span? He hurried closer to examine the artwork. Where the originally blank face had been filled in with vibrant crimson lips, eyes reflecting an undeniable shyness, and a subtle smile hinting at joy. Although no additional elements had been added to the painting, it seemed as if the figure was glancing back, harboring a secret. This singular expression so vividly encapsulated the girl and amp. Appo's shyness and joy, modesty and youthful longing, that it rendered the rest of the painting almost superfluous. Old Master Su gazed intently for a long moment before setting the painting down. Yang, how old are you this year? 17, he replied. How many years have you studied painting? Oh, I can amp. Appo's. To recall precisely, Yang Chun answered truthfully, as his journey in traditional Chinese painting began in his childhood. Old Master Su inquired further, have you studied under a master? Not specifically. I merely learned a bit from the adults in my family, he answered honestly. I heard from Luoli that you plan to apply to the Central Academy of Fine Arts. Is that correct? Yes, that is my intention. Old Master Su stroked his chin, seemingly deep in thought. Yang Chun remained silent, waiting for him to speak. After a while, Old Master Su declared, how about this? Come over for dinner in a couple of days. I'll coordinate with Luoli to let her bring you. Huh? Why? Yang Chun immediately denied, of course not. I enjoy conversing with elders. Old Master Su chuckled, shaking his head, realizing that this young man was adept at masking his reluctance behind a polite fade. With just the two of them in the study, he probed further, speaking of which, how is your relationship with Luoli? We are merely classmates, purely platonic friendship. Yang Chun insisted. He had never interacted with Old Master Su in his previous life, and while Su Luoli claimed her grandfather treated her well, he had no knowledge of the old man and Appo's thoughts. What if he opposed it? The Su family was known for their protective nature. Moreover, his relationship with Su Luoli was indeed just that of classmates. Old Master Su paused, momentarily taken aback. I haven and Appo's to even finish my question, yet you are so eager to deny it. Could it be that my granddaughter harbors feelings unreciprocated by you? What is wrong with my granddaughter? Old Master Su and Appo's usual affection for her was tinged with sudden displeasure. At that moment, the study door swung open, and Su Luoli cautiously peeked inside, carrying a tray of tea. Grandpa, I brought some tea. Although she was unsure why her grandfather had called Yang Chun away, her concern compelled her to check on them under the pretense of delivering tea. Old Master Su, keenly aware of his granddaughter's thoughts, greeted her with a smile. You young people should go out and have fun. Keeping you here to chat with this old man is rather dull. Before Yang Chun could respond, Su Luoli, delighted, took Yang Chun and Appo's hand and exclaimed, you and Appo's. Rewrite. Grandpa just got out of the hospital, and the doctor advised him to rest. Grandpa, I and Appo's. LL take Yang Chun with me now. Yes, off you go. Su Luoli intended to lead Yang Chun away, but as they exited the study, she was promptly called over by her mother, leaving Yang Chun in the living room to watch television with the younger members of the Su family. Finding the lively commotion too much to bear, Yang Chun opted to retreat to the courtyard. Old dog, I'm here to see you. He held a bowl of leftover meat bones, having snatched them for the housekeeper just as she was about to discard them. The large wolf dog, named Dodo, tethered to a tree in the yard, roused from its slumber upon seeing Yang Chun, the chains rattling as it moved. Woof, woof. The wolf dog barked and lunged toward Yang Chun, though its movements were constrained by the chain, preventing it from reaching him. Maintaining a safe distance, Yang Chun sat down on the stone-paved ground, teasingly saying, oh, how I enjoy watching you try to bite me, but fail. He tossed a piece of meat bone, and upon seeing the food, the dog ceased barking, scampering over to paw at the bone and begin gnawing. Old dog, I repay your fierce demeanor with kindness. You growl at me, yet I still feed you bones. Next time, know your place. As he amused himself with the dog, he was suddenly startled by a melodious laughter nearby. Hee hee, are you always this entertaining? turning to see the source. His hand holding the meat bone trembled in surprise. Chapter 40. The non-mainstream girl Chen nearly thought he was seeing a ghost. Behind him stood a girl, tall and slender, clad in a denim miniskirt even in the depths of winter. Her skirt was complemented by black stockings that embraced her delicate legs, while she wore a pink fleece top. Despite appearing quite young, perhaps even younger than Chen, her hair was dyed a striking shade of purple, the ends styled into soft, voluminous waves. Her face was caked in heavy makeup, pale, as if she were a ghost seeking vengeance. With a bold red lipstick adorning her lips and an exaggerated smoky eye look accentuating her dark-rimmed eyes, enhanced with colored contact lenses. In the realm of non-mainstream fashion, she would undoubtedly be considered a VIP, crown aristocrat. Chen observed her in silence for a while. The girl, however, playfully covered her plunging neckline and cheekily remarked, "Pervert. What are you staring at?" Chen retorted inwardly, wondering if she could take a moment to glance in the mirror before making such a statement. He felt his taste had been insulted. The girl settled beside him, retrieving a pack of Slim Lady and Oppos as cigarettes from her pocket. She took one for herself and offered the pack to Chen. "Here." Chen glanced at the blueberry-flavored pack and shook his head. "I have no interest in candy." Unfazed, she placed the cigarette back in her pocket and lit one for herself. As she inhaled deeply, Chen noticed a butterfly tattoo on the back of her right hand. After exhaling a cloud of smoke, she turned to him and said, "Hey, you must be my cousin's boyfriend, right? Let me correct you on 2 points." With a serious expression, Chen raised 2 fingers. "First, I am not here as your cousin's date. I was invited to dinner by your grandfather after rescuing him. Second, I do not go by, hey, my name is Chu Yuxian." The girl muttered, "Chu Yuxian. What a feminine name. Whatever." Seemingly uninterested in the topic, she crossed her legs and picked up some small stones, chucking them at the large dog. If she managed to hit it and incite its furious barking, she would burst into laughter. Chen watched her for a moment, perplexed, as he had no recollection of this girl from the Su family. Even before his reincarnation, after years of marriage to Su Luoli, he had never encountered her. However, since she referred to Su Luoli as her cousin, she must indeed belong to the Su family. It was evident she wasn't attempting to flirt with him. Rather, she had simply stepped outside for a smoke while her family was distracted, and after sitting down, she had engaged minimally with Chen. Chen paid no mind to the additional presence beside him, choosing instead to observe her playful antics with the dog. Su Luoli was currently in a foul mood. Having been lectured by Chun Lin about focusing on her studies and reflecting on how her brother had doted on her in childhood while discussing her classmate, Chun Lin and Oppo's perspective was somewhat elitist, biased towards males. Yet, as a mother, she was sensitive. She had noticed her daughter fervently defending the young man who had come to their home that day and preparing gifts for the elder, sensing something was amiss. Additionally, she was infuriated by her daughter's actions the previous day, where Luoli had failed to persuade the elder on her brother's behalf, instead spouting nonsense. Was it amusing to see Su Nin punished by their grandfather? After all, he was her own brother. Seizing the opportunity, she was determined to lecture her daughter, even resorting to harsh words. Su Luoli, gentle by nature, especially in front of elders, could only endure in silence, feeling deeply wronged. For some inexplicable reason, she longed to speak with Chen at that moment. However, after searching the house, she could not find him and had to inquire with the housekeeper, who informed her that Chen had gone to the courtyard. Upon arriving in the courtyard, she quickly spotted Chen. However, before she could express her delight, she noticed a girl sitting beside him. Although the girl's back was turned, the shockingly dyed purple hair revealed her identity. Chen. Chen turned to the sound of her voice, seeing Su Luoli standing behind him, her brows furrowed. He stood up from the ground. "Have you finished talking with your mother?" To his surprise, Su Luoli rushed over, shielding Chen with her hands as she addressed the girl seated on the ground. "Susie, what are you up to?" Chen was taken aback by her protective gesture, observing her tense expression and unfriendly demeanor toward her cousin. The girl on the ground tossed her cigarette, but to the ground, and stamped it out with her foot. "Cousin, why are you so nervous? I'm not trying to steal your boyfriend." "Who said he was my boyfriend?" Su Luoli's voice rose several octaves, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Well, if he isn and Oppos, To your boyfriend. Why do you care so much? Suzy teased, provoking her cousin further. Su Luoli was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to respond to Suzy's taunt. With a mischievous grin, Suzy turned to Yang Chen and said, "Hey, handsome, want to go karaoke tonight? There will be plenty of girls." Her words were clearly intended to provoke Su Luoli. Su Luoli fell silent, yet her grip on Yang Chen and Appo's shirt tightened. Yang Chen, noticing her discomfort, quickly interjected, "No thanks, my mom wants me home for dinner." "Didn't you just eat?" "Ah, well, I'm going home for a late-night snack." Suzy scoffed, rolling her eyes as she passed by Yang Chen, muttering under her breath, "Such a childish little boy. So boring." Su Luoli immediately bristled. "Who are you calling childish? I and Appo's am your older sister." Yang Chen grinned at her. "You wouldn't understand the preferences of adults." Suzy stared at Yang Chen in disbelief, instinctively taking a step back, her face contorting in disgust as she clicked her tongue and walked away. Once Suzy had departed, Su Luoli promptly punched Yang Chen and Appo's arm with her small fist, clearly having overheard his teasing remark towards her cousin. Yang Chen rubbed his arm, feigning innocence. "I was merely trying to save face for you. A regular male classmate would go this far for you. You should be grateful." Regular male classmate. Su Luoli hit him again in annoyance. However, this time, Yang Chen adeptly dodged. A Saint Seiya will not be defeated by the same move twice. Ignoring him, Su Luoli huffed and walked aside. Yang Chen approached her. "Was that little punk your cousin?" "Yes, from my uncle and Appo's family." "Why do you ask? Are you interested?" Su Luoli replied, her tone slightly sour. To Yang Chen's surprise, he immediately bristled. "Who are you insulting? My taste has standards, okay?" That girl could crawl out of a well and still not look out of place. It was not an exaggeration. Suzy and Appo's appearance was indeed somewhat startling. Initially annoyed, Su Luoli found herself amused by his words, chuckling lightly. "She is not as terrifying as you make her out to be." Chapter 41. The one who understands how to make her happy. After finally skirting around the topic concerning Suzy, Yang Chen managed to lighten Su Luoli's mood before she inquired, "What brings you here?" Yang Chen pointed to the bowl of meat bones resting on the ground. "I felt rather uncomfortable lingering at your home, so I decided to step outside for some fresh air and perhaps went over your dog." "Went over?" Su Luoli followed his gaze and noticed the bowl of meat bones, but was perplexed by Yang Chen's choice of words. Yang Chen, with a serious demeanor, explained, "Indeed, went over. Just think, if Romeo had attempted to abduct Juliet, and if Juliet's family had a dog like this one, would Romeo have succeeded? He would have been bitten before he could even scale the wall. So, I thought it wise to befriend it now. So when I come to your place in the future, at least it won't bark at me. Are you planning to climb over my wall and abduct someone?" Su Luoli and Appo's face flushed as she lowered her gaze. Yang Chen glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then leaned closer to her ear. Sensing his approach, Su Luoli instinctively recoiled but hesitated, ultimately resigning herself and closing her eyes. Yang Chen whispered softly, "I saw numerous antique calligraphies and paintings in your grandfather and Appo's study. Many are authentic. Why are you pouting?" "Yang Chen!" The courtyard echoed with the sound of a girl's furious protest, followed by two figures chasing each other around. On the second floor of the Su residence, Su Changwang stood by the window, observing the scene below with a smile before drawing the curtain. After leaving the Su home, Su Luoli did not instruct the driver to take Yang Chen directly back, but instead, they strolled leisurely down the night-lit streets. However, Yang Chen was less than enthusiastic, folding his arms and curling up. "Why are we wandering aimlessly? It's rather cold. Wearing and damp. Appo's, to you the one who mentioned wanting a midnight snack?" "What? I merely teased that little girl. I'm not hungry after just finishing dinner." Yang Chen had indeed eaten his fill, relishing every bite at dinner. Su Luoli mumbled, "I'm still hungry. You can consider it accompanying me." Yang Chen scrutinized her for a moment and muttered, "You're tiny, yet you have quite the appetite." "Ouch! Why are you pinching me?" "Humph." Su Luoli quickened her pace, leaving Yang Chen behind. Unfazed, he cheerfully matched her speed. "Little Su boss, although you're my employer now. Let us agree that my job description does not include in damp. Oppos, accompanying for meals, drinks, or conversations. And amp, Oppos. After a long pause without any response from Su Luoli, he emphasized, that requires extra payment. Suddenly, Su Luoli halted, turning to face him. A radiant smile broke across her face, and her voice softened as she beckoned, Yang Chen. Come here. Yet, noting her tightening fists, Yang Chen quickly backtracked. Forget it. Today, S outing is on the house. Come here. Don't run. To Yang Chen's surprise, Su Luoli led him to a midnight snack spot, the same meatball shop he had taken her to previously. It was not far from the Su residence. He recalled their first visit, where Su Luoli had seemed quite out of her element. And now she was the one to suggest it. Upon entering the shop, they sat down, and Su Luoli placed their order. Madam, 2 bowls of meatballs, 1 large without cilantro, and 1 small. Also 2 tea eggs, please. Certainly. The proprietress acknowledged and began preparing their meal. After ordering, Su Luoli turned to find Yang Chen sitting far away, rubbing his ear where she had pinched him. Why are you sitting so far away? Distance creates beauty. Come sit across from me. I promise I won't do anything. My mother says that the more beautiful a woman is, the more she lies. That was said by Zhang Wuji and Appo's mother. My mother has said that too. Their banter drew a chuckle from the proprietress, who was busy dropping meatballs into the pot. Su Luoli furrowed her brow slightly, tapping her foot in impatience until Yang Chen reluctantly moved closer, still mumbling. Well, Zhang Wuji didn't heed his mother's advice in the end. Noticing the proprietress stifling a laugh, Su Luoli felt a bit embarrassed and nudged Yang Chen lightly under the table. They continued chatting, primarily about why Su Luoli and Appo's grandfather had summoned Yang Chen to the study, to which he answered candidly. As they spoke, the proprietress brought over their order. Su Luoli nibbled delicately while stealing glances at Yang Chen, who had yet to touch the tea eggs. Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, she asked, Aren't you going to eat? Yang Chen glanced over. I'm not hungry. You go ahead. But I ordered them for you. Fine. He set down his spoon and began peeling a tea egg, but as he was about to dig into the yolk, a thought struck him. He recalled the previous incident and decided against any overly intimate gestures towards Su Luoli to avoid making her uncomfortable. So he popped the peeled egg into his mouth. But before it reached his lips, he caught Su Luoli staring intently at him. What? Don't you dislike eating egg whites? Actually, I enjoy them. Yang Chen could only slowly eat the yolk, leaving the egg white behind. Su Luoli, feigning nonchalance, took the egg white and popped it in her mouth, turning away to hide her eating from Yang Chen. Wastefulness is unacceptable. As Yang Chen watched her, he seized a moment to say, I just remembered, while I was at your house, I was listening to music in a restroom, and I forgot to wash my hands when I came out. Cough, cough. Su Luoli nearly choked, covering her mouth. Yang Chen, ever the gentleman, offered her a glass of water with a grin. I was just joking. After taking a sip, Su Luoli sighed in relief. How could I possibly listen to music in a restroom? Then that means you really didn't wash your hands after using the restroom? Su Luoli's hands trembled with irritation. Even though she understood that Yang Chen's remarks were meant to tease her, she still felt anger bubbling inside. She set down her cup, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and plaintively said, Yang Chen, could you please stop making me angry? Whether it's about confessing feelings or changing shifts. You say you like me, but you never take any action. Having felt wrong today, she had hoped to confide in Yang Chen for comfort. Yet here he was, frustrating her further. Just as her emotions began to boil over, she glanced up to find Yang Chen engrossed in sketching in his notebook, seemingly oblivious to her words. At that moment, her feelings ignited like a dormant volcano ready to erupt. But before she could voice her frustration, Yang Chen turned the notebook towards her. On the sketchpad was a charming raccoon depicted in a comical pose, alongside a speech bubble that read, I'm sorry. Flipping the page, the raccoon was shown wielding a whip against a cartoon version of Yang Chen, with the caption, I'll help you teach him a lesson. Turning to the next page, the raccoon was presenting a flower, captioned, Here, I say a little flower for you. Don't be upset. As Su Luoli gazed at the sketches, her anger dissipated, momentarily forgotten. Yang Chen quietly asked, Should we include a clause in the contract that prohibits angering the boss? She burst into laughter, her smile radiant. Absolutely. Angering the boss should incur a fine. Yes, yes, Su the skinflint. Yang Chen had an uncanny ability to irritate her. Yet he was also the one who understood her best and knew how to bring her joy. Chapter 42. Procuring equipment. The next day, Yang Chen rose exceptionally early to attend school, bustling with energy even before dawn. He had prepared to leave the house so thoroughly that his uncle, who intended to drive Yang Yu to school and give Yang Chen a lift, was politely declined. His early rise was not without purpose. Instead of taking the bus to school, Yang Chen made his way directly to the town's bank. The previous day, Su Luoli had bestowed upon him the long-desired seed money. Although she did not disclose the exact amount on the card, Yang Chen, being perceptive, refrained from inquiring further, though curiosity lingered. At this hour, the bank was naturally closed, but conveniently adjacent was an ATM. He inserted his card, entered the password consisting of 6 8s, and swiftly checked the balance. 10,000. How generous of her! Such an amount was unimaginable for a high school student. Yet, Su Luoli had so casually entrusted it to him, leaving Yang Chen somewhat perplexed by her faith in him. As he gazed at the funds on the card, he contemplated how to allocate this unexpected fortune. While not an extravagant sum, it sufficed for his immediate needs, especially since he was still a high school student. Realistically, it was impractical to make significant strides in high school. Yang Chen was acutely aware of the constraints on his time. High school was far more rigorous than university, particularly at a prestigious institution like Yulon High School, which prioritized academic advancement. Dropping out was out of the question, not only due to family expectations, but also because he harbored aspirations of attending the Central Academy of Fine Arts, thereby shedding his unrefined background to become a legitimate student of the craft. Thus, establishing a studio or company would have to wait until his university years. As for spending the money, Yang Chen considered venturing into less conventional avenues. Initially, he thought of taking on online commissions for game concept art and illustrations, reminiscent of his earlier life. However, upon reflection, he abandoned this notion. It was now 2008, and smartphones had yet to permeate society, meaning the lucrative market for visually appealing mobile games had not yet flourished, resulting in a lackluster demand for concept art. Furthermore, the fields of fashion and jewelry design, his areas of expertise, had high barriers to entry, often hinging more on reputation than actual skill. Fortuitously, Yang Chen and Oppo's S-brand had gained substantial traction, elevating his status within the industry. Had he approached a major corporation with his resume post-graduation, he likely would not have even gained an audience. Initially, he planned to start with his uncle's clothing factory, taking on orders to replicate his previous success. However, the system he acquired upon his rebirth granted him the opportunity to explore alternative ventures, specifically the world of stone gambling. Upon arriving at school, Yang Chen sought out his previous classmate, Jiang Pengzi, only to discover he had not yet arrived. Instead, Su Luoli was already in the classroom, diligently memorizing English vocabulary. So engrossed in her studies was she that she failed to notice Yang Chen peering in. It was Lin Man, busy erasing the blackboard, who spotted him and cheerfully called out to Su Luoli, announcing, "Luo, Luo, Yang Chen is here to see you." Yang Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had not come specifically to find Su Luoli. The classroom erupted in playful chatter, and Su Luoli, blushing, quickly exited to the hallway. "Don't come to the classroom looking for me," she whispered, her tone a mix of embarrassment and playful reproach. After a moment, she asked, "Have you had breakfast? If you want to eat, I can accompany the boss. After all, he pays well." Yang Chen replied earnestly, "I and Oppos, am always serious about these matters." Su Luoli retorted, slightly irritated, "So what brings you here, then?" Yang Chen intended to clarify, but hesitated, recalling how he had upset her the previous day. "I wanted to see if my dear boss has calmed down." To his surprise, this comment seemed to irk Su Luoli, who had been smiling moments before. "If they're in Oppos, that's nothing else. I and Oppos. I'll head back to class," she declared coldly, turning on her heel and leaving him bewildered in the hallway. Was this the temperament of a high school beauty? Did her mood swing so dramatically? Was her menstrual cycle unusually prolonged? As Lin Man witnessed Su Luoli and Appo's abrupt return, she eagerly began to gossip. What happened? Why did Yang Chun come find you? He and Appo's. It's not an Appo's. My and Appo's. Yang Chun, Su Luoli replied, fuming as she reclaimed her seat. Next time, Don and Appo's. T shout like that. He wasn't Appo's. T even looking for me. Clearly, she had overheard Yang Chun and Appo's true intentions and recognized that he had come to speak with Jiang Pongzi. Not her. The notion that he might wish to distance himself from her in school infuriated her further. Yang Chun and Appo's intention in seeking Jiang Pongzi was to arrange a trip to the city over the weekend to purchase a mobile phone and a computer. Now that he had some money, these items were essential. Jiang Pongzi was chosen for this venture not only because his uncle owned an electronics store in the city, which offered competitive prices, but also to ensure they had a plausible cover story in case Yang Chen's mother discovered the purchase. Saturday arrived swiftly, and in the afternoon, Yang Chun and Jiang Pongzi successfully procured both a smartphone and a laptop. The phone was a new Nokia smartphone, costing about $3,000, while he chose a laptop that set him back over $8,000. As they exited, Jiang Ren Sheng grumbled about the cost of the laptop, arguing that it would have been more prudent to buy a desktop with superior performance for the same price. However, Yang Chen knew that transporting a desktop home would invite unwelcome scrutiny from Wang Xiufang. He couldn't and Appo's possibly divulged that the money had come from a wealthy young lady. Otherwise, he would soon be facing an invitation to a family feast. After Yang Chan finished setting up his phone card at the mobile service center, it was mealtime, and he decided to treat Jiang Rensheng at a local eatery. Pongzi, do you know what to say if anyone asks about where the money came from? Of course. I borrowed it from you. Jiang Pongzi replied nonchalantly, popping open a beer with a swift motion. Pouring himself a cup, he looked at Yang Chun and joked. I drink beer, and you sip on one's own milk. It's freezing outside. You'll freeze to death. Yang Chun scoffed, continuing to enjoy his milk. Jiang Pongzi, undeterred, playfully inquired, Brother Chen, where did you get this money from, anyway? Yang Chun shot him a sidelong glance, asking, do you want the truth or fib? Of course the truth. Jiang Pongzi insisted, eyes wide. A woman gave it to me. Jiang Pongzi nearly spat his beer across the table, incredulous. Yang Chun grimaced, wiping down the table. How unsanitary. Jiang Pongzi stared at him, disbelief etched across his face. Brother Chun, if you and Appo's re in any trouble, you can always confide in me. Surely it can end Appo's TB. Something inappropriate, right? A 16-year-old girl, wealthy and beautiful? If you continue to jest with me like this, Chen, Don and Appo's, do you expect me to keep your secrets? He paused. See? No one believes the truth these days. Yang Chen sighed. All right. I was only teasing you. I knew it, Jiang Pongzi said, relieved, as he continued to drink his beer. Actually, I sold a kidney. Ugh. This time, Yang Chun, having learned his lesson, preemptively clamped his hand over Jiang Pongzi's mouth, barely suppressing the near-projectile display. Jiang Pongzi irritably swatted his hand away. What is it then? If you don't tell me, I and Appo's, LL tell Aunt Wang. A scratch-off lottery ticket. Yang Chan and Appo's face darkened as he emphasized, if you don and Appo's, T believe me this time, I can and Appo's, T help it. Jiang Pongzi studied his serious expression for a long moment before exclaiming, Really? How much did you win? After buying these, almost nothing is left. Damn, that's still over 10,000. Jiang Pongzi mused, sensing something amiss. Wait, are there scratch-offs with prizes over 10,000? With odd amounts? Taxes, you know. All right. Jiang Pongzi quickly dismissed his doubts and eagerly pressed Yang Chun for the location of the lottery shop, hoping to share in the good fortune and perhaps acquire a new computer. Yang Chun fabricated a story and then subtly steered the conversation towards Yang Yu, effectively diverting attention from the lottery winnings. On Sunday, Yang Yu sat in her room, cradling her little cousin on the bed, watching Yang Chun tinker with the router atop a desk. Chun, I think the internet is fine as it is. Is it really necessary to change the router? Yours is a direct wire connection. This one has Wi-Fi, so you can connect with your phone and avoid extra charges when using the internet at home. Yang Chun installed the new router he had purchased for over 200 yuan. Due to the wiring in Yang Yu and Amp, Oppo's house, the telephone line was not long enough. So the router was installed on top of a cabinet, almost touching the ceiling. Yang Chun had to perform this aerial feat while standing on a desk, working up a sweat. Yang Yu wondered aloud, but I Don and Amp, Oppo's, have a phone, and my parents only use their phones for calls. They Don and Amp, Oppo's, even use up the data in their monthly plan. It doesn't in Amp, Oppo's, matter. You and Amp, Oppo's, the only one with a computer in your house. So it would be a waste to leave the router unused. Besides it, and Amp, Oppo's, that's not costing you anything. Yang Chun told Yang Yu that he had won the router in a raffle at a computer store downtown during a shopping trip with Jiang Rensheng the previous day. Yang Yu, always eager for a bargain, smiled, her eyes turning into crescents. That's true. Go ahead and install it then. Now that it's installed, let an Oppo's see if the internet works. As Yang Chun waited for the computer to boot up, Yang Yu was called downstairs by her aunt, entrusting him with the care of her little cousin. After confirming that the computer was working, Yang Chen pondered for a moment and sent a message to Su Luoli on QQ. I bought a phone. The number is 138XXXXXXXX. Contact me by phone if you need anything. He had already given the new phone number to Jiang Pongzi, and Su Luoli was the only other person he had notified. Su Luoli did not reply immediately, but her avatar was gray, indicating that she was offline. Yang Chen paid it no mind. As he was about to turn off the computer, he noticed his little cousin staring at him with her big, bright eyes while perched on his lap. He smiled and reached out to hug her. Come here, let big brother give you a hug. Unexpectedly, the little cousin scurried away barefoot. No, big brother stinky. Yang Chen's expression turned awkward, a mixture of amusement and embarrassment. After taking a shower at home, Yang Chen eagerly returned to his room and retrieved his new laptop from his bag. Although the laptop came with a mouse, Yang Chun found it uncomfortable to use. I still need to buy some peripherals, but this small desk board doesn't in Oppo's seem big enough. Why did I buy such a big bed anyway? There's no room for a desk. Yang Chun had been frustrated by this issue for quite some time. However, bringing it up with his mother was pointless, as she would only retort, you should find a wife sooner, then the bed won't be a waste, will it? Yang Chun thought about Su Luoli's figure and mused that with the size of this bed, he could accommodate 2 more mistresses without feeling cramped. Of course, he would never voice such a thought unless he had completely lost his mind. After turning on the computer, Yang Chun successfully connected to the Wi-Fi, although the connection was rather weak. Streaming a video required a considerable amount of buffering. There was no way around it. Although he and his uncle lived next door, there was a significant distance between his room and the router. Yang Chun contemplated how to run a network cable to his room without being detected. As he was pondering this, he heard a furtive knock at the door. Yang Chun immediately shoved the laptop under the covers and climbed out of bed. Coming. It was Yang Aigua, who arrived at roughly this time every night for Yang Chen's tutoring session with his father. Tonight was no exception. The father and son crept into the living room on the first floor and turned on a small lamp. Yang Aigua whispered, "Did you bring the item?" Yang Chen whispered back, "I brought it. Let's verify the goods. Cash on delivery." Yang Aigua flicked him on the forehead. "I'm teaching you, and you're asking me for money? Shooting into Oppo's. You be paying tuition?" Yang Chun rubbed his head and said helplessly, "Dad, I was just playing along with the mood. Keep it down. Your mother ISN and Oppo's. Sound asleep yet? Don and Oppo's. Wake her up." All right. Yang Chun took out a small square seal from his pocket and handed it to Yang Aigua. Yang Aigua took the seal and examined the inscription. Although his expression remained neutral, he was inwardly surprised. His son's progress in carving talent was exceeding his expectations. It was only a few days ago that he barely knew how to hold a carving knife, and yet in just a few days, the carved characters were already quite impressive, rivaling those of an apprentice who had been studying for 2 years. Chapter 43. The Scoundrel Yang Chun. Return my youth, the craft of carving begins with inscription, a skill that is easy to learn but difficult to master. This is akin to calligraphy. A novice who has practiced for a few days and a master of the art may both produce characters with a brush, yet their outputs are far from equivalent. Yang Aigua was astonished by the rapid progress his son was making, far quicker than his own initial learning experience. Could it be that his son possessed an innate talent for this craft? This thought sparked a shift in Yang Aigua's perspective. Initially, He believed his son was merely indulging in a fleeting interest, likely to abandon it once the novelty wore off. Thus, he had no intention of nurturing this talent seriously. After all, his wife often lamented about their son attending university to secure a future in a big city or pursuing a civil service career, clearly wishing to spare him from the hardships of their trade. In truth, young Igwa had earned a respectable income over the years in his profession. Yet, one cannot comprehend the toil of a trade without first-hand experience. There is a pervasive belief that other professions might offer a more leisurely existence. Wang Xiaofeng shared this sentiment, preferring her son to be a civil servant earning a modest salary rather than toiling in a workshop inhaling stone dust. The allure of an office job, enjoying air conditioning, sipping tea, and perusing newspapers was far more appealing. The benefits of being a civil servant are indeed generous, with job security and comprehensive insurance. Hence, Wang Xiaofeng opposed Yang Chen and Appo's pursuit of this craft. Initially, Yang Igwa concurred with his wife and Appo's viewpoint, but upon recognizing Yang Chen and Appo's genuine talent, his stance began to shift. A child's gift must not be squandered. Indeed, Yang Chen exhibited remarkable aptitude. His self-directed learning had already garnered him recognition within the artistic community, a testament to his artistic talent. Although he was merely a novice in carving, he possessed a systematic dream training program that rendered one night and Appo's sleep equivalent to 80 hours of study for others. Moreover, within this dream training course, he received the most professional guidance from the system, allowing him to focus intensely on his studies without external distractions. This efficiency was unparalleled. With excellent mentorship, extraordinary talent, and dedicated effort, Yang Chen and Appo's progress was nothing short of meteoric. He was, without a doubt, a prodigy. While Yang Igwa felt a surge of pride, he maintained an outward calm, even infusing a hint of nonchalance into his praise to prevent his son from becoming overly arrogant. Yang Chen, unfazed, cheerfully inquired, "Dad, what shall we learn today? More inscriptions?" "Yes, we must first establish a solid foundation." Yang Igwa nodded, then added, "However, I need to inform you of something. Starting tomorrow, we will pause your lessons. Your mother mentioned that your final exams are approaching. You need to concentrate on your studies. You may pursue this craft, but if your academic performance suffers, you can expect some stern consequences." Yang Chen's expression stiffened. Studies. Recently, he had been engrossed in carving, devoting his dream training hours to it, leaving no time for high school content revision. He had nearly forgotten much of what he had learned, and as the final exams loomed, he feared he would be fortunate merely to remain in the art class, let alone maintain a position among the top 5 in his elite class. Suddenly, a realization struck him. "My mother knows? She is aware that I am learning stone carving with you?" It was evident. The secrecy could not be maintained. Then why have we been so clandestine in our discussions? Yang Igwa remained silent for a moment. "Is it not reasonable to be quiet late at night?" "Dad, you could have just said you didn't think of it. Are we continuing or not? If not, I will return to sleep." "Of course we will continue. No need to be hasty." As the days passed, Yang Chen focused intently on his studies, immersing himself in the academic material. This was evident in his daily classroom behavior, which consisted of dozing off, drooling on his desk. His classmate, Zhang Haitao, was left astounded, feeling as though his new desk mate existed in an entirely different time zone. The art class even bestowed upon Yang Chen a new moniker, Dream Prince, akin to Sleeping Beauty. Due to this situation, Teacher Lin frequently brought Yang Chen to the office. Yet his response was always one of humble acknowledgement, remaining unrepentant. He was anxious. The final exams were approaching rapidly, and to avoid the repercussions at home, he needed to maximize his time in the dream training sessions. Meanwhile, Su Luoli was troubled. She felt that Yang Chen was a cad. Ever since she had given him her card, he had ceased to seek her out. The harsh reality hit her. Did Yang Chen truly care for her? Or was he merely interested in her wealth? Was she truly so lacking in allure? Even if she had developed a bit slower in certain areas, she still considered herself quite attractive. Su Luoli found herself unable to summon the courage to approach Yang Chen, waiting in vain as he hadn't even passed by the entrance of Class 2-1 once. Her despondency was palpable, and her best friend, Lin Man, quickly noticed. Recently, Lin Man had hesitated to converse with Su Luoli, but she felt compelled to support her lovely friend. Thus, she resorted to berating Yang Chen on Su Luoli and Appo's behalf. How could he be so heartless? A scoundrel. He should just disappear. Lin Man even encouraged Su Luoli to hang a banner beneath Yang Chen and Appo's classroom, reading, "Scoundrel Yang Chen, return my youth." Each time, Su Luoli would blush and hurriedly cover her mouth, insisting that she and Yang Chen were not involved and he wasn't into Appo's tea really that bad. However, Lin Man and Appo's antics were not solely for amusement. She also sought to assist Su Luoli seriously. For example, she subtly hinted to a certain chubby friend about Yang Chen and Appo's apparent distance. "Hey, has Yang Chen stopped coming to class to hang out with you?" she asked Jiang Rinsheng one day. Jiang Rinsheng looked puzzled. "No, he was just at my place yesterday playing billiards. I met at school. Is he trying to distance himself from you? Not wanting others to know you two are close?" Lin Man remarked, glancing towards Su Luoli. While her words were directed at Jiang Rinsheng, the underlying message was clear. Jiang Rinsheng soon caught on, displaying an understanding smile and gesturing an okay sign, declaring loudly, "Now that you mention it, he is neglecting me as a friend. No way. I will ensure he comes to class today." Seated in the front row, Su Luoli overheard everything, feeling a mix of embarrassment and frustration. She recognized that the two were intentionally speaking loudly for her benefit. Yet in the end, she took no action, even covering her ears as if to block out the noise, pretending to focus on her studies. Perhaps this was a form of silent acquiescence. "Young, my dear, you truly do not understand the heart of a girl," Jiang Rinsheng proclaimed dramatically when he finally found Yang Chen in class, feigning an air of wisdom. Yang Chen was bewildered. "What's going on? Do you have any idea how many couples drift apart through neglect? Relationships require nurturing," Jiang Rinsheng lamented, adopting the demeanor of a seasoned veteran. Had Yang Chen not known that Jiang Rinsheng was still a novice himself, he might have been swayed by his words. Yang Chen replied, "Wait, did you take the wrong medicine today?" Zhang Haitao joined in, grinning as he chimed in. "Has our prince run into romantic troubles?" Irritated, Yang Chen waved him off as one would fly. "Leave me be. I am focused on my studies. There is beauty in knowledge. Do you not understand? Knowledge is my beloved. Come on. Which of your textbooks hasn't been soaked with your drool? You must kiss your bride before marrying her, right? This is a profound love. The subjects of mathematics, literature, and science. Ah, it seems the young master has gathered 3 wives and 4 concubines." Indeed, Yang Chen assumed Jiang Rinsheng was merely engaging him in idle chatter and paid no heed, joking with Zhang Haitao instead. Just then, a round-faced girl wearing glasses approached Yang Chen's desk, tapped it lightly, and cheerfully announced, "Young master, here is your assignment." "Very well, you may leave now." The round-faced girl playfully punched Yang Chen with her small fist before taking the assignment and walking away. Jiang Rinsheng was bewildered. Yang Chen had only recently transferred to this class, and now they were addressing him as young master. He scratched his head in confusion and asked Zhang Haitao, "Why do you all call Chen Gu and Appo's, young master and Appo's?" Zhang Haitao burst into laughter. "You have no idea." Yang Chen, feeling embarrassed, interrupted Zhang Haitao to prevent him from elaborating and cleared his throat. "Fatty, did you have something to discuss with me? The lunch break is almost over." Jiang Rinsheng suddenly remembered the purpose of his visit and pulled Yang Chen outside, insisting, "Come on, Lin Appo's, let's go back to the first class." "Wait, why?" Yang Chen protested. "I was planning to take a nap." Before he could finish, Zhang Haitao teased, "The young master is off to dreamland." Laughter erupted around them. Yang Chen raised his middle finger at them and kicked Jiang Rinsheng playfully. "Hurry up and get to the point." Jiang Rinsheng rubbed his backside, exasperated. "Do you know that Lin Man is coming to hang a banner outside your classroom?" Yang Chen was taken aback. "A banner? What kind of banner? A love confession? What nonsense! You already have the school beauty. Are you still coveting Lin Man? You're being overly greedy. If Lin Man comes to hang a banner saying and Appo's, scoundrel Yang Chen, return my youth, I'll be there with a loudspeaker." Jiang Rinsheng chuckled in response. However, Yang Chen was struggling to comprehend. "Wait, what school beauty?" "Su Luoli, of course. Have you not visited her in days?" I wondered why her eyes looked as red as a rabbit's. If Lin Man hadn't mentioned it, I would have even known. When did I? Yang Chun turned around to find a circle of classmates eavesdropping on the gossip, and his expression darkened. He grabbed Jiang Runsheng and left the classroom. Once in the corridor, he exclaimed, Haven T, I made it clear that Su Luoli and I are no longer together. Yang Chun certainly wished to see Su Luoli, but lacked a proper excuse. They were not in a relationship anymore. Reporting on work? He hadn't even begun yet, so there was nothing to discuss. Besides, he had been genuinely busy with his studies and couldn't find the time. Su Luoli was striving for the top position in their grade and would undoubtedly be studying even harder for the finals. If he went to fawn over her now, wouldn't that be akin to kissing up? It might even cause her to dislike him. Furthermore, Yang Chun felt that Su Luoli and Appo's moods were somewhat unpredictable. She could be engaging in pleasant conversation one moment and inexplicably angry the next. He was beginning to doubt his understanding of her feelings towards him. At times, he wondered if he had chosen the wrong partner. The beautiful girl he remembered wasn't like this. Approaching her at such a critical juncture before finals. What if it displeased her? If the partner he finally secured were to leave, who would be to blame? Jiang Rinsheng could not fathom Yang Chen's concerns. All he knew was that when he delivered water that day, Su Luoli had only quietly asked if Yang Chen was thirsty. In the end, she bought herself mineral water and gave Yang Chen a nutritional drink. If there was no romantic involvement, who would believe that? That was blatant favoritism. Yet, he noticed Yang Chen's unwilling expression, clearly reluctant to join him in class to see Su Luoli, and he adamantly denied any relationship with her. Having grown up together in their childhood, Jiang Runsheng believed he understood Yang Chen well enough to distinguish between jest and sincerity. This time, however, it seemed Yang Chen was genuinely serious. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Jiang Runsheng asked, Are you truly not dating Su Luoli? I and Appo's, he already said no. You, the flower of our nation, should focus on studying diligently to serve our country in the future. What else with all this youthful infatuation? Yang Chen retorted, turning the tables on Jiang Runsheng. Really not? I'll beat you up. Jiang Runsheng, seeing Yang Chen and Appo's earnestness, began to entertain a possibility. Could it be that Su Luoli had developed feelings for Yang Chen and was pining after him? It was indeed plausible. Yang Chen had always been fond of girls with a fuller figure and had previously discussed a certain girl from the neighboring class, but he had never mentioned Su Luoli. And why would such a beautiful girl, pursued by so many, take an interest in Yang Chen? Perhaps it was due to that day when he heroically came to her rescue? That must be it. What was he thinking? Yang Chen, noticing Jiang Runsheng lost in thought, gave his shoulder a firm slap. Jiang Runsheng snapped back to reality, muttering, This is bad, before hastily turning to leave. Yang Chen was left bewildered. What was going on? He shook his head in resignation and returned to class. Upon entering, the round-faced girl wearing glasses led the class in teasing. Oh, the great romantic has returned. Yang Chen. Amidst the laughter echoing in the classroom, he suddenly contemplated switching classes again. Lin Man was waiting at the classroom door, and, upon seeing Jiang Runsheng approach alone, glanced back, whereas Yang Chen. Jiang Runsheng hesitated momentarily, his expression troubled, before finally taking Lin Man's arm and leading her outside. Lin Man, I need to tell you something. Lin Man followed, looking perplexed. Inside the classroom, Su Luoli remained seated, but had been secretly observing outside. When she saw Jiang Runsheng return without Yang Chen, she stared blankly for a moment, then lowered her gaze to the lecture notes on her desk, unable to focus on a single word. In her eyes was an indescribable sense of loss. Chapter 44. The Anxieties of the Assisting Duo. What do you want? Lin Man felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety as Jiang Panzai pulled her to the corner of the staircase. Glancing around, she noticed the absence of others, prompting her to immediately cross her arms over her chest and wearily declare, If you're pursuing me, Jiang Panzai, you should shed at least 8 to 10 pounds first. Jiang Runsheng, initially a loss for words, nearly snorted in disbelief at Lin Man and Appo's remark, exclaiming, I and Appo's am insane. I and Appo's. Do you rather chase a dog than you shrew? Lin Man immediately furrowed her brows, ready to pinch Jiang Rinsheng and Oppos. S-ear. Who are you calling shrew? All right, let an amp. Oppos. S talk business, Jiang Rinsheng said, instantly softening his tone as he hurriedly added, are you certain that Su Luoli likes Chinga? Of course. You didn't in Oppos. To see how she been these past couple of days. Then are you sure Chinga likes Su Luoli? Jiang Rensheng paused momentarily before continuing. When I went to call Chinga in his class today, he was genuinely reluctant to meet Su Luoli and emphasized multiple times that he was an amp. Amp? Oppos. T dating her. He didn't end amp. Amp? Oppos. T seemed to be lying. Lin Man was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Rensheng and amp. Amp? Oppos. S words and instinctively responded, why wouldn't amp? Amp? Oppos. Tiang Chun like Luo Luo? Exactly, why not? She continued. In terms of looks, no one at Yulon High School can compare to Luo Luo. In terms of family background, the Su family has a stellar reputation in Lisher. Anyone with a bit of insight knows that. Academically, she consistently ranks in the top 5 of her grade, and her prospects for entering a prestigious university like a 985 school are nearly guaranteed, with hopes for elite institutions like Peking University and Tsinghua University. And in terms of personality, she is simply adorable. A girl like that liking Yang Chun should be a blessing, not something to be rejected. Reflecting on Yang Chun, Lin Man acknowledged he wasn't an amp. Oppos, T-bad, tall, somewhat handsome, decent grades, and a reasonable family background, but he merely ranked as an average boy in the county, hardly a match for Luo Luo. Lin Man believed her reasoning was thorough. From every conceivable angle, Yang Chun would be incapable of rejecting Luo Luo. Instead, it seemed rather odd that Luo Luo would harbor feelings for Yang Chun. What's the reason? Jiang Rensheng scratched his head, casting furtive glances at Lin Man. After some hesitation, he gestured with both hands in front of the car's headlights, mimicking a curve. You understand? Lin Man instantly grasped his meaning, recalling a previous jest she made at Yang Chun and Oppos' expense using that very gesture. Her face flushed as she retorted, you boys are all lecherous. Jiang Rensheng protested. Criticize Yang Chun all you want, but don't drag me into it. I'm a very loving person. A scoundrel. Yes, scoundrel Chun. Lin Man shot him a peculiar look. The latter scoundrel was directed at you. This remark left Jiang Rensheng, who had never been in a relationship, feeling deeply humiliated. With a light sigh, Lin Man continued. However, speaking of this, Luo Luo indeed. Some girls develop a bit slower. Her voice trailed off, lacking conviction. Jiang Rensheng confidently asserted, I grew up in the same pants as Yang Chun. I know all about his little quirks. I'm sure of it. Indeed, Lin Man recalled overhearing them discreetly discussing someone from the neighboring class. Su Luoli was indeed wonderful, but she seemed to diverge from Yang Chun and Amp, Oppos, as preferences, making his disinterest somewhat comprehensible. After all, as the saying goes, different strokes for different folks. The two exchanged thoughts like a well-rehearsed dialogue, and before long, they had concluded that Yang Chun did not harbor feelings for Su Luoli. Lin Man reflected, realizing that while Yang Chun had only tested the waters with her good friend, he had never probed into Luo Luo and Amp, Oppos, as feelings toward him. After all, she and Yang Chun were merely classmates and not particularly close. What to do now? Have I inadvertently put my good friend in a predicament? Recently, rumors about Su Luoli and Yang Chun and Oppos' relationship had spread like wildfire in class. Yet, Lin Man was acutely aware of the source of these rumors. Furrowing her brow, Lin Man argued, but that doesn't make sense. I saw Yang Chun getting into Luo Luo's car. If he doesn't like her, why would he do that? Jiang Rensheng looked momentarily confused, as he had not heard Yang Chun mention this, and speculated, but maybe it was just for a ride? As far as I know, it's only happened twice. Lin Man seized upon this inconsistency with renewed vigor, her eyes lighting up. Ignoring Jiang Rensheng, she dashed into the classroom. Luo Luo, may I ask you something? During class, Lin Man discreetly passed a note to Su Luoli, who had composed herself and was now looking at the paper handed to her by her deskmate. Meanwhile, Yang Chun sat on his chair, biting his fingers, his expression one of deep distress. It was already evening, and the bell had just rung, signifying the end of the afternoon classes. Zhang Haitao, packing his backpack, noticed Yang Chun still gnawing on his fingers and chuckled. You look like you're constipated. Pretty much. My mood right now feels just like that, stuck at the threshold, unable to pull through or retreat. Stop with the imagery. I'm about to eat. Zhang Haitao exclaimed. Then inquired, Are you leaving, young master? Want to grab a bite outside? Suddenly, Yang Chun slammed his hand on the table, jumping up as if he had had an epiphany. Only a fool would dine with a grown man. He straightened his coat, lifted his collar, and revealed a confident and charming smile. I'm going on a date. Zhang Haitao was taken aback by Yang Chun and Amp, Oppo's sudden surge of confidence, staring in astonishment as Yang Chun strutted out of the classroom through the back door. That makes sense, he exclaimed, promptly taking out his phone to call his girlfriend. Hey, dear, want to go out for dinner tonight? The gates of Yulon High School were open, allowing students the freedom to choose between dining in the school cafeteria or eating out, while a few might head home for dinner. Although Yang Chun was a day student, he typically had both lunch and dinner at school. He knew that Su Luoli had a similar routine, given that her home was in the city and required over an hour to drive back, making it impractical for her to return home just for a meal. Su Luoli preferred to stay at school instead. Furthermore, Yang Chun was aware of Su Luoli and Amp, Oppo's habit of rarely opting for off-campus dining. Although the cafeteria food might not be the best, it was certainly clean and hygienic. It was currently 5:40 p.m., and the last class of the afternoon ended at 5:10 p.m. To avoid long queues, Su Luoli typically spent about 20 minutes in the classroom reviewing her notes and completing her assignments. Given her slower pace at eating, she was likely still in the cafeteria. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Yang Chun did not rush to the food counter. Instead, he scanned the area and soon spotted Su Luoli sitting in a corner, enjoying her meal. A smile broke across his face. Found you. Chapter 45. Once a day, the little white rabbit remained blissfully unaware of the approaching big bad wolf, leisurely munching on grass. Su Luoli was not enjoying her meal today, as evidenced by her drooping little face. Hardly any food made it into her mouth. Instead, she incessantly poked at her rice with her chopsticks, as if prodding someone's cheek, muttering a complaint with each jab. Typically, Lin Man would accompany her to the cafeteria for lunch, but today, Lin Man had mysteriously vanished with Jiang Rensheng as soon as class ended. Su Luoli found herself dining alone in the cafeteria. Just as she was venting her frustrations on the rice, she suddenly noticed someone sitting across from her. Her movements halted, and she dared not raise her head. Gathering her courage, she said, someone else already sitting here. My classmate will be here soon. Such incidents were not uncommon for her. Lin Man usually took on a fierce demeanor to shoo away any unwanted company. However, now, left to her own devices, she felt somewhat flustered. To her surprise, the stranger responded with a cheerful, Oh, is that so? Then I shall take my leave. The familiar voice made Su Luoli's eyes widen in recognition. She looked up to see Yang Chun and Amp, Oppo's playful grin. Pouting, she turned away, her tone feigning anger. Just go on. I don't want to see you again. But there's no one else around. Can a classmate make do? In truth, there were only a few patrons in the cafeteria at this hour, and the seats beside Su Luoli were vacant. Choosing to overlook this, she relented. Fine. You can stay, but if my classmate arrives, you must vacate the seat. Sure. You're quite generous. Which class are you in? Yang Chun replied with a grin, pretending to have just met her. I want to tell you. Even if I did, you wouldn't come over. Her retort elicited genuine surprise from Yang Chun. No longer feigned. After a moment in Amp, Oppo's hesitation, Yang Chun slowly said, Today, Jiang Fatty came to my class looking for me, saying you wanted to see me. I thought it was just some nonsense from the class. It was just them being ridiculous. Su Luoli quickly interjected, realizing her words might have given Yang Chun insight into her feelings. Who want to see you? You just annoy me. She would never admit such a thing in front of Yang Chun. It would be too embarrassing. Yang Chun chuckled. True. Boss Su has made me write in the contract that I'm not allowed to annoy the boss, or else my salary gets docked. He exaggerated, I thought. If every time I see you, you're angry, wouldn't I be losing money? In that case, it's wiser not to see the boss at all. Clever, right? Seeing the smug expression on his face, Su Luoli felt an urge to reward his brilliance with a punch. However, being close enough, she could also hear Yang Chun and Amp, Oppos, S in her thoughts. Damn, so it's like that. That rascal Jiang Fatty believes everything he hears, just following the crowd. I'll give him a kick when I get back. Good thing I'm clever. Pretending to run into her while eating is much smarter. If I had foolishly followed him to class 2-1, everyone would know my intentions. That would be embarrassing. I haven't seen her in days. How could I not miss her? Did he miss me too? Su Luoli and Amp. Oppos. S cheeks flushed, lowering her head shyly, biting her lip. The flicker of happiness in her eyes betraying her. But next week is the final exam. She is probably focused on studying, determined to come in first. I can't just barge in and ruin her concentration. That would only decrease my likability. It's best not to disturb her during this time. Her face turned a deeper shade of red, this time from shame, as she realized she hadn't reviewed much lately, her mind cluttered with a myriad of thoughts, preventing her from concentrating. But was Yang Chan refraining from seeking her out to avoid disrupting her studies? She stole a glance at him, only to find him engrossed in his meal, silent and focused. Upon inspecting his plate, she noticed only a small amount of rice and a piece of green vegetable, no meat at all. Glancing at her own plate, which boasted 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable, she gently kicked Yang Chun's leg beneath the table. "What is that for?" he asked, puzzled. Su Luoli pointed to the meatball she hadn't touched. "I can't eat it, but my grandfather taught me not to waste food." Noticing his lack of response, she playfully chided him for being dense and transferred the meatball to his plate. "You help me eat it." Yang Chen stared at the meatball on his plate, caught in a moment of indecision, before finally managing a smile. Boss Su is so considerate, even providing employee meals. She doesn't think I'm eating this because I can't afford better food, does she? No, I've just come into a windfall. There's no way I'm settling for cafeteria food. I'm saving room for something good later. His unfiltered thoughts made Su Luoli momentarily freeze in her actions. She had expected him to be touched, but instead, he was complaining. How could this thoughtless Yang Chun indulge in lavish meals with the money she invested? She felt an urge to reclaim the meatball, even though it bore his bite marks. As Yang Chun munched on the meatball, painstakingly picking at his rice like counting beans, he mused, that beautiful girl probably finds it annoying when rumors about her circulate in class. She doesn't want to date in high school, so it's best not to complicate things. I should take it slow, just like in my past life, wait until sophomore year. Sophomore year. Su Luoli widened her eyes at him. Don't take your time. Graduation is right around the corner. She kicked his foot again, this time with a bit more force. And when he looked at her in surprise, she huffed nasally and whispered, "I'll dock your salary." Huh? Why? As they exited the cafeteria, Yang Chun and Su Luoli walked back to class together. Since the art building was the last in the school, situated in a remote location, Yang Chan would pass by the second teaching building where the second-year students were located. Thus, he dropped Su Luoli off at the base of the building. Just as they were about to part ways, Su Luoli suddenly stopped, nervously fiddling with her skirt, and said, You need to report back to me in the future. I'm the boss. I need to know how you spent my money. If you don't come, I'll dock your salary every time." Yang Chen was still miffed about earlier. Although the salary deduction was a playful banter between them, Su Luoli had never actually paid him, so the notion of docking his salary was absurd. Yet, he couldn't shake off his irritation. They had agreed that if he made her angry once, he'd lose a portion of his salary. But had he really angered her? He hadn't even spoken a word while eating. Could this be considered angering her? He felt it was futile to continue catering to her whims, even if she was to be his future wife. Yang Chun considered himself a man of principles. Yet this thought was quickly interrupted when he felt a firm grip on his sleeve. Looking over, he saw Su Luoli, her grip tight and her eyes filled with a pleading innocence, as if she were on the verge of tears, but desperately holding back. The sight of her in such distress dissolved all his irritation. His once steadfast resolve began to waver. Sighing, he softened his tone, a mix of resignation and compromise. All right, you're the boss. How about once a week? Su Luoli lowered her head, shyly extending a finger. Once a day. Chapter 46. The formation of the assist team. While Yang Chun and Su Luoli were basking in a pleasant atmosphere, others found themselves engulfed in gloom. In an empty classroom adjacent to class 1 of the second year, Jiang Renqing sat on a chair while Lin Man perched on the desk, both facing each other with synchronized sighs. Alas, even their tones were in harmony. You know, it seems you were indeed right, Lin Man lamented. Yang Chen has actually saved Luo and Appo's grandfather. If Luo hadn't and Appo's T confirmed it herself, I would hardly have believed it. Earlier that afternoon, she had subtly probed Su Luoli for information. Initially curious about why her close friend had suddenly grown closer to Yang Chen. To her astonishment, she uncovered the shocking truth. Yang Chen had saved Su Luoli and Appo's grandfather. As Su Luoli's best friend, Lin Man had seldom heard her mention her family, save for a few instances regarding her grandfather, which indicated a strong bond between the two. It was no wonder Luo felt drawn to Yang Chen. Lin Man felt she had stumbled upon the catalyst for Su Luoli and Appo's burgeoning affection for Yang Chen. Jiang Renqing remarked wistfully, Brother Chen even taught Su Luoli a lesson against some petty ruffians. You should have seen that scene. If I were a girl, I would have been smitten too. Little did he know that the man bothering Su Luoli that day was her own brother, not just some local troublemaker. They exchanged glances and sighed in unison once more. In their minds, the situation became increasingly clear. It was Su Luoli who harbored unreciprocated feelings for Yang Chen. Lin Man, however, remained steadfast in her support for her friend and Appo's romantic endeavors. Renqing, we must assist Luo. Wait, why am I sighing along? Jiang Renqing suddenly realized his stance. Indeed, why was he sighing? He was aligned with Yang Chen, not Su Luoli. If Yang Chen had no feelings for Su Luoli, why should he meddle in their affairs? With this thought, Jiang Renqing shook his head vigorously. I wanted Appo's help. With a resounding clap, Lin Man struck the table, leaning forward with her brows furrowed and one hand on her hip. Are you going to help or not? Lin Man was notorious in class for her fiery temperament. She had never lost a verbal duel and wasn't averse to physical confrontations if provoked. Jiang Renqing, whose disposition was somewhat timid, swallowed hard at her fierce expression. Yet, he was still a man of principle and turned away. I, Jiang Renqing, a true man, prioritize honor above all. I'll treat you to dinner. Choose anything under 50 yuan. After a moment of silence, he maintained his stance. Do not tempt me with money. I'm not that kind of person. Brother Chen is my best friend. Add a cup of milk tea. Lin Man gritted her teeth, glaring at him while threatening, do not challenge my limits. Jiang Renqing fell silent once more, then stood up. I'll have a large cup. After the evening study session concluded, Su Luoli lingered at her desk. Lin Man, upon hearing the dismissal bell, immediately packed her belongings, preparing to return to the dormitory. Living quite far from school, she typically stayed on campus, only returning home on weekends. As she was about to leave, she glanced back at Su Luoli, who was still busily working on her exam paper. Luo, aren't you leaving? You go ahead. I've solved half of this final question and want to finish it before I leave. Su Luoli focused intently on scribbling formulas on her draft paper. Lin Man thought little of it, shouldering her bag as she exited the classroom. Then I'll head off. See you tomorrow. Yes, see you tomorrow. After waving goodbye, Su Luoli continued to dawdle at her desk until the classroom was empty. Only then did she quietly gather her things, switch off the lights, and leave. The teaching building was now deserted, with most classrooms darkened and only a few students remained visible in the corridors. Su Luoli descended to the first floor and peeked out of the exit, her heart lifting upon spotting Yang Chen yawning by the flower bed. Her initial apprehension melted away, replaced by a bright smile. Yang Chen noticed Su Luoli standing at the entrance and approached her, grumbling, Why are you so slow? Do you realize how cold it is? You're really testing my patience, Su Luoli. Despite berating himself for succumbing to Su Luoli's daily excessive requests, he still dutifully awaited her after class. Feeling somewhat like a henpecked husband, they both wished to keep the existing rumors from escalating. So they merely agreed to chat while walking from the teaching building to the school gate after evening study. As Su Luoli listened to his complaints, she pouted. There were too many people when school let out. I sat in the classroom for quite a while. The next time, it and Appo's turned away from me. Are you trying to be unreasonable? Perhaps. Let me see. What material is your skin made to be so thick? On the shaded path of the campus, Only Yang Chen's occasional jest and Su Luoli's suppressed giggles broke the winter night's silence, infusing the cold air with warmth. At the school gate, Yang Chen kept Su Luoli company while waiting for her ride. He blew warm air into his hands, craning his neck and occasionally stamping his feet, mentally cursing the frigid weather. If the cold in the north was a physical blow, the chill from the south felt like magical damage, penetrating his skin to the bone. This year was particularly harsh. Even the usually snowless leisure had experienced a snowfall just days prior. Observing Yang Chen dancing in place to keep warm, Su Luoli noticed his bare neck and unloved hands, then glanced at her own attire, thick scarf, adorable earmuffs, and pink gloves. She had not neglected a single element of warmth. Yang Chen regretted not heeding old lady Wang and Amp Oppo's advice to wear thermal underwear when coming to school, opting instead for style over comfort. At that moment, he felt a gentle tap on his arm and turned to find Su Luoli holding out a scarf. "What is this for?" "To borrow." "Aren't and Amp Oppo's. Too cold? Could you lend me one? This color is a bit too feminine." "Forget it." "Why not?" "Of course. I will." Yang Chen accepted the scarf, wrapping it around himself with a triumphant grin. Su Luoli shot him a disapproving glance, listening to him hum a cheerful tune. Seemingly embarrassed, she turned away with a huff, so childish. Chapter 47. The chubby boy and the tomboy this time. Yang Chen did not allow Su Luoli to escort him home. After all, their paths diverged completely, and it felt rather awkward to burden her with such a request. Su Luoli had her reservations, but, after several attempts to voice them, she swallowed her words and conceded to the situation. Once the Su family's vehicle arrived, Yang Chen watched Su Luoli get inside before he sauntered leisurely toward the bus stop, his arms tucked beneath his armpits. Inside the car, Su Luoli rested her chin on her hand against the window, gazing outside until Yang Chen's figure vanished from sight. "Wei Shu," she turned to the driver, who was focused on the road. Driver Wei smiled warmly. "What is it, miss? Could you park at the bus stop to wait for me tomorrow?" "Huh? That in Oppo's. That's quite a distance from your school. It would take you about 10 minutes to walk there." "That in Oppo's. That's fine. It's actually better that way." Though perplexed by Su Luoli and Oppo's decision, Driver Wei agreed. Leaning against the window, she watched the scenery blur past, her mind wandering to a thought. If only the bus stop were situated even farther from the school. As the days passed, the impending final exams loomed ever closer, and before they knew it, it was January 18th. On that day after school, Yang Chen was once again walking alongside Su Luoli toward the bus stop, though he was currently enduring her incessant chatter. "I heard you sleep in class every day. Aren't and Oppo's T-Art students supposed to take their academic performance seriously? Do you really think you can get into Central Academy of Fine Arts like this? Do you have any plans for the winter break? There are several excellent tutoring classes in the city. Would you like me to recommend some? The finals are in 2 days. How's your revision going?" "Yang Chen, I'm talking to you." Finally, noticing Yang Chen's indifference, Su Luoli huffed. "If you don't want to talk to me, then I won't speak to you anymore." "Huh?" Yang Chen took off his headphones, a look of confusion crossing his face. "Were you just talking to me?" It was then that Su Luoli realized he had donned his headphones without her noticing, and she gritted her teeth in frustration. Yang Chen chuckled lightly. "Why are you so concerned about my studies? We have merely a transactional relationship." Of course, Su Luoli cared. She was secretly hoping to attend university in Kyoto with Yang Chen. However, she could never voice such sentiments aloud. Instead, she offered a clumsy excuse. "Well, it does concern me. If you get into a good university, you can earn more money to pay me back. Don't worry, I'll surprise you during the winter break." Yang Chen asserted confidently. Su Luoli was unsure of his intent, casting him a skeptical glance. She then inquired, "Are you planning to join me for tutoring over the break? I know of some excellent enhancement classes with remarkable teachers." "I'd rather not," he replied, having better options than a tutoring class. Curiosity piqued. Su Luoli seized the opportunity to inquire about his winter plans. "So, what are you going to do during the break?" Yang Chen stroked his chin, furrowing his brow in contemplation. After a moment, he replied earnestly, "Probably sleep a lot." "Ugh." Su Luoli rolled her eyes, grinding her teeth in annoyance. "You and Amp Oppo's VE used up your quota for irritating the boss today. I'll deduct your wages." As part of their daily agreement, Yang Chen boldly requested that the first instance of irritation each day would not count against his pay, deciding to abandon the topic that only fueled her frustration. Su Luoli shifted to a subject she had long wished to discuss. Yang Chen, it seems Jiang Rensheng is dating Xiao Man. You and Jiang Rensheng are quite close, right? Do you know anything? Yang Chen, who had been enjoying himself with his hands in his pockets, nearly dropped his jaw in shock at the mention of this news. The chubby boy and the tomboy. Are you joking? Su Luoli playfully punched him, retorting, Xiao Man is my best friend. Don't speak ill of her. Wait, let me clarify. Yang Chen frowned, rubbing his forehead, still unable to wrap his mind around the situation. Having grown up as close friends, he knew Jiang Rensheng well and had never heard him mention any romantic involvement with Lin Man during high school. Besides, hadn't Jiang Rensheng been harboring a crush on his cousin, Yang Yu, since elementary school? As he reflected, Yang Chen realized that, similar to his own lack of connection with Su Luoli during high school, Jiang Rensheng and Lin Man had merely been classmates with no significant interactions. After graduating, he had lost contact with Lin Man, only hearing that she had gone abroad right after high school. Currently, Jiang Rensheng was still far from the handsome figure he would become, being rather rotund, while Lin Man had a penchant for attractive male celebrities, particularly those with delicate features. It seemed unlikely that she would fancy Jiang Rensheng at this stage. Yang Chen pondered if there was a misunderstanding. Are you sure? Su Luoli had been quite certain. But after hearing Yang Chen and Amp, Oppos, doubts, she wavered slightly. Xiao Man has an Amp, Oppos. T directly confessed to me, and I haven and Amp, Oppos. T dared to ask her. However, some classmates did see them together at a milk tea shop. Plus, I noticed Xiao Man secretly passing Jiang Rensheng little notes during class. But she blocked my view when I tried to see. This did seem somewhat suspicious, prompting Yang Chen to feel intrigued. He suddenly considered a possibility. Could his rebirth have caused a butterfly effect? Yet, if Jiang Rensheng and Lin Man were to become involved, it seemed Jiang Rensheng would be courting trouble. Yang Chen found the situation amusing and turned to Su Luoli. Lin Man is your best friend? ISN and Oppos. Tishi? Su Luoli nodded, albeit perplexed. Jiang Rensheng is also my best friend, Yang Chen hinted. Shouldn't we assist our best friends in their endeavors? Assist in what way? Su Luoli, unfamiliar with such terminology, appeared bewildered. Yang Chen smirked mischievously and whispered some ideas into her ear. As she listened, her cheeks flushed, and she playfully scolded. You're so naughty. Yang Chen felt a twinge of regret. He had hoped to hear her say, I like you. Achoo! Achoo! On the other side of Yulon High School, in a milk tea shop, Jiang Rensheng sneezed repeatedly. Across from him, Lin Man wore a look of disgust. Chubby, you're so gross. Jiang Rensheng could only apologize sheepishly, wondering what had caused the sudden chill he felt moments ago. Lin Man waved her hand dismissively. All right, hurry up and finish. The dormitory will be locking up soon. I can't meet Luo recently due to finals, but during the winter break. She spoke quietly while Jiang Rensheng listened attentively, nodding occasionally. Together, they devised their winter break strategy at the cozy little milk tea shop. Chapter 48. What if one has a guilty conscience? The final examinations at Yulon High School spanned from January 19th to 22nd. During this period, a significant event unfolded that Yang Chen had anticipated. The global stock market crash reached Huaxia, leading to a dramatic plunge in stock prices on the Shanghai market within a single day. The uncle, who had incessantly touted the stock market as a gold mine and had encouraged his brothers to invest, was now utterly silenced. Furthermore, he received a stern reprimand from his wife, and it was rumored that the financial reins of the Yang family had been irrevocably transferred thereafter. Fortunately, this time Yang Chen had provided prior guidance, preventing the Yang family from being ensnared in a financial crisis as they had in a previous life. Instead, the uncle had managed to withdraw in time, avoiding being treated as mere fodder by the market. He even earned a substantial profit, having acquired a garment factory in a neighboring county, with plans to commence production after the new year, marking the first step in transitioning from a distributor to a manufacturer. As a result, Yang Chen also reaped the benefits. His aunt had not forgotten the favor her nephew had done, and she joyfully presented him with a large bag of designer clothes. As long as Yang Chen maintained his physique, He would no longer have to worry about a lack of new attire throughout high school. Yet, he found no joy in this. He had, regrettably, performed poorly on his final exams. On the day he received his report card, he walked out of the school gate alongside Jiang Rensheng and Yang Yu. Jiang Rensheng, clutching his own report card, was beaming with pride, exclaiming, "Yang Ji, I ranked 10th in our class and 50th overall. Do you think I should ask my mom for an electric bike? Surely she will agree." In the elite class of Yulon High School, Jiang Rensheng and Appo's S grades were not particularly outstanding, typically hovering around the 20th to 30th rank, rendering him an average student. However, achieving a 10th place finish this time was quite an impressive feat, which explained his exuberance. Yang Yu playfully patted Jiang Rensheng on the shoulder. "Well done, fatty. How about treating your little sister to a meal at KFC?" As soon as Jiang Rensheng felt Yang Yu and Appo's S hand on his shoulder, he became bashful, stammering, Sure. Little Yu, were you free?" Having grown up together, he was comfortable with Yang Yu, who treated him like a buddy. However, Jiang Rensheng harbored secret feelings for Yang Yu, and whenever he saw her, he became flustered and shy, speaking hesitantly. Since Yang Yu was a few months older than both of them, she often referred to herself as Little Yu. Yet, Yang Chen, her cousin, paid her no mind, calling her by her nickname instead, while only Jiang Rensheng respectfully addressed her as Little Yu. "Don and Appo's, to go home for lunch. Chen and Appo's Fatty and Appo's, as treating us to KFC. Yang Yu te set," nudging Yang Chen playfully, her eyes sparkling with mischief, seemingly reveling in having embarrassed Jiang Rensheng. However, Yang Chen simply glanced at the two, pursed his lips, and walked away, ignoring them entirely. "Noti Jing Yang Chen ampe, Appo's, es apparent discontent. Yang Yu inquiret, what I ampe, Appo's, es wrong? Did you flunk?" Jiang Rensheng, standing beside Yang Yu, smiled shyly. "Little Yu, Chen Ji must have done better than I did. He's just hiding it so he doesn't have to treat us." "Good point, that stingy fellow," Yang Yu exclaimed, attempting to snatch the report card from Yang Chen and Appo's S hands. When he refused to relinquish it, she coaxed Jiang Rensheng, "Fatty, help me hold him down. I'll treat you to a game of billiards later." Jiang Rensheng, elated by the prospect, disregarded their brotherly bond and lunged at Yang Chen, embracing him tightly. Weighing in at around 240 to 340 pounds, even if he was merely chubby, it was solid weight, and Yang Chen found himself effectively immobilized, fuming. "Fatty, are you out of your mind? She's going to take you to the arcade to play billiards and claim she and Appo's LL treat you? Have you ever seen her pay?" Jiang Rensheng, fully aware of the truth, chose to ignore it. He was merely delighted that Little Yu was willing to accompany him for billiards. Seizing the opportunity while Jiang Rensheng held Yang Chen, Yang Yu laughed heartily and snatched the report card from Yang Chen and Appo's S grasp. Upon glancing at Yang Chen and Appo's S grades, she gasped in surprise, covering her mouth, and scrutinized it closely. When she looked up at Yang Chen, her face was filled with disbelief. "Chen and Appo's, you're in big trouble. San Yang is going to kill you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Rensheng and Appo's S curiosity piqued, and he released Yang Chen. "Little Yu, let me see." He leaned in, first examining Yang Chen's class rank, and remarked, 10th in class, that's a bit low, but Annie wouldn't tea. Before he could finish, he fell silent, as he recalled that Yang Chen had transferred to the art class, and he noticed the scores for each subject on the report card. A look of sympathy washed over his face as he turned to Yang Chen. "Chen Ji, you're really in trouble. Auntie is definitely going to kill you." Yang Chen felt helpless, even though he had the assistance of a system for dream training to review high school knowledge. The time was far too short to expect to recover his former grades in just a few days. Achieving this result was already commendable. He straightened his disheveled clothing, snatched the report card back from their grasp, and scoffed, Wang Laotai only has one son. If I'm gone, who will inherit this empire? And there's me." Yang Yu chimed in cheerfully, pointing at herself. "I'm also San Yang's child. A mere girl dares to covet my throne. Fatty, hold him down. I want this rascal to understand why it's said, and Appo's, who says women are inferior to men, and Appo's, Appo's, women Women can hold up half the sky. And amp. Oppos, oh, all right. Jiang Runsheng replied. Which side are you on, fatty? The trio began their usual playful antics outside the teaching building, a familiar sight among them. Meanwhile, on another side, Su Luoli had just emerged from the teaching building, her eyes red as if she had been crying. Like Yang Chen, she too had performed poorly on her final exams. Recently, her mind had been preoccupied with thoughts of Yang Chen, and during the time he had not reached out to her, she felt increasingly anxious, unable to focus on her studies. Consequently, her grades suffered significantly. The homeroom teacher, Wang Ming, had even taken the time to speak with her, as rumors circulated about Su Luoli and Yang Chen being in a relationship. He was not oblivious to the whispers among the students. How could he, a seasoned teacher, remain unaware? Students often underestimated how well teachers could perceive their little secrets. Yet Wang Ming, having guided countless students, was keenly aware. Initially, he had refrained from saying much since Yang Chen had transferred classes, but upon noticing that his top student had significantly underperformed due to these distractions, he felt compelled to offer some words of wisdom. Understanding that girls are often more sensitive, he chose his words carefully, gently advising her that focusing on her studies was paramount during high school and that there would be time for other matters after the college entrance examination. After all, school was merely a small pond. Once they entered society, they would encounter a much broader world. He did not even mention Yang Chen. Assuming if Su Luoli and Yang Chen were merely the subject of rumors, she would not grasp the implications of his advice. But what if Su Luoli had her own secrets? Chapter 49. Caring Sisters. As Su Luoli listened to every word from Teacher Wang, each sentence felt like a knife piercing her heart, subtly criticizing her thoughts that had led to a decline in her academic performance. She found herself unable to retort, for the truth was undeniable. With a heavy heart, she clutched her report card and exited the teaching building. Beside her, her dear friend Lin Man linked arms with her, gently whispering comforting words. Luo, it's all right, it's just one final exam. It's not a big deal. Besides, you didn't do poorly at all. Second in class and sixth in your grade. If I brought home those results, my parents would be overjoyed. Lin Man spoke with enthusiasm, but she quickly noticed that her best friend's face had grown even darker, prompting her to chastise herself. This was the first time Su Luoli had not achieved first place in class since high school, and she had fallen out of the top 5 in her grade. It was important to note that Su Luoli and Amp, Oppo's ambition was to maintain her position as the top student. Bringing this up was akin to poking at her wounds. Desperate to change the subject, Lin Man's eyes brightened when she spotted the trio of Yang family siblings and the chubby Jiang Runsheng ahead. Luo, look, Yang Chen is over there. Shall we go say hello? Lin Man thought that seeing Yang Chen would surely lift Luo's spirits. Although Yang Chen might be indifferent, Jiang Runsheng was there too, and since he owed her a favor, he would likely assist in facilitating a conversation. Ideally, it would distract the girl by Yang Chen's side, allowing Luo to have a moment alone with him. In her delight, Lin Man thought to herself, "From now on, call me Huaxia, the good friend." However, Su Luoli had already noticed Yang Chen ahead without needing Lin Man's prompting. She bit her lip, yearning to approach him and express her grievances, to find someone with whom to share her frustrations. Yet, she soon realized that Yang Chen was not alone. He was accompanied by Jiang Runsheng and the girl she recognized from their last encounter. From that previous encounter, Su Luoli had learned that this girl was Yang Chen's cousin, so there was no reason for her to feel jealous. However, she also understood from Yang Chen's heart that Jiang Runsheng had harbored feelings for this girl named Yuer. Stealing a glance at Lin Man, Su Luoli found her friend was also discreetly observing her. Their eyes met, and an awkward silence enveloped them. Lin Man forced a smile. That girl by Yang Chen must be Jiang Runsheng's sister or something. Inside, Lin Man felt a pang of regret for not having grasped the situation earlier. When had a girl appeared beside Yang Chen? Could she be his girlfriend? It was entirely possible, though the girl was not as stunning as Luo. She was undeniably attractive, and most importantly, her figure was superior. Lin Man caught sight of the girl playfully ruffling Yang Chen and Oppo's hair while chatting animatedly with Jiang Runsheng, who was loud and boisterous. Yang Chen seemed to be scolding them, but bore no resentment. Their intimacy was evident, and it was hard to believe there was nothing going on. Why did I even suggest saying hello? Limon lamented internally. Luo was already feeling down. Approaching them would only add fuel to the fire. She needed to devise a plan to steer clear of Yang Chen and his companions. Unbeknownst to Lin Man, Su Luoli was having similar thoughts. In fact, Su Luoli was so preoccupied with her friend's feelings that she had scarcely had time to dwell on her own disappointing results. Lately, she had noticed that Lin Man often dined elsewhere, sneaking off with Jiang Rensheng. On one occasion, her concern had prompted her to follow Lin Man, only to discover them enjoying milk tea together. While she had never confirmed it with Lin Man, Su Luoli sensed that there was at least a mutual fondness between Lin Man and Jiang Rensheng. When Lin Man forced a smile while suggesting that the girl by Yang Chen and Appo's side was Jiang Rensheng and Appo's sister, Su Luoli felt a pang of sorrow at the self-deceiving smile on her friend's face. As Lin Man and Appo's best friend, Su Luoli felt compelled to protect her friend and Appo's budding romance. She could not allow Lin Man to wallow in sadness. Therefore, she resolved to feign ignorance and prevent Lin Man from approaching to greet them. Coincidentally, both girls had arrived at the same conclusion. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with concern for each other, both managing to muster a strained smile. Xiao Man, I suddenly feel quite thirsty. Shall we head to the convenience store? What coincidence! I feel thirsty too. Let us go to the store. With an unspoken understanding, they refrained from mentioning the idea of greeting Yang Chen and his companions again, linking arms as they turned to walk in the opposite direction. Little did they realize that their vivid imaginations were crafting a drama of palace intrigue. After leaving school, Yang Chen and his companions hopped on a bus to Jiang Rensheng and Appo's home. Jiang Rensheng had previously lived in Xiaopingkou town, and their families were next-door neighbors. But when he entered junior high, his family had bought a house in the county and moved to Qingshan County. Jiang Rensheng's family owned a gaming center. Though they referred to it as an entertainment center in jest, it was essentially an arcade filled with rows of machines, bustling with elementary school students during holidays. However, Jiang's gaming hall was the largest in the county, featuring a billiards room upstairs and an ice skating rink below. Despite having earned a decent profit in previous years, business had declined recently as more households acquired personal computers. In his spare time, Yang Chen enjoyed visiting Jiang and Appo's place to play games, as his own home lacked a computer. He and Jiang Rensheng also shared a passion for billiards and would often play a few rounds for free. At this moment, the trio had just finished a meal at the KFC across from Jiang's gaming hall and were now inside to play. Jiang Rensheng was engaged in a game of billiards with his cousin, Yu, who bent gracefully over the table, her posture elegant as she skillfully struck the cue ball, initiating a beautiful shot. Meanwhile, Yang Chen sat nearby in the lounge area, sipping a drink and chatting amiably with a middle-aged man who was smoking. Chen, I'm planning to open a large KTV in the county center. What do you think? Don't you students love to sing during your breaks? You've always had clever ideas. Help me brainstorm. The middle-aged man was familiar with Yang Chen, addressing him by his nickname while boasting about his grand plans. This man was Jiang Rensheng's father, Jiang Tianliang, an undeniably handsome gentleman nearing 50, yet he appeared as youthful as someone in their 30s. With a well-proportioned figure and sharp features, he almost resembled a heartthrob, save for a scar on his left brow that gave him a rather peculiar look. Having watched Yang Chen and his sister grow up, Jiang Tianliang had known their family for nearly 2 decades, treating them as if they were his own children. Speaking without formality, Yang Chen's eyes sparkled with interest. Is it legit? Jiang Tianliang immediately patted his chest in assurance. Of course it's legitimate. Oh, legitimate. Yang Chen's enthusiasm waned, and he shrugged. Then I won go. Jiang Tianliang stared in surprise for a moment before realizing Yang Chen and Appo's implication, playfully tapping his forehead and chastising him. You rascal. How did you end up such a troublemaker with such a straightforward father like me? Chapter 50. Your boyfriend is quite the player. Jiang Tianliang genuinely regarded Yang Chen as if he were his own nephew, and thus, he felt no psychological burden when it came to admonishing him. Yang Chen, unperturbed, rubbed his head and cheerfully exchanged a few playful remarks. Jiang Tianliang found himself in fits of laughter, teasingly sharing a few risky jokes. He held a sincere fondness for this clever young man from Yang family, who had always possessed an endearing way with words since childhood. In stark contrast, his own son, who would blush at the mere sight of a young lady and appear mute in the presence of elders, left him wondering how he could have produced such a timid child. At times, he even questioned whether there had been a mix-up in the delivery room, contemplating if Yang Chen might actually be the true scion of the Jiang family. Given that Yang Chen and Jiang Rensheng were born just 2 days apart in the same hospital, as their families were neighbors at that time, Jiang Tianliang often joked with Yang Aigua, lamenting that it was a pity his wife had given birth to a boy, as otherwise their families could have been even more closely intertwined. Yang Chen, too, felt a sense of loss, pondering how beautiful a daughter from old Jiang would have been, yet lamenting that the Jiang family had only one son, Jiang Rensheng. As a child, he had even playfully encouraged old Jiang to strive for a daughter to accompany Rensheng, only to be met with a few swats from a slipper and some light-hearted chiding for being a little lecher. In his childhood, Yang Chen felt aggrieved and, along with Yang Yu, had retaliated, leaving Jiang Fatty in tears. Those were amusing anecdotes from before elementary school, now remembered with a smile. Listening to Jiang Tianliang continue to expound on his grand plans for opening a KTV, Yang Chen chuckled but chose not to engage further, opting instead to watch as Jiang Tianliang and Yang Yu played billiards. In his previous life, Jiang Tianliang had ultimately closed the game hall to open the KTV, which had thrived. However, that establishment retained a private room with a billiard table and several vintage arcade machines. It was a repository of memories for both old Jiang and for Yang Chen and Jiang Rensheng. Whenever he returned to Qingshan County with Jiang Rensheng, they would spend time there playing billiards, reliving cherished moments from the past. Now, those memories resurfaced vividly. After a few rounds, Yang Yu lost interest in the game, tossing aside the cue stick and turning to Yang Chen, saying, "Chener, let us switch it up. Uncle Jiang, didn't you say last time that a dance machine came into the store? I saw on the first floor. Why cover it up and not let anyone play?" "It's not set up yet," he replied. "Let us go now. I'll help you set it up," Yang Yu exclaimed, clearly unreserved in her enthusiasm as she urged Jiang Tianliang downstairs to install the dance machine. Jiang Tianliang, wearing an expression of helplessness, stubbed out a cigarette and rose to follow her. As they descended, they encountered Jiang Rensheng's mother, Lin Yulan, who was bringing fruit upstairs. You're still as boisterous as ever," Lin Yulan remarked with a smile as she approached, placing the fruit on the table. "Come over, both of you, and have some fruit." Chen and Amp, Oppos, are you and Amp, Oppos, are staying for dinner tonight? I'll call Aunt Fat to let her know. Yang Chen, polishing his cue stick, responded with a grin, "Sure. I've been craving Aunt Lin's green onion braised ribs for quite some time." "All right. Annie will make it for you," Lin Yulan replied with a laugh, before chatting with her son. In contrast to his easy manner with Yang Chen, Jiang Rensheng appeared more reserved and formal with his parents, responding to Lin Yulan's inquiries with brief answers. His introverted nature meant that he struggled to engage in conversation with them, unlike Yang Chen, who freely joked and bantered with his father, Yang Aigua, and knew how to placate the often irritable Wang Pangpang, despite occasionally receiving playful reprimands. Thus, Jiang Tianliang sometimes found himself questioning whether he had indeed been given the right child, feeling a twinge of envy at the eloquence of Yang Chen compared to his own quiet son. Fortunately, Jiang Rensheng's recent exam results were commendable, bringing visible joy to Lin Yulan, who immediately produced several crisp bills as a reward for him, also instructing Jiang Rensheng to treat Yang Chen and Yang Yu to a meal out. After inquiring about her son's grades, Lin Yulan did not forget to show concern for Yang Chen, her non-biological nephew. "Chener, how did you fare in your exams? With your excellent grades, you must have outperformed Rensheng, right?" "Oh, what does that matter?" Yang Chen waved dismissively, feigning indifference, as if concerned that revealing his high marks might discourage Jiang Rensheng. Jiang Rensheng couldn't help but chuckle, eager to expose the truth. "Mom, you wouldn't believe." "Fatty break," Yang Chen interjected, swiftly diverting the topic. Yet Jiang Fatty was undeterred, grinning as he remarked, "Either way, when Chun Gu returns home, Aunt Fat 1T spare him a beating." "Did you mess up?" Lin Yulon gasped in surprise, covering her mouth. Yang Chun, incensed, tapped Jiang Rensheng on the backside with the end of his cue. "Fatty, come here. $10 a game for a lesson." "I'm not scared of you," Jiang Fatty retorted, picking up his cue, ready to engage Yang Chun in earnest. Inside the billiard hall, the ambience was dimly lit. Perhaps due to the holiday, a considerable number of patrons filled the game hall, primarily students from nearby schools. At that moment, nearly everyone had paused their games, gathering around a single billiard table, where gasps of surprise echoed throughout. At the center of the crowd, Yang Chun was intently bent over the table, his focus unwavering as he aligned the cue, the ball, and the pocket. With a sharp crack, he skillfully sank a solid ball into the pocket. Rising, he wiped the tip of his cue with chalk, shifting position to continue his streak. Crack! Another ball found its way into the pocket. Jiang Rensheng, clutching his own cue, stood in stunned silence, watching Yang Chen clear the table in a series of impressive shots, having only taken the initial break shot himself. When the 8-ball rolled into the pocket, Yang Chun flashed a triumphant smile at Jiang Fatty, extending his hand. "A clean sweep. That'll be $10. Thank you, kind sir." Jiang Rensheng's face turned a deep shade of crimson. When did you become so skilled? He distinctly recalled that he and Yang Chun were supposed to be evenly matched. Unbeknownst to him, however, was that since activating his system, Yang Chun had acquired passive skills of dexterity and stability, allowing him to play billiards with an innate proficiency. Jiang Rensheng quickly resolved not to play against Yang Chun any further. The meager reward his mother offered would hardly suffice against the risk of losing to Yang Chun. Better to stop while he was ahead. Yang Chun also had no intention of continuing. His playful wager of $10 merely meant to tease the hefty boy. "Hey, handsome, can I buy you a drink?" At that moment, a bold girl approached Yang Chun, drawn by his recent display of skill. Having just made a splash in the billiard hall, and with his decent looks, it was not surprising that a girl from the game hall, often characterized by their boldness, would approach him. However, as he heard her voice, a sense of familiarity washed over him. Before he could respond, a chill rushed down his neck. Yang Chen spun around, ready to chastise the intruder for being so brazen as to rub ice-cold beverages against his neck in the frigid winter air. Yet, upon turning, he fell silent. There stood a girl who appeared youthful, her hair dyed a vivid shade of purple, her face adorned with heavy makeup. In the midst of winter, she wore a snug leather skirt, which accentuated the contours of her legs with black stockings, while her upper body was clad in a denim jacket. With a mischievous smile, she gazed at Yang Chun, the bottle of ice-cold cola in her hand clearly serving as her tool of mischief. Yang Chun recognized this enchanting creature. She was Suzy, the nonconformist VIP crown aristocrat he had encountered at the Su family gathering. Not wishing to entangle himself with this female trickster, Yang Chun firmly stated, "My mother forbids me from accepting items from strangers." Suzy appeared to have forgotten him, staring at him for a while before blinking and exclaiming, "Haven't T we met somewhere before?" Suddenly, as if struck by a jolt of electricity, she stepped back, wide-eyed, and declared, "You are that pervert." Words may be carelessly consumed, but one must be prudent with speech. Yang Chun retorted seriously, realizing that his previous scare tactics had left a lasting impression on her. However, Suzy quickly regained her composure and maintained her playful demeanor, saying, "Since we've met, you are no longer a stranger. May I keep the drink? In exchange, a friend of mine would like your contact information." She gestured behind her, where two similarly flamboyantly dressed girls stood not far away. Yang Chun cast a glance and sighed. "That would be inappropriate. I do not possess a QQ membership." "Huh." At that moment, Jiang Rensheng approached, inquiring, "What is going on, Brother Chen?" He had not overheard their conversation, but eyed Suzy warily, recognizing her as a potential troublemaker. The arcade was known to attract rowdy individuals, occasionally witnessing brawls and extortion. Yet, given the arcade's substantial presence in the county, it was clear they had their means of resolution. Though Jiang Rensheng was typically reserved, he was the type to rush to assist Yang Chun if trouble arose. Suzy, unfamiliar with Jiang Rensheng, observed the approaching figure with curiosity. However, her two companions seemed to recognize him and, apprehensive of causing a scene, whispered to Suzy, seemingly advising her to leave. Before departing, Suzy approached Yang Chen and asked, "What is your name?" Clearly, she had not remembered his name from their last encounter. With an unchanging expression, Yang Chen replied, "I am Jiang Rensheng from Class 1, Grade 2, Yulan High School." "Haha, you're truly amusing. Until next time, Brother Jiang." She playfully tapped Yang Chen's shoulder and left with a light laugh. Once Suzy had departed, Jiang Rensheng approached Yang Chen, puzzled. "Who is she?" "A flirt," Yang Chen replied nonchalantly, omitting the fact that she was Su Luoli and Oppo's cousin. He feigned dismay. "You've ruined my romantic prospects. Compensate me for the loss." Jiang Rensheng looked at him oddly. "Brother Chen, do you fancy such types?" "Not all," Yang Chen chuckled mischievously. "But I do appreciate her discerning taste in recognizing charm that others overlook." "Jiang Rensheng, have you ever had such an experience?" "Hey, don't walk away." Jiang Rensheng, evidently uninterested in hearing Yang Chen and Oppo's boasting, turned to leave. During dinner that evening, the Yang siblings dined at the Jiang household. Lin Yulan's culinary skills were exceptional, crafting a meal that was a feast for the senses, which explained why the siblings frequently visited for meals. Yang Yu listened intently as Jiang Rensheng animatedly recounted Yang Chen and Oppo's recent encounter with the flirt, nearly splitting with laughter. "Oh my, Chen, why didn't you accept? It's rare to find a girl who is so bold." Yang Chen shot her a glare. "You can Oppo's to even keep your mouth shut during a meal." Jiang Rensheng merely smiled, albeit with a hint of discomfort, feeling that Yang Yu's remark inadvertently insulted a certain school belle. Lin Yulan relished the lively atmosphere. Typically, her son remained silent at the dining table, merely focused on his food. Yet, with the boisterous Yang siblings present, her son became animated as well. This was delightful, a lively gathering indeed. After finishing their meal, Yang Yu eagerly helped Lin Yulan tidy up while Jiang Rensheng and Yang Chen lounged on the couch, engrossed in television. Yang Chen called out to Lin Yulan, "Aunt Lin, I'm sleeping with the fat one tonight." Jiang Rensheng retorted, "I refuse to sleep with you. You steal the blankets." Sure, in the past, while admiring flowers, the moon, and the stars, you called her sweetheart. Now that the tables have turned, you refer to her as Lady Cow? Yang Chen teased, wrapping his arm around Jiang Rensheng's neck. "Come on, buddy, just one blanket." Lin Yulan laughed heartily. "All right, I'll call fat sister to inform her." Yang Yu poked her head from the kitchen, mercilessly revealing, "Aunt Lin, ignore him. Chen is just afraid of getting scolded at home. San Yang is waiting for him to return with his report card." Upon hearing this, Yang Chen's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead as he protested. "That's not fear. It's called filial piety. And doesn't that also tire her out?" His convoluted assertions about fishing on ice and Mencius' mother moving 3 times provoked laughter from everyone, filling the living room with a joyous atmosphere. The Yang siblings settled into the Jiang household, and despite Jiang Rensheng's continuous complaints, he remained a good friend to Yang Chen, sharing a blanket. Meanwhile, Yang Yu and Lin Yulan share a room, leaving the unfortunate Jiang uncle to find himself ousted from his own home, short on space. He would have to sleep at the inn that night. While Yang Chen reveled in merriment, Su Luoli was diligently striving for excellence. She resolved to focus on her studies during winter break, vowing not to seek out Yang Chen. At most, she would allow herself to meet him once a week. Determined, she decided that she would not let matters concerning Yang Chen disrupt her education before graduating from high school. To demonstrate her resolve, after receiving her report card today, she began to preview the lesson she would attend at the tutoring center that evening. As the night wore on, Su Luoli felt parched and left her room to fetch a glass of water. Upon entering the living room on the first floor, as she filled her glass, she spotted Suzy returning from outside. "Is it so late, and you're just now home?" Su Luoli glanced at her cousin, but due to their strained relationship, she had no intention of engaging in conversation and turned to return to her room. However, as Suzy was changing her shoes at the entrance, she called out to her, "Su Luoli, I ran into your little boyfriend today." Suzy said with a mischievous glint in her eye, "He seems quite the player." Clatter. The glass slipped from Su Luoli's hand, shattering on the floor as she stared at Suzy, her expression one of disbelief. Chapter 51. I could be your father, you're lying. Su Luoli's face flushed crimson as she glared at her cousin. Her first instinct was not to argue that Yang Chen was not her boyfriend, but rather to believe that Su Zi was deceiving her. She knew her cousin well. Despite only being a freshman in high school, she was quite wild, and just thinking about the places she frequented was enough for Su Luoli to speculate. If Su Zi claimed to have seen Yang Chen, it implied that he too had visited those places. How could that be possible? Moreover, she mentioned he was quite the partygoer. Yang Chen was definitely not that kind of person. He would never indulge in such dubious escapades. Deep down, Su Luoli instinctively defended Yang Chen. Believe in Yang Chen. Believe in Yang Chen. He had once expressed that he had only been in love once in his life, a love that lasted a lifetime. His true feelings could not be false. Yet, perhaps Yang Chen only held affection for her. He was not an introverted person, but rather one who enjoyed fun and laughter. The first time she unexpectedly sensed his heart's voice, he had been contemplating visiting a nearby spa to seek a familiar massage therapist. Suzy had only met Yang Chen once, so there was no reason for her to suddenly approach her and say such things. The more Su Luoli pondered, the tighter her brows knitted and her fists clenched. In Jiang Renqing's room, he handed a plush toy nearly as tall as himself to Yang Chen. Yang Chen, with a vacant gaze, stared at the pillow being offered and declined to take it. Why? Jiang Renqing exclaimed. Brother Chen, you always have this awful habit of hugging something to sleep at night. You know that, right? Every time, you end up stealing the blanket to cuddle with. And this time, if you hold on to this, I don't want to wake up frozen. Jiang Renqing had evidently learned from past experiences. However, he was puzzled. You never did this as a child. When did you develop this habit? After getting married, Yang Chen replied. You might not believe it, but I was forced into it. What? Yang Chen chuckled, not bothering to elaborate, sinking into the bed. I'm going to sleep now. Please turn off the light. Jiang Renqing shook his head in resignation. Having grown accustomed to Yang Chen and Appo's occasional nonsensical ramblings. Just as Yang Chen prepared to undress for bed, his phone, resting in his pocket, suddenly vibrated. He took it out, and Jiang Renqing glanced at it, but said nothing. This phone was purchased with Jiang Renqing and Appo's company, making him one of the few privy to Yang Chen's possession of a mobile device. Even Yang Yu was unaware. Upon checking his phone, Yang Chen noticed a message from Su Luoli on QQ. Suzy mentioned she saw you today. It and Appo's. It's inappropriate to go to such places. We are still students, and it will affect our studies. The first two messages were seamlessly connected, somewhat pretentious in their admonition. However, the third message took a while to arrive. Could you please refrain from visiting such places? Just reading that message, Yang Chen could envision Su Luoli pouting, her expression slightly aggrieved. He decided to tease her. Little Su, on what grounds do you present such advice? Even my mother doesn't oversee me this closely. Indeed, Wang Xiaofeng paid little attention to Yang Chen and Appo's visits to the Jiang household, unless Aunt Lin called to report that he had been neglecting his studies to linger in an arcade. Only then would she become furious and demand he return home. After a brief silence, Su Luoli replied, Boss? She found it rather amusing to use this joking title to request Yang Chen to heed her words. Yet, Yang Chen was not swayed this time. Even a boss cannot interfere in an employee's personal life. Clasachi. I'm no longer your classmate. Su Luoli guessed a few more titles, but Yang Chen dismissed them all, which left her stamping her feet in frustration. If you keep this up, I want to give you a gift when we graduate. She had once promised to give Yang Chen a present upon finishing high school, but he had to come to collect it himself. She would not take the initiative. Yang Chen, in exasperation, replied, All right then, can't you at least guess, friend? Who are you calling a friend? Don't get ahead of yourself. Su Luoli's reaction was unexpectedly intense. She was quite dissatisfied, although the term and amp, Appo's, friend and amp, Appo's had flashed through her mind. She refrained from uttering it, because it was insufficient. Even if they had not yet begun dating, surely their relationship should be a notch above mere friendship. Even the slightest elevation would signify her uniqueness in Yang Chen and Appo's eyes. Yang Chen replied solemnly, Since you say that, our relationship must indeed be a bit more elevated than friendship. His seriousness caused Su Luoli to panic. No, I was just saying. I didn't really mean before she could finish her message. Yang Chen's response came swiftly. It must be familial. I could reluctantly play the role of your father. Su Luoli. Silently, she deleted the unsent message word by word and retyped. I will come find you tomorrow. Be prepared mentally. The 3 exclamation marks conveyed an overwhelming sense of pressure. Yang Chen stared blankly at his phone for a while, and then slapped himself. Damn, I really have a big mouth. That night, while lying in her own bed and playing on her phone, Lin Man suddenly received a call from Su Luoli. Hello, Luo, what is up? Did you miss me right after the holiday began? She joked, holding the phone. However, on the other end, Su Luoli's voice was filled with both anger and grievance. Xiao Man. Lin Man jumped up from her bed, concerned. What happened? Who bullied you? Your tone suggests you're about to explode. After their intimate conversation ended, Lin Man immediately called Jiang Renxing. Su Luoli had not disclosed her situation with Yang Chen. She merely inquired how to advise her relatives and Oppos, children who often frequented places restricted to minors. If Yang Chen were to answer this question, he would undoubtedly respond with a lengthy monologue beginning with, well, I'm in the beautiful country and just got off the plane. But Lin Man's intuition was sharp. As Su Luoli's best friend, she knew that there was no close relationship between Su Luoli and her relative's children. So it was unlikely she would care about such matters. This was undoubtedly related to Yang Chen. Regardless of the connection, the first course of action was to call Jiang Renxing and ask. Chapter 52. Little short-legged Jiang Renxing had always possessed a mobile phone. A reward bestowed upon him by Uncle Jiang upon his graduation from middle school and subsequent admission to the prestigious Yulon High School. This had long been a source of envy for Yang Chen, whose beloved mother, Wang Pangpang, had resolutely refused to grant him such a luxury. Fearing it would hinder his studies, she insisted that he should not even contemplate acquiring a phone or computer during high school. Yang Yu also lacked a phone, but her misfortune stemmed purely from Yang Chen and Oppos' influence, since they were raised in a manner of equal treatment. If Yang Chen acquired a new backpack, she too would acquire one. If Yang Yu obtained a new toy, Yang Chen would follow suit. Thus, without a mobile phone, she remained without one as well. The computer was a clandestine purchase made by Yang Laosi and Yang Yu, kept hidden from Andy. As Jiang Renxing prepared to retire for the night, he received a call from Lin Man. Yang Chen, curious, craned his neck to glimpse the caller and Oppos' identity, but Jiang Renxing quickly concealed his phone, casting a furtive glance at Yang Chen, as if he were a thief caught in the act. Yet in that fleeting moment, Yang Chen discerned who was on the line. You still claim they're in Oppos'? That's no affair. I'll take my grandmother's call. I need to step outside. Jiang Renxing stammered a clumsy lie, then made his way to the balcony, clearly intending to keep the conversation from Yang Chen and Oppos' ears. Yang Chen turned his gaze towards the floor-to-ceiling glass window, observing Jiang Renxing conversing on the balcony. He had always refrained from meddling in others and Oppos' romantic entanglements. Yet, the combination of the chubby girl and the manly woman piqued his interest further. Yang Chen and Oppos' diplomatic refuge at Jiang and Oppos' home could only last one night. The next day, Wang Xiaofang and Oppos' insistent calls echoed into Jiang and Oppos' household. Even clinging to the beams of Jiang and Oppos' house would be futile. He had to obediently return home. As they walked home along the banks of the Qingjiang River, Yang Chen and Yang Yu passed by the local elementary school in Xiapinka town, which was now silent, having entered its holiday break. Suddenly halting his pace, Yang Yu turned back in confusion to find her cousin gazing wistfully at the tranquil river. An expression of unexpressed sorrow etched upon his face. He sighed softly, "This river I shall not cross." Yang Yu replied inquisitively, "What do you mean?" "Now I am beset by wolves in front and tigers behind. Crossing this river leads to a dragon and Oppos' den. Retreating merely a step places me in a tiger and Oppos' lair. All due to the actions of the two women I cherish most," Yang Chen lamented. "But this is the Qingjiang, not the Wujiang. You are a foolish dog. Not a warlord," Yang Yu scoffed, her words unrelenting. "Who are these two women you adore? Isn't your only beloved woman your mother?" Yang Chen, disinterested in further debate, pointed towards the Qingjiang Bridge, suggesting, rather than return home to face humiliation, I might as well sleep beneath the bridge. Yang Yu stared at him for a moment, slowly retreating her steps while nodding, then good luck with that. Shooting into amp. Oppos. Siblings stand united in times like this? Who is going to sleep under the bridge with you? If you're going to get beaten, it's not my concern. Goodbye. Goodbye. My mother's calling me home for dinner. With no conscience. Yang Yu slung her bag over her shoulder and dashed away, leaving Yang Chen momentarily stunned as she vanished from sight. Crouching by the riverside, Yang Chen watched the waters flow eastward, murmuring to himself, the only plan now is to drive the tiger and swallow the wolf. He fished out his phone from his pocket, dialing a number, clearing his throat, and donning a radiant smile. Hello, little Su, are you free tonight? I would like to invite you to dinner. If Su Luoli and Amp. Oppos. S mood yesterday was akin to a thunderstorm. Today it bloomed into a clear, sunny day without a cloud in sight. Her spirits soared to such heights that while selecting her outfit for the day, she hummed a cheerful tune, continuing to do so even while bathing and as she stepped into her family and Amp. Oppos. S chauffeur-driven vehicle. Even the driver, Master Wei, wondered if the young lady had been enchanted, for she sat in the back seat, occasionally chuckling like a hen eager to hatch her chicks. Frankly, it was a bit unsettling. The reasons for Su Luoli and Oppos' buoyant mood were twofold. After a brief complaint to Lin Man yesterday, she was pleasantly surprised when Lin Man promptly called her back, seemingly mentioning Jiang Rensheng with both intention and casualness. The mention of Jiang Rensheng naturally led to his close friend, Yang Chen, who had spent the entire day with him. Su Luoli realized that Yang Chen had indeed visited Jiang Rensheng's home, and they had encountered Su Zi at the gaming hall, clearing up any misunderstandings. While she was undeniably annoyed that Su Zi had deliberately made misleading remarks to tease her, she felt relieved that it was merely a misunderstanding. Trust Yang Chen implicitly. She reassured herself, albeit with a slight wavering at the end. This minor doubt soon faded from her mind, leading her to confide in her best friend with a rather delicate expression. She suddenly felt that Lin Man and Jiang Rensheng would make a good couple, as it would provide her with additional insight into Yang Chen's activities. However, it had to be genuine. She couldn't force Lin Man into a relationship just because she wanted it. Yet in Su Luoli and Oppos' perspective, this pairing seemed highly likely, as why else would Lin Man suddenly mention Jiang Rensheng? Although Lin Man had not explicitly confirmed her feelings, it was evident that when one harbors affection for someone, they cannot help but share it with their closest friend, even if veiled in euphemism, much like Su Luoli herself. The mere thought of this made her cheeks flush. Yet, what delighted her most today was not the resolution of misunderstandings, but the fact that Yang Chen had taken the initiative to invite her to dinner. Yang Chen crouched beneath his building, his calves cramping from the prolonged position. Just then, Su Luoli called him. Raising his head, he noticed a car approaching slowly, finally coming to a halt before him. The rear door swung open, and a graceful figure emerged. Su Luoli wore a charming little dress adorned with floral patterns. Despite her thick tights, her legs appeared slender and proportionate. Her exquisite features, coupled with her outfit, made her resemble a delightful doll. She seemed to have intentionally styled her hair into soft, curly locks that accentuated her youthful face, and, as a high school student, she wore no makeup, only a hint of colored lip balm that underscored her eagerness for this dinner. As Su Luoli approached, she caught sight of Yang Chen staring at her in a daze, prompting her to wrinkle her nose in playful pride. However, she soon noticed that his gaze had dropped to her legs, causing her cheeks to flush as she instinctively tugged at her dress, feeling a mix of embarrassment and unexpected delight, until she overheard Yang Chen and Oppos' inner thoughts. Little short legs. Her once radiant smile darkened in an instant. Chapter 53. Bringing home my future bride, little Su. How are you so beautiful today? Or are you always this stunning? Yang Chen greeted her warmly. Su Luoli was momentarily taken aback. Her previously wrinkled face blossomed into a smile as she haughtily retorted, Are you this eloquent every day? Or just today? Only when I and Amp, Oppos, am happy. Yang Chen replied with a grin, like every time I see you, little Su. Su Luoli Amp, Oppos' cheeks flashed crimson, unable to counter his charm. She playfully punched him with her petite fist. Yang Chun pointed at her, adopting a serious tone. Don't think that just because you are beautiful with a great figure, large eyes, double eyelids, and a melodious voice, you can bully me at will. Smooth talker. Su Luoli pouted, casting him a disgruntled glance. She turned away and walked towards the car parked by the roadside, seemingly taking advantage of Yang Chun and Appo's momentary distraction, her dimples adorned with a faint smile. She had completely forgotten Yang Chen's earlier quip about her short legs. Weren't you going to treat me to a meal? Let's get in the car. Where are we going? Yang Chun pulled her back, gesturing towards the road leading uphill. Su Luoli glanced in the direction he indicated, then back at Yang Chun, blinking her eyes in confusion. You don't need to drive to the place where we'll eat, Yang Chun explained. After a moment of realization, Su Luoli's mouth fell open in shock. ISN and Appo's. Tea at your house. She stammered. I suddenly remembered I have something to do. Maybe we can eat another time. Yang Chen grasped her orist, urging. You've come all this way. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Let us just have a simple meal. No. No, Su Luoli felt her words escaping her control, stuttering as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Does this mean I'm meeting your parents? But we haven't even gone out yet. This is too fast. And for a first visit, it must be treated with utmost seriousness. What, my hair is messy? Is my outfit too childish? I didn't even buy a gift for your parents. Her mind raced, nearly overwhelmed, as she wondered how anyone could invite a girl out for a meal and directly take her home to meet their parents without any prior notice or preparation. In a flurry of frustration, she stamped her foot. Why didn't it end Appo's? Till you tell me ahead of time that we were going to your house for dinner. Relax. My family is very easygoing. Just think of it as being at home, Yang Chun reassured her. Biting her lip, Su Luoli muttered under her breath. As if it's just like home, could you do me a favor and just pretend to enjoy this meal? He coaxed. Finally, despite her reluctance, Su Luoli found herself being gently pulled along towards the Yang household. This was Su Luoli's first visit to Yang Chun's home. Although she had dropped him off a few times, they had always remained at the foot of the hill, never venturing up. Following closely behind Yang Chun, she cautiously ascended the stone steps, flanked by a few bare pear trees that looked rather unappealing in the winter. Next to the Yang residence stood a church, where an elderly man languidly basked in the sunlight. Old Reverend, Yang Chun greeted him. In this area of Qingshan County, the church was colloquially referred to as the chapel, and Yang Chun had known the old man as the Old Reverend since childhood. Upon seeing Yang Chun and glancing at Su Luoli, the old man cheerfully retrieved 2 pieces of hard candy from his pocket. Due to his few remaining teeth, his speech was somewhat unclear as he said, "Have some candy." Old Reverend, I'm not a child anymore, Yang Chun chuckled, taking the candy and sharing one with Su Luoli. After greeting the old man, Su Luoli quietly asked, Is he your grandfather? No, he is just the church caretaker. Yang Chun explained as they walked home, reminiscing about their childhood. When I was little, my friend Jiang was my neighbor, and we loved playing at the church. The old man always gave us candies, cookies, and in the summer, watermelons and popsicles. Have you ever had those cheap ice pops? Su Luoli, sucking on the hard candy, shook her head. Those are my favorites. I and Appo's, slurped them until they were gone, and then tricked Jiang into trading popsicles with me. Yang Chen laughed as he recounted his childhood mischief. Su Luoli giggled, her eyes twinkling like crescent moons. Were you really that mischievous as a child? Children can't be truly wicked. It's just innocent fun, he replied. As they conversed, they arrived at the entrance of the Yang home. Just before entering the yard, Yang Chun suddenly adopted a serious demeanor and said, Little Su, I need to ask you for a favor. Seeing his grave expression, Su Luoli's heart raced, and she nodded eagerly. What is it? Please remember to speak well of me in front of my mom, he said earnestly. Su Luoli was taken aback. Should you be the one saying good things about me to your mom? Yang Chun pushed open the yard gate and stepped inside, spotting his mother, Wang Xiufang, chatting with a few neighbors while sitting in the sun, shelling peas. Oh, you're all home, she exclaimed, noticing her son's playful entrance. Grabbing a bamboo stick that had been prepared in advance, she teased, You little rascal, you remember to come home? Are you going to sleep under the bridge? Clearly, Yang Chun's abrupt return had caught her attention, especially since she had heard about his poor exam result from his father, Yang Yu, and was prepared to discipline him. However, as she approached, she noticed Su Luoli standing behind him and quickly concealed the bamboo stick, replacing her fierce demeanor with an awkward yet polite smile. Chen and Amp, Oppos, is this your classmate? Nervous and awkward, Su Luoli immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle, saying, "Hello, Auntie." Yang Chen smiled and explained, "Mom, I left my winter homework at school, and my classmate brought it for me. Since it's mealtime, I thought it would be nice to have her stay for dinner. Otherwise, people might think our family is stingy." Wang Xiaofang stammered, "Of course, we must have her for dinner. Come in, young classmate." In that moment, she completely forgot about scolding Yang Chen, eagerly inviting Su Luoli inside. Yang Chen grinned, well aware of his mother-esque character. If she was in a foul mood, he would normally face her wrath. But this unexpected visit had diverted her attention, and she would likely only lecture him a little. Moreover, Wang Xiaofang was naturally warm-hearted, delighted to have guests in her home, especially in front of her son and Oppos, as classmate, which would also reflect positively on her. Although Yang Chen knew this was not the ideal time, he genuinely wanted to introduce Su Luoli to his family, even if only as a classmate. Chapter 54. A Mother and Amp, Oppos. As keen eye before his rebirth, Yang Chen had visited the Su family, yet Su Luoli had never graced the old residence of the Yang family. Following the division of the household, the old house had remained unoccupied, with only his mother stubbornly refusing to leave, resulting in the dwelling becoming musty and dusty from neglect. Yang Chen was reluctant to put his mother through the ordeal of tidying up the house for just a short stay, so he would bring Su Luoli to the city, where he had already purchased a home. Throughout the year, he could only return during the new year, and even then, his busy schedule often precluded his return. Su Luoli had never met his father and was only vaguely familiar with the other members of the Yang family. The fact that he had not properly introduced his wife to his family had long been a thorn in Yang Chen's heart, causing him occasional regret whenever it crossed his mind. Thus, in this lifetime, he was determined to properly introduce Su Luoli to his family. With a cheerful demeanor, Yang Chen followed Wang Xiaofang and Su Luoli into the house. Wang Xiaofang graciously served tea to Su Luoli. "Sit tight, dear student, while I prepare some fruit for you," she said. Su Luoli, feeling nervous, wished to express that such formality was unnecessary, but her anxiety rendered her speechless. Instead, she cast a pleading glance at Yang Chen. Understanding her predicament, Yang Chen smiled reassuringly and said, "Mom, please cut some apples. Does our little student love apples?" "No, she does not. Your precious son loves apples," Wang Xiaofang retorted, giving him a pointed look. "Did I lose my hands when I gave birth to you? Go to the kitchen and cut them yourself." Yang Chen, obliged to help, entered the kitchen, where Wang Xiaofang immediately seized him and said, "Did I not tell you not to date during high school? Yet you dare bring her home. Your audacity grows by the day." Yang Chen feigned innocence. "I swear it, and Amp, Oppos, that's merely a platonic friendship. Do you think my discerning eyes are for show? That girl is exceptionally beautiful, and she appears quite well behaved," she remarked, glancing toward the living room. "Though she is a bit petite, which could pose challenges for childbirth." Yang Chen leaned closer, grinning as he asked, "Mom, are you satisfied? If I were to pursue her, would you disapprove? Am I your mother?" She shot back, "With your reckless nature, if you were not my son, I would have long since disciplined you." "Your love is truly overwhelming," Yang Chen replied, enduring his mother and Oppos as teasing. "However, Mom, Su Luoli and I are genuinely just friends, so please refrain from saying anything inappropriate in front of her. I should also mention that she came to our home under complicated circumstances," he added, carefully omitting the details of the Su family situation while embellishing the unfair treatment Su Luoli faced at home. Wang Xiaofang, upon hearing this, slammed her hand on the counter in indignation. What era are we in? How can they still cling to such outdated notions of gender preference? They Don and Amp, Oppos, to realize the pain of raising their own flesh and blood. Yang Chen nodded vigorously in agreement. "Indeed, she will likely return home to leftovers tonight. How unfortunate." He cleverly misled her, as while Su Luoli did endure hardships, they were not as dire as he portrayed. Wang Xiaofang, unaware of his deception, looked at Su Luoli with sympathetic eyes. "That poor child. Mom, you must refrain from speaking such things in front of her," Yang Chen urged, anxious about revealing the truth. And please do not mention her family and Oppos. As situation, children from such backgrounds often have fragile hearts. Be mindful. Please, I have eaten more salt than you have walked roads. I understand these simple truths, Wang Xiufang replied, dismissively, handing him the fruit platter. Take some fruit to your classmate. Inviting someone over is fine, but you could have at least called ahead. Where am I supposed to find ingredients for lunch at this hour? Just whip up a few simple dishes, he suggested. That won't do. Our little guest must eat well, she insisted after deliberating for a while. Find a way to keep her here for dinner. After lunch, I will go buy some ingredients to prepare a proper meal. Yang Chen stood straight, saluting her with mock seriousness. Mission accepted. In light of Su Luoli's situation, Wang Xiufang momentarily forgot about Yang Chen's recent academic struggles. Meanwhile, Su Luoli sat in the living room, incessantly drinking water. She was so anxious that she did not dare lift her head, nor did she have the courage to observe her surroundings. To ease her growing anxiety, she kept sipping water. Yang Chen emerged from the kitchen with the fruit platter, placing it on the coffee table beside Su Luoli. Here, Su Luoli, have some fruit. You and Annie were in the kitchen for quite some time. What did you discuss? Su Luoli inquired, her demeanor betraying her unease, with her hands nervously clasped together. My mother remarked that she has never seen such a beautiful girl before. She thought a fairy had descended from the heavens. Yang Chen chuckled. She also mentioned that you look well-behaved, but Su Luoli and Oppos. S eyes had begun to sparkle with delight until she caught the word but, at which point she abruptly looked up. But what? Just that. You might not be the best at childbirth, Yang Chen thought to himself, knowing he could never voice such a thought aloud. His gaze inadvertently wandered toward Su Luoli and Amp, Oppos, S modest figure. Indeed, after giving birth to little sticky rice. If it weren't for my intervention, I might have struggled to feed the child, he mused inwardly. My mother has an astute eye. Su Luoli's ears turned crimson, and her cheeks flushed as she quickly crossed her arms in front of her chest, muttering, pervert. If they weren't into Oppos, T and Yang Chen and Oppos, S home, her reaction would not have been so restrained. This fellow had a knack for delivering sharp remarks, even while trying to amuse her. She regretted ever hearing Yang Chen's inner thoughts, for they were truly infuriating. Yang Chen, mistakenly believing his glance had been detected, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He turned his gaze to the television, mumbling, this show isn't very interesting. Let's change it. Su Luoli remained silent, but she lightly kicked Yang Chen with her foot, expressing her current irritation. Chapter 55. Yang Chen, known for his audacity since childhood, was the subject of hushed whispers from Aunt Zhao Cui and Aunt Sun Xiaohong outside the house as Wang Xiuqin returned with her two children. Zhao Cui glanced towards the room of the Yang family and Oppos, as third son, and lowered her voice, remarking, this Chen and Oppos has always been bold. Sun Xiaohong concurred indeed. Now that he and Oppos in high school, how could he be involved in early romance and even bring someone home? We should visit Sister San's house to keep an eye on the child, lest he leads her astray. Sao Kui, Araburingamiskiev, was eager to catch a glimpse of Yang Chen and Oppos as future daughter-in-law. She thought to herself, regardless of the outcome, that girl was exceptionally beautiful, akin to a celestial maiden from a painting. Sun Xiaohong quickly understood her thoughts and exclaimed, Chenner should have brought someone home more prepared. Sister San could hardly be ready to host. We ought to whip up a couple of our signature dishes for Sister San. My brother just sent me some lamb. So I and Oppos, LL stew it, and we can head over to Sister San and Oppos, as together. Oh, that sounds splendid. The two women reached a consensus and returned to their respective homes. Meanwhile, in the Yang household, Wang Xiufang was bustling about, at one moment calling Yang Aigua, who was still at the workshop, to remind him not to forget bringing back some cold dishes. She dashed between the kitchen and the living room, and upon returning, she carried a plump hen she had borrowed from the neighbor. Typically, at this hour, she would rely on Yang Chen for assistance, but today she refrained, knowing it was his classmate in Oppos' first visit, and if Yang Chen left, she feared the girl might be left without someone to converse with. Yang Chen was preoccupied with Su Luoli, but before they could exchange many words, a small boy, thin and no taller than a monkey, bounded into the room. This was Yang Xiaohu, Yang Chen's little cousin, who had just started elementary school. Unfazed by the presence of strangers, He leaned against the armrest of the sofa, grinning as he stared at Su Luoli for an extended period. Feeling shy under his gaze, Su Luoli glanced at Yang Chen for support. However, before Yang Chen could intervene, Yang Xiaohu chimed in cheerfully, "Brother, this girl is prettier than the one you brought home last time." Su Luoli blinked in confusion, taken aback. Wasn't and amp. Oppos. Tishi the first girl Yang Chen had ever brought home? What did he mean by last time? Yang Chen was equally flabbergasted. What did he mean by having brought another girl home? This child certainly had a way with words. If no one wanted him, he might as well be silenced. A chill ran down his spine, and he felt the temperature drop significantly beside Su Luoli. He stood and playfully tapped Yang Xiaohu on the head, scolding, "When have I ever brought a girl home? Yang Xiaohu, are you itching for trouble?" Yang Xiaohu, clutching his head, looked extremely aggrieved. "But you did. Just last week. You brought someone home. That was the water meter reader, a woman in her 30s. You mischievous child," Yang Chen exclaimed, shoving Yang Xiaohu onto his lap and giving him a couple of playful slaps on the backside, then flicking his forehead, scram. Yang Xiaohu, rubbing his bottom with tears welling up in his eyes, pouted in protest, "Brother, you're bullying me. I'll tell third aunt." Yang Chen raised his hand, pretending to strike him, which sent Yang Xiaohu bolting away in tears to inform Wang Xiufang. Turning back to Su Luoli, Yang Chen felt a bit embarrassed and bowed slightly, humbly saying, "I beg your pardon." Su Luoli, covering her mouth, laughed at the scene. Initially nervous upon her arrival at the Yang household, she gradually relaxed. Now, she had the leisure to observe her surroundings. The Yang family's home was self-built, and though not extravagant, it offered ample space. The first floor comprised a kitchen, dining area, and living room, with a staircase leading upstairs and a small storage room beneath. The living room was furnished with a sofa, coffee table, television, and air conditioning. And a few potted pine saplings adorned the corners, exuding a vibrant, homely atmosphere. Was this the place where Yang Chen had grown up? As Su Luoli pondered, she felt a wave of affection for the home, taking in every detail with delight. She glanced at Yang Chen, who was amusing himself with a dog, a plain mutt, yet quite endearing. The dog lay on the floor, belly up, panting contentedly as Yang Chen playfully stepped on its stomach, treating it like a footrest. The dog, in turn, playfully nipped at Yang Chen and Amp, Oppos, toes. Su Luoli, fond of animals, wished to join the fun but felt too shy to voice it. However, Yang Chen, catching her eye, understood her intent. He nudged the dog, urging it to approach her. "Go on, be a good boy for the young lady." The dog obediently trotted over to Su Luoli. Cautiously, she extended her hand, and the dog lifted its head, gently licking her palm, which made her giggle joyfully. She inquired, "What is the dog in Amp? Oppos. S name?" "Big Yellow," Yang Chen replied, observing Su Luoli and Amp, Oppos, S incredulous expression. He chuckled, "That is how we name our pets. Whatever color they are, that is what they are called. I wanted to name him and Amp, Oppos, dog thing and Amp, Oppos, but my mother wouldn't allow it." Recalling how Yang Chen had given her family dog a nickname, Dog Grandpa, Su Luoli couldn't help but think about his naming sense. As they continued to play with the dog and share whispers, Wang Xiufang emerged from the kitchen, carrying a large bowl of chicken. "Son, your father will be a while longer. Let us eat first, so our young guest doesn't go hungry." Su Luoli quickly stood up. "Annie, I'm fine. We can wait for Uncle." "Oh, it's no trouble at all. We should eat first. Come, sit down." Wang Xiufang beckoned them over to the dining table before returning to the kitchen. "I'll stir-fry a couple more dishes. Just treat this as your home." Before long, Yang Igua returned, carrying a bag of river shrimp and a crucian carp. These shrimp weren't from the market, but rather from his own catch in the Xinjiang River. Upon receiving Wang Xiufang and Oppos' call about their son bringing a classmate home, he hurried to gather his fishing gear to bring back some fresh ingredients for a delightful meal. Yang Igua had two main hobbies in life, tending to flowers and fishing. However, being January, the shrimp were out of season. He likely managed to gather this bag by sharing with fishing friends, showcasing the family's hospitality. Once Yang Igua returned, the family was finally gathered together, seated for dinner. Although Wang Xiufang claimed it was a casual lunch, the meal was quite sumptuous: braised chicken, crispy river shrimp, crucian carp soup, and vinegar stir-fried cabbage. accompanied by some homemade cured meats, a meal that was indeed impressive. Chapter 56. What a grand affair before the family could even pick up their chopsticks. Heads began to peek in at the door. "Oh, is that you, third sister? I see you in Oppos. We got guests. So I brought some braised pork ribs with green beans for your family." An aunt entered, carrying a platter of the dish, prompting Wang Xiufang to rise hastily. "Why such courtesy? Have you eaten? Come, have a piece, and call your husband over." Another aunt followed suit, bringing in a pot of lamb that had yet to fully simmer. Unbeknownst to them, the Yang family found themselves hosting an impromptu feast. Eventually, the small table became too crowded, and Wang Xiufang directed Yang Aigua and Yang Chen to bring out the large round table typically reserved for the New Year festivities. She then retreated with the two aunts into the kitchen to prepare additional dishes. To an outsider passing by, it might have seemed as though the Yang family was celebrating the New Year in advance. Su Luoli found herself at the Yang family dining table in a state of confusion, gazing at the bustling assembly of family members around her. What was with all this commotion? She had anticipated merely sharing a meal with Yang Chen and Oppos as parents. However, as she settled in, she quickly discerned that the atmosphere at the Yang family table was starkly different from that of the Su family. The Su family adhered to a strict decorum, with rigid seating arrangements and an unspoken rule against conversation during meals, all while striving to maintain a facade of harmony in front of the elder Su. Beneath the surface, however, they longed to sever ties with one another. Such an environment could scarcely foster warmth. In contrast, the Yang family, despite being a large clan, engaged in meals with a casual ease. They sat where they pleased, sharing light-hearted banter about their lives. Occasionally, a child would resist eating, prompting an adult to chase after them with a bowl in one hand and a feather duster in the other, causing delightful chaos throughout the house. Though it appeared tumultuous, Su Luoli felt a sense of warmth and even a tinge of envy. In this inviting atmosphere, she gradually relaxed, especially with Yang Chen sitting beside her, engaging her in conversation, which further eased her discomfort. Wang Xiufang was particularly attentive, offering her a chicken leg. "Dear, eat more. You seem a bit too thin." "Thank you, Auntie," Su Luoli replied with a sweet smile, dipping her head to nibble on the chicken leg. Wang Xiufang and Oppos' culinary skills were unremarkable, typical of a homemaker. Yet her specialty lay in braising meats, be it chicken, pork, or ribs, which were indeed her forte. Of course, they could not compare to the chefs brought in from upscale restaurants for the Su family. Yet, Su Luoli savored the meal, her appetite inexplicably enhanced that day. Usually, a small bowl of rice sufficed, but today she found herself indulging more than usual. Wang Xiufang engaged her in conversation, and Su Luoli, feeling more at ease, began to converse freely. Having been forewarned by her son, Wang Xiufang refrained from inquiring about Su Luoli's family matters, instead focusing on her academic performance and how her son was faring in school. Seizing the moment, Su Luoli began to inquire about Yang Chen's past antics. This topic revived Wang Xiufang's spirits, and soon Su Luoli was laughing so hard she had to cover her mouth. Their camaraderie resembled that of a mother and daughter, leaving Yang Chen somewhat neglected. However, Yang Yu, who was busy feeding her younger sister, chimed in. "Chen, you're quite bold, bringing someone home like this. Third aunt won't allow you to date too soon." Don and Amp, Oppos, TB ridiculous, Yang Chen retorted with feigned seriousness. "Our relationship is purely platonic. Then why not invite other classmates over for dinner? You don't understand. Our classmate Su is quite unfortunate." Yang Chen repeated the excuse he had previously crafted for his mother. Yet, Yang Yu scoffed, clearly unconvinced. She had witnessed Su Luoli escorting Yang Chen home, and that car was certainly not one that an ordinary family could afford. Yang Chen paid her skepticism no mind. What mattered was that his mother believed him. Just then, his little cousin scampered out of Yang Yu's arms, dashed past Yang Chen, and clung to Su Luoli's leg. Su Luoli was taken aback, turning to see a cherubic little girl adorably grasping her leg. The child patted her thigh and waved her hand. Confused, Su Luoli leaned down. "What do you want to tell your sister?" Instead, the little cousin cupped Su Luoli's face and planted a kiss on her cheek, then tugged at her skirt, calling out to her aunt, "Mommy, this sister is so pretty. Can she be my sister instead?" Idan and Appos, T want the other one. Su Luoli was momentarily speechless while Yang Chun burst into laughter, and Yang Yu's face turned an alarming shade of green. You ungrateful little girl. I've doted on you for nothing, Yang Yu exclaimed, slamming her hand on the table as she prepared to reprimand the child, prompting laughter from everyone present. Unfazed, the little girl settled herself onto Su Luoli and Appos' lap, insisting that this beautiful sister feed her, completely rejecting Yang Yu and Appos' attempts to help. Su Luoli, charmed by the little girl, softly spoke to her while serving her food. Yang Chun leaned down, teasingly addressing his cousin. This sister is so lovely. Can I sit here too? The little girl glanced between Yang Chun and Su Luoli, her tiny face contorting in contemplation. However, she had always been closest to her older brother, and eventually shifted aside to make room. You can sit here, big brother. Su Luoli felt her cheeks flush and lightly tapped Yang Chun. Don and Appos, T say such silly things to a child. Their playful interaction caught Yang Igua's attention, but he merely smiled, sipping from his small cup of liquor, unperturbed. Unlike Wang Xiaofang, he had never interfered in his son and Appos' affairs, trusting that he would manage well on his own. As long as he could avoid becoming a grandfather within the next 2 years, he was content. After lunch, Su Luoli intended to take her leave, but Wang Xiaofang insisted she stay for dinner, and unable to refuse, she remained. To her delight, it was not Yang Chun who was happiest about her presence, but rather the little cousin, who adored this beautiful sister and followed her everywhere. Su Luoli, fond of children, played along with her. Yang Chun asked this afternoon, I'm with my dad and Appos' shop. Would you like to join me for a stroll? Su Luoli nodded eagerly. This was her first visit to the Yang home, and without Yang Chun by her side, she would feel quite awkward. Thus, after finishing lunch, Yang Chun led Su Luoli and the little cousin out of the house. Chapter 57. A future good father exiting the house, the trio strolled along the banks of the Qingjiang River. Little cousin held Su Luoli and Appos' hand with one hand while grasping Yang Chun and Appos' with the other, presenting a charming picture reminiscent of a family enjoying an evening walk. Yang Chun felt a bit embarrassed, saying, My mom is just like that, very warm-hearted. If you have other plans this afternoon, it and Appos' is perfectly fine to leave. I will inform my mother when I return. Feigning displeasure, Su Luoli retorted, Why? Are you so reluctant to share a meal? Having relaxed a bit, especially after dining at Yang Chun and Appos' home and meeting everyone, her initial anxiety had dissipated. Furthermore, she appreciated the atmosphere of a Yang household and was not averse to staying for dinner. Yang Chun laughed. How could that be? I couldn't and Appos' possibly wish for more. If there were no food at home, I would resort to stewing the dog to entertain you. Just as Su Luoli was about to express her indignation at the thought of such a culinary disaster, little cousin exclaimed, Brother, I want to eat. Immediately, Su Luoli knelt down earnestly and stated, Dogs are mankind and Appos' best friends. We cannot eat them. Little cousin, with her finger in her mouth and head tilted, looked confused and innocently asked, Then isn't the little pig also a good friend of humanity? What about the little chicken and the little rabbit and snake? Do you eat snakes at your home? Yang Chun observed the scene before him, finding the two children amusingly similar in their naivety. He crouched down and gently tapped little cousin's nose, explaining, Some small animals are raised for food, while others are kept as pets. They serve different purposes. With wide, curious eyes, little cousin asked, Brother, why? Yang Chun responded earnestly, Humans are both rational and emotional beings. From a rational perspective, we are part of nature, where the cycle of life is dictated by the strong preying on the weak. Yet, as emotional creatures, we form attachments, even to inanimate objects over time. As Yang Chun earnestly elaborated, little cousin, still sucking her finger and tilting her head, clearly did not comprehend. Unable to hold back, Su Luoli chimed in, You can't end Appos' share such complex ideas with a child. She want to understand. Understanding is one thing, but it and Appos' essential to impart the right principles, he countered. We cannot fabricate stories just because she is young. Yang Chun continued seriously, When I was a child, my mother told me that eating chicken wings would allow me to fly. I believed her at the time. Later, when I discovered the truth, I felt deeply hurt, even shedding tears in my bed. Su Luoli burst into laughter, unable to contain herself, wiping tears of mirth from her eyes as she said, "I have a feeling you will make a wonderful father one day." The moment the words slipped from her mouth, she paused, surprised by her own statement. A glance at Yang Chen revealed him smiling as he wiped little cousin and aunt Appo's nose, seemingly oblivious to her remark. Feeling her cheeks flush, Su Luoli lowered her head. When someone touched her hand, she instinctively pulled it back, thinking Yang Chen had tried to hold her hand. However, turning around, she found little cousin gazing up at her with tear-filled eyes, asking, "Wow, brother, does the pretty sister not like me anymore? Is that why she won't hold my hand? Please hold my hand." Su Luoli quickly reassured the child, taking her hand and playfully engaging with her until little cousin laughed through her tears. Yang Chen, observing from the sidelines, waited until Su Luoli had calmed the child before they continued their walk together. He then softly remarked, "You two will make an excellent mother in the future." By the banks of the Qingjiang, a gentle breeze stirred the surface of the water, creating ripples. The willow branches swayed lightly, brushing against the girl and Appo's hair, which she tucked behind her ear, revealing a blushing profile. She had heard him. The previous day had marked the distribution of report cards at school, making today the first official day of winter break. Yang Chen had originally promised to begin learning stone carving with his father, Yang Aigua, as soon as the vacation commenced. However, since he had invited a female classmate over, Yang Aigua, being considerate, allowed Yang Chen to take the day off to entertain her. Though Xiapinka town was small, it was known for its picturesque scenery, which would intrigue visitors from the north. Rising early, Yang Chen stood atop a hill, gazing out as the sun began to crest the mountains. The terraced fields, shrouded in a delicate mist, exuded the gentle charm of Jiangnan, and the fresh air felt like a natural sanctuary, invigorating and uplifting. As the sun rose higher, the mist would disperse, so it was essential to seize the morning. By March or April, a winding mountain road would lead to a vast canola flower field in full bloom, creating a breathtaking floral paradise that attracted many artists from afar. However, given the frigid January weather, Yang Chen had no intention of taking Su Luoli up the mountain. Clad in a delicate dress and high-heeled boots, she would not only risk dirtying her outfit, but also face the potential embarrassment of a fall into muddy fields. Additionally, being a local from Lisher, she was already familiar with the area. Thus, Yang Chen decided to take her to Stone Carving City. As previously mentioned, Xiapinka town had become renowned for its wax stone mines, leading to a thriving stone carving industry. An area resembling a commerce hall had sprung up in the eastern part of the town, with numerous shops, aside from a small supermarket selling water, dedicated to the stone carving trade. Yang Aigua and Appo's workshop was also situated there. Yet this time, Yang Chen was not visiting his father and Appo's shop. He had brought Su Luoli not merely to show her around. Upon arriving at the entrance of Stone Carving City, they found a group of children playing cards, though not traditional playing cards, but rather stiff pieces of cardboard printed with cartoon characters. The goal was to slap them down and see who could flip the most. Yang Chen reminisced fondly of his own childhood, where he had played similar games with his friends in the alleys behind the elementary school, often returning home with sore hands that led his mother, Wang Xiufang, to suspect he had been misbehaving at school. Little cousin, upon spotting the children at the entrance, gleefully released their hands and rushed over to join them. Su Luoli, initially concerned, intended to follow, but Yang Chen stopped her, saying it and amp, Appo's, as fine. They and amp, Appo's, local kids, some of whom are little cousin and Appo's, as classmates. Let her play while we explore. With a grin, Yang Chen added, Arin and Appo's. You curious about where your investment is going? Gulme, allow me to enlighten you. Chapter 58. The Professional Shield. Su Luoli. Although Su Luoli often used the excuse of investment to meet with Yang Chen daily while at school, Yang Chen playfully referred to her as Boss Su. However, she was indifferent to how Yang Chen would utilize the so-called investment after receiving it. 100,000 yuan was not an insignificant amount for her, especially as a student. No matter how affluent her family might be, they wooed and Appo's to provide her with much. Yet, being a student also limited her spending, so if Yang Chen needed it, he could have it. After all, it would all come to the same in the future. Moreover, since he had saved her grandfather, considering that 100,000 yuan as a reward did not seem excessive. Now, Yang Chen mentioned taking her to see where the investment had gone, which piqued her curiosity. She attempted to listen to his thoughts, but it seemed that Yang Chen had nothing on his mind, and she heard nothing. In truth, Yang Chen was indeed contemplating matters. But once anything related to his system came into play, Su Luoli could no longer hear his thoughts. Concerned, Su Luoli glanced at her little cousin by the door. "Is everything all right?" she asked. "It an amp, Oppo's. As fine, my uncle an amp, Oppo's. S shop is right there. I an amp, Oppo's. LL just greet him, and he'll take care of his own daughter," Yang Chen replied, pointing to a shop at the entrance. He walked over and called out to Yang who was busy inside. "Uncle, I and amp, Oppo's. V brought Xiaoka for you. She and amp, Oppo's. S playing with the kids outside. Could you keep an eye on her while my classmate and I take a stroll?" After finishing his greeting, he returned with a smile, saying to Su Luoli, "Let in amp, Oppo's. Let's go." Su Luoli took one last look at her little cousin, but nodded and followed Yang Chen. Shidiao City was a triangular area separated by 3 roads, and across the road along the Qingjiang River stood a solitary building. This building, constructed in recent years, was designed in an ancient style, though it was made of solid concrete. The exterior was adorned with wooden panels, and its pointed roof resembled a pagoda, with eaves and tiles on each square side, resembling a loft. This building was named Treasure Pavilion, covering several acres of land. It was established by the guild and resembled a small shopping mall comprising 3 floors. Each floor housed several merchants, primarily engaged in the stone trade. Unlike the shops within Shidiao City, which mostly sold finished products, this place was filled with raw stones. Upon entering Treasure Pavilion, Yang Chen and Su Luoli found the spacious lobby adorned with a red carpet and a stage at its center, surrounded by neatly arranged chairs. Yang Chen noticed Su Luoli curiously observing the surroundings and explained with a smile, "This is where raw stone auctions take place. Occasionally, raw materials from Chongqing or regions like Northeast and Myanmar come here for bidding. Local raw materials usually don't come here. They are prearranged with buyers, loaded into pickups directly from the mines, bypassing the guild's commission. After all, the local mines are controlled by locals, and everyone in this town knows each other. Prices are more negotiable, as they directly trade, saving on commissions. However, with the new year approaching, there were naturally no auctions happening, leaving the lobby empty." Su Luoli nodded. Though somewhat perplexed, Yang Chen led her to the 2nd floor, selecting a shop to enter. Inside, the shopkeeper was busy in the back room, applying wax to stones. Yang Chen observed without interrupting. This was a shop selling Chongqing bloodstone, with several polished stones displayed in the cabinet, their vibrant red surfaces captivating to the eye. A few unprocessed raw stones lay haphazardly on the floor. Yang Chen squatted down to examine them. These raw stones were unpolished, their rough surfaces resembling ordinary roadside rocks. Some had been mined with visible blood veins, a sign of quality, where cut would reveal the blood and Oppo's as quality and coverage. Identification. His eyes gleamed subtly as he surveyed the raw stones. Bloodstone, weighing 4 Jin 6 Liang, sourced from Chongqing, high. Blood color. Coverage. Quality, 30 bloodstone, weighing 8 Jin 2 Liang. The detailed data of these raw stones floated before his eyes. However, after a while his eyes grew sore, and he quickly shut them, pressing his fingertips against the corners, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Initially intrigued by the display of finished bloodstones, Su Luoli rushed over to support Yang Chen when she noticed his eyes suddenly redden with tears. "What's wrong?" she asked anxiously. Yang Chen wiped his tears and replied, "It an amp, Oppo's. S nothing, just recalling something sad." Su Luoli was puzzled, as she had not heard any thoughts from Yang Chen regarding what was troubling him. At that moment, the shopkeeper emerged from the workshop at the back. Noticing the customers, he stepped out without changing from his work attire. "Hello, what catches your eye?" Rubbing his eyes, Yang Chen pointed to a piece of raw stone at his feet. "How much for this one?" This piece of raw stone was the highest quality among the lot. Rated at 20 anyam. The shopkeeper glanced at it and said, 25,000. Su Luoli gasped in surprise. "So expensive?" She didn't understand the trade and felt the price was somewhat outrageous, thinking it was merely a stone, not jade. However, she was mistaken. Bloodstone had been undervalued in previous years, but since the turn of the millennium, its price had skyrocketed, and if the quality was indeed high, it could rival jade in value. Yang Chen frowned at the price. He initially thought the shopkeeper was inflating the price due to their youth. However, upon closer inspection, he realized it was indeed a quality piece, already showing blood veins and even having a cut made to reveal its color. This indicated a certain level of quality, which justified the price, albeit there was still considerable room for negotiation. At that moment, the shopkeeper seemed to recognize Yang Chun and remarked with interest, "Aren't and amp, Oppos, to you the child of the Laosan family? Oh, how you and amp, Oppos, V grown. In such a small place, everyone knew each other, especially those engaged in the same business. If Yang Shan were to spend several thousand yuan here, Yang Igua would undoubtedly learn of it within 2 hours, leading to a family meeting where he would be interrogated about the source of the money. Yang Chun had long prepared for this, with his little classmate Su serving as his shield. Chapter 59, Wealth and Poverty in a Stroke. The proprietor of this shop is a man in his 40s. He recognizes Yang Chun, though Yang Chun does not know him. The shopkeeper, with a warm smile, inquires, "When is the third one coming to stock up here? The last time we visited Chong City, I accompanied him. Is the business here thriving that he sent you to gather supplies? Where is your father?" Though the shopkeeper is somewhat loquacious, his demeanor is quite amiable as he pours 2 cups of hot water and presents some tea leaves. Yang Chun politely responds, "Uncle, I'm not here to gather supplies. My classmate is visiting today, and I'm merely curious about these items, so I thought I'd take a look. Please don't mind us. Shall I share some insights?" He offers. No, please continue your work," Yang Chun declines, refraining from discussing business, as he is primarily interested in a particular piece of stone. However, the price is undoubtedly negotiable, and even if there is some leeway, it cannot drop below 100,000. Currently, he possesses merely over 80,000, which falls short. After casually browsing the shop with Su Luoli, they quickly exit. Su Luoli, unsure of Yang Chen's intentions, finds the stone carvings intriguing, not feeling bored at all. Moreover, this is their first time wandering alone together, which adds a different layer to her thoughts. Could this be considered their first official date? She decides to jot down today's date in her notebook upon returning home, ensuring she never forgets this special occasion. Yang Chun, however, is preoccupied with more pressing matters, leading Su Luoli from one shop to another without much contemplation. After a while, he experiences only one sensation, eye strain. His eyes become as red as a rabbit and Oppo's, bloodshot and watering uncontrollably. The skill provided by the system appears to have no restrictions. Yet the reality is quite the opposite. It is exceedingly taxing on the eyes. Clearly, this unconventional path is not as lucrative as it seems. Occasional success may suffice, but relying solely on it for income is impractical. As Yang Chen's eyes water, Su Luoli is taken aback. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. It feels as though a pebble has lodged in my eye," he replies, fumbling for an explanation. Su Luoli guides him to a resting area and insists, "Sit down and wait for me." Yang Chun, unsure of her intentions, watches as she enters a shop and converses with the owner. When she emerges, she carries a disposable cup filled with water. Kneeling before Yang Chun, she urges, "Quick, close your eyes." Obediently, he complies. She dips her fingers into the water and gently caresses the space between his eyelids. Her fingers, soft and delicate, move with utmost care. Moments later, she pulls back his eyelids and leans in, softly blowing air onto his face. Yang Chun is enveloped by a fragrant breeze. Su Luoli possesses a delightful scent reminiscent of milk, subtle yet noticeable as she draws near. "Is it better now?" she asks. "Yes," he replies, rubbing his eyes. When he opens them, he finds her face mere inches from his, their breaths mingling in the air. They both pause, gazing at each other for several seconds. Yang Chun and Oppo's eyes linger on her lightly blushed cheeks, finding her irresistibly adorable, akin to a ripe apple that invites a playful nibble. As this thought crosses his mind, Su Luoli, startled, instinctively retreats several steps, her face concealed in her hands, watching him with caution, as if anticipating an ambush. You. Su Luoli begins to speak, but falters, her voice softening. Are you feeling better? Oh yes, much better, Chen responds. Still feeling a slight discomfort, but relieved after resting. He rises and suggests, let us continue exploring. After wandering for another couple of hours, Chen finally selects a piece of stone, a slice of bloodstone, weighing over 3 pounds. Initially, the shopkeeper hesitates to sell, assuming that 2 high school students could not afford such a valuable raw stone. However, upon seeing Chen produce cash, the seller agrees to a transaction. Originally priced at 120,000, they ultimately settle at 80,000, revealing the inflated nature of the pricing. Collectibles lack precise valuations. If someone is willing to pay a high price, it is not uncommon. Therefore, shopkeepers often quote inflated prices, while knowledgeable buyers negotiate fiercely. Once Chen completes his purchase, he heads outside, and Su Luoli, having held back her thoughts since his purchase, follows him silently. They ascend to the 3rd floor, where a crowd gathers around a busy cutting area, drawn by the sounds of machinery. Ignoring the onlookers, Chen strides forward, shouting over the din, "Master, you must be tired." The middle-aged man glances at him, discards his cigarette, and crushes it underfoot. He takes the stone from Chen, examining it carefully before retrieving a marker from his ear and drawing a line on the stone. "Boss, does this look good?" he calls out, gesturing animatedly as he speaks. Chen nods. "Let us cut it this way." With an affirming gesture, the craftsman takes the stone to the cutting machine. The sharp, whirring blade plunges into the stone along the marked line, and soon, a piece is sliced away. At that moment, several spectators have gathered, and as the craftsman reveals the cut stone, gasps of admiration ripple through the crowd. That cut was worth it. Here and Oppos. A refined and improved version of the text you provided. Chapter 60. Pampering and indulging the blood is truly exquisite, so clear and untainted. That cut must have added tens of thousands to its value. Whispers rippled through the crowd, though some lamented, "Pity there and Amp. Oppos, so little blood." Indeed, Chen and Amp, Oppos, initial cut revealed impeccable blood quality, yet its coverage was scant, merely a smattering of crimson. Coupled with the stone and Amp, Oppos, modest size, the profit, while present, was not substantial. However, Chen merely smiled at these remarks. Approaching the cutter, he retrieved the stone, borrowed a marking pen, and etched another line upon it. "If you would be so kind as to make another cut." This declaration elicited astonishment from the onlookers. This young man possesses quite the gambler and Amp, Oppos' spirit. If this cut yields nothing, even that meager blood will vanish, rendering the stone worthless. Youthful audacity, indeed. Most of the spectators were connoisseurs, discerning that Chen intended to cut deeper, gambling on the presence of more blood within, given that the original chicken bloodstone lacked exposed blood veins. This venture was a pure gamble. Even a successful cut might not reveal superior blood, while failure would reduce it to mere rubble. The cutter hesitated, but Chen waved dismissively, stating nonchalantly, "It and Oppos, of no consequence, proceed." "Sir, let me be clear. I bear no responsibility for the outcome. Do not begrudge me my fee," the cutter cautioned. Chen chucklet, "Far from begrudging you, I may even bestow upon you a gratuity." Reluctantly, the cutter resumed his task, aligning the blade with Chen and Oppos' marked line. The machine, with its keen edge, completed the cut in mere moments. As the cutter presented the bisected stone, revealing the fresh incision, a hush fell over the assembly, broken only by the whirring of nearby machines. Behold, the stone's surface shimmered with crystalline blood, a vibrant expanse of crimson. Young man, do you intend to craft this stone yourself, or are you inclined to sell it?" Immediately, a throng of individuals surrounded Chen, eager to inquire about its price. The stone was undeniably coveted. The treasure pavilion on the 3rd floor maintained a constant vigil, poised to acquire exceptional stones at advantageous prices. Chen's father and uncles, also in this industry, engaged in stone gambling themselves. However, the Yang family, being primarily carvers, possessed their own workshops and cutting equipment, allowing them to sculpt and sell their finds. Others, lacking carving skills, were pure stone gamblers, akin to jade speculators, selling their discoveries directly. The individuals on the third floor catered specifically to this latter group. The former approach mitigated losses, as craftsmanship itself held value, whereas the latter courted either instant riches or utter ruin. Yang Chen, still learning the art of inscription, deemed himself unready to carve such exquisite material, which would require at least 5 or 6 years of practice. Therefore, he resolved to sell it directly. Several individuals expressed interest, with the highest offer reaching 380,000. However, Yang Chen ultimately favored a bid of 300,000 from a stone merchant from the northeast. Despite the 8,000 yuan difference, the northeastern merchant offered immediate payment, with a bank ATM conveniently located on the ground floor. The funds could be transferred instantly. The 38,000 yuan bidder proposed an initial deposit, with the balance payable in 2 months. Sensing his motive to secure a buyer before settling the account, Yang Chen dismissed him. The northeastern merchant, true to his word, escorted Yang Chen to the ground floor and completed the transaction. Gazing at the 300,000 yuan reflected on the ATM screen, Yang Chen marveled at his fortune. 22,000 yuan earned in a single afternoon, a truly effortless windfall. "What is your car number?" Yang Chen inquired, turning to Su Luoli, who had grown taciturn since ascending to the third floor, seemingly preoccupied. "Why?" she responded, only after Yang Chen prompted her. "For the division of spoils, of course." "Was it not agreed that this was an investment?" Yang Chen asked, puzzled, sensing a shift in her mood. Su Luoli sniffed, wrinkling her nose. "I do not want it." "Huh? You are forbidden from engaging in this activity again," she declared with a conflicted expression. "This, is it not akin to gambling?" Yang Chen was momentarily stunned, at a loss for words. Surely, there was a distinction between the two, one being illegal, the other not. Stone gambling required experience and expertise, not mere luck. Were it not for his ability to cheat, Yang Chen's own discernment would have been insufficient. But was the beauty's displeasure stemming from this very issue? Indeed, Su Luoli and Oppo's unhappiness stemmed precisely from this source. Though an outsider, she had overheard talk of fortunes and destitution hinging on a single cut, which she equated to gambling. It was something she detested, having witnessed its devastating effects on her great-uncle, Su Chongwang's brother, in her youth. Coupled with Su Chongwang's lifelong admonitions, she had internalized a disdain for such practices. And then there was the memory of her brother, consumed by gambling debts, accosting her at the school gates for money. Gambling was Su Luoli's baked beef. Yang Chen initially intended to explain the nuances, but upon witnessing her distress and earnestness, he changed his tune. "Very well, I shall heed your words. Why argue? If the beauty forbade it, he would abstain." Sometimes, explanations were futile. Pampering and acquiescence were the keys. Perhaps, with time, she would understand the nuances. Su Luoli and Oppo's heart warmed at his compliance, expecting a debate. Relenting slightly, she conceded just, "Do not become obsessed. An occasional indulgence, perhaps." "Enough with the occasional indulgences. I have no intention of relying on this for wealth. It strains the eyes." Yang Chen jested, then urged, "Now, provide me with your card number, so we may divide the spoils." "What is this talk of an Oppo's? Spoils and Oppo's? Such an unpleasant term." Su Luoli grumbled, yet inwardly, she calculated. If Yang Chen shared the proceeds, she would not only recoup her investment, but also possess a surplus. Would Yang Chen still seek her out? The prospect filled her with unease. She had been using the investment as a pretext to see Yang Chen, a thin veil concealing her true intentions. Without this excuse, even if Yang Chen still acknowledged her, she would lack a reason to visit him. Her expression soured, and she furrowed her brow. "I told you, I do not want it." Without allowing Yang Chen a chance to respond, she turned and departed. Yang Chen watched her retreating figure, perplexed. Why does she grow angry when offered money? He shook his head, retrieving his bank card from the ATM, and hastened after Su Luoli. Chapter 61. The language of affection. Yang Chen followed Su Luoli as they exited the treasure pavilion. As before, Su Luoli engaged him in conversation, occasionally expressing curiosity about various things, finding joy in their outing. When she laughed, Her eyes would narrow slightly in the sunlight, and her lips would curve upward, reminiscent of a playful kitten. However, whenever Yang Chen attempted to broach the topic of sharing the spoils, her demeanor would shift, her expression turning sour as she adamantly refused to accept her share of the profits. Unaware of her inner thoughts, Yang Chen shrugged off her reluctance. If she didn't want it, so be it. He could hold on to it for her, for he understood that it would ultimately belong to her. Having lived this life anew, Yang Chen had come to view money with a lighter heart. Initially, his eagerness to earn was driven by a desire to extricate Su Luoli from the Su family as soon as possible. However, having spent time together, he realized that her life within the Su household was not as dire as he had imagined. The reason was simple. Old Master Su Changwang, was still alive. As long as he was around, the Su family was under his absolute control, and the various schemers beneath him could not stir up trouble. Moreover, the old man was exceedingly fond of his granddaughter, Su Luoli, and would ensure she faced no grievances in her own home. Consequently, Yang Chen felt a sense of ease, and his obsession with making money diminished. Thus, when Su Luoli urged him to refrain from gambling with stones, he readily acquiesced. As they ambled along, stopping occasionally to admire their surroundings, they returned to the entrance of the stone-carving city. There, Yang Chen's little cousin was still playing with a group of children. Upon spotting Yang Chen and Su Luoli, she scampered over, her face beaming with joy. Big brother, pretty sister, Su Luoli, enchanted by the adorable girl, bent down to embrace her, disregarding the sweat that marred her carefully selected new dress. The little cousin, with a delighted squeal, nestled into Su Luoli and Appo's arms, gazing up with a silly grin. After a moment, she turned to the back and waved her chubby hand. "Daoshengij, come over." Yang Chen glanced back and noticed a small boy standing a short distance away, the other children having dispersed, leaving him alone and hesitant. The boy appeared to be a year or two older than the little cousin, yet he was still quite small, with large, grape-like eyes and a cherubic face that seemed capable of producing tears at any moment. Upon hearing the little cousin call him, a reluctant expression washed over his face. Seeing his hesitation, she rushed over, grasping his hand and dragging him towards Yang Chen and Su Luoli. Su Luoli, with a warm smile, inquired, "Xiaoke, who is he? Is he your good friend?" To her surprise, the little cousin, one hand clutching the boy's, the other cradling her own face bashfully, replied in her sweet voice, "Daoshengij is my boyfriend." Yang Chen nearly burst into laughter at this revelation. Su Luoli was equally taken aback, her mouth agape in astonishment as she looked helplessly at Yang Chen, unsure of how to respond. The boy, visibly embarrassed, pulled his hand away from the little cousin's grasp, stubbornly lowering his head. "No, I'm not." The little cousin playfully punched him, her voice mock-threatening. "Aren't you?" Another playful jab followed. "Aren't you?" "No." The little cousin struck again. "Is it now? If not, I'll hit you again." The boy, on the verge of tears yet trying to hold back, eventually nodded. "Yes, if you and Appo's. Dee said that earlier. I would and Appo's. T have hit you." The little cousin beamed, extending her hand. "Come, hold hands. Big brother says that when you're dating, you must hold hands." Su Luoli shot Yang Chen a reproachful glance, as if to say, "What have you been teaching the child?" Yang Chen innocently shrugged. He had no recollection of such a lesson. Perhaps it was a casual remark made while watching television with the little cousin. As their eyes exchanged silent communication, the boy, still stubborn, finally reached for the little cousin's hand. Overjoyed, she happily introduced him again to Yang Chen and Su Luoli, her voice ringing with delight. "Big brother, pretty sister, this is my boyfriend." The boy, resigned, kept his gaze downcast and sighed yes. On their way back, only Yang Chen and Su Luoli strolled along the riverbank. Retracing their steps, the little cousin, having spotted her older brother, forgot about the pretty sister and insisted on staying in the stone-carving city to play with Daoshengij. Unwilling to return home with them, Yang Chen paid no mind, allowing her to remain, knowing her uncle was still in the shop and would take her home later. The Qingjiang River lay calm, its waters crystal clear, occasionally revealing a few grouper fish swimming lazily, sending ripples across the surface. Along the bank stood a row of stone pillar railings, with a willow tree sprouting every few steps, its leaves fallen in winter, leaving only slender branches awaiting the spring and Appo's renewal. Though it was winter, the sun shone brightly today, casting a warm glow upon them. Su Luoli removed her scarf and gloves, allowing Yang Chen to carry them along with her small handbag, as they walked side by side along the riverbank. The stark contrast in their heights, one tall and the other petite, created an endearing sight. As Yang Chen ambled on, he couldn't help but chuckle at the earlier incident. Su Luoli shot him a disapproving look. "You're still laughing? Have you thought about how to handle this?" "Handle what?" he replied, bemused. "Well, your little cousin is so young. Early romances are inappropriate, aren't and Appo's. They? Children speak without a filter. Don't you find it adorable? Young Chen Chocolate. Kids Don and Amp. Appo's. Understand what dating means. They're simply playing together. It's harmless." He continued, "Besides, what is the big deal? When I was in kindergarten, I had a huge crush on my teacher, thinking she was beautiful and gentle. I believed I would marry her one day." Su Luoli, far from annoyed, was intrigued. "And what happened then?" "Well, she got married. Her husband would ride his bicycle to pick her up from the kindergarten. I secretly deflated his tires." "Did you really? You were such a little rascal." "What do you mean by and amp?" "Amp, Appo's, rascal and amp." "Amp, Appo's. You have no idea how heartbroken I was. I would cry myself to sleep at night." "And then?" "Then a new, younger, and prettier teacher came to our kindergarten, and I felt like I was alive again." Unconsciously, as they walked, the distance between them diminished, until their shoulders brushed against each other. Chapter 62. Seeking warmth together, Su Luoli lowered her head, discreetly glancing at Yang Chen and Amp, Appo's dangling hand. If they were to be in a relationship, surely they would hold hands while walking together. Wooden and Amp, Appo's. They? She averted her gaze, yet her small hand slowly inched closer to Yang Chen and Appo's, inching ever closer, as their pinkies brushed against each other. Su Luoli felt her breath quicken and her heartbeat reverberate in her ears. Yang Chen seemed to sense something amiss, halting his words and turning to look at her. "Why are you so close to me?" Su Luoli's face flushed instantly. Her expression froze. Is it?" "Yes." "Where in Amp, Appo's? You just standing there?" Yang Chen pointed towards the side. After a moment in Amp, Appo's struggle, she finally managed to utter, "I and Amp, Appo's. I'm cold." "Oh, seeking warmth together, are we?" Yang Chen chuckled, recalling a light-hearted jest he had shared with Su Luoli earlier. He wrapped his scarf around her. "The winter sun sets quickly. It's a bit chilly now. Wear this scarf. Is it warm enough?" Su Luoli gazed up at Yang Chen, who patiently adorned her with the scarf. His eyes cast downwards, with long lashes framing a countenance that had shed its usual frivolity, transforming into a gentle demeanor. In that moment, Su Luoli perceived Yang Chen through a filter of admiration, making him seem utterly enchanting. In truth, Yang Chen was an Amp, Appo's, feigning tenderness. He merely acted on impulse, helping her with the scarf. Yet, some stirring within him rendered his unintentional gestures laden with deeper meaning in Su Luoli and Amp, Appo's eyes. Only when Yang Chen inquired about her feelings did she awaken from her reverie, quickly lowering her head. Yes, it's warm." Yang Chen tucked his hands into his pockets, urging, "Let us go home quickly. We're having lamb stew today." Su Luoli responded, her eyes fixated on his hands nestled in his pockets. Indeed, they weren't in a relationship after all. Upon arriving home, a tantalizing aroma of meat wafted through the air as they entered the courtyard. A traditional earthen stove stood in the yard, with a large iron pot bubbling away over a roaring fire. Yang Chen and Amp, Appo's appetites surged. This was how meat should be cooked. Stewing on a gas stove would never yield the same flavor, and using a pressure cooker was an affront to tradition. It had to be a grand earthen stove with an iron pot, simmering slowly over wood for 5 to 6 hours. Only when the meat was tender and the broth thickened into a luscious consistency could one truly savor it. Since entering university, he had not tasted meat cooked in such a way. Despite sampling all manner of delicacies, he still longed for that authentic flavor. Beside the stove, A small table held bowls and chopsticks, along with seasonings. This was the Yang family's custom. With the meat stewing, anyone tempted by the aroma could come to the yard and serve themselves a piece. Though the meat might not yet be tender, tearing into it fresh from the pot, while it was still warm, was a delightful experience. Often, by the time the meal was formally served, a third of the lamb would be gone. Yang Chen approached, taking up a bowl and lifting the lid of the pot, watching the bubbling lamb stew. He picked out 2 pieces of meat and ladled some broth, knowing it was best to enjoy the soup now. It would thicken and become less palatable if left to sit. At the stove, Wang Xiaofang sat on a small stool, adding firewood to the flames. Upon seeing Yang Chen and Su Luoli return, she greeted Su Luoli with a smile before turning to reprimand her son. The meat isn't even done yet. You don't mind ruining your teeth, do you? Don't you know to serve the guest first? Ah, my son still doesn't get it. I was just getting her a bowl first, Yang Chen replied, presenting the bowl to Su Luoli. Here, drink some soup to warm your stomach. Su Luoli stared at the soup, feeling slightly flustered. She had never encountered such an experience. At the Su family home, meals were only initiated once all dishes were neatly arranged on the table and everyone was seated. If someone were to serve themselves while the food was still in the pot, they would surely face stern rebuke. However, the Yang household was far less formal. Yang Chen was casual, and Wang Xiaofang seemed unperturbed, clearly accustomed to this way of life. After a moment's contemplation, Su Luoli accepted the bowl of lamb soup. Yang Chen fetched a small bamboo stool for her, and she gazed at him, slightly bewildered. Yang Chen realized, you're not used to eating in the yard, are you? Then you can go inside. I'll chat with my mom here. With that, he filled himself another bowl of soup and stepped over to a nearby stone bench, squatting on its edge rather than sitting. Su Luoli hesitated, glancing inside the house. It was empty and eerily quiet. Ultimately, she seated herself on the bamboo stool Yang Chen had brought, sipping the warm lamb soup while watching him converse merrily with Aunt Wang. Yang Chen shared stories about his little cousin, eliciting hearty laughter from Wang Xiaofang akin to that of a jovial hero. The mother-son duo interacted harmoniously, a sight that struck Su Luoli as foreign. She quietly lowered her head, sipping her soup. She had never shared such a conversation with her own mother. That evening, another lively family feast unfolded. After dinner, Yang Chen accompanied Su Luoli as she departed. Thank you for today, she murmured softly, walking beside him. Can I come again next time? Yang Chen chuckled. You can't just come to my house to eat every day. Well, Su Luoli pursed her lips, cautiously tracing a small arc with her finger. I could eat a little less. Her tentative demeanor radiated a certain charm that made it difficult for him to refuse. It's fine. I've already covered the meal, 15,000. Yang Chen referenced the sum Su Luoli had declined earlier that afternoon. Just remember to recharge that account when it runs low. My family's small business doesn't allow for credit. Su Luoli finally realized Yang Chen was jesting, feeling both exasperated and amused. As they conversed, they reached the roadside where the Su family car waited. Yang Chen remained on his side of the street. Addressing Su Luoli, I'll leave you here. See you next time. Su Luoli nodded, taking a few steps towards the car. She paused, turning back to Yang Chen. Are you really not going to sign up for the holiday tutoring class with me? Upon uttering this, she quickly added, as if fearing a misunderstanding, I mean, if we enroll together, there's a discount. How amusing it was to hear the young lady of the Su family fretting over such savings. Yang Chen grinned broadly, his teeth gleaming white. Yet his response was resolute. Not going. Su Luoli could only stomp her foot in silent frustration before turning to enter the car. Yang Chen stood there, watching the vehicle drive away, before he finally turned and made his way home. Chapter 63. Grandfather's gossip. Upon returning home, Su Luoli found that it was quite late. She cautiously pushed open the door, intending to head straight to her room. However, as she changed her shoes at the entrance and prepared to walk down the corridor to the staircase, she heard a cough emanating from the living room on the first floor. Cough, cough. Startled, Su Luoli froze and glanced towards the living room. To her surprise, she discovered her grandfather, Mr. Su, sitting there with a cane, the television off, and a cup of tea resting on the coffee table. Feeling a twinge of annoyance at herself, she approached him with a sheepish smile. Grandfather, you're still awake? At your age, it's easy to wake up at night. Mr. Su smiled kindly and attempted to rise from the sofa. Su Luoli hurried over to assist him. Once he stood steady, he patted her hand and inquired, "Why are you home so late?" "Today, I went to a classmate's house." Su Luoli hesitated briefly before confessing. Mr. Su nodded, not pressing further, but remarked, "Having just finished your exams, it's good to relax and enjoy some time with friends. But as a young lady, it would be wise to come home earlier next time." "But, grandfather, Uncle Wei was with me," she replied. Mr. Su chuckled. "Uncle Wei has his own family waiting for him to return for dinner. Although it may have been work for him, we should also consider the bonds of human decency." "I understand, grandfather," Su Luoli obediently replied. As they chatted, the pair ascended the stairs. Once upstairs, Mr. Su suddenly added, "Next time you visit Yang Chen, remember to bring a small gift. We wouldn't want others to think our family lacks manners." At this remark, Su Luoli and Oppo's expression froze, her face turning crimson. "Mr. Su turned to look at her astonished face and chuckled. "Uncle Wei called me right after you arrived at their place. Did you think I wouldn't know where you were today?" Feeling quite embarrassed, Su Luoli struggled to find her words, finally mumbling, "I want to go again next time." Mr. Su raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Why not? Was it uncomfortable there? Not exactly. Su Luoli couldn't bring herself to admit that she felt more at home within the Yang family's warm, harmonious atmosphere. Mr. Su laughed. "If Yang Chen invites you again, go without hesitation, but do remember to take a gift next time." Su Luoli looked up in surprise. "You don't oppose it?" "Why would I oppose it?" Mr. Su shook his head, amused by her thoughts. Yang Chen is a good lad. Happiness surged within Su Luoli, though she felt shy in front of her grandfather, squirming slightly. Mr. Su found her bashful demeanor amusing and chuckled heartily. As Mr. Su reached the door to his room, he suddenly remembered something and instructed Su Luoli, "By the way, have Yang Chen come over in a couple of days. I'd like to treat him to a meal and introduce him to someone. The 29th, which is next Tuesday. If he has no pressing matters, let him come over." Upon hearing that her grandfather wished to invite Yang Chen for dinner, Su Luoli felt a twinge of worry. "Is something going on, grandfather?" "Good things," Mr. Su teased, smiling as he entered his room to rest. That evening, Yang Chen sat in his room, browsing Taobao on his laptop. It was 2008, and while Taobao was not yet ubiquitous, especially in a small county like Pinko Town, its reputation as Asia and Oppo's largest shopping website had already been established since 2006. Yang Chen was looking for tools for stone carving practice, such as chisels, sandpaper, brushes, and earplugs. Starting tomorrow, Yang Igua planned to formally teach Yang Chen the craft of sculpting, and he wanted to familiarize himself with the tools beforehand while also engaging in light-hearted banter with the Taobao customer service. Just as he was chatting with customer service, a notification from QQ caught his attention. It was a message from Su Luoli. "Are you free next Tuesday?" Yang Chen pondered for a moment before replying. "I don't have anything pressing." "What an amp! Oppo's is up." "Su Luoli, my grandfather wants to invite you for dinner. He mentioned introducing you to someone." "Yang Chen, is it a blind date?" "Su Luoli, what are you thinking?" "Su Luoli, I'm not chatting with you anymore. Since you're free, I'll come to pick you up." Yang Chen felt a bit helpless. Typically, when someone mentions introducing a person, it often implies a blind date. However, he was curious about whom Mr. Su wanted to introduce him to. "Well, I'll find out when I go." The next day, after having breakfast, Yang Chen accompanied Yang Igua to the stone carving workshop. Yang Igua's workshop was connected to the shop, dividing the nearly 160 to 170 square meter space into two parts, with the workshop occupying approximately 50 square meters. Inside, there was a long wooden table cluttered with carving tools, and a block of unrefined stone sat prominently. The floor was covered in a fine layer of stone powder, and in the corner stood an electric carving machine. In the middle of the workshop, a wooden board covered a small cellar, about half a meter high, where stones ready for carving were stored, a makeshift warehouse of sorts. Both Yang Chen and Yang Igua donned masks and changed into work uniforms before entering. The stone carving uniforms differed from ordinary work attire. They resembled large aprons worn over regular clothes. Made of leather, they served to protect against dust and keep their clothing clean. Some meticulous workers even wore goggles and head coverings, but Yang Igua, being a rough-and-tumble type, had previously resisted wearing even a mask. It was only after much urging from his son that he reluctantly complied. Today, I'll show you the tools first, and then we'll practice some carving. Your second uncle will be back in a couple of days. You can practice drawing with him then, which will help you sketch out ideas. Yang Aigua explained as he opened the workshop door. As the door swung open, a gust of wind stirred the stone dust into a swirling dance. Chapter 64. The gifted Yang Chen waved his hand dismissively, expressing his disdain. Wow, such a thick layer of dust. Dad, how long has it been since you last cleaned? Yang Aigua chuckled awkwardly. Well, with the new year approaching, the shop has been busy, and I simply haven and oppose. He had the time to tidy up. The exquisite stone carvings are considered luxury items, attracting not only second-hand dealers but also affluent families. As the festive season draws near, customers flock in greater numbers, eager to purchase these sculptures as gifts. While the buyers themselves may not necessarily have a penchant for such items, gifting stone carvings appears far more refined than presenting cigarettes or liquor. Additionally, there are some unique clients whose details are best kept private. Consequently, during this busy period, the adults in the Yang family have been preoccupied, leaving home at dawn to work in the studio and only returning after nightfall. After all, even the smallest stone carving takes at least half a month to complete, while larger pieces may require 2 to 3 months. If 2 clients request custom orders, they would undoubtedly be occupied well into the new year. Yang Chen was aware that his father was not one to focus on such details, yet as a son, he couldn't oppose. He helped but worry for his father and Appo's health. He hurried to the restroom, retrieving a broom and dustpan, sweeping the lime dust off the floor as he spoke. This simply won into Appo's. Do. With all this stone powder on the ground, inhaling, it could be detrimental. Aren't you wearing a mask? Masks aren't a foolproof barrier. We must be more vigilant. Old Yang, you and Appo's, re the pillar of our family. If anything were to happen to you, what will my mother and I do? Yang Aigua had lost his life to a lung illness in his previous life due to his negligence, which made Yang Chen particularly sensitive to this issue, compelling him to voice his concerns. After work, taking just 5 extra minutes to clean one end damp. Appo's, be a burden. It is often said that children reprimanding their parents might elicit irritation, with some parents responding with a stern remark or even a slap. However, Yang Aigua, good-natured and understanding, recognized that his son was concerned for his well-being and took the reprimand in stride, responding cheerfully. He too did not remain idle, borrowing a broom from the neighboring shop to assist Yang Chen in cleaning. After the father and son duo had swept the floor, they mopped it, wiped down the workbench, and cleaned the glass. Only after thoroughly tidying up both inside and out did they finally finish. This flurry of activity had consumed over an hour. Yang Chen surveyed the rejuvenated workshop, feeling a sense of relief. Yang Aigua brought over a small bamboo stool for him. Come, son, sit and take a break, and let me introduce you to the tools of the trade. He gathered the items, which appeared numerous at first glance, but upon closer inspection, they were merely a few categories: tools, ear cleaning balls, sandpaper, superglue saws. The multitude was a result of the variety of tools required, as different stones possess varying levels of hardness, and each carving technique, be it horizontal, vertical, hook, or lift, demands distinct chisels for varying effects. Yang Chen was familiar with most of these tools, having spent his childhood playing in his father and Appo's workshop, absorbing knowledge through osmosis. Yet, Yang Aigua took great care to explain each tool and Appo's purpose in detail. Once they had covered the items in the workshop, Yang Aigua led Yang Chen outside to a small alley behind the studio, entering through a low window for convenience. In the back alley, a modest shed housed a cutting machine, still in good condition. This is a cutting machine used for stonework. It's ours. Would you like to see it in action? Yang Aigua said, a hint of pride in his voice. In the realm of stone carving, while every shop engaged in this craft, few possess their own cutting machines, opting instead to utilize the communal machines of the treasure building, which required a fee, a minor inconvenience but still a hassle. Yang Chen quickly waved his hands in refusal. No, I want an Appo's. Need it for now. He regarded the machine with reverence, having lost a finger to it in a past life, a loss that had made his livelihood significantly more challenging. Recognizing his son's apprehension, Yang Aigua led him back into the workshop through the window. In the following days, Yang Chen accompanied Yang Aigua to the workshop each day. While Yang Aigua diligently worked on commissioned carving pieces, Yang Chen practiced his engraving skills in a corner of the workbench. By the end of each day, both father and son emerged covered in stone dust. Occasionally, if Yang Aigua was occupied late into the evening, they would stay overnight in the small room on the shop in Appo's second floor, rising the next day to buy steamed buns for breakfast before resuming their labors. As the days slipped by, Yang Chen and Appo's progress astounded Yang Aigua. Yang Chen engaged in learning during the day and participated in systematic dream training courses at night, a relentless pursuit of knowledge that others could only manage for 12 hours a day at most. In contrast, he was amassing a staggering 88 hours of learning each day, 8 hours during the day and 80 hours through dream training at night. Coupled with his inherent talent and dedication, his advancement was nothing short of remarkable. Yang Aigua watched in awe, his mind racing. My eldest son is a genius. Yet, both joy and concern filled Yang Aigua and Appo's heart. He delighted in his son and Appo's extraordinary talent for carving, but he was troubled by his own lack of confidence in honing this unrefined gem. In truth, when it came to stone carving, Yang Aigua fell short of his two brothers in skill, having spent 20 years in the craft without attaining a provincial master certificate. Moreover, his honest and unassuming nature had left him without any experience in training apprentices. With such a promising talent in his hands, he worried it might go to waste. After much contemplation, he resolved that he must seek a different master for his son. Who will be the ideal choice? There was no better option than his two brothers, as Yang Chen was their beloved nephew, and they had always treated the children of each family as their own. Learning from his uncles would undoubtedly be advantageous, and the risk of partiality from a master would be non-existent. The optimal choice was undoubtedly his second brother, Yang Erg, a nationally recognized master of arts and crafts, renowned for his landscape and floral carvings, with works that had garnered awards in national competitions and featured in magazines. However, Yang Erg had largely transitioned to a business-oriented role, rarely engaging in hands-on carving anymore, and his busy schedule had him frequently traveling across the country. Yang Aigua pondered how to broach the subject of sending his son to his brother, contemplating instead the possibility of approaching his fourth brother, Chapter 65, A Kiss in the Back Alley, Combined Chapter. At noon, Yang Chen and Yang Aigua sat in their family store enjoying a meal. The lunch had been prepared in advance by Wang Xiufeng, with the rib soup still warm in its thermos. However, the dishes had cooled down and required a trip to the nearby convenience store to use the microwave. While eating, Yang Aigua turned to his son, who was focused on his food, and said, "My son, this afternoon we need to visit your uncle's shop." "Sure, but what is the purpose of going there?" Yang Chen casually asked while picking up food. "I plan to send you to your uncle's for further training." Yang Aigua revealed his intention. Caught off guard by this announcement, Yang Chen coughed, covering his mouth to prevent rice from spilling out. After managing to swallow a mouthful of soup, he curiously replied, "Dad, why would you send me to my uncle? I can learn from you." In truth, Yang Chen was not overly concerned about the quality of his father and Appo's teaching, as he primarily relied on the systematic training courses from his dream system. While it could not grant him superhuman abilities or instant wealth as a learning tool, it was exceptionally effective. If it were to be commercialized, it would surpass any existing educational products. However, Yang Chen could not express this to his father, who naturally wished to find a better mentor for him. Initially, Yang Aigua thought Yang Chen was merely indulging in a passing interest during the holiday, and would soon tire of it. But now, seeing his son enthusiastically spending the entire day in the store without a hint of waning interest, it was clear that he genuinely enjoyed this vocation. Coupled with his exceptional talent, how could Yang Aigua not feel compelled to act? He was uneasy about entrusting Yang Chen to just anyone. However, he felt entirely at ease with his brother teaching him. Though not particularly eloquent, Yang Aigua had many thoughts in his heart, but found it difficult to articulate them in front of his son. He simply stated, "Your uncle is more adept at teaching apprentices. I trust you will learn well under him. Now let us finish our meal, and afterward I will take you over there." Seeing his father's determination, Yang Chen chose not to protest further and continued eating. Once they finished their meal, Yang Aigua tidied up the lunchboxes and led his son out of the store toward Yang Laoxi's shop. Yang Aigua's store was located at the far end of the stone carving market, while Yang Laoxi and Oppo's shop was the second one on the right as you entered. Not far apart. Despite its designation as a city, the stone carving market was comparable in size to a typical residential neighborhood, and they arrived within a few minutes. Upon reaching the entrance of his uncle's shop, Yang Chen noticed a young woman polishing several seals. She appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old. Her hair neatly tied back in a ponytail for convenience. Though she bore a strikingly pretty face, a reddish birthmark on her forehead was partially obscured by her bangs. Seated on a stool, she worked diligently at a large basin filled with water, meticulously grinding a seal made of Qingshan stone on a slanted board. Although Yang Chen did not know her name, it was apparent that she was his uncle's apprentice. When she noticed Yang Aigua and his son approaching, she looked up and smiled brightly. "Third uncle is here." Indeed, Yang Aigua nodded and then quietly informed Yang Chen, "This is your aunt's niece, Su Luoli. She is 2 years older than you and is currently learning under your uncle." Understanding, Yang Chen greeted her, "Hello, cousin." With a smile, Su Luoli replied, "So, this must be the young master?" Yang Chen chuckled and waved his hands. "That is not how it's done anymore. Besides, we are indeed relatives. You can call me cousin or just my name or nickname." Su Luoli laughed graciously. "All right then, you can call me by my name too." Yang Chen shook his head. "That wouldn't be right. I'll call you cousin for now. Who knows, soon I might have to call you sister." After a brief exchange with Su Luoli, Yang Aigua inquired, "Is Laoxi in the shop?" "Yes, he is. Please come in. I'll get you a cup of tea." Su Luoli stood up, wiping her damp hands on her work clothes, which were made of leather and unsuitable for drying. Yang Aigua smiled and waved his hand. "No need. You carry on with your work." Upon entering the shop, Yang Chen saw his uncle reprimanding a young man in his 20s, who had a buzz cut and was tall and sturdy. Yet, in front of Yang Aimin, who was half a head shorter, he seemed utterly deflated, resembling a crestfallen chick. However, upon noticing Yang Chen and his father, Yang Aimin's expression brightened. "Third brother, Chen, you're here. Have a seat, please." Yang Aigua replied, "I want tea, sit. Laoxi, I'm entrusting the child to you." "Of course, third brother. You can rest assured. I'll treat him like my own son," Yang Aimin assured with a pat on his chest. Yang Aigua returned to his shop, leaving Yang Chen at his uncle and Oppo's. Yes. Shortly thereafter, Yang Aimin brought him a cup of coffee. "Chen, I hear you young people enjoy coffee, right? A customer gifted me a jar a few days ago, but I can't quite get used to it. You may take it home later." "All right, I won't hesitate then," Yang Chen responded cheerfully, accepting the coffee. Yang Aimin sat down as well. "Your father has informed you, I presume? You'll be learning under me from now on. However, unlike the others, you can only come during your holidays." Yang Chen jested. "Then I might just be working for you for free for 2 years." Yang Aimin rolled his eyes. "Do you really think I'd have you working for free?" In this trade, the norm dictated that once an apprentice had been accepted, they would study under the master for 2 years without pay, followed by 2 years of assisted work, culminating in a total of 6 years before officially graduating. This meant that the first 2 years were dedicated to mastering the foundational skills. After 2 years, apprentices would typically be capable of assisting with tasks like polishing or creating bases, but they would still work for 2 additional years without pay and practical learning. However, as per tradition, the master would provide a red envelope during the new year, which could range from 10 to 30,000 yuan, depending on the master's disposition. The final 2 years would involve the apprentice gaining the ability to work independently, yet they would still assist the master while earning a monthly wage, albeit modest, typically around a few thousand yuan. These last 2 years also presented an opportunity for apprentices to connect with a master's network, which would be invaluable when they eventually established themselves independently and sought clients. Throughout these 6 years, the master was responsible for the apprentice's living arrangements, and the apprentice was not required to pay any tuition fees. Of course, Yang Chen was the beloved nephew of Yang Aimin, who would watch him grow up, so there would be no contention over such matters. His teaching would undoubtedly be devoted and thorough. From that day forward, Yang Chen began to diligently learn the craft under Yang Aimin, all the while anticipating the day he would dine at the Su family's house. Just a day before that anticipated dinner, Su Luoli visited him once more. On that day, the sound of the electric carving machine buzzed in Yang Iwei's shop. Yang Chen had made rapid progress in recent days, yet he was still practicing his carving skills. Although he learned quickly, carving letters was an art that was deceptively simple to begin but challenging to master. First, practice the 7,000 simplified characters, then move on to seal script. After mastering seal script, one must also study the various calligraphers and Appos styles throughout history, including the styles of O, Yin, Lu, and Zhao. Achieving excellence in one style would suffice. Yet during the apprentice stage, one ought to engage with a variety of forms. Yang Chen was diligently carving when he heard a voice calling from outside. Junior brother, there and Appos. SA girl looking for you. The speaker was Lu Gang, Yang Chen's senior who had been reprimanded by the fourth uncle during their first meeting. Appearing rather sheepish, Yang Chen was puzzled by the call, unsure who sought him out. Initially, he thought it might be Yang Yu, but then realized that Lu Gang would and Appos. To know her. I and Appos. Am coming, Yang Chen replied, setting down his carving tool and the ear-cleaning ball he used for blowing lime dust. He stood up from his workstation, removed his leatherwork uniform, and stepped out of the workshop into the storefront. Upon lifting his gaze, he spotted Su Luoli standing outside, holding the hand of his little cousin, both smiling and waving at him. What brings you here, beautiful? Yang Chen asked, somewhat surprised as he walked over. I and Appos. V already paid for my meal. Su Luoli retorted confidently, her eyes crinkling with laughter as she looked at him. You look like an old grandpa now. Yang Chen felt a bit embarrassed. Having just exited the workshop, his hair was dusted white with lime, indeed resembling an elderly man. Xiaoku, you can go play for a bit, she said, squatting down to speak to her little cousin. Once the little girl heard this, she immediately let go of Su Luoli and Appos' hand and dashed off, clearly heading to find her older brother Dao Shang. It seemed the little girl preferred her young boyfriend over her beautiful sister. As Su Luoli approached Yang Chen, she reached up to touch the top of his head, but couldn't and Appos quite reach. She stood on her toes, yet her height was a disadvantage, prompting her to pout. You should squat down a bit. Yang Chen readily obliged, bringing over 2 bamboo stools from the entrance, one for Su Luoli and one for himself. Su Luoli pulled her stool closer to him and sat down, leaning over to gently brush the lime dust from Yang Chen and Appos' hair. As the dust fell onto her lovely dress, he noticed and attempted to straighten up. Don't do that. You'll dirty your clothes. If they get dirty, you could just buy me new ones, Su Luoli replied with a smile, pressing down on his head to keep him from rising. Having spent considerable time together, her initial shyness around Yang Chen had faded, and she now engaged in playful banter. All right, then after dinner at your house tomorrow, I and Appos, LL buy you new clothes, he teased. Deal, she said, pointing at him, but if you go back on your word, you're a little puppy. Should we make a pinky promise? Yes. Let us seal it with a stamp. They linked pinky fingers and pressed their thumbs together to seal the promise. After this, her cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she bashfully lowered her gaze, saying, I came to find you earlier, but your aunts said you weren't home. So I came here instead. Yang Chen asked, what brought you here today? Just to mooch off my food? I paid for my meal. Su Luoli pouted, somewhat indignant. Yang Chen jested, you might as well move in with me. Su Luoli's ears turned pink, but contrary to Yang Chen and Appos' assumptions, she did not refute him. Instead, she awkwardly changed the subject. I didn't come here for nothing. Yang Chen was momentarily taken aback by her abrupt shift in conversation, pondering, could it be that she has developed feelings for me? I always suspected she had a crush on me back in high school. He suddenly felt elated. Upon hearing his thoughts, Su Luoli felt a mix of shyness and embarrassment. Had she been too forward? She had initially intended to keep their relationship ambiguous during high school. Perhaps she should relax a bit. No, what was she thinking? Her internal conflict deepened, and she muttered softly, big blockhead. To her surprise, Yang Chen responded. What? They both froze for a moment. Oh no, I thought she was calling me. Su Luoli looked bewildered. It seemed that even her future self regarded Yang Chen as a big blockhead. How astute of her! Yang Chen quickly inquired, so, What is the reason for your visit today? Only then did Su Luoli remember her purpose, rummaging through her small bag until she produced 2 tickets. Today, Xiao Man came to visit me and gave me 2 tickets to the amusement park for the day after tomorrow, asking me to invite you along. Yang Chen and Amp, Oppo's eyes widened. She asked you to invite me? Su Luoli nodded and whispered, I think she wants to invite Jiang Rensheng, but feels too shy to ask directly, hoping you would bring him along. I saw she had 4 tickets when she handed them to me. This reasoning was quite plausible and convinced Yang Chen. Su Luoli quietly asked, will you go? Of course. Why not? I excel at playing wingman. He chuckled. Besides, she gifted us amusement park tickets, so we ought to reciprocate. After dinner at your house tomorrow, we can swing by the mall to buy you new clothes. Just follow my lead. Anyone familiar with Yang Chen would recognize that this smile signaled the inception of a mischievous plan. Su Luoli nodded obediently. All right, I'll follow your instructions. Having discussed the matter at hand, she resumed brushing the dust from Yang Chen's hair. Just then, a loud voice interrupted from inside the shop. Junior brother, where are you running off to? As she stepped out, she caught sight of the 2 sitting in front of the store, and from her perspective, they appeared to be sharing a kiss. She immediately covered her mouth, bowed apologetically, and hastily retreated into the shop, exclaiming, sorry for the interruption. Yang Chen and Su Luoli exchanged glances, puzzled by the antics of their eccentric senior sister and cousin. Moments later, Yang Lily peeked her head out again, still covering her mouth, her face a picture of surprise. You 2 shouldn't be out here. It's too crowded. If you want to kiss, go to the back alley where it's quieter. Chapter 66. A desire to spend more time together due to Su Luoli and Amp. Oppo's arrival. Yang Chen briefly communicated with the shop before stepping out. Throughout the journey, Su Luoli kept her head down, fidgeting in silence. Still bashful from the unexpected interruption by Yang Lily, Yang Chen first took Su Luoli back to his home, where he took a shower and changed clothes. When he emerged, he found Wang Xiujuan holding Su Luoli's hand, seated on the living room sofa, engaged in cheerful conversation. Mom, what are you discussing? Yang Chen asked, settling onto the armrest of the sofa beside Wang Xiujuan, drying his still damp hair with a towel. Wang Xiujuan gleefully retrieved a set of clothes from a bag at her feet. These were bought for me by little Su. Aren't and Oppo's. They beautiful? She gestured to the clothes, her expression radiant. Yang Chen reached over to examine them. The tag had already been removed, but it was a rare brand, likely worth 1,000 to 2,000 yuan. He smiled and remarked, the fabric is quite nice. You should keep it. It's the thought that counts. It's lovely, I really like it, Wang Xiujuan beamed, accepting the clothes. She then stood up and said, I'll start preparing dinner. When will your father be back? I'm not sure. I came straight from Uncle's shop and didn't stop by to see Dad. All right, I'll give him a call. Chinner, keep Su Luoli company. As Wang Xiujuan headed towards the kitchen, Su Luoli stood up obediently to his sister. Auntie, may I help you? There and Amp. Amp, Oppo's. That's no reason for a guest to help. Andy, I mainly want to learn some cooking skills from you. All right. Wang Xiujuan chuckled, her eyes narrowing with joy as she gently patted Su Luoli's hand. And the 2 of them entered the kitchen, chatting and laughing. When Yang Chen realized he was left alone in the living room, he slapped his forehead. Great, I've become the outsider. Unable to sit still, he stood up and walked toward the kitchen. Mom, I'll help you too. The dinner took nearly an hour longer than usual to prepare, largely due to Su Luoli and Oppo's clumsiness. Either she was too distracted to tend to the pot, causing the dishes to burn, or she accidentally cut her finger, bringing tears to her eyes. Eventually, Yang Chen could no longer bear to watch and found a small stool for her to sit on at the kitchen entrance. Su Luoli sat there, staring at her bandaged finger, feeling somewhat dejected. She had never done anything in the kitchen before. Throughout her life, she had hardly dipped her fingers in water. It looked so simple. Am I really that foolish? She muttered softly, somewhat upset. Yang Chen, who was chopping vegetables, overheard her and grinned. You shouldn't say that about yourself. At least you have an accurate self-perception. He demonstrated his knife skills, slicing cucumbers swiftly and evenly, each piece nearly identical in length and thickness. Wang Xiujuan, noticing her eldest son's teasing, pinched his arm and scolded, You should be more gracious with your words. After reprimanding Yang Chen, she turned to Su Luoli, adopting a warm expression. It's perfectly normal for a first-time chef to struggle. You can come over often, and Annie will teach you slowly. Su Luoli nodded, looking somewhat pitiful. Okay. As Wang Xiaojuan turned to add some chili peppers to the pot, Yang Chun casually remarked, Mom, don't add the chili. Wang Xiaojuan raised an eyebrow. Why not? You both enjoy a bit of spice, don't you? I have been a bit constipated lately, so I should avoid spicy food, Yang Chun offered casual excuse. However, Su Luoli recognized that Yang Chun was being considerate of her taste, which made her heart swell with happiness. She decided to let his earlier teasing slide and not hold a grudge against him. Dinner was not as crowded as the previous occasion, with just the three of them and Su Luoli sharing a simple meal. Su Luoli had a hearty appetite, even going back for seconds, which made Wang Xiaojuan feel a pang of concern. This child must not be getting enough to eat at home, she thought. No wonder she is so small. She must be starving. After dinner, while Wang Xiaojuan was clearing the table, she discreetly called Yang Chen aside and handed him 200 yuan. Think of a way to give this to little Su. She came to our home with good intentions, and while I appreciate her gesture, we shouldn't burden her too much. She has had her struggles too. Yang Chen thought to himself that compared to Miss Su, their family had it relatively easier. She had no concept of money. Gifts she bought always started in the 4-digit range. This 200 yuan was barely enough to cover the cost of her clothing. However, he had already established a narrative before Wang Xiaojuan of Su being someone whose life was fraught with difficulties, and he couldn't contradict that now. Wang Xiaojuan insisted, You mustn't keep this money for yourself. It's for little Su. Even if she doesn't want it, find a way to spend it on her. Perhaps buy her a pair of shoes or some clothing. If it's not enough, just come home and tell me, and I'll give you more. Yang Chun sighed. Mom, she is not that unfortunate. Didn't you see her come here with different outfits? She probably has 2 nice sets of clothes at least. Wang Xiaojuan and Appo's face was filled with worry as she recounted, I've been through this myself. Your grandparents treated boys preferentially. When your uncles were off to school, I was left to tend to the pigs and do farm work, living on the bare minimum. You have no idea how thin I was when I married your father. Yang Chen chuckled. Well, Dad must have treated you well, considering how well-fed you look now. Wang Xiaojuan laughed. Now that we live a good life, I must make up for all those years. All right then, little Su is still waiting in the living room for you. You should go see her off. Sure, I'll just walk her to the door. Don't worry. When Yang Chun escorted Su Luoli out of the Yang household, her arms were laden with goodies. In her left hand, she held a sauce duck, while her right was occupied with a string of preserved chicken legs and wings, and her pinky finger hooked onto a string of sausages. These were all local specialties, homemade cured meats. Su Luoli had initially declined the gifts, but she couldn't resist Wang Ai and Appo's enthusiasm, who insisted on stuffing them into her hands while patting her shoulder and saying earnestly, even if life is tough, one must eat well. You're so thin. You need to grow. She wanted to explain that her height had nothing to do with her eating habits, with her back slightly bent under the weight of the items. Su Luoli struggled to carry them all. Wait for me a moment, Yang Chun said, rushing to the neighboring convenience store. When he returned, he had a plastic bag in hand. Here, give them to me. Su Luoli handed over the items, and Yang Chun carefully packed them into the bag, then slung it over his shoulder. All right, let us go. I'll give them back to you once we're in the car. Looking around, he noticed the car that usually picked Su Luoli up was absent. Where's your car? Is it late today? My car broke down, so I couldn't get picked up today. For some reason, as Su Luoli spoke, her gaze seemed a bit evasive. Chapter 67. My dearest, Su, how did you arrive? Well, after dropping me off, the car broke down on the way back. Yang Chun cast a dubious glance at her, and she averted her gaze, keen to conceal the nervous flush creeping across her face. Could you possibly take me to the station? Su Luoli murmured. A sudden realization dawned on Yang Chun, and he nodded, a smile playing on his lips. Of course. Her eyes crinkled with a hint of delight. The Xiapinka town bus station resided in the heart of town, adjacent to the primary school. Across from a school stood a venerable noodle shop, renowned for its delectable fare. Yang Chen occasionally frequented this establishment, savoring a bowl of noodles with a side of braised delicacies. Several other eateries, including barbecue joints, dotted the vicinity. In 2008, Xiapinka town thrived with activity. However, by 2012, many of these establishments had shuttered, leaving only the steadfast noodle shop standing. Beneath the lamplight, Yang Chun and Su Luoli strolled side by side. His taller stature prompted him to moderate his pace. Su Luoli, hands clasped behind her back, idly kicked at pebbles on the ground, exuding a childlike innocence. The boisterous sounds emanating from a nearby shop captured her attention. Turning her head, she remarked with a smile, "Even a small town is so lively." Xiapinka town is renowned for its stone carving industry. Many people from afar flock here to learn the craft, particularly those from Fujian. Yang Chun explained, adding with a smile, "The area across from the stone carving city is even more vibrant at night. If you visit in the summer, I and Oppos, I'll take you for a stroll along the Qingjiang River. The entire stretch transforms into an open-air food market, practically reaching my doorstep. It and Oppos, that's quite a spectacle." Su Luoli asked demurely, "Do you wish for me to visit next summer?" Yang Chun regarded her with a puzzled expression. "Why? Do you not foresee yourself being around next summer?" I didn't Oppos. To me it like that." Su Luoli and Oppos' face flushed crimson, and she playfully raised a small fist as if to strike him. However, the blow landed with feather-light tenderness. Yang Chun gazed at her as she muttered, her face flushed. "Take that. How utterly charming." As they conversed, Su Luoli and Oppos' phone rang. Her expression instantly morphed into one of panic. Stuttering, she said to Yang Chun, "It and Oppos' rather chilly. You should head back first." With that, she reached for the bag in Yang Chun and Oppos' hand. Yang Chun evaded her grasp, replying, "It and Oppos' fine. I and Oppos' am warmly dressed. This is quite heavy. Allow me to escort you onto the bus." "No need, it and Oppos' too much trouble. I can wait for the bus myself. Such formality from you." "Boss Su, just give it to me." "No, this area is often frequented by intoxicated individuals causing disturbances. I and Oppos am not comfortable with you waiting here alone." Yang Chun held the bag aloft, out of her reach. Su Luoli leaped and stretched, but to no avail, her heart filled with frustration and anxiety. As they playfully tussled, a car approached and parked nearby, sounding its horn twice. Upon spotting the vehicle, Su Luoli covered her face in embarrassment and crouched down, uttering a frustrated sigh. "Ugh." Yang Chun pointed to the car and inquired, "Is it your family and Oppos' car?" Su Luoli buried her face deeper, too ashamed to respond. "Didn't you say your car broke down? So my dear Su fibs as well, a naughty child." I didn't lie," Su Luoli retorted, her face as red as an apple, attempting to defend herself. "My family owns more than one car, an ostentatious display of wealth. I concede, you've outdone me." Yang Chun feigned exasperation before adding, "But ISN and Oppos, this the car that usually transports you to and from school? I even recognize the license plate." Su Luoli's eyes darted about as she stammered, "Well, the car that brought me here was another one from our household." Yang Chen nodded. "In that case, I and Oppos LL inquire with the neighbors about the car parked in front of their house this afternoon." Su Luoli seized Yang Chun and Oppos' sleeve, her voice a mixture of urgency and frustration. "Please don't bother them over such a trivial matter. It's really not necessary." Observing her anxious demeanor, Yang Chun chuckled and relented. "All right, let me escort you to the car first." As Su Luoli approached the vehicle, she turned back, pointing a finger at Yang Chun and issuing a stern warning. "Don and Oppos, you dare disturb the neighbors over this?" She attempted to project an air of seriousness, but her youthful countenance only conveyed a sense of adorable ferocity. "All right, I understand." Yang Chun gently ushered her into the car, placing the bag of cured meats beside her. Leaning against the door, he refrained from closing it immediately. Su Luoli inquired shyly, "Did you have something else to say to me?" "As a matter of fact, I do." Yang Chun bent down, illuminating his phone screen and presenting it to Su Luoli. "The last bus to the city departs at 7:30 p.m. Next time, choose a more plausible excuse, my dear Su." Su Luoli stared at the time displayed on the phone. 8:01 p.m. Her mouth agape in astonishment. She had never taken the bus and was unaware of the schedule. Yang Chen, observing her dumbfounded expression, waved goodbye with a smile. See you tomorrow. The car door closed gently, and the vehicle glided away, leaving Pinkertown behind. Su Luoli was oblivious to the journey home, her mind in a whirl. In her princess-like bedroom, clad in her pajamas, she clutched her teddy bear and stared blankly at the ceiling. Her face was flushed, and a warm sensation enveloped her. Yang Chen definitely noticed something? Ah, how mortifying. She curled up into a ball on the bed, burying her face in the teddy bear and emitting muffled sounds, her bottom wriggling restlessly. After a long while, Su Luoli lifted her head, resting her chin on the teddy bear and amp. Oppo's head, her cheeks growing hotter. She murmured, but that phrase and amp. Oppo's, my dear Su and amp. Oppo's. Does that count as a response? He said my. Oh dear, I almost burst out laughing. Su Luoli slapped her cheeks forcefully, the sound echoing in the room. Taking several deep breaths, she finally regained her composure. Turning over, she continued to gaze at the ceiling, her brow furrowed in discontent as she muttered to herself. But I didn't hear his inner thoughts. A definitive answer would have been more reassuring. However, upon hearing the words my dear Su Luoli and amp, Oppo's body had been jolted as if by electricity, her mind blank. She hadn't and amp, Oppo's, registered Yang Chen and amp, Oppo's inner thoughts. This realization filled her with frustration. Su Luoli was destined for a sleepless night. Meanwhile, Yang Chen, equally restless, nestled in his blanket and dialed Jiang Renqing's number. As soon as the call connected, he exclaimed, Fatty, I think I and Oppo's. I'm about to win over our class beauty. Jiang Fatty responded in confusion. Huh? Is the art class and Oppo's beauty attractive? Chapter 68. The amusement park appointment. The dialogue between Yang Chen and Jiang Renqing was nothing short of a mismatch. Yang Chen paused for a moment, perplexed, and replied, What beauty of the art class? I just transferred before the break. How long has it been? I was referring to Su Luoli. Jiang Renqing on the other end of the line was even more bewildered, taking a while to respond. Su Luoli, hasn't an amp? Oppo's. She always had a crush on you? So it turns out you were completely oblivious to her affections. Huh? After a long pause, Jiang Renqing muttered, Chen Ge, wherein and Oppo's. You fond of someone like Song Jingjing from the adjacent class? What? Who is Song Jingjing? Yang Chen was taken aback, unable to recall the name. Chen Ge, during the recent gym class in Class 2, you dragged me to the window to take a look. Now you're pretending not to know her. Jiang Renqing's teasing prompted Yang Chen to dig deep into his memories. He recalled that there was indeed a girl in the neighboring class who, while not strikingly beautiful, possessed an admirable figure. In the sweltering summer, her short sleeves accentuated her slender waist. Yang Chen had a penchant for girls with good figures, a common fantasy for boys in their adolescence. However, it was all but a fleeting thought that he soon forgot. After his rebirth, his thoughts were solely occupied with Su Luoli. How could he possibly remember a girl with an enviable physique from the adjacent class? It was only after Jiang Renqing and amp, Oppo's comments that he vaguely recollected her existence. But what did she look like? What was her name? Regrettably, he couldn't and amp, Oppo's recall. On the other end of the line, Jiang Renqing expressed his confusion. I thought you had no interest in Su Luoli at all. Fatty, what kind of behavior is this? Yang Chen scolded, startling Jiang Renqing. How can you judge someone solely by their appearance, by their figure? We must uncover the inner beauty of others. Do you understand? Jiang Renqing was at a loss for words. Su Luoli is recognized as the school beauty at Yulon High School. Does she still need you to discover her inner beauty? After all, it seems I and Oppo's am the one left out here. Come on, brother, show some restraint. Yang Chen then inquired. By the way, do you have time tomorrow? I'm just at home helping out at the shop. So you're idling around then? No, how can I be idling? Fine, let us go out tomorrow. I'll see you at the amusement park entrance at 10 in the morning. Yang Chen, not wanting to be polite, reminded him before hanging up, shallow person, beep. In the Jiang residence, in Jiang Renqing and Oppo's room, he held his phone, listening to the beeping tone, speechless for a while. Just before hanging up, Yang Chen had managed to throw a jab at him. Brother, you really don't treat me like a human. Jiang Rensheng muttered himself. But the amusement park. Does that mean Su Luoli successfully invited Chinga? That saves me some trouble. The plan for their holiday outing to the City South amusement park was initially discussed between Lin Man and Jiang Rensheng, with both of them covering the ticket costs, aiming to bring Yang Chen and Su Luoli together. Lin Man had been organizing for Su Luoli to take the initiative in inviting Yang Chen, though Jiang Rensheng was somewhat hesitant, fearing that if Yang Chen rejected her outright, it would be quite embarrassing for Su Luoli. He had prepared himself to convince Yang Chen if Su Luoli's invitation failed, but to his surprise, Yang Chen had readily agreed. Furthermore, judging by Yang Chen's tone, it seemed like there was potential for something more between them. This good news needed to be shared with Lin Man. With this thought in mind, Jiang Rensheng quickly dialed Lin Man. Hello, Lin Man. No, I'm not insulting you. I have good news. Why are you cursing? The following day, Yang Chen tidied himself up, looking sharp and spirited in front of the mirror. What a dapper young man, he thought, nodding in satisfaction. Just then, he heard his uncle calling from downstairs. Chen and Amp. Oppos. Are you ready? Come down now. Yang Chen Rebirth. Then grabbed the neatly packed outfit from the chair and descended the stairs. Today, his uncle was heading to the clothing wholesale market to collect payments at year-end and offered to give Yang Chen a ride into the city. Once they were in the car, his uncle smiled and asked, dressed so handsomely, are you going on a date? Yang Chen puffed up with pride, of course. With this handsome face of mine, which girl wouldn't he be smitten? I'll take a stroll and come home with a dozen future daughters-in-law for you to choose from. His uncle laughed heartily. All right, enough with the boasting. You think you could bring home a dozen future daughters-in-law? Look at your dad. Hasn't he been completely under your mom's thumb for a lifetime? I suspect you'll end up being a henpecked husband too. Yang Chen was not pleased. Uncle, we don't ridicule our elder brother. Speaking of your last stock trading incident that Aunt found out about that night while I was in my room sleeping. His uncle's face flushed red as he playfully ruffled his nephew's hair, laughing as he scolded, get lost. Who caused that? You've had it easy all your life. I didn't harm you. I was saving you. Haven't you seen the news lately? So many people have jumped off buildings after bad stock trades. You'd have been in line for that too if you hadn't pulled out in time. But hey, that is a different story. Let me clarify again. It's not that I'm henpecked. I just care for my wife. Yes, in our Yang family, we all cherish our wives. It's a family tradition. As the uncle and nephew exchanged banter, the hour flew by, and they soon arrived at the entrance of the amusement park in the city. Just before getting out, his uncle insisted on giving Yang Chen 1,000 yuan, saying it was for him to treat the young lady to something nice. He probably heard the rumors about Wang Xiufeng and assumed the girl Yang Chen was bringing home was in dire circumstances. Yang Chen accepted the money cheerfully, bid farewell to his uncle, and got out of the car. Upon reaching the amusement park's entrance, Yang Chen noticed Su Luoli already standing there, on her tiptoes, looking around anxiously. It seemed she hadn't spotted their meeting point yet and appeared a bit disheartened, kicking at the stones by her feet. Glancing at his watch, he realized they still had 15 minutes before their arranged time. Yang Chen was early, but he hadn't expected Su Luoli to arrive even earlier. Seeing her cheeks flushed from the cold and her nose slightly red, he wondered how long she had been waiting. Classmate Su, Yang Chen called out as he walked toward her. Upon hearing his voice, Su Luoli transitioned from surprise to joy, reaching out her hand toward him. Chapter 69. The unattainable gift. Yang Chen, with his hands tucked into the pockets of his down jacket, approached Su Luoli and glanced at her. Arn and Amp. Oppos. Tea you cold? Su Luoli shook her head, yet he remarked, but I am. He nudged her shoulder gently and encouraged, come on, let us grab a warm drink to heat ourselves up. Dazed, Su Luoli followed him, and soon they arrived at a bubble tea shop near the amusement park entrance. Yang Chen ordered 2 cups of pearl milk tea, and they sat across from each other in the nearly empty shop, the clock barely striking 8. They were perfectly positioned beside the air conditioning, enjoying the warm breeze. As the warmth enveloped her, Su Luoli carefully cradled her cup, savoring the comforting heat in her palms. After taking a gentle sip, a soothing warmth flowed down her throat and settled in her belly, quickly warming her entire being. Across from her, Yang Chen rested one hand on the back of his chair, holding his drink but not sipping it, instead biting on the straw while gazing at Su Luoli. He had no intention of drinking the tea himself. In her mind, Su Luoli echoed Yang Chen's thoughts, feeling a bit like a hamster with her cheeks puffed up. Waiting out here in the cold for so long. How silly. We could have just waited in a CAF, she mused. Yang Chen, concerned about her well-being, thought, what she gets cold? Better to bring her somewhere warm. She realized he was indeed looking out for her, and a small smile crept onto her face, her ponytail nearly bouncing with joy. She lifted her head and asked, what are we doing here so early? Didn't we agree to meet Xiao Man and the others at 10? Though they had planned to meet at 8. The arrangement with Jiang Pongzi and Lin Man was set for 10. Yang Chen casually set his drink down and replied, have you forgotten? We're not just here for fun today. Understanding his implication, Su Luoli responded, you mean Xiao Man and Jiang Runsha? Exactly. Since we're helping, we must see it through. Yang Chen leaned forward, grinning as he drew closer to her. Although Lin Man can be a bit of a tomboy, Su Luoli pouted in defense of her good friend. You shouldn't say that about Xiao Man, all right, he conceded, but while Xiao Lin is outgoing and proactive. She did prepare today, South Amusement Park tickets. Yet, it's usually better for a guy to take the lead. Jiang Pongzi is too shy. Relying on him might not work out. Yang Chen smacked his lips and continued, so we need to give him a little push. Curiosity piqued, Su Luoli leaned in closer. How do we do that? Just follow my lead. We'll first take a taxi to the mall. Yang Chen confidently replied, already having a plan in mind. Su Luoli didn't press further, simply nodding in agreement as she resumed sipping her drink. After leaving the bubble tea shop, they quickly hailed a taxi to the mall. The amusement park was situated in a commercial district, and the mall was nearby, making the fare a mere 10 yuan. They arrived in no time. Their first stop was a flower shop, where they ordered 9 roses. After completing the purchase, Yang Chen handed the flowers to Su Luoli. Surprised and a bit dazed. She asked for me? Of course not. They're for Jiang Pongzi. Yang Chen chuckled, giving her a light tap on the head. Disappointed, Su Luoli lowered her gaze. Oh. As they continued walking, Yang Chen remarked, I initially wanted to order 99 roses, but then I realized we're still in high school and can't afford that. If Jiang Pongzi suddenly presented 99 roses, Lin Man would definitely be suspicious. Xiao Lin is quite clever. Su Luoli looked at the neatly wrapped flowers in her hands, muttering, Xiao Man doesn't like these. Yang Chen scoffed lightly, that's just talk. No girl truly dislikes surprises or gestures. Even if they say and amp, oppose, what a waste. I don't like this, and oppose. Their eyes and hearts reveal otherwise. I once used this trick too. Cough, cough. Suddenly he coughed, embarrassed, and fell silent. Su Luoli seemed to understand, her lips pursing shyly as she looked down. Pointing to a nearby shop, Yang Chen shifted the topic. Let's south check that place out. They wandered through the mall for about half an hour, as Yang Chen had already determined what he wanted to buy and was familiar with the layout. Although the items were numerous, they were all reasonably priced. Balloons, candle-shaped lights, a signboard, a piece of red fabric to serve as a red carpet, and various small decorations. The most expensive item was a necklace, costing around 200 yuan. Investing generously in his good friend and amp, Oppo's romantic endeavor. Yang Chen mused about how touched Jiang Pongzi would be upon learning of this effort. A true brotherhood, that's me, Yang Chen. Once they had gathered all the items, Yang Chen suddenly remembered something, tapping his head. Do you have any photos of Lin Man? Su Luoli rummaged through her phone and replied, I have some, but they're all of Xiao Man and me. Do you not have any solo shots of her? Well, there's an ID photo. I helped print it for her exam. She sent it to me. An ID photo will do, he said. Send it to me via QQ. Though Su Luoli was puzzled about Yang Chen's intentions, she complied and sent in the photo. After receiving it, Yang Chen instructed, wait here for me. He then dashed off to a nearby photo studio. Su Luoli, left with the items, settled on a nearby bench, feeling a bit disheartened. He promised to take me shopping for clothes. Half an hour later, Yang Chen returned, holding a picture frame. He approached Su Luoli, carrying everything in his arms. All right, let us go. Oh, she responded, her voice lacking enthusiasm. Noticing her tone, Yang Chen turned to see her sulking lips. What's wrong? Everything we bought is for them. Su Luoli murmured, her spirits dampened. She hesitated to mention the shopping for clothes. Yang Chen snapped his fingers, feigning a sudden realization. All right, I still owe you a piece of clothing, don't I? He leaned down to meet her gaze. I haven't forgotten. But since your birthday is after the new year, I thought I'd give it to you as a birthday gift. Su Luoli finally looked up, skepticism in her eyes. Really? Absolutely. I promise it will be something special, something you won't find in stores. Her mood brightened a bit. She replied, what could possibly be unavailable in stores? You're not making it yourself, are you? Yang Chen simply smiled, choosing not to respond. Chapter 70. The indecisive classmates Su Yang Chen and Appo's answer left Su Luoli somewhat satisfied. He had not forgotten. Rather, he wished to present it to himself on a more significant occasion. With a light-hearted hey, Su Luoli stood up from her chair and began to walk outside. Shall we go then? It's still quite some time until 10. Where shall we head to? Suddenly, Yang Chen grasped her hand. Su Luoli was taken aback, glancing around nervously. She had not anticipated Yang Chen and Appo's boldness, with so many people in the mall. How could he hold her hand? They weren't even officially together. Could it be that the previous incident had emboldened him? Su Luoli found herself in a dilemma, unsure whether to withdraw her hand, fearing it might discourage him. Oh, Su Luoli, you resolved to focus on your studies and aim for Peking University. You had firmly decided to postpone matters of the heart until after high school graduation. Why are you hesitating now? At that moment, she resented her wavering resolve. Yet, in this world, while everyone understands profound truths, how many can genuinely act upon them? Just like smoking, everyone knows it is detrimental to health, yet many cannot quit. Relationships are similar. Once one tastes the sweetness, it becomes addictive. As Su Luoli wrestled with her thoughts, she suddenly felt something hard and square pressed into her palm. When she regained her composure, Yang Chen had already released her hand. She turned, bewildered, and discovered a small green box resting in her palm. Looking back up at Yang Chen, she found him smiling. Open it and see. After examining the box for a while, Su Luoli finally found the latch on the side. Inside lay a pendant, a unique piece strung on a red cord, featuring a small gourd the size of a fingertip. Its orange-yellow hue resembled amber, yet it lacked transparency, exhibiting a delicate jade-like texture. The gourd and Appo's opening displayed hints of blue, which danced within, only becoming vivid under direct light, creating a captivating spectacle. The gourd was not made of jade, but rather a distinctive variety of Qingshan stone known as Fomin blue flower ding, characterized by its exquisite, jade-like quality with vibrant blue speckles or bands, making it ideal for crafting both seals and ornaments. Su Luoli and Appo's eyes sparkled with adoration, yet a tinge of disappointment crept over her as she placed the gourd back into the box, murmuring, "You really are kind to Jiang Runsheng." She assumed it was a gift for him. "This is for you," Yang Chen said, rubbing his neck awkwardly. "The material is excellent. However, it was merely a scrap cut from a larger piece when I was crafting something else. I just made this simple gourd since I haven't and Appo's learned detailed carving yet." Was this truly meant for her? Su Luoli and Appo's heart swelled with joy, and she quickly retrieved the pendant from the box, holding it with affection. Though the pendant itself held little monetary value due to its size and simplistic design, in her eyes, it was priceless. After all, it was a gift crafted by Yang Chen's own hands. Yang Chen extended his hand towards her, and instinctively, Su Luoli cradled the gourd pendant in her hands. Stepping aside protectively, "You and Appo's already given it to me. You can and Appo's take it back." He chuckled softly. "I don't intend to take it back. I'm just going to help you wear it." After a moment's hesitation, she surrendered the pendant to him. Yang Chen moved behind her, deftly unfastening the red cord and placing it around her neck. "I actually plan to present it to you later tonight." Feeling elated, Su Luoli inquired, "Why now then?" "Thinking about how beautiful you'll look wearing it, I realized I wouldn't want to miss seeing it tonight," Yang Chen replied earnestly. "Now that you're wearing it, I can admire you all day." Su Luoli playfully pinched his waist, pouting, "You just love to tease." Turning to face him, she delicately touched the gourd pendant that rested against her chest. Her cheeks flushed as she asked, "Do I look good?" Yang Chen, with a serious expression, stroked his chin and studied her for a moment before sighing. "I realize I was mistaken." "Why? Does it not look good?" Su Luoli asked anxiously. "The previous description was inaccurate. It's not just that I can admire you all day, but I'll dream about it too," Chen replied earnestly. It's truly beautiful, but I suppose it's just average. Su Luoli found herself both amused and exasperated, opting to ignore Chen as she turned away and walked off. On their way back, Chen noticed how Su Luoli subconsciously touched the gourd pendant, her face occasionally lighting up with a sweet smile. Indeed, no girl can resist the charm of unexpected surprises. In truth, this small gourd was initially intended as a gift for Su Luoli's birthday party. Its symbolism was auspicious, as it phonetically resonated with fortune and longevity. Despite its modest appearance, Su Luoli would undoubtedly cherish it, though her family might not share the same sentiment. Moreover, even if Su Luoli didn't mind, Chen felt the need to maintain face for her sake. The Yang family cherished their wives as a tradition, and while Chen could forego his pride, he wished to ensure his beloved would be the center of attention at her birthday celebration. Thus, he planned to present her with a special gift that would undoubtedly make her the brightest star of the evening. No one could outshine his beloved. Interestingly, Su Luoli's birthday and Chen South were quite close, one on the 27th of the 12th lunar month and the other on the 7th of the new year, both occurring during the festive season. However, rather amusingly, it was not Su Luoli who was younger by 10 days, but Chen who was nearly a year older, despite their IDs indicating the same birth year, with a gap of 11 months between their birth dates. As Chen contemplated the upcoming arrangements, the taxi soon arrived at the amusement park entrance. After disembarking, Su Luoli checked the time on her phone and asked, "It's only 8:40. Are we waiting for Xiao Man and the others here?" Chen shook his head. "Why wait for them? Let us go in first." Surprised, Su Luoli asked, "Now?" "Yes, we can meet them inside. We have things to do before they arrive," Chen replied, lifting the bag he carried. "Have you forgotten our purpose for buying all this?" Nodding in agreement, Su Luoli followed Chen towards the ticket gate of the amusement park. Chapter 71. The Surprise of the Haunted House in Lisher. There exists but one amusement park, the Ark Amusement Park, where Chen currently finds himself. He is quite familiar with this establishment, having visited it frequently during his childhood when his entire family would venture out for leisure. With the exception of Wujishan and Changchun, it was always the Ark Amusement Park. Other aquatic parks and marine aquariums were established later. The Ark Amusement Park stands as a cherished memory for an entire generation in Lisher. However, if Chen's memory serves him correctly, while the park is still managing a decent business, it is destined to face decline once the eastern old town of Lisher is developed 3 years hence, where a larger and more modern amusement park will be established. The Ark Amusement Park, after barely surviving 6 months, will inevitably succumb to closure. Today, Chen and Su Luoli visit the park, which is not particularly crowded despite the winter vacation. Various positions have yet to take leave for the new year. Thus, while students are liberated, the working adults continue their relentless pursuit of year-end performance metrics. Su Luoli, though a local, seldom frequents the Ark Amusement Park, primarily due to the lack of companions. She had only visited once during her high school years with Lin Man. Yet, the vast expanse of the amusement park remains endlessly captivating. Moreover, since Chen entered through a different gate, they are greeted by architecture reminiscent of ancient Jiangnan towns, with rows of peach trees still adorned with green leaves even in winter. Not far off, there are rentals for ancient costumes, with many visitors donning outfits to portray ancient heroes, talented scholars, and enchanting beauties, creating a delightful tableau. Su Luoli, intrigued by the novelty, gazes around with enthusiasm. She tugs on Chen and Appo's sleeve, pointing at those posing for photographs nearby. "Shall we take a picture there as well?" Chen scoffs sleekly, contemplating the myriad of individuals who have worn those costumes without any washing, pondering their cleanliness. Thankfully, it is winter. Had it been summer, the attire would be drenched in sweat, and the prospect of wearing those garments again would be rather unappealing. Furthermore, the cost of a single photograph amounts to tens or even hundreds of yuan. Only a fool would consider such an expense. However, upon seeing Su Luoli and Appo's eager expression, he modifies his initial thought. "All right, once we amp, Appo's redone with our business, there will be plenty of time for photos." Su Luoli, pouting slightly, replies, "If you don an Appo's, do you want to take pictures that and Appo's?" That's fine. No need to force yourself. Chen responds, I never said I didn't into Oppos. Do you want to take pictures? Your expression speaks volumes. It seems you believe those who wish to capture memories are fools. Do you not think of me as one of them? Chen, bewildered, touches his face. Was his demeanor so overt? He thought he had mastered the art of concealing his emotions. Yet Su Luoli seemed to see right through him. A connection of minds? He turns to her and asks, so, do you still wish to take photos? Yes. Ultimately, Chen and Su Luoli's destination is the haunted house of the amusement park. While other attractions have a modest queue of patrons, the haunted house stands desolate, devoid of visitors, with only 2 staff members idly sitting on the steps, smoking and chatting. If one were to rank the attractions of the Ark amusement park, the haunted house would undoubtedly claim the title of the least popular. Chen recalls his solitary visit to the haunted house. After that experience, he vowed never to return. Inside, there is but a single corridor. Once you enter, it is merely a walk down the path, flanked by skeletal props and poorly crafted frightening puppets, with eerie sounds playing through the speakers, and then, nothing more. Each visitor emerges from the haunted house looking bewildered. What? I wasn't into Oppos. T even prepared. And now you tell me it in damp. Oppos. It's over? I thought that was merely the prelude. Is that all there is? Thus, most visitors never return after their first encounter. Except perhaps to escape the summer heat, for the haunted house is indeed quite cool. However, in winter, it feels as frigid as a cellar, as evidenced by the reluctance of the staff to remain inside, preferring to bask in the sun while smoking and idling. Su Luoli waits on a public bench beneath a tree across from the haunted house, while Chen approaches the 2 staff members for a discussion. She cannot hear the exchange, nor can she discern Chen and Oppos' thoughts, but she observes the growing look of discomfort on the staff member and Oppos' face. It ISN and Oppos' until Chen discreetly hands over something that the staff member and Oppos' expression shifts to one of amusement, and they both begin to laugh and chat. Before long, Chen returns, picking up a bag placed at Su Luoli's feet, and informs her, let us go. It's time to enter. Su Luoli stands and follows him toward the haunted house, curious about their earlier conversation. What were you discussing with the staff? I noticed you seemed to give him something. Chen replies with a smile. I told him my brother wishes to confess his feelings to the girl he loves and would like to rent the haunted house for 2 hours. Su Luoli frowns. Surely he wouldn't agree to that? He did. How much did you offer? Just 1,000 yuan. Su Luoli is momentarily taken aback. Not because she thinks 1,000 yuan is exorbitant, but rather she finds it surprisingly cheap. Typically, renting an attraction, even for 2 hours, would be inconceivable, especially during operating hours. The amusement park management would never consent. However, given the haunted house's abandonment, even the management does not prioritize it, leaving ample room for maneuvering. As Chen and Su Luoli pass by the staff member, they overhear him speaking on the phone. Supervisor, this is Zhang. It seems the props in the haunted house are wobbling a bit. I'm concerned they might fall and pose a safety hazard to guests. You want someone to repair it? No need. I can handle it myself. I also want to check the other props. They've been in use for too long. And if anything goes wrong, it could be problematic. We might not be able to operate this morning. Since the haunted house has no guests. I'll take care of it, right? All right, I understand. Let us leave it at that. Zhang speaks loudly, even reiterating the supervisor and Oppos' words as if to ensure Chen hears, confirming that the arrangement is settled. Chen gives him a thumbs up and enters the haunted house with Su Luoli. Upon stepping inside, a chilling breeze envelopes them, accompanied by distant wails and screams. Su Luoli nearly leaps into Chen and Oppos' embrace. Yet even so, she clings tightly to his arm, too frightened to raise her gaze or open her eyes, cautiously following him deeper into the haunted house. Chapter 72. Lin Man and Oppos' Divine Assist combined chapter, shortly after Chen and Su Luoli entered the haunted house. A sign indicating that the establishment was under maintenance was hung at the entrance by the staff. In order to create an eerie atmosphere, each room was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by dim lights, ignoring the terrifying dolls that emitted ghostly wails and the devices that occasionally released puffs of white mist beneath their feet. Yang Chun strode directly inside. Su Luoli, on the other hand, was faring relatively well as she tightly shut her eyes and clung to Yang Chun and Amp, Oppo's, his arm. The only moment she was startled was when the misty device sprayed her ankle, causing her to pinch Yang Chen's arm in fright. Ouch! The exclamation came not from Su Luoli, but from Yang Chun, who felt the pain. What was meant to be a 10-minute stroll turned into a prolonged journey, as it took them a full 10 minutes just to reach the midpoint of the haunted house. Before them lay a fork in the path, with only the right-hand side accessible to visitors, as the left led to a staff lounge and an emergency exit. Yang Chun promptly tore down the no-entry sign and affixed it to the wall of the visitor and Oppo's path. He produced a key borrowed from the staff and unlocked the lounge. Once inside, the lights revealed a space resembling a typical small office, complete with a small table and standard chairs. Observing Su Luoli still clutching his arm with her eyes firmly shut, Yang Chun playfully flicked her forehead with his finger, suggesting it was time to relax. Ouch! Su Luoli gently touched her forehead and cautiously opened her eyes, exhaling in relief upon seeing the well-lit lounge. Yang Chun entered first, tidying up the items on the table and setting them aside. He then poured out his own purchases onto the table and turned to Su Luoli, who was still gazing around the doorway. "Stop dawdling and come help me." "Oh." Su Luoli approached to assist, and together they transformed the room. Moments later, the space was utterly transformed. Upon entering, one would find a cheap red cloth serving as a makeshift carpet, with neatly arranged candle-shaped lights leading straight to the table, while colorful balloons filled the corners of the room. At the center of the table stood a frame adorned with Lin Man and Oppo's photo, with a heart made out of the small lights placed before it. Surrounding the heart were flower petals arranged to spell love, and in front of that was a small open box containing a necklace. After completing the setup, Yang Chun crossed his arms, surveying the room with satisfaction, and inquired of Su Luoli, "What do you think?" Imitating him, Su Luoli crossed her arms, tilting her head in contemplation. "It feels a bit off." When Oppo's strange about it. "Why use white candles? Didn't Oppo's the red candles sell out? We have to make do." "Then you could have bought real candles. The haunted house is too enclosed to light candles." And Oppo's a safety hazard, he reasoned. Though Yang Chun and Oppo's logic was sound, Su Luoli couldn't and Oppo's shake the feeling that something was amiss. Her gaze drifted to the framed photo of Lin Man on the table, and after a moment and Oppo's thought, she realized the source of her discomfort. During a recent festival, she had seen a similar setup in her hometown's ancestral hall, where offerings and incense would typically adorn the table. Yang Chun, brimming with excitement, approached the door, saying, with the lights on, "You can end Oppo's see anything. Wait until I turn them off." With that, he extinguished the lights. The room was left dimly illuminated by the flickering light of the white candle-shaped lamps, casting eerie shadows on the half-visible face in the photograph. Both Yang Chun and Su Luoli fell silent. Su Luoli cautiously ventured, "Is it a bit frightening?" "Just a tad. I should have purchased larger candle lamps. The light is too dim." "What should we do?" "We and Oppo's have to make do. It's too late to buy more now." Thus, they reached a consensus and exited the lounge through the nearby emergency exit, leaving the haunted house behind. Once outside, Su Luoli noticed that Yang Chun was still holding a rose, and she questioned, "Why do you have one flower?" Yang Chun had initially bought 9 roses, believing they would be used as a bouquet for Jiang Runsheng to present to Lin Man. Instead, he had dismantled the bouquet, using the petals as decorative elements, scattering the excess on the makeshift red carpet. Su Luoli had assumed all the roses had been utilized, so she was surprised to see one still in his possession. "This one?" Yang Chun looked down at the rose in his hand and explained, "I have an extra, and I was going to throw it away." "Throw it away? Why would you do that?" Su Luoli quickly snatched the rose from his hand and cradled it in her arms, murmuring, "What a waste. You bought it with money." Yang Chun was taken aback by her frugality. As she prepared to meet Jiang Runsheng and Lin Man shortly, she pondered how to carry the rose without damaging it, as placing it in her bag would crush it. After a moment in Oppo's thought, Su Luoli carefully pinched off the flower and Oppos. S bloom along with a small portion of the stem, then affixed the blossom to the first button of her coat, gazing down at it with delight. Yang Chun observed her little actions with a soft smile. Just then, his phone rang. He answered to find Jiang Rensheng on the line. Hey, Chenggu, Lin Man, and I have arrived. Where are you? Ah, Su Luoli and I are inside the amusement park. You can come in now. Inside? Just you and Su Luoli? Yes. We waited for a while. And since you weren't into amp, oppos, tea here, we decided to explore a bit. Hurry up and come in. Lin amp, oppos, s meet at the entrance. At that moment, Jiang Rensheng and Lin Man were not at the amusement park entrance. They had already ventured inside. However, they were situated on the eastern side of the park, while Yang Chun and Su Luoli had just exited the haunted house on the southern side. The two groups had entered the park at different times. Hence their paths did not cross. Having just exited a Western restaurant at 10 in the morning, Jiang Rensheng and Lin Man were not there to dine. After hanging up with Yang Chun, Lin Man, holding a cup of milk tea, approached and asked, so what did Yang Chun say? He and Oppos. S inside the amusement park with Su Luoli, Jiang Rensheng replied, a strange expression crossing his face. Lin Man and Oppos. S eyes widened in surprise. They both came in? Yes. Jiang Rensheng hesitated before asking, should we still go meet them? This gathering had been orchestrated by Lin Man, who was known for her clever schemes, while Jiang Rensheng merely acted as her assistant, following her lead. Their original plan was to lure both Su Luoli and Yang Chen out and find a way to let them spend time alone together. Lin Man had even prepared a small surprise for Su Luoli, hoping her dear friend would seize the opportunity. However, the situation had shifted. Yang Chun had arrived ahead of them? What did that imply? Did it mean they wanted to be alone together? The enthusiasm of these two far exceeds expectations. What does their assisting team have to do with this? Jiang Rensheng is stirring the pot from the sidelines, suggesting that Chenggu and Su Luoli might prefer us not to intrude as third wheels. Lin Man gritted her teeth and stamped her foot, declaring no way. If we don an amp, oppos, tea go over, all our preparations will be for naught. We must stick to the original plan. Jiang Rensheng sighed in resignation. All right, I shall heed your wishes. He was easygoing and lacked strong opinions, while Lin Man was assertive and decisive. Thus, when they were together, Lin Man devised strategies while Jiang Rensheng executed them. Their contrasting personalities complemented each other well. Lin Man casually tossed her bubble tea into a nearby trash bin, her hands tucked into her pockets. Have we decided on a meeting point? At the entrance came the reply. All right, let's go. As Yang Chun and Su Luoli arrived at the amusement park entrance, they encountered Jiang Rensheng and Lin Man approaching from the opposite direction. Yang Chun looked at them in surprise. How did you two come from that side? Jiang Rensheng, unable to lie, felt a pang of guilt and stammered, well, actually. After stumbling through his explanation, Lin Man, anxious at his hesitation, elbowed his pudgy belly and complained, it's all Jiang Ponzi's fault. He suddenly had a stomach ache and insisted on finding a restroom, forcing us to come in this way. Her excuse was a quick-witted improvisation. Yang Chun, however, wore a knowing smile. Is that so? There are so many stores at the amusement park entrance, including a McDonald's and Oppos, S right next door. Was it really necessary to come all the way in to find a restroom? He exchanged glances with Su Luoli, both understanding the implications. These two were clearly trying to avoid interrupting them, as if they were the third wheels. Lin Man noticed the silent communication between them, but was oblivious to their thoughts. She discreetly nudged Jiang Rensheng and gestured towards Yang Chun. Jiang Rensheng gave a thumbs up in response. Yang Chun suggested, let us not linger at the entrance. Since we in amp, oppos, here, let in amp, oppos, s explore and have some fun. Lin Man considered the timing, still not lunchtime, and agreed. The group ventured into the amusement park, with Yang Chun and Jiang Rensheng leading the way, discussing the arcade and oppos, s new games. Meanwhile, Su Luoli and Lin Man fell behind, arm in arm, chatting and laughing like sisters. Luo, that pendant of yours is beautiful. Did you just buy it? Lin Man inquired, intrigued by the charm around Su Luoli's neck. She knew her desk mate never spent time on her appearance, despite coming from a wealthy family, and had never worn jewelry since school began, even during outings with her. Su Luoli gently held the little gourd pendant and stammered, yes, it's new. Just purchased. Lin Man noticed her best friend in Oppo's. Gaze constantly darting towards Yang Chen as she spoke and leaned in a tease. Did Yang Chen give it to you? Su Luoli and Oppo's face flushed instantly. She looked down, hesitating before finally nodding slightly yes. Have they progressed to that stage already? Lin Man boldly asked, so, are you two officially together? Su Luoli quickly covered her mouth, glancing nervously at Yang Chen, relieved to see he was still engrossed in conversation with Jiang Rensheng. She turned back to her friend, a hint of annoyance in her voice. What are you talking about? I don't have anything going on with him. But do you like Yang Chen? Yang Chen, he gave you gifts. Surely he must have some feelings for you as well. All right, stop asking. Su Luoli grew increasingly flustered, urging Lin Man to cease her inquiries. Lin Man lightly tapped her forehead, admonishing, you ought to be forthright about your feelings. If you keep someone hanging, it would make you a bad person. Even those who care for you will eventually lose patience. Don't forget, Huang Linlin from our class likes Yang Chen too. What if someone else snatches him away? Su Luoli instinctively defended. Yang Chen wouldn't do that. Lin Man smirked, teasing, so, you do like Yang Chen then? Su Luoli realized she had been caught in a trap. Stamping her foot in frustration, Xiao Man. After a moment, she sighed dejectedly. But we're still in high school. In 6 months, we'll be in our final year, and I must get into Kyoto University. Yang Chen. He has his own things to focus on. Lin Man understood Su Luoli's obsession with attending Kyoto University, though she didn't know the specifics. It seemed related to family matters. She also recognized how hard Su Luoli worked for her studies, with Lin Man being her only close friend at school. Recently, Su Luoli had performed poorly on an exam, likely linked to Yang Chen, which made her reluctant to think about such matters in high school. Yet thoughts are just thoughts. Could Su Luoli truly manage to avoid feelings? Clearly not. As if she could, she wouldn't have come out today. Her holiday tutoring classes had already started. Lin Man could sense Su Luoli's inner turmoil and felt a pang of sympathy. She wrapped an arm around Su Luoli's shoulder and whispered, Luo, you're feeling quite conflicted. Aren't an amp, oppose, to you? Yeah, at the very least, you should express your feelings to Yang Chen. Discuss your future plans after graduation. Otherwise, your current mood will surely affect your studies, right? Lin Man spoke with the tone of someone who had experienced such matters. Yet she herself had never been in a relationship. Her knowledge stemmed from romance novels and melodramatic Korean dramas. Nevertheless, she provided Su Luoli with a direction. Initially, Su Luoli had not considered this approach, as she felt she could hear Yang Chen and amp, oppose, heart, understood his feelings and believed he would wait until they could be together. Because they were meant to be a couple. However, Lin Man and Oppo's words made her realize the wisdom in expressing her feelings to Yang Chen. Not just for him, but also to find peace within herself and stop overthinking. Seeing Su Luoli and amp, Oppo's change of heart, Lin Man took out 2 tickets from her bag and handed them to her. Seizing the moment, these are complimentary vouchers I won for a Western restaurant. When we have lunch later, Jiang Rensheng and I will not join you too. You and Yang Chen should seize the opportunity to have lunch together at that Western restaurant on the east side of the amusement park. Su Luoli clutched the tickets tightly, her resolve strengthening as she nodded emphatically. Okay. P.S. I recommend an incredibly sweet romance novel. The author is already full of sweetness. If it's not sweet, you could take a knife to the author. The title, Dog Food Supreme. The adorable bond between childhood friends by those who like Digga are not bad people. Author's note. Verified. She is a real girl. Chapter 73. Assisting each other, Yang Chen led the way, passing numerous amusement rides without pausing, directing the trio straight towards the haunted house. As they walked past the swinging pendulum ride, Jiang Rensheng curiously inquired, Brother Chen, they're in Oppos. There's hardly any queue for the pendulum ride. Shootin' and Oppos. Till we try it first? I just had a snack. I prefer something less exhilarating for now, or I might feel nauseous later. Yang Chen casually offered an excuse, quickly dispelling Jiang Rensheng's doubts. However, upon arriving at the haunted house entrance, both Jiang Rensheng and Lin Man began to protest. Brother Chen, let in Oppos. Let's not do this. The haunted house at Ark Amusement Park is truly uninteresting. Didn't in Oppos. Till you say last time that you and Oppos. Do you never come back here? Jiang Rinxing objected. Lin Man chimed in. I also think the haunted house is the dullest part of this amusement park, and it's cold inside. Let's skip it. There's a carousel nearby. That's much more fun. In response to their protests, Yang Chen pointed at Su Luoli, saying, classmate Su wants to try it. She hasn't been here before. What? Su Luoli, suddenly singled out, was taken aback. She hadn't intended to participate. Yet, noticing Yang Chen and Oppos, a subtle cue, she quickly nodded and said, yes, I want to go. Lin Man, somewhat skeptical, leaned closer to Su Luoli and whispered, Arn and Damp. Oppos, you afraid of this? I just suddenly want to try it. Su Luoli replied, her gaze evasive, her fingers fidgeting nervously. She certainly struggled with honesty, as her body language betrayed her unease whenever she lied. However, Lin Man misinterpreted this. Indeed, many couples enjoy watching horror films together nowadays, Lin Man readily agreed. After the trio reached a consensus, Jiang Runsheng reluctantly fell in line with the majority. Upon arriving at the haunted house entrance, they observed a maintenance warning sign placed at the entrance. It and Oppos, under maintenance. We cannot go in, Jiang Rinxing stated, somewhat pleased. However, a nearby staff member approached them and moved the sign aside, explaining it and Oppos. It's all set now. You may enter. Lin Man walked over to Jiang Runsheng and playfully patted his stomach. Jiang Fatty, let in Oppos. Let's go in first. Jiang Rinsheng, puzzled, asked why not go in together. Lin Man pinched his arm and whispered, are you stupid? Just follow me inside. No more questions. She and Jiang Runsheng entered the haunted house first. Yang Chen had intentionally lagged behind, observing as Lin Man pulled Jiang Rinxing ahead, turning to Su Luoli. Look, they feel we and Oppos. Remere third wheels. Su Luoli understood that Lin Man was creating an opportunity for her to be alone with Yang Chen. Just then, the staff member approached Yang Chen and Su Luoli, carrying 2 bags. Mr. Yang, these are what you asked me to find. They and Amp, Oppos, they've been in storage for quite a while. I finally located 2 that are relatively clean. Yang Chen expressed his gratitude and took the bags, saying to Su Luoli, let us enter through the emergency exit. The emergency exit was located beside the haunted house, leading to the staff lounge. Previously, Yang Chen and Su Luoli had exited the haunted house through this same passage after their preparations. They swiftly made their way to the emergency exit, opened the small door, and Yang Chen handed one of the bags to Su Luoli. What is this? Su Luoli asked, peering into the bag to find a blood-stained lab coat and a frightening ghost mask, almost dropping it in fright. Conversely, Yang Chen had already donned the blood-stained coat over his clothing and slung the ghost mask askew on his head. These props belonged to the haunted house, originally intended for actors who would scare visitors. However, due to the haunted house and Oppos, as poor revenue, hiring actors became too costly, leaving these props unused and collecting dust in storage. Once dressed, Yang Chen noticed Su Luoli still hesitating with her items and urged, hurry up and change. Let us scare them. After a moment of indecision, Su Luoli finally donned the blood-stained lab coat over her down jacket. Yang Chen adjusted her ghost mask, then positioned his own mask properly, extending his hands towards her while emitting a low, guttural growl. Oh, does this frighten you? Knowing it was Yang Chen, Su Luoli was not scared. Instead, she found his antics amusing and covered her mouth, laughing incessantly. Yang Chen, dissatisfied, said, don't just laugh. Try to look scary for me. Su Luoli mimicked Yang Chen, extending her hands and lowering her head while attempting a fierce growl meow. Afterward, she looked at Yang Chen with wide eyes, seemingly awaiting his praise. Yang Chen, somewhat exasperated, rubbed his forehead and remarked, are you just trying to be cute? Su Luoli innocently replied, I don't know how. Yang Chen contemplated instructing her on becoming a competent haunted house actor. But just then, footsteps and voices echoed from the corridor on the other side of the passage. Shoo, he whispered, pulling Su Luoli into a corner. Stay quiet. They're coming. In the confined space, Su Luoli found herself almost entirely nestled within Yang Chen and Oppos' embrace, his breath audible and close. This intimate proximity made her heart race. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze, twirling her fingers around her hair. Meanwhile, on the other side of the haunted house, Lin Man and Jiang Runsheng continued their advance. The haunted house consisted of a single corridor, so there was no possibility of diverging paths. Jiang Runsheng occasionally turned back, noticing no one following them, and curiously remarked to Lin Man, "Brother Chen and Su Luoli don't seem to have come along." Lin Man shrugged. Luoli is naturally afraid of this. It's normal for Yang Chen to accompany her and take it slow. Jiang Runsheng appeared more puzzled. But was it Su Luoli who suggested going to the haunted house? Lin Man scoffed. Jiang Runsheng, you and Amp. Amp? Oppos. Re not just a fool. You and Amp. Amp? Oppos. Re a particularly foolish one. If she is scared, wouldn't that give her a legitimate reason to cling tightly to Yang Chen's hand? Have you heard of the bridge effect? Jiang Rensheng opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from retorting, merely chewing his lips. So, Su Luoli was such a bold girl? In Jiang Rensheng and Amp, Oppos' mind. He had always perceived her as a shy and introverted girl, one who shunned social interaction and would seem utterly dull even in a relationship. He had not anticipated she was entirely different. The misunderstandings between the two groups grew deeper as they walked along. Neither Lin Man nor Jiang Rensheng were startled by the scares along the way, as it was not their first visit. And the haunted house at Ark Amusement Park was indeed quite lackluster. The scares were simply uninteresting. They continued chatting as they walked. Lin Man rubbed her arms and urged, "Hurry up, it's freezing in here. Let us wait for them outside." "Wait for me," Jiang Rensheng replied, and they quickened their pace, soon reaching a fork in the path. Chapter 74. This surprise is terrifying. Lin Man was taken aback to find a fork in the path she did not recall. She glanced at the bifurcated route, feeling momentarily disoriented. In her memory, the haunted house had a singular path leading straight through, devoid of any branches. This was understandable, as the other entrance served as an emergency exit, typically obscured by artificial vines made of plastic. However, those faux vines had been pushed aside by Yang Chen earlier. Jiang Rensheng pointed to the alternative path and remarked, "We used to exit through here, but now there's a sign that reads no entry for visitors. What should we do?" Lin Man pondered uncertainly. Perhaps the haunted house underwent repairs and was renovated? She decided, let us take this new route. We haven't traversed it before, and it's also an emergency exit, so we should be able to leave. All right, Jiang Rensheng acquiesced. The duo ventured down the unexplored path, which was even darker than the outside, enveloped in dim light. Lin Man, wearing a pair of high-heeled boots, inadvertently twisted her ankle in the obscurity. Ouch! She crouched down, frowning as she rubbed her left foot. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Rensheng quickly turned around, asking what happened. "I twisted my ankle. Could you turn on your phone flashlight? It's quite dark." "All right." Jiang Rensheng hastily retrieved his phone and activated the flashlight, directing the beam toward Lin Man. As she continued to massage her foot, Lin Man suddenly heard faint footsteps. Upon instinctively glancing up, she was struck dumb by the sight behind Jiang Rensheng. Two figures clad in bloodied costumes and wearing ghastly masks were slowly approaching, one tall and one short. Jiang Rensheng remained oblivious, but noticed Lin Man trembling and inquired, "What is wrong?" Lin Man whispered fearfully, "Behind you." "Behind me?" Jiang Rensheng turned, and confusion turned to horror as he spotted the two bloodied figures. The taller one extended its hands, which appeared eerily pale in the flashlight's glow. "Ah!" A low growl echoed through the corridor, followed by piercing screams. "Ah!" Jiang Rensheng's long, drawn-out scream echoed, reminiscent of a startled groundhog, as he reacted to the fright. The shorter figure let out a sharp cry as Jiang Rensheng inadvertently punched Yang Chen in the face while fleeing. Without a second thought, Jiang Rensheng bolted, but then remembered Lin Man, who was on the ground nursing her ankle. He turned back, scooped her up, and continued running. He carried Lin Man, not retracing their steps, but rather dashed into an open room that happened to be the one prepared by Yang Chen. Meanwhile, Yang Chen, having been struck by Jiang Rensheng, found himself sprawled on the floor. Su Luoli rushed over to assist him. "Are you all right?" "Damn it, that fat guy hits hard." Yang Chen grumbled, rising with Su Luoli's help and removing his mask, rubbing his sore chin. Su Luoli felt sympathy but restrained her emotions, muttering, "This is all your fault for the bad idea. Every haunted house should have a sign. Visitors must not assault staff in costume. Yang Chen, slightly irritated, moved his jaw to ensure it wasn't dislocated. Let us head for the emergency exit. Su Luoli cast a worried glance toward the lounge area. What about Lin Man and the others? Relax, they'll be fine. They'll come out soon. Yang Chen reassured her before leading Su Luoli out through the emergency exit. At that moment, Lin Man remained cradled in Jiang Renxing's arms, still somewhat dazed. Initially startled by the sudden appearance of the amp, Oppos, Ghost and amp, Oppos, she quickly deduced they were merely staff members in costume. Lin Man, possessing conzida ibu courage, soon shook off her fear and intended to inform the staff of her twisted ankle, asking for assistance to exit. However, to her surprise, Jiang Renxing, in a panic, retaliated against the amp, Oppos, Ghost and amp, Oppos, leaving her behind to flee. Before she could express her annoyance at his cowardice, Jiang Renxing unexpectedly returned and swept her up, dashing away. The abruptness of it all left Lin Man without time to react, and by the time she regained her senses, she found herself in Jiang Renxing's embrace. A peculiar feeling stirred within her. Jiang Renxing could be unexpectedly reliable at times. As Jiang Renxing entered the small room and firmly shut the door behind them, he leaned against it, panting heavily. The warmth of his breath against Lin Man's face made her uncomfortable, prompting her to wriggle free from his grasp. In her haste, she landed awkwardly, causing her injured foot to throb painfully, eliciting a sharp intake of breath as she crouched down, cradling her foot. Jiang Renxing listened for footsteps outside, relieved to find they were not pursued. Lin Man, now irate, questioned, "Why did you hit someone just now?" "Huh?" Jiang Renxing was momentarily taken aback, defensively replying, "He scared me, and I instinctively. This is a haunted house. Isn't that what it's meant to do?" Lin Man sighed in exasperation. "I'll accompany you to apologize, but first, open the door." Just as Jiang Renxing was about to comply, he raised his gaze within the room and froze. Lin Man, facing the door and oblivious to his stillness, urged, "Hurry up. No, you need to look behind you." The room also housed staff members in costumes. As she turned, her voice trailed off and her breath caught in her throat. Before her, rows of pale candles lined up neatly, with a blood-red carpet running down the center. In the dimness, balloons cast eerie shadows resembling heads. A small table adorned with a circle of white candles stood at the center, and a small box before them evoked thoughts of ashes. Behind the candles, a picture frame sat, reflecting a dim light that barely illuminated the lower half of a girl's face in the photograph. Lin Man and Oppos' heart dropped as she recognized the girl in the picture. It was her. This chilling and sinister scene, despite her courageous nature, sent a wave of terror crashing over her, and cold sweat trickled down her forehead. Moments later, a blood-curdling scream pierced through the haunted house. Outside, Yang Chen and Su Luoli emerged from the haunted house when Su Luoli suddenly halted. Yang Chen, mouth agape and rubbing his chin, glanced at her inquiringly. "What's wrong? Did you forget something inside?" "No," Su Luoli shook her head, a perplexed expression crossing her face. "I think I just heard Lin Man scream." Yang Chen chuckled dismissively. The tomboy wanted to be frightened by mere ghosts. She probably saw what an Oppos, Jiang Renxing and Oppos, prepared for her and got too excited. He urged, "Let's not worry about them. We should find a shop to get some ice. I need to apply it." Oh, Su Luoli nodded obediently, then remembered the 2 complimentary vouchers Lin Man had given her. She quickly rummaged through her bag. "By the way, it's almost lunchtime. Should we go eat at the restaurant?" "Lin Man gave me these vouchers." Yang Chen shrugged nonchalantly. "Sure, let us go." Chapter 75. Yang Chen and Oppos' initiative. In the eastern district of the amusement park lies the dining area, replete with numerous eateries offering a variety of snacks, including hot dogs and skewers. However, the flavor is not the only concern. The prices within the park are exorbitantly high, generally 50% more than those outside. Surprisingly, business thrives as visitors, eager for enjoyment, tend to be more generous with their spending, with few bringing their own meals. The Western restaurant reserved by Lin Man is the largest in this dining area. In 2008, The emergence of Western dining establishments in Leisure was akin to mushrooms sprouting after rain, and they all enjoyed decent patronage. Given that the small county had limited exposure to Western cuisine, making it a novel experience. Pricing is reasonable for a small town, averaging around 100 yuan per person, which might be steep for high school students, but is still a popular dining choice for office workers seeking a pleasant gathering spot. These newly established restaurants boast a Western aesthetic, complemented by soft, soothing music, rendering them ideal venues for dining out. Yang Chen is no stranger to culinary experiences. He can wield a knife and fork with grace in a Western restaurant while effortlessly discussing the vintage, origin, and taste of the wine on the table. In a Chinese restaurant, he can eloquently describe various cuisines and analyze the merits and shortcomings of each dish, weaving tales of the rich heritage behind long-standing establishments. His knack for impressing others is well known. Yet, he finds greater joy in lounging by the roadside, savoring a bowl of Qingshan County specialty dish while sharing banter with friends. Su Luoli, on the other hand, harbors a fondness for Western cuisine, particularly salads, which she considers a meal. A handful of cabbage leaves briefly boiled and tossed with a dash of dressing. Being a girl, she is conscious of her appearance. Even when so slender that a gust of wind might knock her over, she incessantly laments her need to lose weight. Upon entering the Western restaurant at Ark Amusement Park, Yang Chen and Su Luoli are promptly greeted by a server. Arriving early, they find the establishment sparsely populated, with only a few tables occupied by patrons enjoying drinks. "Can we use this?" Su Luoli inquired, producing 2 complimentary vouchers from Lin Man. The server glanced at them and smiled, nodding, "Hello, please follow me." Under the server and Oppo's guidance, they made their way to a cozy booth by the window. The warmth of the heating within the restaurant prompted Su Luoli to remove her coat. Glancing around to find a place to hang it, she turned to Yang Chen, who was engaged in conversation with the server, requesting ice to soothe his face. Watching him, Su Luoli recalled Lin Man and Amp, Oppo's earlier words, a wave of nervousness washing over her, causing her palms to sweat. She quickly turned away, tossing her coat haphazardly over the chair. Su Luoli had initially mustered considerable courage, yet when the moment arrived, her resolve faltered, leaving her parched and reaching for the complimentary ice water to gulp down nervously. In short, she had lost her nerve. A while later, the server returned with an ice pack and a drink. "Here is your beverage." The drink was served in an expansive glass, adorned with a pair of colorful straws intertwined, perfectly positioned for 2. Yang Chen eyed the drink with surprise, halting the server. "We're 2. Why is there only 1 drink?" The server patiently explained, "Your voucher is for a couple and Amp, Oppo's set, which includes a shared drink. A couple and Amp, Oppo's set? Is this the new norm for complimentary vouchers?" Yang Chen mused, bemused by the apparent disregard for single patrons. However, as the voucher was complimentary, he brushed it off. "You drink it. I will order another." Su Luoli quickly grasped his hand, her voice low as she insisted, "I can't finish it alone. Let us share. It would be wasteful." She suddenly adopted a feigned irritation, turning her head away. In truth, she was merely shy after expressing her desire to share. Unable to meet Yang Chen and Oppo's gaze. Recently, the phrase "it and Oppo's wasteful to waste food" had become her catchphrase, always uttered when she dined with Yang Chen. Her small appetite often leaving food uneaten, which she would then insist on sharing. Yang Chen couldn't and Oppo's help it think, ISN and Oppo's this hint too obvious? Little Sue's affection for me seems to be growing rapidly. How did I not notice back in high school that she already had such feelings for me? No wonder she calls me a big blockhead after we got married. In the past, upon sensing Yang Chen's thoughts, Su Luoli would have blushed furiously, retreating into a shell of silence, clutching the drink to her chest, defending it from his reach. "How conceited of you." This time, however, she had come with purpose. Beneath the table, her foot nudged gently, as if urging him to act. Yet, Yang Chen's next move took Su Luoli by surprise. He poured the complimentary ice water into the trash can, then filled his glass with the shared beverage, placing it back before him. "I'll drink this," he declared, offering her the larger portion. "This resolves the issue." Ow! Su Luoli kicked his knee under the table, prompting Yang Chun to bend down, rubbing the sore spot. Confused. Why did you kick me? Su Luoli turned her face toward the window, resting her chin in her hand, angrily biting the straw of her drink. I don't know. Yang Chun teased. Could it be that you're upset because I wanted to share a drink with you? Caught off guard. Su Luoli and Amp. Appo's cheeks flushed crimson, and she retorted indignantly, what nonsense. I'm not. Yang Chun raised his hand playfully. Judge Su, I, the defendant, request to plead my case. This morning, I had chai buns. Do you like chai-flavored drinks? Su Luoli and Amp. Appo's expression turned peculiar as she muttered, liar. Yang Chun chuckled softly, stirring the drink with a spoon, the sound of metal against glass ringing pleasantly. Little Su, he said, still focused on the liquid, his tone calm. Do you like me? If not, your earlier behavior might lead a naive young man like me to misunderstand. He looked up at Su Luoli, his warm smile awaiting her response. Chapter 76. As long as it is her, Su Luoli was taken aback, her mouth agape as she stared at Yang Chun. Originally, she had resolved to confess her feelings to him during this meal. Yet, Yang Chun had. He had taken the initiative first, completely disregarding the expected course of events. Despicable, utterly despicable. In that moment, Su Luoli found herself at a loss for words. She picked up the drink on the table, lowering her head to feign sipping as a means to mask her unease, though her trembling hands betrayed her. The glass clinked against the table, producing an incessant sound. Yang Chun couldn't help but wonder if little Su was akin to his grandmother living in the countryside, afflicted with Parkinson's. Truth be told, he too felt a surge of nervousness. This was not how he had envisioned things unfolding. In his mind, during their high school days, he and Su Luoli had merely needed to leave a good impression on each other. Romance and the prospect of marriage could be contemplated after graduation. In his previous life, their relationship had flourished, yet he had become ensnared in business, neglecting his family, harboring guilt for his wife and children. In this new life, Yang Chun sought not grand enterprises or vast riches. He simply wished to engage in pursuits he cherished, with the remainder of his time devoted to his family. Of course, with his capabilities, he could transform his hobbies into a thriving livelihood, ensuring a comfortable existence. Thus, he was resolute in winning Su Luoli and Appo's heart, as their destinies were meant to intertwine. However, it was precisely because of his regard for Su Luoli that he became increasingly cautious, worrying that the butterfly effect of his rebirth might lead to unforeseen complications. Therefore, his foremost decision after being reborn was to navigate their relationship as closely as possible to the trajectory of his previous life, avoiding any deviations that might invite unexpected outcomes. Furthermore, he understood Su Luoli's dedication to her studies in high school, and pursuing her at this juncture could potentially yield adverse results. These considerations compelled Yang Chun to maintain a prudent demeanor, even when he sensed her affections for him. Invitations to his home for dinner and gift-giving were approached with caution. Should she decline, he would effortlessly retreat to a respectful distance, preserving their friendship without becoming overly estranged or presumptive, laying a foundation for the future. Yet, just as Su Luoli wrestled with her burgeoning feelings for Yang Chun, he too found himself unable to resist. He was not some paragon of virtue, immune to the allure of affection. At times, he yearned to caress her delicate face, to hold her close and warm her frozen hands in his pockets during winter. Contrary to his expectations, Su Luoli and Appo's demeanor was not one of deliberate distance. Their hearts drew ever closer. Thus, Yang Chun ultimately found the courage to utter those daring words, albeit in a jesting tone, his boldest attempt at probing her feelings. Despite having weathered many storms in life, he felt like a novice in the realm of emotions. Acutely aware of his racing heartbeat, Su Luoli inhaled deeply, striving to regain her composure. She placed her drink back on the table, nonchalantly remarking, "Xiao Man said you prefer girls with good figures, so please do not jest about this." Yang Chun was taken aback by her shift in conversation. However, her failure to immediately refute or express anger was a promising sign. In truth, Su Luoli felt a twinge of anxiety as she spoke. She dreaded that Yang Chun might dismiss the matter with a laugh, as he often did. Yet, as the moment grew tense, she managed to craft a response, deftly tossing the question back to him. Do not falter, she silently prayed, nearly closing her eyes in supplication. Yet Chen defied convention. Nodding in affirmation, Lin Man and Damp. Oppos. Words hold some truth. With a tremor, Su Luoli accidentally knocked over her drink, springing to her feet in a flurry to clean the spill, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Chen continued, however, I ponder that in the future, I shall not place such emphasis on appearances. When I encounter a girl whose character aligns with mine, whose temperament resonates with me, I will surely find her captivating. He paused, a smile breaking across his face. Ultimately, I believe that when someone truly enters your heart, nothing else matters. As long as it is her, that is sufficient. Chen reflected on his own journey. Initially, Su Luoli did not conform to his ideal of femininity. Petite, with a sweet and charming disposition, she seemed a far cry from his usual preferences. Yet, during their time together, her character had evolved, shaped by her family and Oppos' upheaval. She had become graceful and composed, a perfect companion who could weather both prosperity and hardship alongside him. By the time of their marriage, she occasionally revealed a playful, innocent side, which Chen found utterly endearing. After his rebirth, he was struck by how different Su Luoli was in her high school years, more whimsical, naive, and vibrant, a stark contrast to the composed woman he had known, who had often concealed her emotions and pretended to be strong. Faced with this youthful version of Su Luoli, Chen experienced confusion but ultimately recognized his true feelings. He simply loved this girl in all her forms, from her exterior to her essence. Ultimately, as long as it was her, that was all that mattered. Chapter 77. The subtle act of kissing Chen and Oppos' words, if spoken to any other girl, might have left them utterly perplexed. Yet, Su Luoli was different. She could discern Chen and Oppos' innermost sentiments and naturally felt the sincerity behind them. Taking a deep breath, Su Luoli silently rose to her feet and, with her head bowed, approached Chen. Uncertain of her intentions, he looked up to see her sit beside him, nudging closer to make room. However, Su Luoli merely turned slightly away from him, her hand seemingly preoccupied with her hair. After a moment, she turned to face Chen, her hands clasped in front of her chest, and softly uttered, "Extend your hand." Chen, albeit confused, complied and offered his hand before her. Su Luoli placed a cool object in his palm. It was a pink butterfly hairpin. Her small hand lingered atop Chen and Oppos' large one as she blushed and murmured, "You must confess properly. This doesn't count." Chen and Oppos' eyes widened, a spark of excitement igniting within him. Su Luoli and Oppos' tone grew more earnest as she insisted, "On graduation day, you must confess to me properly, understood?" Also, her voice dwindled, her head lowering further as she mumbled, "I like surprises too." Leaning closer, Chen inquired softly, "So, does this mean you like me, little Su?" Su Luoli, embarrassed and indignant, turned her head away, declaring, "Not before graduation." "Not before? Should I consult others then?" He feigned, pretending to leave, only to be halted by Su Luoli and Oppos' grip on his sleeve. When he looked back, he found her glaring at him, a mix of annoyance and cuteness. She pulled out her phone, tapping a few times before placing it on the table and covering her face with her hands. Chen's phone soon chimed, revealing a message from Su Luoli. It simply read, "I like you," but as he scrolled down, her postscript admonished him not to ask such obvious questions, an adorable display of her pride. A broad smile spread across Chen's face as he shifted his gaze from the screen to Su Luoli, who was intentionally gazing out the window, her face concealed by her hands. "But graduation is still over a year away. What do we call this period then?" "An evaluation period," she replied. "During this evaluation period, may I hold your hand?" Su Luoli and Oppos' face twisted in contemplation, but she ultimately nodded, "Only when we are alone." Surveying their surroundings, Chen extended his hand. Though blushing, she took his hand, placing it discreetly beneath the table. Chen found her hand cool and soft. He gently squeezed it, confirming its reality, and a relieved smile graced his lips. Everything was progressing far more swiftly than he had anticipated. Yet this unexpected turn filled him with joy. Lowering his gaze to their intertwined hands, he spoke softly. I understand that these years in high school are significant for you, and I recognize your concerns. However, you needn't worry about me. I will not be a burden. After graduation, we shall be together properly. You must strive hard this semester and in your final year to gain admission to Kyoto University. I will also aim for Central Academy of Fine Arts to accompany you in Kyoto. Before that, focus solely on your aspirations. Despite the numerous criticisms surrounding the Chinese college entrance examination, it remains an opportunity that could alter one's destiny. This holds true for Su Luoli as well. With her grandfather aging and his health failing, he would not be able to support her for long. If she fails to excel in the future, her standing in the Su family would be precarious. In her previous life, she had been hindered by the Su family, ultimately failing to gain admission to Kyoto University and instead attending a lesser institution in the Northeast, leading a difficult life until Yang Chen rescued her from the Su family. Even after escaping, marrying Yang Chen brought her a better life, yet she still felt like a defeated escapee from the Su family. In this life, however, Yang Chen would shield her from all distractions, allowing her to pursue her dreams without worry. Su Luoli merely needed to concentrate on her studies and strive for her ideal university. As for the tumultuous changes within the Su family, as long as her grandfather was alive, stability would prevail. Should it come to that, Yang Chen would stand by her side. In this lifetime, she would not be a loser. If Su Luoli claimed her heart was untouched, it would be a lie. Tears welled in her eyes as she gazed at Yang Chen. But enduring for so long is quite difficult, he said gently. I believe I require a bit of encouragement to persevere. Sniffling, Su Luoli rummaged through her small bag for her wallet. What do you want? I'll buy it for you. No need for money. Yang Chen leaned in closer, whispering, I just need a stamp of assurance. Su Luoli, puzzled, extended her thumb. Yang Chen shook his head and pointed to his lips. Her face flushed crimson, and with an indignant glare, she hesitated before finally lifting her hand to indicate her cheek. Only here. Yang Chen chuckled and leaned down, gently kissing her cheek, a fleeting touch like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. However, just as he began to rise, Su Luoli unexpectedly wrapped her arms around his neck, lifting slightly from her seat and pecking his cheek like a chick pecking grain. Afterward, her head lowered and she raised 2 fingers, stuttering one for each. Such cuteness was almost unfair. Yang Chen couldn't help but retort, I've heard that contracts are now typically in triplicate. One should not be greedy. His words were abruptly cut off, as if his lips had been sealed. Nearby, a server carrying dishes paused momentarily, discreetly stepping aside. This was not a moment to interrupt, lest they face complaints. Little Lin Man truly had a knack for mischief. She had even bribed the server to bring out a cake, topped with a card inscribed with romantic phrases, likely copied from Jiang Rensheng and Damp. Oppos, as online finds. It was during 2008 that such cheesy lines became a trend, a revelation that dawned upon Yang Chen at that moment. Surprisingly, the love letter was written from Su Luoli and Oppos, as perspective to him. Embarrassed and furious, she finally understood why Lin Man had given her 2 vouchers for this restaurant and had been so insistent about expressing her feelings to Yang Chen. It was all premeditated. As a group of servers surrounded the cake, chanting for him to accept her feelings, Yang Chen and Su Luoli exchanged glances, both recognizing the humor and helplessness in each other and Damp. Oppos, eyes. Lin Man and Damp. Oppos. Gesture, though slightly belated, was now unnecessary. Moreover, as a matter of reciprocity, Yang Chen was quite curious about the developments between Jiang Rensheng and Lin Man. Chapter 78. The divergence of human joys and sorrows. There exists an age-old adage that aptly states, the joys and sorrows of individuals are never the same. While Yang Chen basks in the bliss of winning the heart of his beloved, others find themselves at the nadir of their existence. Outside the haunted house at Ark Amusement Park, Jiang Rensheng languished on a public bench, a vivid red handprint lingering on the left side of his cheek. He was enveloped in a profound sense of dejection, his eyes devoid of life. Even the warm winter sun failed to dispel the chill within his heart. A cigarette, if held in hand, would have only underscored his despondency. Even the children passing by, tugging at their mother's hands, pointed at Jiang Runsheng and exclaimed, "Mom, that uncle looks like a dog." His mother quickly covered the child into amp. Amp, oppose, SIs, sternly warning, if you don't study hard, you might end up like him. Jiang Runsheng, in a fit of irritation, raked his fingers through his hair and gazed skyward. A bitter smile etched across his face, muttering, "What on earth is this? Yang Chen, you truly are a piece of work." On the other side of the amusement park, Yang Chen strolled hand in hand with Su Luoli, their laughter filling the air. His phone buzzed incessantly, but after a mere glance, he silenced it, ultimately turning it off. Su Luoli, curious, inquired, "Aren't in amp? Amp, oppose. Do you going to answer?" "It in amp. Amp, oppose. S Jiang and amp, oppose, S call." "He is probably calling to thank me and flaunt a bit," Yang Chen replied, lifting their joined hands with a smile. "But at this moment, it is far more important to be with you." Su Luoli blushed at his words, not bothering to refute them. Her phone chimed as well, a call from Lin Man. After a brief contemplation, she mimicked Yang Chen and quietly powered off her phone, tucking it away, for even a close friend should not intrude at such a moment. Their day at the amusement park proved delightful, despite the wintry chill rendering some water rides unplayable. They indulged in the merry-go-round, roller coasters, and drop towers. Though Su Luoli harbored a fear of ghosts, she faced the rides with unwavering courage, her eyes sparkling with excitement, dragging Yang Chen eagerly to the next attraction. Conversely, after descending from the drop tower, Yang Chen's complexion paled, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He had a fear of heights. "I truly cannot endure any more. Just one last ride, I promise," he pleaded. "But in an oppose, as the last one, I assure you." Upon completing the pendulum ride, Su Luoli began to playfully insist, tugging Yang Chen towards the sky chairs. He clung to a lamp post, refusing to budge. "Did we not agree that would be the last one? This time, it's genuinely the final ride." He remained steadfast, causing Su Luoli to stomp her feet in frustration, pulling at his hand. "This is so embarrassing. Come on." "I refuse. How about a little encouragement?" Reluctantly, Yang Chen let go of the post and walked alongside her, maintaining his bravado. "I am not in need of encouragement. I merely worry that you might be frightened alone." Su Luoli shot him an annoyed glance, but tightened her grip, fearful he might abandon her midway. After a full circle of rides, Yang Chen reclined on a public bench, grumbling to himself. Su Luoli returned from a nearby stall with a warm drink, hurrying over to hand it to him. "Do you still feel nauseous? Drink this to settle your stomach." Yang Chen sat up, sipped the warm beverage, and then leaned close to Su Luoli and Amp, oppose, S face. Blushing, she pushed him away. "What are you doing? What about the encouragement you promised?" She raised her small fist and playfully pressed down. "You can do it." Yang Chen regarded her with a deadpan expression, and she innocently blinked. "Is this truly your idea of encouragement? Isn't it?" Yang Chen sighed, leaning back against the bench, holding the drink, and muttered, "No wonder both my mother and Zhang Wuji's mother say that the more beautiful a woman is, the more deceitful she can be. Su Luoli feigned ignorance." Turning her head away, Yang Chen grumbled, "Speaking of which, my mother told me never to pursue a girl who tells lies." "Lies? Maya never said such a thing," Su Luoli retorted, crossing her arms and standing up, her voice tinged with fluster. "Today's quota for encouragement has already been exceeded. Just let slide for now." Yang Chen also stood, reaching for her hand. After a moment and oppose, as hesitation, she allowed him to take it, feeling a tickle in her ear as he whispered, "Letting it slide is fine, but we must write an IOU." Unbeknownst to her, the tips of her ears flushed with warmth. She began to regret that after confessing their feelings, Yang Chen had become increasingly audacious, always teasing her. Yet, he soon resumed his nonchalant demeanor, glancing at the time and stating, "It's getting late. We should head out and not keep the old man waiting." With her head bowed, Su Luoli nodded softly. That evening, Su Changwang opted not to host Yang Chen at home, but instead invited him to a lavish Chinese restaurant in the city. Yang Chen surmised that he would not be the focal point of the evening and oppose, as affair, given Su Luoli and oppose, as traditional demeanor. Such a formal gathering was likely meant for a significant introduction. He recalled that Su Luoli had mentioned wanting to introduce someone to him. leading him to believe that this individual was the true guest of honor, with him merely playing the role of a companion. Though uncertain of the reasons, Yang Chun valued this occasion, as he still harbored aspirations of marrying Su Luoli and Appo's granddaughter and wished to leave a favorable impression on the elder. At 6:00 and Appo's clock that evening, at the Dynasty restaurant, the spacious private room on the top floor comfortably seated 20. Yet only 2 elderly gentlemen and a junior member of the Su family occupied the space. This young Su family member was none other than the unconventional and prestigious Suzy. Sporting a mane of unruly purple hair, she sat there absent-mindedly filing her jet-black nails, remaining silent as the 2 elders shared jovial banter. "Old Huang, you truly are a busy man. It's no easy feat to get you here," said Su Luoli. "Nonsense. You merely had to give me a call, and here I am," replied the elder Huang after some pleasantries. Eagerly, he asked, "Is it true that the painting you showed me last time was created by a high school student?" Su Luoli chuckled. "Would I deceive you? If it were otherwise, would I have gone to the trouble of summoning you from Jianya? Do tell me more about it," the elder Huang urged. "Ah, they're in Amp. Appo's. No rush. I called earlier, and the person has already arrived downstairs. After we meet, you can inquire at your leisure," Su Luoli replied with a smile, pouring wine into Huang and Appo's cup. "Before we delve into that, let's reminisce and enjoy our drinks. And do take a look at my granddaughter's talent." The elder Huang had already raised his glass, but upon hearing Su Luoli's latter remark, glanced at Suzy, his expression betraying a hint of discomfort as he set his cup back down. Chapter 79. Is the National Treasure Level Master taking apprentices? Mr. Huang's actions did not escape Su Changwang's notice. He suspected that his granddaughter had failed to capture the interest of this esteemed figure. A sense of disappointment settled in the heart of the elder Su, yet his years of experience in the business world had honed his adaptability. He chose not to dwell on the matter, instead cheerfully inviting, "Let us drink." However, Mr. Huang remained taciturn, furrowing his brow and tapping his fingers on the table as if weighing something. Eventually, he sighed in resignation and conceded, "Your granddaughter possesses considerable talent. Let her come to Central Academy of Fine Arts for the autonomous enrollment when she is in her senior year. If she passes the written examination and gains admission, I shall consider her for 2 more years." Su Changwang mused inwardly that artists often bore a certain sensitivity, and in this instance, it seemed Mr. Huang was offering a gesture of goodwill, refraining from outright rejection. Yet, he was acutely aware that, given his granddaughter and Appo's academic performance, passing even the written test for the Central Academy was nearly impossible. Thus, Mr. Huang and Appo's word seemed little more than polite banter. Nodding in understanding, Su Changwang chose not to pursue the topic further, instead encouraging the elder Huang to drink, savoring the cold dishes and reminiscing about the past. After a bottle of baijiu had been consumed and the table and Appo's cold appetizers significantly diminished, Su Luoli and Yang Chun arrived fashionably late. Upon entering, Yang Chen pauset, clearly taken aback by the sight of the elder seated beside Su Changwang. However, he quickly regained his composure, greeting the elder with respect before turning to Mr. Huang, indicating, "This is Yang. Let me introduce you. This is Master Huang Ju," Su Changwang said with a warm smile, standing to present the elder. "I hear from Luoli that you plan to apply to the Central Academy, correct?" Master Huang is a visiting professor there. Yang Chun immediately donned a bright smile. Bending slightly to extend both hands, "Hello, Huang Laosher. My name is Yang Chun." Su Changwang laughed heartily, addressing Huang Ju. "See, old Huang, I told you this young man is quite familiar, calling you teacher right away." Though his words might have sounded a touch irreverent, they conveyed a familial warmth intended to foster closeness in Mr. Huang's eyes. Mr. Huang chuckled. "Calling me teacher is indeed appropriate. After all, I am a university instructor, and Appo's, Huang Laosher and Appo's, sounds much more amiable than Appo's, Master Huang. And Appo's." Su Changwang nodded with a smile, then turned to Yang Chun and Su Luoli. "You two need an Appo's tea stand. Please take a seat. Yang Chun, sit next to old Huang. It will be more convenient for you to ask questions regarding the Central Academy." Su Luoli glanced at Yang Chun, who subtly nodded, prompting her to sit beside the elder Su. Yang Chun moved to the other side, pulling out a chair and settling next to Huang Ju. To his right sat Su Zi, who had appeared indifferent until Yang Chen entered, lifting her head and maintaining her gaze curiously upon him. This private room belonged to the hotel and Oppo's most luxurious suite, with a large table capable of accommodating 20 guests. Though only 5 were present, rendering the space somewhat empty. With everyone now gathered, the elder Su instructed the waiter to serve the dishes. Before long, the table was laden with an array of exquisite delicacies, signature Jiangbang cuisine featuring Longjing shrimp, 8 treasure tofu, and candied turtle. Each dish was presented with artistic flair, a feast for the senses, filling the room with delightful aromas. Yet, Yang Chun did not reach for his chopsticks. His attention remained fixated not on the sumptuous spread, but rather on the seemingly unremarkable elder beside him. He recognized Huang Ju, or rather, the entire art world revered this individual. He was a master of traditional Chinese painting, hailed as the contemporary Zhang Daqian and a leading figure of the Jiang school. Renowned for his depictions of the 4 gentlemen, plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum, and avian subjects. His monumental work, 100 Birds Worshipping the Phoenix, was celebrated as a national treasure. Now, in his advanced years, Huang Ju rarely created lengthy pieces anymore, and 100 Birds Worshipping the Phoenix had become his swan song. Currently, he served as a visiting professor at the Central Academy of Fine Arts, dedicating his time to teaching students and tending to flora, with painting becoming a rare endeavor. In his previous life, Yang Chun had also dabbled in painting and held exhibitions, yet he had focused more on Western art, gaining a modest reputation abroad, but remaining largely unknown domestically. The perception of him within and outside the art community was primarily that of a prominent jeweler, a renowned fashion brand founder, and a titan in the luxury goods industry, often labeled as one who cunningly extracted wealth from women. In summary, far more people recognize his identity as a businessman than as an artist. Moreover, his self-taught background led many within the community to view him as a merchant steeped in commercialism, a blemish upon the dignity of art. Thus, it was no surprise that Yang Chun had only heard of Huang Ju, but had never encountered him until now, standing face to face with this living national treasure. A flicker of excitement coursed through him. He had not anticipated that Su Changwang's influence could extend so far as to invite such an esteemed figure. Mr. Huang was affable, even taking the initiative to serve Yang Chen food while inquiring about his studies and life. How is your learning progressing? If you and Oppo's reapplying to the Central Academy, do you have any concerns about your academic subjects? Which teacher do you study painting with? How many years have you studied? What are your future plans? His inquiries were detailed, yet casual, devoid of any sensitive topics. Yang Chun replied with a smile, truthfully addressing each question. However, as he spoke, he pondered the true purpose behind Su Changwang and Oppo's decision to have Huang Ju come to Li City to meet him. Could it be a mentorship? The mere thought sent a thrill through him. Truth be told, Yang Chun did not require a teacher. The systematic dream training courses provided by the system were the finest education he could obtain. Even the guidance of a national treasure-level master like Huang Ju would not surpass the comprehensiveness and precision of the system and Oppo's instruction. Yet, what would it signify to be accepted as Huang Ju and Oppo's apprentice? It would mean he was a legitimate second-generation artist. With such a mentor supporting him, who would dare to dismiss him as an outsider in the art world when the day came for his ascent? He would be a bona fide inheritor of the Jiang school of traditional Chinese painting. Furthermore, having Huang Ju as a mentor would undoubtedly ease his path ahead. Had it not been for the myriad obstacles he faced domestically, he might never have had to shift his business focus abroad, ultimately leading to his return for a resurgence in the domestic market. With these thoughts in mind, Yang Chun grew even more attentive to Mr. Huang, personally dismissing the waiter who approached with a bottle of wine and rising to pour for the elder. Huang Ju smiled slightly, not refusing, and nodded to Su Changwang, saying, "This young man is quite impressive." Chapter 80. It is not that I cannot accept, but rather that I must not. Su Luoli and Oppo's focus shifted entirely. Although she had gleaned from Yang Chen's thoughts that the elder beside her grandfather held a significant status, it bore little relevance to her, as she had no interest in painting. Since taking her seat, her attention was fixated on another individual beside Yang Chen. Her eyes had not strayed from Suzy. Suzy appeared quite taken with Yang Chen, even going so far as to serve him food. Yang Chen, taken aback, initially intended to politely decline, but Suzy persisted, and ultimately, out of respect for the elders present, he accepted with a word of thanks. This was sufficient to widen Su Luoli's eyes, her small tiger teeth grinding audibly. The little vinegar jar was indeed overturned. Fortunately, Yang Chen and Appo's attention remained elsewhere. He merely wondered if this noble young lady was of sound mind and did not dwell on it further, which provided Su Luoli with some solace. However, when she noticed Suzy leaning against Yang Chen while listening to his conversation with Old Master Huang, she nearly gasped. Thankfully, Yang Chen, sensing the discomfort, stood up to pour wine for Old Master Huang, effectively extricating himself from Suzy's proximity. Suzy's expression darkened slightly. Su Changwang was engaged in conversation with his old friend and his young companion when he suddenly noticed his granddaughter and Appo's alternating expressions of clenched teeth and suppressed laughter, causing him to raise an eyebrow in surprise. Upon seeing Yang Chen, he quickly understood, and Kuden and Appo's helped but chuckle. Are the minds of today's youth so intricate? He did not concern himself too much with the matter, believing it best left for the young to resolve without the interference of an old man like himself. However, during his moment of distraction, he overheard a peculiar nuance in the dialogue between Yang Chen and Huang Ju. Huang Ju had just inquired about Yang Chen and Appo's family and Appo's occupation, to which Yang Chen replied that they were engaged in the stone carving business. Up to this point, the conversation flowed normally. Yet, when Yang Chen mentioned residing in Xiapinka town, Huang Ju and Appo's expression turned peculiar, revealing a hint of hesitation. After a long pause, he asked, "Do you have 3 uncles and a father?" Yang Chen shook his head. "No, there are 5. However, my eldest uncle went abroad early on to run a supermarket, and my younger uncle does not engage in stone carving. He is currently in the clothing business." "Oh." Huang Ju nodded thoughtfully, muttering to himself, 3. Then it matches. It should be correct. Yang Chen did not catch what Old Master Huang had murmured, and before he could ask, Old Master Huang followed up with another question. "Have you inquired with your father about who taught him the craft?" This caught Yang Chen off guard, and he shook his head in confusion. "I have not. By the time I became aware, my father was already on his own." "Do you wish to learn stone carving?" Huang Ju continued. "I have an interest, having been exposed to it since childhood." Old Master Huang remained contemplative, seeing that the topic was veering off course. Old Master Su chuckled. "Old Huang, why the detailed questioning? Is it possible that Yang Chen is a disciple of your old acquaintance?" Huang Ju shook his head. "Not at all. Apart from you, I have no acquaintances in Lisher." He turned to Yang Chen, his smile still warm, but refraining from further inquiries. Gesturing to the array of dishes, "Come, sit down and enjoy the meal." The conversation shifted from Huang Ju questioning Yang Chen to Huang Ju sharing insights about the Central Academy of Fine Arts, discussing which professors were commendable, which courses were worth taking, and which were sheer time wasters. Yang Chen listened intently, recognizing the value of this information. Yet, a sense of unease began to creep into his heart. After the meal concluded, Old Master Su addressed the 3 young ones. "You need not accompany us old folks any longer. Feel free to wander wherever your hearts desire." This was effectively a dismissal, and the trio had no choice but to rise and take their leave. Once the younger generation departed, Old Master Su suddenly donned a serious expression, seizing the wine bottles from the table and snatching the wine glass from Huang Ju's hand. "Hey, what are you doing?" Huang Ju was taken aback, reaching for the wine glass. But Old Master Su guarded it against him, scolding, "You old rascal, I am no longer permitting you to drink this wine." Huang Ju chuckled bitterly, pointing at him and jesting, "At your age, how can you still be so spirited, just like in your youth? I only question you. Having traveled all the way from Kyoto, surely you must have come to appreciate Yang Chen and Appo's talent." Wazn and Appo's he had agreed that the child would undergo an interview in your presence? How can you dismiss him without even an attempt? Old Master Su himself felt puzzled. The conversation had been flowing so well, and it appeared old Huang was quite pleased with Yang Chun. He had thought it was merely a matter of time before it was finalized, yet he could not discern what had offended this esteemed national treasure. As Huang Ju abruptly ceased discussing the possibility of taking on disciples, he was bewildered, for he had not detected anything amiss in Yang Chun's words. His manner was quite appropriate. Huang Ju, upon being asked this question, could only smile wryly. Old Su, you have misunderstood me. If I were to disregard this child's talent, would I have traveled such a distance? Logically, had the painting he sent you previously been something he could produce at will, I would undoubtedly have taken him under my wing. He paused momentarily before continuing with a serious tone. However, this time, it is not that I cannot accept him, but rather that I must not. Old Master Su was somewhat perplexed. Why is that? He has a mentor. Did he not claim to be self-taught, having only learned a few years of traditional Chinese painting from his family? Huang Ju nodded. Indeed, that is correct. His family members are knowledgeable about painting. Have you not considered who taught them? Old Master Su furrowed his brow. That spans generations. It should not reflect poorly on Yang Chun, should it? If you wish to accept him, who could possibly find fault? Others may be disregarded, but this individual is different. Huang Ju shook his head helplessly at first. I did not pay attention, but the Yang family from Xiapinka town. It is likely they're the ones. I believe I am aware of whom his elder learned from. Su Changwang's curiosity was piqued. Who is it? Huang Ju looked at him and slowly uttered a name. Xiao Yifeng. Su Changwang was momentarily taken aback, both enlightened and puzzled. Xiao Yifeng understands traditional Chinese painting? Indeed, Huang Ju chuckled. His accomplishments in one field have led others to overlook his achievements in others. He not only understands it, but his skill is also profound. In Jiang province, he should be regarded as the foremost figure of the Wu school of painting. It is no wonder this young man possesses such remarkable painting skills at his tender age, with traces of the Wu school style in his work. It is truly astonishing. Although modern society does not adhere to as many conventions as before, for such a gifted youth, unless Xiao Yifeng explicitly states, I will not accept this person, I cannot take him on as a disciple. That would violate the customs. Su Changwang discerned the regret in Huang Ju and Appo's words and understood his concerns. He nodded, choosing not to pursue the matter further. The conversation at the table swiftly shifted back to lighter topics. However, while the two elders were enjoying their drinks and reminiscing, Yang Chun found himself in a precarious situation. Chapter 81. The preparation of a birthday gift. Upon exiting the hotel, Yang Chun felt a tinge of despondency. He sensed that initially, Old Master Huang had taken a keen interest in him, even delving into his lineage, and it was evident that Old Master Su had specifically invited Old Master Huang for a purpose. Yet, for reasons unknown, Old Master Huang suddenly seemed to lose his enthusiasm. Could it be due to his humble background? Or perhaps his lack of a household registration in the capital? Such factors should not matter, as this was a matter of apprenticeship, not a proposal for marriage. Yang Chun found himself perplexed, but having experienced much, he had developed a resilient heart. He reassured himself and decided to set the matter aside. If he was not accepted, so be it. It appeared he was not destined to be a disciple of a master of national studies. He resolved to work diligently and aim for admission to the Central Academy of Fine Arts. That in itself would be a commendable achievement. Lost in these thoughts, Yang Chun arrived at the lobby of the restaurant. Just as he was about to step outside, he felt a gentle tug from Su Luoli beside him. Curious, he turned to see a group of individuals striding menacingly towards them from the lounge area. In a hushed tone, Su Luoli whispered, "My third uncle." The very person leading the group was Su Hongming. However, he did not approach Yang Chun and Su Luoli. Instead, he walked past them with an air of indifference. Su Luoli had already raised her hand to greet him, but upon noticing Su Hongming and Appo's disregard, she awkwardly lowered it. Yang Chun squeezed her hand reassuringly, which alleviated her discomfort somewhat. He glanced back to see Su Zi trailing behind them, and at that moment, Su Hongming approached her directly. With a scowl etched on his face, Su Hongming exchanged words with Su Zi, who stood with her arms crossed, her expression cold and silent. "After all I have done for you, this is the attitude you present?" Su Hongming's voice rose sharply, causing the lobby to fall into a hushed silence as everyone turned to witness the unfolding scene. Without hesitation, Su Hongming attempted to grasp Suzy and Appo's arm to drag her away. In a display of impatience, Suzy forcefully shook off his grip, muttering something under her breath that likely contained no pleasantries. Yang Chen noticed the immediate change in Su Hongming's demeanor as he swiftly delivered a resounding slap to Suzy's face. The sound echoed through the lobby. Suzy lowered her head, her long hair concealing her expression, as she raised her hand to shield her face. Yang Chen furrowed his brows, while Su Luoli clutched his arm tightly, whispering, "Let an Appos. Let's not get involved. We should leave." Yang Chen pointed upwards, "But the old master is still dining upstairs. Should we not inform him?" Su Luoli's expression instantly reflected her inner conflict. The second and third branches of the Su family had always been at odds, and given her already strained relationship with Suzy, she felt caught in a dilemma. Yang Chen recognized her discomfort and gently patted her shoulder. "Let us go." He was not one to meddle in others and Appo's affairs, especially those of a family. Su Luoli nodded softly, "All right." He turned and exited through the revolving door, leaving behind the continuing tumult of the lobby. Upon returning home from leisure, Yang Chen found his house shrouded in darkness, devoid of any presence. His parents were away, preoccupied with the recent acquisition of a mine. The Yang family was engulfed in this endeavor, busy with bidding, securing various permits, coordinating mining teams, and hiring workers. These tasks were exceedingly tedious, and with the new year approaching in just over half a month, certain matters needed to be resolved beforehand. Otherwise, delays could stretch on for months. However, the actual commencement of mining was not anticipated until May or June of the following year. Yang Chen had no intention of involving himself in these affairs. He preferred to relax at home, awaiting the day he would become a wealthy heir. Upon entering his home, he discovered a note left on the table by Wang Xiufeng. "Dear son, your father and I have gone to the city and will likely return late. If you are hungry, feel free to cook something for yourself." He chuckled to himself. My mother truly cares for her son. Indeed, he was hungry. Although he had just enjoyed a lavish meal at a hotel, the formalities of the banquet had limited his consumption, and now he craved something more. Entering the kitchen, he envisioned the delightful meal his mother had prepared for him, only to lift the lid and find 2 unopened packets of instant noodles, accompanied by a sausage and an egg. Yang Chen and Appo's lips twitched in dismay. "Well, at least it in Appo's. That's my favorite flavor, braised beef." He prepared the instant noodles, adding the sausage and egg, and even plucked some greens from the refrigerator. Once everything was cooked to perfection, he transferred it to a bowl and set it on the dining table. After slurping a mouthful of noodles, he nodded. Indeed, instant noodles are best when cooked. Braised beef flavor truly is the best. Just as he was savoring his meal, the front door swung open. Initially, Yang Chen thought it was his parents returning, but upon looking up, he saw his uncle, Yang Aizhong, peering in. "Chen and Appo's, are you home?" Seeing Yang Chen, Yang Aizhong entered with a jovial demeanor. Noticing the bowl of noodles, "Is this all you are having? Instant noodles are not healthy. Come to my place and let your aunt prepare some dumplings for you." Yang Chen shook his head. "No need, I've already finished." He inquired, "Aren't you going to the city with my parents today?" "Oh, they can handle those matters. I'm not well versed in such affairs. My role is merely to provide financial support." Yang Aizhong waved his hand dismissively and settled beside Yang Chen. In regard to the mining venture, the second, third, and fourth branches of the Yang family were deeply invested. While the eldest was abroad and the fifth had no connection to this industry, each occupied with their own endeavors, merely contributing funds to participate. Yang Chen was familiar with his uncle, having developed a close rapport over the years. This lifetime, Yang Aizhong had successfully withdrawn his investments before the stock market crash, reaping substantial profits. Not only had he acquired a garment factory in a neighboring city, but he had also generously supported the family. Yang Aizhong and Appo's visit was not merely a social call. He had come specifically to see Yang Chen. "Nephew, regarding that sewing machine and the other items you requested, I have brought them for you." I secured the sewing machine directly from the factory. It's in excellent condition. As he spoke, he curiously asked, "But what do you need these items for? Are you planning to learn how to sew?" "Really?" Yang Chen felt a surge of joy. This was something he had asked his uncle to procure just a few days prior, and he was pleasantly surprised by the swift resolution. "It's for a school assignment." He casually fabricated an excuse. In truth, he was preparing a birthday gift for Su Luoli, a piece of clothing he had promised to give her after the new year. Chapter 82, A Confession from the Mortal Realm. The next day, upon awakening, Yang Chen discovered that his parents had already left home early, and his uncle had also gone to the city, leaving only a few apprentices at the shop. He had no intention of heading to the store. After tidying up, he departed from home. While enjoying buns at a breakfast shop, Yang Chen took out his phone to check on his online orders. He had purchased a batch of silk fabrics and some clothing embellishments, yet they were still en route, expected to arrive the following day. He needed to be vigilant. The price of these fabrics per square meter was exorbitant. Currently, deliveries could only be made to the entrance of the stone-carved city gate, unable to reach his home. The delivery man left the packages at the small supermarket in Amp. Oppos, this entrance, where the owner would not intervene. If someone were to take them, it would be quite a disaster. Thus, Yang Chen planned to wait at the supermarket entrance once the delivery was close to arriving, ready to transport everything back home immediately. After finishing breakfast, Yang Chen traveled from Xiapinka town to Qingshan County. From a satellite map, Qingshan County appeared as a narrow, gentle strip nestled between the Chang River and the surrounding mountains. And indeed, it was not large. In 2008, the area had yet to undergo significant development. Half of the county consisted of old houses, with many narrow alleys winding like sheep intestines and food stalls lining the streets. Rickshaw drivers lined the roadside, chatting idly with their fellow drivers while waiting for customers, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Yang Chen took the bus and disembarked at the Chang River Bridge, navigating effortlessly into a small alley. This alley had little else but an abundance of hair salons, where several young women stood outside in the frigid weather, seemingly eager to attract attention. Yang Chen paid them no mind, weaving through the alley and entering a construction site, emerging through a side path to reach his destination for the day, a venerable gold shop. This establishment had a rich history in Qingshan County. Its exact age was unclear, but it was said that Yang Chen's parents purchased their wedding gold there. However, contemporary youth preferred trendy jewelry stores that offered luxurious diamond rings and platinum pieces, causing this traditional goldsmith to face dwindling business. Yang Chen was not there to buy jewelry. He intended to acquire gold bars and sought the expertise of the shop and Amp. Oppos, SC's an artisan to draw the gold in a fine wire, with a requirement that 40 strands could pass through a single needle and Amp. Oppos, SI. Such artisans were rare. And Yang Chen approached the old gold shop with a hopeful yet tentative spirit. Upon entering and stating his purpose, the youthful shopkeeper, appearing to be in his 30s, indicated he would need to consult his grandfather regarding the feasibility of the request. After a brief phone call, the shopkeeper confirmed that it could be done, albeit at a steep labor cost. The current market price for pure gold was $250 per gram, with an additional $10 for processing. This extra charge was not to be underestimated, as Yang Chen was not purchasing just a gram or two, but a full 500 grams, equivalent to a pound of gold. Consequently, the processing fee alone amounted to $5,000. However, in light of the total gold price of $125,000, the $5,000 fee seemed relatively modest. In total, the expenditure reached $130,000. Yang Chen promptly paid a 20% deposit of $26,000, leaving no room for negotiation. Upon exiting the old gold shop with his receipt in hand, he stood at the entrance, reflecting on how his recently burgeoning savings had now diminished by half. Including the fabric and other costs, he estimated around $150,000 to $60,000. This amount only accounted for expenses. If one considered his labor, the value was incalculable. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that this half was, after all, owed to Boss Su. Soon, Yang Chen found solace in his thoughts, having accomplished his purpose for the day. Initially intending to return home, he reconsidered, realizing there was little to do there, and thus decided to visit Jiang Renxing's game hall for a while. He recalled that he hadn't heard from a chubby friend since yesterday, and wondered how things were progressing with Lin Man. As he approached the game hall, Yang Chun spotted Jiang Rensheng squatting on a long stone bench outside, one hand clutching a large bowl while the other gnawed on a tender, stewed pig bone. Upon seeing Yang Chun, Jiang Rensheng rolled his eyes, displaying a countenance that was neither here nor there, and turned his head as if he hadn't seen him. Yang Chun cheerfully approached. Did Aunt Lin make pig bone stew? Jiang Rensheng's mother, Lin Yulan, hailed from Wen City, a place Yang Chun rarely visited. But he knew that their pig intestines and stewed bones were delectable, having often indulged in feasts at Jiang's home during his childhood. Yet as he reached out, Jiang Rensheng irritably swatted his hand away. Yang Chun pointed at him. Chubby, something's off with you. I got slapped by Lin Man yesterday. Do you think I'm all right? Jiang Rensheng shot him a resentful glance. Yang Chun scratched his head. That happened yesterday? This scenario diverged sharply from his expectations. Jiang Rensheng, visibly agitated, demanded, Wasn't that haunted room you're doing? I suspected it was you. Calm down, calm down. We're brothers here. Couldn't you have warned me about your prank beforehand? Lin Man thought it was me. Isn't that a good thing? Go my foot. Lin Man cried. Yang Chun imagined what it would be like to see Lin Man, typically so strong-willed, reduced to tears and hesitantly asked, moved? Half scared, half angry. Jiang Rensheng scratched his head in annoyance, reluctantly recounting yesterday's events. Initially, Lin Man and I entered that room and spotted her photo amidst a circle of white candles. Like an offering for the dead. We were thoroughly terrified. Yang Chun felt a bit awkward scratching his face and cautiously suggested, next time, I could use red candles. Jiang Rensheng shot him a forlorn look, prompting Yang Chun to obediently close his mouth. Later, when I turned on the lights, Lin Man thought I was confessing. All of this was my preparation, yes. And then she slapped me and told me to conduct a proper confession next time. Jiang Rensheng seethed, his teeth nearly grinding. I've never seen a girl with a sprained ankle run so fast. In the end, I had to clean up the room. Where the haunted house staff wouldn't let me leave. Yang Chun initially tried to suppress his laughter, but found it impossible to hold back at the last remark. Chapter 83, A Twisted Fate. Yang Chun and Appo's smile only deepened the resentful gaze of Jiang Rensheng, making him appear akin to a sorrowful woman confined in a deep chamber. My apologies. My intentions were purely benevolent, he chuckled. Are you still laughing? Wow, this person has no shame. He continues to laugh. In this instance, Yang Chun and Appo's well-meaning actions inadvertently led to complications. He patted Jiang Rensheng on the shoulder, offering comfort. Think positively. After all, Lin Man hasn't and Appo's outright rejected you, has she? That signifies you still have a chance. Jiang Rensheng cast a baffled glance his way. Why would I want her to accept me? I don't even like her. Yang Chun was taken aback, momentarily speechless. You Don and Amp? Appo's like Lin Man? Who I like. Chingu, Don and Amp? Appo's you know? Jiang Rensheng replied, a hint of bashfulness in his demeanor. Yang Chun was left dumbfounded. He had meticulously observed the interactions between Lin Man and Jiang Rensheng, and it appeared there was some mutual interest. Even Su Luoli shared this belief. Yet, Jiang Rensheng and Appo's words were utterly unexpected. Had he misjudged the situation? Yang Chun found himself in a quandary. As a good friend, it was natural to support Jiang Rensheng in his romantic endeavors. However, he held reservations regarding his cousin, Yang Yu. The issue lay not with Jiang Rensheng, but rather with Yang Yu herself. She was a staunch advocate of remaining unmarried. Yang Yu could engage in romantic relationships and was likely to have several in the future, yet she would never entertain the notion of marriage or settling down. At present, she might not even be aware of her inclinations, but as she aged, this sentiment would only intensify. In their previous lives, while Yang Chun and Su Luoli were already busy with their own children, Jiang Rensheng and Yang Yu were both still single in their 30s. Both families felt the pressure. Having entertained the idea of matchmaking on numerous occasions, given that Jiang Rensheng and Appo's affection for Yang Yu was a well-known secret. However, Yang Yu continually refused. Yang Chun had broached the topic with her, and it was only then that she expressed her true feelings. Son-ia, do you know there exists a bird that cannot land until it dies? She pointed to herself, her smile radiant. I rather like the fatty, but I cannot be with him. Being with him evokes a sense of marriage, children, and settling down. I would transform from Yang Yu into a wife, a mother, a daughter-in-law, and I would feel as though I were living for someone else. I detest that notion. I prefer to drift freely. A sense of freedom, even unto death, is delightful. This was Yang Yu and Amp, Oppo's, truth, one that was neither understood by her family nor embraced by societal norms. After that conversation, Yang Chen ceased to intervene in her affairs. Everyone has the right to choose their own way of life, and Yang Yu had certainly chosen hers. Meanwhile, he found himself longing for a family. Yet he was perpetually busy with work, resembling the bird she described, one that only lands upon death. In the wake of his rebirth, when Su Luoli mentioned the budding connection between Jiang Runsheng and Lin Man, Yang Chen felt a sense of joy, hopeful that his friend could sever this twisted fate. Lin Man was indeed a good girl. Though spirited, she possessed a genuine nature. He refrained from inquiring about Jiang Runsheng and Oppo's feelings, knowing full well that it would be futile. He understood his friend too well. His temperament could be described as easygoing and amiable, but also bordered on indecisiveness. Whenever they were together, Yang Chen invariably took the lead in making decisions. Thus, this time, he intended to lend a hand to his brother. Yet, Jiang Runsheng's resolute stance caught him off guard, suggesting a lack of genuine interest in Lin Man. Yang Chen hesitated, questioning, "You truly do not like Lin Man?" "Lin Man. She's quite admirable," Jiang Runsheng mumbled, a hint of shyness in his voice, "but I have someone I like." "Ah, truly single-minded," Jiang Runsheng remarked with discontent. "Chenggu, you orchestrated this. Once school resumes, you must clarify things with Lin Man." "Ah, this." Yang Chen rose, brushing off his pants. "I just remembered, I haven't completed my winter vacation homework. I must be off now. Wait for me," Jiang Runsheng exclaimed, abandoning his bowl to cling to Yang Chen's waist, refusing to let him go. In the end, Yang Chen agreed to help Jiang Runsheng resolve the misunderstanding. However, he was not foolish enough to confront Lin Man while she was in a foul mood. That tomboy might very well come to his home seeking trouble. As he contemplated this, he and Jiang Runsheng entered the arcade. Having grown weary of the first-floor arcade games, and finding the newly introduced dance machine unsuitable for someone of his stature, he typically frequented the second floor with Jiang Runsheng for a game of billiards. However, on this day, the arcade was particularly crowded, and upon reaching the second floor, they found all the tables occupied. Given the youthful clientele, primarily students, and the approach of the Lunar New Year, the crowd was hardly surprising. Jiang Runsheng scanned the area and pointed to a table at the far end. "Chenggu, there and Amp, Oppo's. That's only one person playing at that billiard table. Let us join him. We can waive the table fee for him." The billiard tables charged by the hour, with a rate of 15 yuan, which was quite costly for students. Most would agree to share a table to save on costs. Besides, playing billiards alone lacked appeal. As Yang Chen was about to agree, he glanced up and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the player at the far table. Under the overhead lights, Su Zi was polishing the tip of her cue, bending over the table, her form creating an alluring curve, her fitted sweater accentuating her enticing silhouette. She was young and well-developed. If one disregarded her face, she was indeed quite charming. Yang Chen pondered how such disparities could exist within the same family. His mind raced with thoughts, and fortunately, the one who could read his thoughts was not present at that moment. He found it curious to encounter Su Zi here. Was there no billiard hall in Li City that she had to come to Qingshan County? At that moment, Jiang Runsheng recognized Su Zi, pointing in surprise. "Hey, Chenggu, ISN and Amp, Oppo's. That the girl who approached you last time?" "No, you and Amp, Oppo's. You mistaken her. I must be going," Yang Chen replied, issuing a swift denial. Chapter 84. Let us not be brothers anymore. Call me Master. Yang Chen was rather reluctant to spend time with the eccentric young lady from a wealthy family, and his enthusiasm for playing billiards had waned. He turned to Jiang Runsheng and suggested, "How about we head to the internet CAF next door for a bit? We can grab a bite at the nearby eatery later. My treat." Jiang Runsheng, feeling somewhat guilty, replied, "No, let me treat you. I know your finances have been tight lately." He assumed Yang Chen was short on pocket money due due to Aunt Wong withholding his allowance in light of the upcoming finals, leaving him with little to spare before the winter break. However, unbeknownst to him, Yang Chen had just nonchalantly spent a staggering 130,000 yuan, and his bank balance still comfortably rested in the six-digit range. Enough with the fuss. A meal doesn't end oppos. Tea costs much. Let us go, Yang Chen said, exuding an air of generosity. Jiang Runsheng, pleased by his friend and Oppo's spirit, complimented him and announced his departure to Uncle Jiang, who was busy at the cash register. Before following Yang Chen outside, not far from the Jiang family's gaming hall, there was an internet CAF. In 2008, the concept of gaming CAFs had yet to take root in Qingshan County. The computers in the internet CAF had just transitioned from bulky monitors to sleek screens, and the environment was far from pristine. It reeked of smoke, with ashtrays strewn about. There were also many black internet CAFs nearby, offering an hourly rate 2 yuan cheaper than standard ones, some even charging as little as 1 yuan 50. Being underage, both Yang Chen and Jiang Rensheng were fortunate that the regulations were not too strict at that time. Otherwise, they would have had to seek refuge in an illicit internet CAF. Upon entering the CAF, they found that League of Legends was not particularly popular yet, with many patrons engaged in FPS games like CS and CF, while others played QQ Dance, QQ Racing, and various private servers of Legend of Mir. They settled into a quieter corner where the smoke was less overwhelming. Jiang Runsheng retrieved 2 bottles of cola and a bag of snacks, which included spicy strips, instant noodles, chips, and chicken feet. He handed a bottle of cola to Yang Chen and dumped the rest of the snacks onto the table between their computers before comfortably sinking into his chair. He donned his headphones and turned to Yang Chen, asking, "Shall we play some CS?" "Sure," Yang Chen replied nonchalantly. As they launched the game, it became evident that Jiang Runsheng had a natural talent for gaming, often racking up 10 to 20 kills in a single match. In stark contrast, Yang Chen struggled, frequently finding himself inexplicably falling to the ground after being shot, unaware of where the attack had come from. His experience with gaming was minimal. He had never owned a computer before graduating high school and had little interest in games. By the time he reached university, his dormitory mates were engrossed in gaming while he was preoccupied with plans to earn money. Nevertheless, Yang Chen did not possess a strong desire for victory in games. He was content to pass the time and enjoy the entertainment, opting instead to sip cola and snack while watching Jiang Rensheng play. Jiang Rensheng was fully immersed in the game, his excitement palpable as he shouted, "Shoot him! What are you wandering around for? Are you picking herbs for your mother?" He even leaned into his movements, as if wielding a real sniper rifle. Yang Chen found watching him infinitely more entertaining than participating himself. However, the CAF and Oppo's atmosphere was less than ideal, filled with noise. Sitting 2 stations away from Yang Chen was a girl engrossed in QQ Dance, loudly conversing on her phone. Her exaggerated expressions, peppered with phrases like hey and yeah, along with her nonconformist attire, evoked a sense of nostalgia for Yang Chen, reminiscent of the era of Meteor Garden. "I'm telling you," my sister AZ said, "she wants to stay at my house for a few days. It's such a headache. My parents will definitely refuse. And there's no room for her at home. She's rich enough to stay at a hotel. She wanted me to meet her at the billiard hall, but I ignored her, just told her my mom confiscated my phone," she exclaimed. Yang Chen wasn't eavesdropping intentionally, but the girl's voice was so loud that it was impossible not to overhear. Upon hearing the name AZ, he couldn't help but glance over, recognizing her as one of the 2 lackeys who had trailed behind Suzy during their last encounter at the billiard hall. He recalled her as the one who had wanted his contact information but had hesitated to ask directly, ultimately seeking Suzy and Amp, Oppo's help. "Ah, that feels good," Jiang Rensheng said, finishing a match and removing his headphones with a sigh of relief. He noticed Yang Chen staring at the girl and remarked in surprise, "You really like this type, huh? Don't say ridiculous things," Yang Chen retorted, rolling his eyes and playfully swatting Jiang Rensheng on the head. Unfazed, Jiang Rensheng rubbed the back of his head and cheerfully inquired, "So, how are things going with Su Luoli?" "Not bad," Yang Chen replied. "What do you mean, not bad? You should prepare some wedding gifts in a few years." Jiang Chen teased, but Yang Chen was merely joking. In truth, he hadn't officially started dating Su Luoli yet. He was still in the pre-relationship phase, and it would be over a year before things became serious. If Jiang Rensheng sought advice, it would be futile. For Yang Chen himself was unaware of the most crucial reason Su Luoli could hear his thoughts. Without that unique connection, pursuing a relationship with her would likely be a long and arduous journey. Realization dawned on Jiang Rensheng as he slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "So that's why you're being so generous today. You must have some good news." He began to excitedly contemplate where they should dine that evening. But then Lin Man came to mind. After all, she was the one most invested in this development. He wondered if she had learned about it yet. The thought of delivering this news to her flickered in his mind, but recalling their current misunderstanding made him hesitate. Chapter 85. Preparations before the new year and the following days. Yang Chen remained at home, venturing out only once to settle the final payment at Old Jin's shop, where he also retrieved the exquisitely crafted golden silk ribbon. Due to the approaching new year, Yang Imin and Appo's store was closed, and the apprentices returned to their families, leaving Yang Chen to forego any visits to the shop. During the day, he occupied a small room at his uncle Yang Izhong and Appo's house, diligently working on the formal attire, while the adults in the household were mostly absent, leaving Yang Yu to oversee the younger children. By the evening of the 25th day of the lunar month, the adults paused their mining endeavors to prepare for the New Year festivities. That night, Yang Aigua and Wang Xiufang returned home late, only to discover that Yang Chen was not in their room. "Where's your elder brother?" Yang Aigua inquired. "He is probably at his uncle's place." "The fifth said that Chen has been busy with some school project these days," replied Wang Xiufang. Exhausted from a long day, Yang Aigua urged, "Why not make a bowl of noodles for us to share quickly before sleep? I'll fetch Chen back." Just as Wang Xiufang was about to agree, the front doors swung open, and Yang Chen, yawning, stepped inside. Seeing her son's weary eyes, Wang Xiufang muttered, "Art students certainly have it tough, don't they? Is there really that much homework?" "Ah, it's manageable, just striving for perfection," Yang Chen responded vaguely. In truth, he was not working on school assignments. But he knew that if he disclosed the truth, his parents would bombard him with questions, which would be quite troublesome to explain. As for assignments, he had not touched a single word, planning to tackle everything the night before school resumed with just a pen, a lamp, a stack of papers, and a miracle. "Don't overexert yourself. If it's too much, just let it go. Your eyes look like a panda S." Wang Xiufang expressed concern. Yang Aigua interjected, "Enough, enough. He has grown. He knows what he is doing. Let him be. Are you saying we shouldn't take care for our own son? That is not reasonable." Wang Xiufang retorted sharply before turning to Yang Chen. "Elder son, I'll make you some noodles." "I'm not hungry." Yang Chen shook his head. "I'm tired. I'll wash up and head to bed." "Then you should sleep early," they replied. "Please do the same." He bid his parents good night before ascending to the second floor. After washing up and changing into his pajamas, Yang Chen entered his room but did not immediately sleep. Instead, he sat on the bed and retrieved his hidden laptop along with a graphics tablet. Soon, several conceptual sketches of the formal attire appeared on the computer screen, with a fiery crimson background and a billowing sheer skirt adorned with golden embellishments, alongside various measurements noted. Rubbing his temples and battling fatigue, Yang Chen gradually regained focus and continued to scrutinize the screen. Holding the stylus, he intermittently tapped and sketched on the tablet. The off-shoulder design was appealing, yet as a high school student, a more conservative approach might be prudent, perhaps a small bolero. The bolero was a fine idea, but how to coordinate it? The design of the brooch could be omitted. It would detract from the main appeal. Likewise, embellishing the bodice with rhinestones was unnecessary. Simplicity would highlight its opulence instead. The sheer fabric posed a greater challenge than anticipated for the gold thread embroidery. A multitude of thoughts flashed through Yang Chen's mind as he adjusted various elements on the original design, incorporating numerous intricate details. He refrained from significant alterations, as the initial design was the culmination of his exhaustive efforts, nearly flawless. Most crucially, he was close to completing the garment, with only the final gold embroidery left to finish. This gown, valued at over 150,000, represented a challenge for Yang Chen, a testament to his craftsmanship, demanding considerable effort. It was only at this moment that he realized how remarkably adept his nimble hands and steady hands were. In the past, creating such an evening gown would have taken him 2 to 3 months, much of which would have been spent on the gold embroidery. Yet now, he had been working on it for merely half a month and was nearly done. With Su Luoli's birthday on the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, he felt confident in completing the garment in time, with ample opportunity to enhance the finer details. As the night wore on, Chen reviewed the finalized design with satisfaction, yawning before shutting down the computer and finally succumbing to sleep. The following morning, around 5 or 6:00 and Oppo's clock, while the dawn had yet to break, Chen rose again and made his way to the small room at his uncle's house where the sewing machine was kept. Days passed in this manner, as he balanced his sculpting and high school studies. Unable to find time during the day, he utilized the evening's dream training sessions to maximize his learning, while others managed a maximum of 24 hours of homework in a day. Chen operated on a relentless cycle of 96 hours, with 8 hours of actual sleep equating to 80 hours of dream training. Truly, no one understood time management better than he did. However, even under such intense pressure, Chen found himself slightly overwhelmed. Once he completed the birthday gift for Su Luoli, he intended to indulge in some well-deserved rest at home during the new year, relishing meals served to him in bed. On the 27th day of the lunar month, Chen celebrated his birthday. However, he did not observe the occasion traditionally. In earlier years, when the family was less affluent, and with his birthday falling just 3 days before the new year, Wang Xiaofang had opted to combine the celebration with a New Year's Eve dinner, which served as his birthday celebration, thereby saving money. Thus, there would be cake at their New Year's dinner. Although Chen himself did not particularly enjoy cake, the younger children would share it among themselves. Yet, feeling a bit guilty, Wang Xiaofang insisted on adding some semblance of a birthday celebration, ensuring that a cake was purchased each year. In contrast, Su Luoli, who also celebrated her birthday during the new year, enjoyed a more fortunate circumstance. Her birthday was celebrated separately from the New Year's Eve dinner. Moreover, her family organized a rather sizable birthday banquet, inviting various business associates, transforming the event into a lively social gathering. Essentially, it served as an excuse for a small-scale business networking event. The timing was ideal, as post-New Year, everyone had more leisure time. Su Luoli even wished to invite her friends to her birthday celebration, but her family initially opposed the idea. After discussing it with her grandfather, they finally permitted her to invite her friends. However, prior to this, she had only Lin Man as her friend. This year, Chen would be included as well. Though Chen did not celebrate his birthday on that day, Wang Xiaofang still rose early to prepare a bowl of noodles and 2 boiled eggs as a ritual to mark the occasion. Time swiftly passed until the morning of New Year's Eve when Chen sat in his small study, gazing up at his completed garment, releasing a long sigh of relief. At last, it is finished. Chapter 86. The Phoenix embroidery in a small study. The space had been cleared. Beside the window stood a sewing machine, and scattered on the floor were unorganized remnants of fabric. In the center of the room, a mannequin displayed a striking red Western-style gown. Chen sat before it, delicately holding the base of the embroidery hoop with his left hand, while his right hand wielded a pair of scissors to snip a thread as fine as a hair. With a soft snip, the scissors cut through the golden thread, which was then deftly manipulated with a silver needle, causing the end to intertwine with other threads, rendering it invisible. The embroidery hoop was swiftly removed, revealing a flawless garment. Chen lifted his gaze to admire the creation he had painstakingly crafted, his expression one of relief as the tension in his body eased, and he exhaled at last. It is completed. Outside the window, the morning sun began its ascent, casting gentle rays into the study and illuminating the floor. Chen rose and drew back the partially closed curtains, opening the window to allow a cool breeze to enter, playfully tousling his hair. Turning around, he beheld the gown bathed in the golden light, where a lifelike golden phoenix cascaded from the left chest, its feathers unfurling at the hem, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. As the wind stirred the gown and Oppo's voluminous skirt danced, and the golden phoenix seemed to come alive, fluttering its wings as if ready to soar. This enchanting scene captivated Yang Chen, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Perfect. This creation transcended mere clothing. It was a work of art. Even in his past life, where he had achieved great acclaim, few of his designs could rival this masterpiece. The gown embodied a unique fusion of Eastern and Western styles, elegantly intertwining Western evening wear with traditional Chinese embroidery, achieving a striking aesthetic. This artistic philosophy had been Yang Chen's guiding principle. Yet, it was precisely this approach that led him to produce many incongruous pieces, often criticized and dismissed by the mainstream, attracting detractors both domestically and internationally. He gradually recognized that while art knows no borders, the appreciation of it does. It is no simple task to create something that resonates with both the Chinese and an international audience. After all, even the works of Picasso and Van Gogh are not universally appreciated. However, with this phoenix embroidery, he was confident that even the untrained would be awed by its beauty. After indulging in the sight for a while, Yang Chen reluctantly diverted his gaze, carefully packing the evening gown into a box, and began tidying the small study. The golden thread, nearly exhausted, had only a few grams left, which he intended to save for future use. As for the leftover fabric scraps, he decided against repurposing them and discarded them instead. He knew that leaving such fine materials in the room as trash would draw attention from his discerning uncle, who would surely inquire about their source. Once everything was in order, Yang Chen placed his tools atop the sewing machine and carried the box of clothing back to his room. As he emerged from the adjoining room, heading toward his own, he noticed his grandmother leading his mother and a few aunts in the courtyard, preparing for the New Year's celebration. A large table was adorned with red candles, a roasted pig's head positioned prominently in the center, flanked by platters of fruits, pastries, and a buttered whole chicken. The neighbors were setting off firecrackers, filling the air with a cacophony of celebratory sounds. The spirit of the new year was palpable. Yang Chen exhaled a puff of mist, smiling as he entered the house. Upon returning home, he tucked the box beneath his bed and decided to indulge in a short nap. He had intended to sleep until lunchtime, but the incessant crackling of firecrackers outside disrupted his rest. Lightly dozing, he found it difficult to settle, awakening by 10 and Oppo's clock after a brief slumber. Despite having caught over 3 hours of sleep, he felt lethargic, the mental exertion weighing heavily upon him. Yang Chen remained nestled under the covers, contemplating when the urge to relieve himself would outweigh his inertia. Just as he was considering this, his father, accompanied by his younger cousin, kicked open his bedroom door. Brother, third uncle is going to buy fireworks. Hurry and get up. His cousin, Yang Xiaohu, bounded into the room, his icy little hands slipping beneath the covers. Yang Chen, startled by the chill, sprang up in annoyance, while Yang Xiaohu giggled and scampered away. This year, he decided to gift his cousin a set of elementary school practice papers instead of the originally planned Transformer toy, ensuring his cousin started on the right foot. Come on, get up. Xiao Yu and the others are waiting downstairs. His father, Yang Aigua, chimed cheerfully. All right, I'll change my clothes, Yang Chen replied, scratching his tousled hair. Reluctantly rising from bed. After a quick wash, he descended the stairs and devoured a couple of still-warm buns before leading the younger children out to purchase fireworks. On the bustling street, groups of children were gathered, igniting firecrackers, squealing with delight as they covered their ears and dashed away, only to hear a loud bang moments later. Yang Aigua drove the children to a fireworks vendor, arranging for the grand display that the Yang family would host later that evening. The little ones excitedly selected various types and styles of fireworks to bring home. Yang Chen and his sister, Yang Yu, watched over them. Having outgrown the age of playing with firecrackers themselves, they're focused now on ensuring the safety of the younger ones. After stocking up on fireworks, the jubilant group returned home, laden with their colorful purchases. Upon their return, the marinated pig's head, having been offered to the gods, was now simmering in a large iron pot in the courtyard. Wang Xiufang was busy extracting the pig's tongue and tail from the pot, placing them onto a large platter. Upon seeing the children return, her round face broke into a delighted smile, her eyes crinkling with joy. Who wants pig head meat? I do. Me. The children's eyes sparkled with excitement as they raised their hands eagerly, with Yang Chun among the most enthusiastic. Wang Xiaofeng playfully scolded her son before cheerfully heading to the kitchen to fetch a knife and prepare 2 plates of freshly cooked pig head meat for the children. As Yang Chen's family immersed themselves in the festive spirit, the Su family was also busy preparing for their own New Year's Eve feast. Chapter 87. The Judgment of a Wifeless Fate, a lengthy chapter. The maids of the Su family bustled about, preparing for the evening's New Year's Eve feast. However, most of the family members were absent, engaged in various social obligations. Su Luoli and Appo's parents were away. Her father had set out early in the morning to entertain business associates, while her mother was engrossed in a mahjong game with other affluent ladies. Even Su Nan, who had recently been confined to the house by the elderly Mr. Su, had managed to sneak out. It was rumored that Mr. Su was adamant about sending Su Nan abroad and was already preparing the necessary visa arrangements. After the new year, he would likely depart within a few months, which is why the elder turned a blind eye when Su Nan occasionally slipped out. During this time, Su Luoli had been attending intensive study classes during the holiday. However, as the new year approached, the classes had closed, leaving her to return home. On New Year and Appo's Eve, she found herself in her room, working on practice papers from her classes. Due to the city and Appo's regulations, fireworks were prohibited, and, as she sat at her desk, pen in hand, she felt as if the new year was just an ordinary day, devoid of distinction. She had attempted to take a break during the holiday, hoping to watch television or play on the computer. Yet, within 10 minutes, boredom set in, leading her back to her studies. However, upon returning to her room, she found the words on the paper recognizable when isolated, but when strung together, they failed to leave a lasting impression in her mind, merely skimming her attention like a fleeting glance. Her concentration waned, and she rested her chin on her hand, her gaze drifting to her phone beside the papers, picking it up occasionally to check for messages. Alas, beside the New Year-esque greeting from Xiaoman, there was nothing else. Yang Chun, that rascal. Su Luoli gritted, härtigt. Although she had been touched by his insistence not to disturb her studies until after the college entrance examination, it seemed excessive for him to fall off the radar completely. Since that day, at the amusement park, she had neither seen nor heard from him. Not a single call or message, not even an update on QQ, which she checked daily without a single notification. If she didn't reach out, he truly wouldn't either. At the very least, they should meet once a week. With a sigh, she rested her head on the table, peering at her phone. What was Yang Chen doing now? She murmured softly, contemplating sending him a message. Of course, it wasn't because she missed him. It was merely a customary greeting for the new year, an essential etiquette among the Chinese. Her grandfather had instilled in her the importance of being a polite child. Indeed, it was nothing more than that. After justifying her actions to herself and building up her resolve, she took out her phone and drafted a message to Yang Chun. Since she was unaccustomed to smartphones, she still used a flip phone, a charming little device adorned with a pink shell and Hello Kitty stickers. Unfortunately, it couldn't access QQ, so she sent her message via SMS. With both hands on the phone, she typed furiously, primarily expressing her discontent over Yang Chen's recent neglect. However, upon reaching the character limit and surveying her lengthy composition, she felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment and hastily deleted the entire message. After much hesitation, she finally settled on a simple, conventional text. Happy New Year. What are you doing now? After sending the message, Su Luoli anxiously stared at her phone screen. Yet, Yang Chun replied almost instantly. Mere moments after her text was dispatched, a response arrived. He sent a multimedia message accompanied by a photograph. In it, he wore a sunny smile, flashing a peace sign, while a group of children behind him squatted on the street, igniting fireworks that erupted into splendid sparks. As she gazed at the photo, she was blissfully unaware of the sweet smile spreading across her face. Following the image, Yang Chun's message read, I'm being the king of the children, leading them in fireworks festivities. Su Luoli noticed something peculiar in the photo. Why do you have such dark circles under your eyes? Did you not rest well? She pondered. Could it be the phone and Appo's? As poor resolution? It doesn't do you justice. But enough about that. What are you doing? She snapped a picture of her half-completed practice paper, intending to include herself in the frame, but ultimately only capturing her desk instead. Yang Chen responded, "Little Su, what are you doing? This is a waste of time. Who doesn't set off fireworks on New Year and Amp? Oppos, Eve. Hurry up and come out to play." Su Luoli pouted, typing each word deliberately. "Fireworks are not permitted in the city." Yang Chen urged, "Your yard is so spacious. No one would know if you set off a few secretly." Su Luoli quickly retorted, "No way, my family would find out. Besides, I've outgrown the age of playing with fireworks. I used to want to play as a child, but it's no fun doing it alone." "All right then, what else do you wish to do for the new year?" Yang Chen inquired. Build a snowman? I always thought it would be delightful to create a snowman in the yard during the new year." Inspired by Yang Chen and Amp, Oppo's words, Su Luoli eagerly reminisced about her childhood wishes for the holiday. Just as she was typing, a commotion outside drew her attention. Curiosity piqued. She stood and approached the window, pulling back the curtain to observe her uncle, who was on the phone, visibly furious. Suddenly, it dawned on her that she hadn't seen Su Zi at home for several days. The maids had mentioned that Su Zi hadn't returned in quite some time. Seeing her uncle in such a state, she realized that on New Year's Eve, her grandfather insisted that the entire family gather for the reunion dinner. Missing even one person was unacceptable. Meanwhile, in Xiapinka town, Yang Chen sat on a stone bench outside a shop, his expression troubled as he read through the messages on his phone. Setting off fireworks was easy. While prohibited in the city, there were designated areas where fireworks could be enjoyed, particularly along the riverside where annual displays occurred on New Year's Eve. However, building a snowman presented a more significant challenge. Lishur, located in Jiang province, was a coastal city where snowfall had become increasingly rare over recent years. This year, however, the cold front had swept across the country, and northern regions had experienced heavy snow. Yet, today Lishur remained snow-free. Scratching his head, Yang Chen pondered for a while before dialing his second Uncle S number. Given Lishur and Oppo's mountainous terrain, many villages were situated in the hills, including the ancestral home of Wang Xiufang, which lay in the village of Ma and Oppo's, and Chen and Xiapinka town. Despite having married out, her family still resided there. The temperature atop the mountain is significantly colder than that at the ground level. Often, the ground remains devoid of snow while the summit is blanketed in a thick layer. Yang Chen recalled the recent snowfall and thought that perhaps the snow on the higher peaks had yet to melt. This prompted him to contact his uncle. "Hello, Uncle. Would you and Grandma come to my house for the New Year this year? What do you mean by not wanting to trouble anyone?" "I simply wish to enjoy some of our home-raised chickens. Remember to bring a plumper one." Yang Chen and Amp, Oppo's uncle, a diligent farmer, manages a fish pond back home, primarily selling fish while also cultivating vegetables and raising chickens, ducks, and geese. If Yang Chen had directly invited them, his uncle would have certainly declined. Previously, Wang Xiufang had called several times, but his uncle had consistently refused, citing his elderly mother's mobility issues, though the truth was he feared causing inconvenience. However, Yang Chen knew how to phrase his request. Upon hearing that his nephew longed for their free-range chicken, his uncle cheerfully agreed. After their conversation, Yang Chen casually inquired, "By the way, Uncle, has the snow melted over there?" Not yet, right? Could you bring some back for me, and make sure to pack plenty?" It and Oppo's. Just that it would add to the festive spirit of the new year to have a snowman in the yard. Woon and Oppo's. It? All right then. Let's leave it at that. Come early. Aunt's cooking is far superior to my mother's, so let her show off her skills. After reminding him a few more times, Yang Chen hung up, feeling quite satisfied. Fortunately, the weather had been quite cold lately, and the snow on the mountain had yet to melt. At lunchtime, Yang Chen and Yang Yu pulled their reluctant little cousins away from their play on the lively streets and headed home for dinner. This meal was relatively simple, as the adults were busy preparing for the grand feast that evening. Therefore, lunch consisted of noodles accompanied by some homemade cured meats, with a platter of freshly sliced marinated pig and Amp, Oppo's head, and a specialty dish known as Pao Ro, which is made from tenderized pork elbow, shredded by hand and mixed with a secret sauce, topped with caramelized skin and steamed to perfection. It was quite a delectable dish, typically reserved for festive occasions. After finishing a bowl of noodles, Yang Chun, unwilling to remain indoors, settled in the yard to bask in the sun while keeping an eye on children. In the afternoon, his uncle and Appo's family arrived, much to Wang Xiufeng and Appo's surprise and delight, causing her to smile broadly. Yang Chun and Appo's aunt was a hard-working woman. Upon entering the yard, she quickly donned an apron and sleeves, joining the women's circle to wash and prepare vegetables and shrimp. Yang Chun's grandmother, suffering from dementia and severe Parkinson and Appo's disease, required assistance to walk but seemed lively today, holding her grandson and Appo's hand and chatting incessantly. However, her speech was slurred, and she spoke in dialect, making it difficult for Yang Chun to understand. He could only smile and nod in response. "Ah, you've become quite handsome these past few years," his grandmother said in dialect. But truly, are you going to marry our Xiofan? She and Appo's too thin and is quite the temper. What about my fifth grandson? He's only 12. No way. I want Xiofan. Oh dear. We must make this clear. No backing out later. Of course. The elderly lady seemed to lapse into her memories of 40 years past, when Yang Igua first sought out Wang Xiufeng. Yang Chun, unable to comprehend, nodded along. And despite the miscommunication, they engaged in conversation. Yang Chen's uncle stood nearby, awkwardly shifting his weight. Eventually, Wang Xiufeng could no longer tolerate it, coming over to lightly smack Yang Chun on the back of the head, admonishing, "What are you nodding for if you don't understand? Instead, go deliver some New Year dishes to the Jiang family." Grandmother, trembling, reached out and urged, "Xiofan, don't hit him. If you do, he really wants to get married." Wang Xiufeng, frustrated yet unable to reprimand her mother-in-law, redirected her annoyance toward her eldest son. But Yang Chun, ever perceptive, having known the chubby lady since birth, quickly offered some kind words to the elderly woman, then discreetly slipped away. Wang Xiufeng went inside to tend to her mother, while Yang Chun followed his uncle down the mountain to the road below. The Yang family resides halfway up the mountain, requiring a trek down stone steps that are accessible on foot, but not by vehicle, thus leaving his uncle and Appo's three-wheeled motorcycle parked by the roadside. His uncle typically uses this motorcycle to transport fish to the county, and its cargo bed is particularly spacious. "Nephew, I and Appo's brought the snow for your snowman. Is it enough?" Yang Chun and Appo's uncle gestured to the two large foam boxes filled with snow in the back. Yang Chun and Appo's eyes lit up, nodding vigorously that and Appo's plenty. His uncle was indeed generous. The two boxes weighed several dozen pounds, more than sufficient for a snowman of Yang Chun and Appo's height. With a cheeky grin, Yang Chun asked, "Uncle, may I borrow this motorcycle for a day?" His uncle raised an eyebrow. "What do you need it for? Do you even know how to drive it?" "Of course. What could be difficult about it?" His uncle hesitated. "I was planning to head back tonight." "Oh, come now. It's the new year. You want to drink?" "If you drink, don't drive. It's unsafe on the mountain roads at night." Yang Chun took a moment to educate his uncle on the dangers of drunk driving and eventually convinced him. His uncle handed over the keys, cautioning, "Just drive it down here. Don't go on the main road. It's not safe." Yang Chun confidently assured him, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Once his uncle departed, Yang Chun hopped onto the motorcycle, feeling self-assured as he took a couple of laps along the sparsely populated road, getting accustomed to the vehicle as if he were a seasoned driver. Although it was his first time operating a three-wheeler, his youthful experience with motorcycles provided him with adequate driving skills. After practicing for a while, he took a break, intending to check the time on his phone, only to discover multiple missed calls from Jiang Runshan. Having set his phone to silent mode at home, he feared that a sudden notification might reveal his new phone to Wang Xiufeng, resulting in a severe reprimand. He promptly returned the call. "Hello, Fatty? What a coincidence. My mother just sent me to deliver some New Year dishes to your house. I was about to head out." "Indeed, I was hoping you could come over quickly," Jiang Runsheng replied, sounding a bit hesitant as if he had something difficult to discuss. Yang Chen frowned. "What's wrong?" It's hard to explain over the phone. Just hurry over." "All right, I'll be there shortly." After hanging up, Yang Chun muttered to himself, "What could be so secretive?" Chapter 88. Su Zi's runaway upon Yang Chen's arrival at the Jiang residence. Jiang Rensheng was anxiously waiting at the door. However, when he saw Yang Chun stepping down from the tricycle, he was momentarily taken aback. Bro, are you working part-time during the holidays? Enough of that. Come help me unload the stuff first. Yang Chun lifted 2 large bags of New Year and Amp. Oppo's dishes from the truck bed, which included braised pig and Amp. Oppo's trotters, lamb, live fish, and an assortment of fresh fruits, all prepared by the Yang family for the Jiang family. As Jiang Rensheng approached to assist, he noticed the 2 large foam boxes in the truck bed and instinctively reached for them. Yang Chen quickly intervened. Those aren't tea for your family. They don't contain food. Just grab the 2 barrels of sweet rice wine. Uncle Jiang has been mentioning it to my dad since last year. Oh, Jiang Rensheng replied, taking the sweet rice wine, which was contained in 2 clean soda bottles. Although it seemed somewhat unpresentable, the 2 families had a close relationship, so such matters were of little concern. The 2 of them carried the items into the arcade, which was already closed for the day. However, Jiang's home was located above the arcade, necessitating entry from this side. As they walked in, Yang Chen inquired, "What was the rush for you to call me over?" Jiang Rensheng and Amp, Oppo's face was fraught with difficulty as he stammered, "You'll find out when we get upstairs." Yang Chen laughed. Why play coy now that we're at the door? By the time they reached the 3rd floor, he pushed the door open to find a familiar figure seated at the Jiang family and Amp, Oppo's coffee table, eating rice noodles. The person on the sofa noticed Yang Chen and Amp, Oppo's entrance, pausing for a moment before quickly resuming her meal. In that brief moment of distraction, Aunt Lin emerged from the kitchen and smiled upon seeing him. "Little Chun, you're here." Yang Chun quickly regained his composure, choosing to ignore the person on the sofa for now. "Happy New Year, Aunt Lin. We're in Oppo's Uncle Jiang. He and Oppo's gonna play mahjong with the neighbors." "How unfortunate," Yang Chun said, carrying his items toward the kitchen. "I brought some New Year and Oppo's dishes for your family. I'll just leave them in the kitchen." Aunt Lin chided, "Your family's always so polite. It's really quite embarrassing." "It's nothing. We're all neighbors. Let us enjoy the festivities together. By the way, I also brought the wine Uncle Jiang has been talking about for ages. You 2 should have some tonight," he replied as he entered the kitchen to put everything down before re-emerging. Aunt Lin asked, "Have you eaten lunch yet? I made bone soup early this morning. Why not have a bowl of noodles with your friend before you go?" Yang Chun hesitated, glancing at the living room before quickly responding. "Aunt Lin, you misunderstood. She and I aren't an Amp, Oppo's tea friends." At that moment, the girl on the sofa unexpectedly interjected, "Yes." Yang Chen turned to her, noting her biting her lip as she gazed back at him. He averted his eyes, letting out a sigh. "Fine, I suppose that's true. But I've already had lunch. Aunt Lin, I need to save room for dinner tonight." Aunt Lin chuckled, covering her mouth as she headed back to the kitchen. "All right, I'll pack some pig bones for you to take home." Once Aunt Lin retreated to the kitchen, Jiang Rensheng leaned closer to Yang Chun, puzzled. "Bro, what's going on?" Yang Chun mirrored his confusion. "You're asking me? I want to know too. Why is she at your house?" "She slept on the sofa at my dad and Oppo's shop last night. He initially intended to take her to the police station, but she claimed to be your friend. So I hurried to call you." Jiang Rensheng was still bewildered. He had no reason not to know Yang Chen's friends. Yet apart from seeing this girl twice at the arcade, he had no idea who she was. He glanced at the girl on the sofa and whispered, "Bro, do you really know her? If she is a con artist, we should take her to the police." "Don't," Yang Chen replied, shaking his head. "I know her. She is Su Luoli's cousin." Su Luoli and Amp, Oppo's cousin? Then why isn't she going home? How would I know? I'll just ask her directly. After a lengthy exchange of hushed words, Yang Chun and Jiang Rensheng turned their attention to Su Zi, who sat on the living room sofa. Yang Chun approached her and sat down beside her. "All right, tell me, what is going on?" Su Zi glanced at him but remained silent, finishing the last bite of her noodles before lifting the bowl to drink the broth completely. Only after she set the bowl down did she lick her lips and comment, "A bit salty." Yang Chun glanced at the impeccably clean bowl on the coffee table and nodded. "That bowl of noodles cost 25. Do you prefer cash, WeChat, or Alipay?" Suzy scoffed, "I'm not eating at your place." Yang Chun pointed at her and turned to Jiang Rensheng. "Come on, fatty, this is your home." You talk to her. Jiang Rinsheng awkwardly chuckled. Bro, let it go. It's just a bowl of noodles. Is this about money? We're not close enough for you to mooch off me. Fine. Jiang Rinsheng reluctantly extended his hand toward Su Zi. 25. Su feisty. It's not like I wanted to eat it. That woman brought it to me. Can't Aunt Lin call you? Yang Chen scolded, but Su Zi turned her head, feigning ignorance. Jiang Rinsheng looked between them, urging Yang Chen, bro, just let it be. After all, she is Su Luoli's sister. We could just inform Su Luoli and have her family take her back. Yang Chen nodded, pulling out his phone to make a call. However, upon hearing this, Su Zi lunged to snatch the phone from his hand. I'm not going back. Yang Chen pressed her head down with one hand, while keeping his phone at a distance with the other. You ran away from home? What does that have to do with me? Don't call. How brazen. I really don't care about you. You're not my responsibility. Yang Chen put his phone away and added, fine, if you want to let me call, then tell me why you're here. Su Zi's face flushed crimson as she hesitated for a long while before finally sitting back down, softly admitting, I have nowhere to go. Why not find a hotel nearby? There are plenty around. Not all of them are closed for the holidays. I don't have money. Su Zi's expression grew pained, her voice dwindling to a whisper. Her card was suspended by her family, and she had exhausted the cash she brought with her. She felt genuinely frustrated. Initially, she intended to stay at a good friend in Appo's house for a few days, but whenever she brought it up, her so-called friends would conjure up various excuses. In the end, none of them wanted her to stay at their homes. At that moment, Su Zi truly understood the warmth and coldness of human relationships. The followers who usually trailed behind her, calling her Sister Zi, and the friends she often treated to outings, had vanished when she needed help the most. Chapter 89. Are you going to toy with me again? A few days ago, Su Zi still had enough money to stay in a hotel, spending her days browsing the internet and visiting gaming halls. However, as her funds dwindled, she could no longer afford the hotel and resorted to renting a computer for the night at an internet cafe, sleeping in the smoky environment. It was fortunate that nothing untoward happened to her, a young girl daring to stay in such a place for days. By yesterday, she had exhausted her last bit of money and had to sneak into the Jiang family and Appo's gaming hall, where she spent the night on a sofa on the first floor. It was only in the morning, when the Jiang family planned to clean the gaming hall in preparation for the New Year's closure, that they discovered Su Zi. Jiang Tianliang intended to send her directly to the police station, but in a moment of desperation. Su Zi recalled that the Jiang family and Appo's chubby boy was good friends with Yang Chen. She claimed to be Yang Chen and Appo's friend and urged Jiang Rinsheng to call Yang Chen to pick her up. Jiang Rinsheng was bewildered but complied with the request. Yang Chen soon learned of the situation. After listening to Su Zi and Appo's honest explanation, he nodded and stood up, saying, let into Appo's. Let's go. Don't cause any trouble for others. Su Zi stood up alongside him, bewildered, and asked, where to? Home, he replied. Upon hearing this, Su Zi immediately sat back down, shaking her head vigorously. I and Appo's am not going back. Yang Chen chuckled. You have no money. Where do you plan to go? Besides, during the new year, there isn't and Appo's to even a place to eat. Su Zi sat there in silence, gripping the arms of the sofa, clearly indicating her refusal to leave. Yang Chen felt helpless and asked, what do you suggest we do? I won't cause you trouble. Just lend me some money, she requested. To be honest, Yang Chen was reluctant to involve himself in her affairs. Su Zi was not his sister, merely the cousin of Su Luoli. Given the complicated family dynamics of the Su family that resembled a dramatic palace intrigue, Yang Chen cared little for Su Zi's predicament. After all, in his previous life, he had seen his brother-in-law sent to prison. So why would he concern himself with a cousin? However, letting her linger at the Jiang family home was equally unreasonable. Yang Chen decided to part with some money to avert disaster, pulling out his wallet and gesturing to the cash. How much do you need? Su Zi contemplated for a moment, then extended her index finger. Lend me 10,000 first. Yang Chen silently closed his wallet and stuffed it back into his pocket, pointing at her and saying to Jiang Rinsheng, chubby, call the police. I don't know her. I and Appo's am leaving. A high school student asking another high school student for 10,000? It implied that she might need even more later. Yang Chen assumed she would only ask for a few hundred at most. I don't know her at all, he thought, and prepared to leave when Su Zi grabbed his hand, refusing to let go. I wanted amp. Amp. Oppos. Take it for free. I'll offer you something in return. She frantically rummaged through her bag and produced something resembling a motorcycle key, thrusting it into Yang Chen and amp. Amp. Oppos. S hand. Yang Chen glanced at the key. What is this? It an Oppos. S the key to my motorcycle. I'll pawn it to you. You, a female high school student, ride a motorcycle? My bike cost over 30,000, and I just bought it mid-year. I'll pawn it for 10,000. Do you want it? Just as Yang Chen was about to explain the significance of 10,000 to an ordinary high school student relying on their family, Aunt Lin appeared, carrying 2 large buckets of pig bones with a cheerful expression. Chener, I prepared these for you. What are you two doing? Upon seeing Yang Chen and Su Zi in a tug-of-war, she widened her eyes in surprise. Yang Chen discreetly freed himself from Su Zi's grip, smiling. Nothing, Aunt Lin. I'll take my friend and leave. I apologize for the trouble. Trouble? Nonsense, and amp, oppos. That's all family here. You can't take these, can you? Let me help you carry them down. No need. Su Zi, help me carry them, Yang Chen said, taking 1 bucket for himself without hesitation. Su Zi shot him an annoyed glare, but, understanding she was at a disadvantage, begrudgingly helped. Aunt Lin had given a generous portion. The pig bones themselves didn't carry much meat, merely being marrow bones, yet they weighed over 10 pounds. More importantly, the broth, having simmered for hours, was the essence, perfect for noodles or rice. Packed into disposable containers, they filled 2 buckets, each weighing around 20 pounds. Though Su Zi appeared tall and slender, being a girl, she found the buckets heavy. Jiang Rensheng stood up and offered, Brother Chen, should I help carry them down? Yang Chen, carrying 1 bucket with apparent ease, waved him off. No need, let us go. He led Su Zi out of the Jiang family home. As they descended from the 3rd floor and stepped outside, Su Zi was already a bit out of breath. She set the bucket down, placing her hands on her hips as she gasped for air. Yang Chen pointed to the 3-wheeled vehicle parked by the roadside. Put in the back, don't spill it. Su Zi frowned, her makeup nearly cracking under the strain. With a huff, she reluctantly helped load the buckets into the vehicle. Yang Chen took the driver's seat, pulling out a 20 yuan bill from his wallet. Thanks for your help. You can leave now. Su Zi glared at the money, her brow furrowing tighter. What do you mean? Your payment. It's 15 yuan for a bus ride to the city, and you can use the remaining 5 to catch a rickshaw to the station. Who needs your payment? Su Zi snapped, throwing the 20 yuan to the ground in frustration. Yang Chen, unfazed, picked it up. Do you know how much it costs to carry a bucket of water up 5 flights? It's far heavier than this soup, and it only costs 2 yuan. With this 20, I could have a worker make 10 trips with water to the 5th floor. He flicked the bill, letting it snap as he grinned. Money doesn't come from thin air. Do you understand what 10,000 means to an ordinary high school student? Even if I had that money, why should I lend it to you? Frankly, we've only met a few times. Su Zi opened her palm to show him the motorcycle key. I told you I want to take it without giving something back. I'll redeem it once I have the money. Her emotions surged, her chest rising and falling rapidly as she felt mocked by Yang Chen. Eventually, her eyes reddened, and she snatched the key back, stamping her foot. If you want to lend it, then so be it. Who cares? As she turned, Yang Chen called after her. It's not impossible for me to lend you money. Su Zi, gritting her teeth in anger, spun around. Was he going to toy with her again? Under a fiery gaze, Yang Chen pulled out his phone. Pointing to the screen, let me make a call to Su Luoli first. Don't grab my phone. I'll want to take you home. I'll ask her about lending you money first. Is that okay? Only then did Su Zi halt her movements, allowing Yang Chen to dial Su Luoli's number. Chapter 90. Yang Chen is a scoundrel in leisure. Old Master Su was engaged in conversation with several well-dressed gentlemen in an office. At that moment, an assistant entered, holding a mobile phone, and leaned down to whisper something in Su Changwang and Amp, Oppos, his ear. Upon hearing this, Su Changwang nodded and smiled apologetically at the men in the office, saying, I need to take a call. A junior is likely wishing me a happy new year. The others offered kind smiles in response. Chairman, please go ahead. After answering the call, Su Changwang rose and walked toward the window, saying hello. As the conversation unfolded on the other end, his smile gradually faded. Meanwhile, after the call connected, Yang Chen glanced at Su Zi and moved to a different spot. Although Su Zi could not hear what Yang Chen was saying, she was indifferent to it. She knew that Su Luoli would not concern herself with Yang Chen and Amp, Oppo's, matters, nor could she interfere. Her only worry was whether Su Luoli would prevent Yang Chen from lending her money. If Yang Chen refused to lend her money, Suzy decided she would promptly leave and seek assistance elsewhere. Yang Chen quickly finished the call and hopped onto his three-wheeler, addressing Suzy. "Let us go." Suzy eyed him warily, asking where to withdraw some money for you, he replied. Suzy sighed in relief, feigning indifference as she settled into the back of the three-wheeler. Yang Chen inquired, "Aren't and Oppos, till you come to the front?" "No need," she retorted. "Fine, suit yourself." He shrugged, indifferent, inserted the key, and drove toward the nearest bank. Qingshan County was not particularly large, yet the narrow roads were challenging to navigate, and some were quite bumpy. Without advanced shock absorbers, Suzy found her rear end aching from the jolts as they traveled. Before long, they arrived. Yang Chen entered the ATM to withdraw cash while Suzy stood outside, clutching her backside with an uncomfortable expression. After a while, he emerged holding a stack of money and handed it to Suzy, asking, "Count it?" "What is there to count?" she replied, directly accepting the cash and stowing it in her bag. She then handed her motorcycle key to Yang Chen, saying, "Here, it's parked by the arcade." Yang Chen took the key, toyed with it for a moment, then chuckled and tossed it back. "No need. Someone will repay this for you." Suzy fumbled to catch the key, furrowing her brow at him. "What do you mean? Is Su Luoli helping to pay this back? Is she trying to showcase sisterly affection in front of Yang Chen? What a goody two-shoes." Despite her doubts, Suzy felt a strange mix of emotions towards Su Luoli. If she wanted to play the good person, so be it. Suzy could always repay her later. After receiving the money, she turned to leave. Yang Chen did not stop her, but called out from behind, "By the way, during the new year, most restaurants in the county are closed. Only a few shops near the bus station are open. If you're hungry, head there." Suzy slowed her steps, pondering. Just moments ago, he had been so indifferent, and now he feigned concern for her. Regardless, she would not forget how he had mocked her earlier, nor would she feel any gratitude toward him. With a huff, she turned and walked away. After parting ways with Yang Chen, Suzy strolled alone down the lively street. The atmosphere was vibrant, filled with people enjoying the festive spirit. Young couples walked hand in hand, laughing, while groups of children set off firecrackers, the sound of fireworks echoing intermittently. A young couple passed by her, a little girl perched on her father's shoulders, squealing with excitement. A flicker of envy crossed Suzy and Amp, Oppo's, eyes. It seemed her family had never taken a trip together since she could remember. Her household was far from harmonious. Not only was there discord with other branches of the Su family, but her parents were also at odds. Her father was often absent, maintaining a mistress outside, which her mother could not tolerate, leading to countless arguments filled with accusations and insults. Ironically, her mother herself had been involved with several younger men, one of whom Suzy had encountered, who appeared hardly older than she was. Suzy had an elder brother, and while they had shared a bond in childhood, he had distanced himself after entering university, returning home only during the new year, and when he did, it was merely to ask for money, leaving little room for any meaningful communication with her. Initially, she could not comprehend why two people who were not in love would remain together. Eventually, she realized that it was not their children who bound them, but rather financial ties. Her disdain for the Su family was palpable, encompassing her grandfather, the other relatives, and even her parents and brother. Each one was as foolish as the last. Unlike Su Luoli, who sought to change her fate through hard work, Suzy chose to succumb to her circumstances. The child who cried the loudest typically garnered the most attention from adults. Yet all she received from her parents was disdain and resentment. Lost in these chaotic thoughts, Suzy wandered aimlessly through the streets. Although the crowds were abundant, as Yang Chen had noted, open businesses were nearly non-existent. On New Year and Amp, Oppo's, even a small county like Qingshan, most shops prefer to close and spend the holiday with family. Unsure of her destination, She had no desire to return home. Despite initially coming to the county to seek out friends, she now found herself uninterested in those acquaintances, embracing a mindset of simply wandering. She aimlessly roamed for the entire afternoon. As dusk approached, her stomach growled again after only having consumed a bowl of noodles the previous day. Noticing the lack of open shops, she recalled Yang Chun's suggestion about the bus station, where a few eateries remained open during the holiday, and she headed in that direction. By 5 or 6 in the evening, the once bustling street had grown quiet, with hardly any pedestrians in sight as everyone hurried home for their New Year's Eve dinner. Arriving at the bus station, Susie spotted a small convenience store and made her way toward it. "Boss, I'd like a pack of 520. After paying and receiving her cigarettes, she tore open the package, pulled one out, and attempted to light it with a lighter, but it refused to ignite despite several attempts. Just as frustration mounted, a hand holding a lighter extended from beside her, igniting a flame with a snap. "Thank you," Susie murmured, ready to lean in for a light when she looked up and spotted a familiar figure, her eyes widening in surprise as she took a step back. "Wei, Uncle Wei." The burly man before her was indeed Old Master Su's dedicated driver, Lao Wei. Accompanied by 2 others, he stepped forward with the lighter, courteously stating, "Miss, I've been waiting for you. Once you finish this cigarette, please return home. A banquet is about to commence, and the Old Master has requested everyone as presents." Susie stared at him blankly, her mind a whirlwind. How did Uncle Wei know she was here? Suddenly, Yang Chen and Amp, Oppo's, words echoed in her memory. During the New Year, the county and Amp, Oppo's, dining establishments are closed, but there are a few shops open near the bus station if you're hungry. In that instant, the truth dawned on her, and she felt her teeth clench in anger. "Yang Chen, you scoundrel." Chapter 91. The Annual Feast of Two Families Chu. At this very moment, Yang Chen was seated in the living room of his home, cradling his little cousin while watching television, when suddenly a chill coursed through him and he sneezed. His little cousin looked up at him, her cherubic face adorned with a hint of disdain. "Brother, you smell." Yang Chen chuckled, leaning in to kiss her. "I don't Oppo's. Tea smell at all. Let me kiss you to prove it." "Ugh." The little cousin giggled and playfully shielded her face from him. Nearby, Yang Yu, who was peeling an orange, inquired, "Caught a cold?" "No, just a sudden itch in my nose," Yang Chen replied, touching his nose and smiling. "Perhaps someone is missing me." Yang Yu teased, "Could it be your little classmate, Su?" "Not necessarily. There are many girls who think of me," Yang Chen replied with a grin. "So, was there a connection between Su Zi being brought home and Yang Chen?" Undoubtedly. He had initially wished to remain uninvolved with the affairs of the rebellious Su Zi, feeling that giving her 20 yuan for her return to Lisher was more than sufficient. Yet, a thought crossed his mind. This situation held value. He could enhance his rapport with the autocratic patriarch of the Su family, Old Master Su. Hence, from the outset, Yang Chen had no intention of calling Su Luoli, knowing she couldn't and Oppo's to resolve the matter and would merely be put in a difficult position. Instead, he directly contacted Old Master Su. As for the 10,000 yuan he had given Su Zi, it was clear that she, being young, could not repay such a sum. Thus, it fell to the elder to settle it. Though Su Zi might not be particularly cherished within the Su family, she was nonetheless Old Master Su and Oppo's beloved granddaughter. Through their interactions, Yang Chen had come to realize that the old gentleman held familial ties in high regard, making his granddaughter significant in his eyes. This was the true nature of Yang Chen and Amp, Oppo's assistance to Su Zi. Would she eventually perceive his intentions and harbor resentment? Who cared? In the entire Su family, there was only one person he truly valued. If he began to second-guess himself over a rebellious young girl, he would no longer be Yang Chen. Thus, Yang Chen dismissed such thoughts, continuing to enjoy his time cuddling with his little cousin while watching television. The Spring Festival Gala had yet to commence, and there was little of interest on the screen. However, the younger generation gathered before the television, delighting in the array of fruits and snacks on the table. The women bustled about in the kitchen, while several uncles had already gathered around a mahjong table, smoking and discussing business from the past year and prospects for the next. The atmosphere of the family coming together to celebrate the joyous occasion of the Spring Festival brought Yang Chen immense joy. How wonderful it was. Normally, The Yang family dined around 5 or 6:00 and amp, oppos, clock, but the new year and amp, oppos. Eve feast commenced later, officially beginning at 8:30 and lasting for several hours, often continuing until the gala concluded. Moreover, the Yang family and oppos, New Year and oppos, dinner differed from others. While most families played Auld Lang Syne, the Yangs celebrated with Happy Birthday. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Wearing a birthday hat fashioned from cardboard, Yang Chen appeared somewhat juvenile, but he paid no mind, instead grinning foolishly. How many years had it been since he had celebrated a birthday in such a manner? Encouraged by his family, he closed his eyes to make a wish. Yet, what he expressed inwardly was not a desire, but words of gratitude. Thank you, heavens, for granting me this opportunity to start anew. Before his rebirth, his life had been smooth sailing, a model of success in the eyes of others. Yet, even the most successful lives carry their share of regrets. In this new life, he could not claim to be free of regrets, but at least he understood what he cherished most and had the chance to make amends. The moment he blew out the candles marked his transition from 17 to 18 years of age. He was now an adult. The new year and oppos, dinner stretched into the late hours. Young Igua and several uncles continued to drink and chat at the table, while the younger ones, unable to contain their excitement, ventured outside to play with fireworks. Wang Xiaofang was busy lighting yellow paper candles for the temple visit after midnight with a few ants. Yang Chen, feeling organized, announced, "Mom, I'm heading out to have some fun." Wang Xiaofang replied disapprovingly, "What do you think you're going on New Year's? Everyone is celebrating. Don and oppos, cause trouble for others. I have plans to go to the city for the New Year and oppos, fireworks display with Fatty. The city? What about transportation back? Uncle Jiang will drive us back." Yang Chen pretended to check an imaginary watch on his wrist, exclaiming, "Oh, look at the time. I really must be off." After a lengthy exchange, Wang Xiaofang finally reminded him, "Just be sure to come home early." The spirit of tolerance prevailed during this festive season. Yang Yu had also intended to go, but before she could voice it, she caught Yang Chen and oppos' meaningful glance. She instantly understood. This boy was not off to see the fireworks with Jiang Fatty. Rather, he was heading to meet his little classmate Su. A glint of mischief sparkled in Yang Yu's eyes as she leaned back on the sofa, crossing her legs and clearing her throat. My throat is a bit dry. Chun, I remember there in oppos, milk tea shop in the city that ISNT closed, right? Be sure to bring me back a cup. Yang Chun shot her a glare. Fine, I and oppos, I'll bring back 10 cups. As you wish. And Don and oppos, forget a caramel pudding. Under the pressure of Yang Yu and oppos' playful extortion, Yang Chun departed from home. Meanwhile, the Su family was also partaking in their New Year and oppos' feast. However, aside from a more lavish spread on the dining table, the atmosphere in the living room, with its massive LCD television broadcasting the Spring Festival Gala, felt quite ordinary. At the table, Su Luoli curiously observed her cousin Su Zi, initially believing she would remain home for the feast. It seemed she had been fetched back by her third uncle. Su Zi appeared to have been crying, her eyes reddened, murmuring curses under her breath, seemingly directed at someone. The Su family and oppos' New Year and oppos' dinner was brief. They began eating around 7 and wrapped up by 8. The adults hurriedly departed, as they had numerous social obligations to fulfill on this festive day. As Su Luoli stood to return to her room, Su Zi suddenly approached her, speaking through clenched teeth. "You tell Yang Chen to wait. This is not over." Su Luoli was taken aback. She had not anticipated hearing Yang Chen and oppos' name from Su Zi. Just as she was about to inquire further, Su Zi turned away with a scowl and left. Confused, Su Luoli shrugged off the encounter and retreated to her room. Once inside, she settled down to watch the Spring Festival Gala alone. She was particularly fond of Zhao Benshan and oppos' skits, and this year as Torchbearer, featuring Zhao Benshan and Song Dandan, brought her much joy. The room remained dimly lit, with the curtains drawn, illuminated only by the flickering glow of the television, casting a soft light on Su Luoli as she sat on the edge of her bed, hugging her knees, accentuating her lovely profile. The only sounds were those emanating from the television. Then her phone rang. "Hello, little Su classmate. Please open the curtains." Chapter 92. Yang Chen and Amp. Oppos. As surprise opened the window, Su Luoli questioned, yet obediently approached the window and drew back the curtains. At that very moment, the brilliant light of fireworks below illuminated her gaze, casting reflections in her gradually narrowing pupils. Yang Chen was stationed in the street outside the Su residence. Crouched with his head tilted, clutching his phone with one arm, while igniting a conical firework with a lighter in the other, shielding himself from the wind. As the firework ignited, he rose from the glow, gazing upwards at her standing by the second-floor window, his face breaking into a smile as he waved. Su Luoli found herself momentarily entranced until Yang Chun's voice crackled through the phone again. "Hurry down, the security guard seems to be coming this way." Snapping back to reality, she hurriedly retreated into the house, exclaiming, "I'll be right down." After a brief moment, Su Luoli stealthily slipped out of the Su residence. Yang Chen was busy concealing his evidence, tossing the used firework tubes into a water bucket he had brought. She crept up behind him, tiptoeing to tap his shoulder. When Yang Chen turned around, he regarded her with keen interest, teasingly asking, "Do you always look this beautiful, or did you dress up for my arrival?" Su Luoli grinned, revealing her small tiger teeth. Flattering a girl only works a couple of times. Yang Chen chuckled, rubbing his nose, and replied, "All right then. I'll come up with another opening line next time." With her hands clasped behind her back, she shyly inquired, "What brings you here today?" Yang Chen lifted the water bucket in his hand to fulfill a certain someone's New Year wish. A sweet sensation enveloped Su Luoli's heart. She had merely mentioned her wish to Yang Chen in passing, not realizing he had already taken steps to make it happen. However, she cautioned him, "Fireworks aren't allowed in the community. Be careful not to get caught by the security." "I know," Yang Chen responded, striding towards the nearby tricycle and retrieving a large phone box. He approached Su Luoli, cradling the box, "But making a snowman should be fine, right?" Upon peering into the phone box, Su Luoli was taken aback to find it filled to the brim with snow, tightly packed, a delightful surprise. "Where did you get this?" she exclaimed. "I found an Aladdin and Oppo's lamp," Yang Chen whispered conspiratorially in her ear. "The genie asked what my wish was, and I said my girlfriend wanted to see snow." Su Luoli felt a rush of embarrassment, lightly punching his shoulder, retorting playfully, "I am not your girlfriend." Yang Chen dodged aside, grinning, future girlfriend." On a serious note, didn't it just snow a few days ago? "The snow on the mountain hasn't melted yet," he answered casually, then began hauling the phone box towards the Su residence. Su Luoli stood frozen, struck by the realization that Yang Chen had ventured up the mountain to fulfill her wish of making a snowman on New Year's Eve. She had only mentioned it earlier that day. Feeling a swirl of emotions, she was deeply touched. Yang Chen emptied both phone boxes of snow at the entrance of the Su residence, creating a small mound of snow nearly half her height. Fortunately, this year was particularly cold, with temperatures hovering around zero, and the phone boxes had preserved the snow's integrity, ensuring it had not melted significantly. Rolling up his sleeves, Yang Chen prepared for the endeavor, glancing back to see Su Luoli still behind him. He urged, "What are you standing there for? Come over." Right. Su Luoli finally moved closer, crouching beside him to form snowballs. With her cheeks slightly flushed, she stole a glance at Yang Chen, who was diligently packing the snow onto his snowballs to make them larger. Suddenly, Su Luoli leaned in, stuffing a snowball down Yang Chen and Amp Oppo's collar. He jolted, feeling the icy chill surge through him, and instinctively broke into a playful rap. Whoa, you're sneaky. You can't play like this. Don't run." He scrambled to gather snow and sprang up to chase her, but Su Luoli had already dashed away, laughter trailing behind her. Under the twinkling lights, their playful antics brought warmth to the previously quiet street. An hour later, at the entrance of the Su residence, two snowmen stood proudly, one large and one small. The larger snowman wore Yang Chun's knitted hat, while the smaller one was adorned with Su Luoli's pink scarf. The snowmen nestled together, with branches serving as their arms, gently touching. Across the road, Yang Chen and Su Luoli sat side by side on a public bench. Yang Chun removed his gloves, gently rubbing Su Luoli and Appo's small hands, occasionally exhaling warm breaths over them, asking, "Feeling better?" "It's ticklish," Su Luoli replied, feeling the warmth return to her chilled fingers, as if tiny ants were crawling in her palms. Yang Chun chuckled. "It's all right, just bear with it. Put her gloves back on." "Okay." Su Luoli donned her gloves. Watching as Yang Chun stood up, a bit anxious, she asked, "Shall we go see the fireworks together?" Having assumed Yang Chun was about to leave, she instinctively voiced her thoughts, fueled by a twinge of reluctance. Each year on New Year's Eve, the city holds a fireworks show by the Chen River, a vibrant event. Yet, as a native of Lee City, Su Luoli had only attended a few times in her childhood and hadn't been in years. Yang Chun looked at her in surprise. She immediately felt a sense of disappointment, lowering her head. "If it's too late, then forget it. I was just curious how you knew I wanted to take you to see the fireworks," Yang Chun replied with a smile. "I haven't seen the city's fireworks display yet, so let us go." Su Luoli's eyes lit up once more. "Then I'll take a taxi." "No need for that. I have a car." He pointed to the tricycle beside them. "Let us go." Su Luoli stood in shock for a moment, until Yang Chun hopped in and started the tricycle, prompting her to realize, "You drove this here? Never been in one before?" Yang Chun honked the horn playfully, exclaiming, "Let's go for a ride." By the riverbank, Yang Chun sat on the embankment, while Su Luoli crouched nearby at the railing, holding a string of sparklers that crackled with colorful sparks at their tips. Next to her, a bucket contained several already used firework sticks. Yang Chun glanced at the time and called out to her, "It's almost midnight. As soon as the clock strikes 12, the fireworks show will begin." Su Luoli carefully placed the burnt-out firework sticks into the bucket and joined Yang Chun on the embankment. They sat side by side, one with legs crossed casually, the other sitting neatly with knees together. Surrounding them, others began the countdown to the new year, and while Yang Chun joined in the shouts, Su Luoli felt too shy to join. Yet, she shared his excitement for the fireworks, eagerly anticipating this moment spent together. Chapter 93. Joyful yet sorrowful as the countdown reached its conclusion, a splendid array of fireworks launched into the night sky from across the river. A burst of light propelled upward, accompanied by a resonant sound, with dazzling fireworks exploding in the sky, casting shimmering reflections in his eyes. Yang Chun gazed upward, his eyes mirroring the brilliant display above. Su Luoli was also captivated by the fireworks, her attention drawn to the reflections in his eyes. She watched him intently, unbeknownst to Yang Chun, who remained oblivious to her gaze. At that moment, she realized, almost unconsciously, how accustomed she had become to his presence beside her. As long as he was there, a profound sense of security enveloped her, just as it did in that very instant. Amidst the intervals of the fireworks, Yang Chun suddenly leaned closer, smiling as he inquired, "Little Su, do you have any New Year and Appo's wishes?" Su Luoli and Appo's heart tightened, but relaxed upon realizing that Yang Chun was not looking directly at her. After a moment of hesitation, she turned, kneeling down and leaning toward him, whispering softly in his ear, "Whether it be this year, next year, or the years to come, I wish to celebrate the new year with you." As a new round of fireworks erupted, the roaring sound of their ascent and the crackling explosions resonated throughout the sky of Leisure, drowning out Su Luoli and Appo's words. Feeling a bit disheartened, she lacked the courage to repeat herself. She contemplated retreating, yet at that moment, Yang Chun turned to face her, saying, "This is something that requires persistence. Without encouragement, it will be challenging to maintain." He had heard her. He leaned in and quietly asked, "Is that okay?" Su Luoli's face flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze, her hands nervously tugging at her clothing. Ultimately, she merely nodded, almost imperceptibly, while those around them remained enthralled by the fireworks. Yang Chun kissed Su Luoli. The fireworks display lasted merely half an hour before it concluded. Yang Chun escorted Su Luoli home, but she hesitated at the doorstep. Only after Yang Chun assured her that he would attend her birthday party did she reluctantly bid him farewell and step inside the courtyard. Once she had entered, Yang Chun finally clenched his fist tightly, his expression brimming with excitement. Today marked another day when little Su and Appo's affections reached their zenith. Alas, with a year and a half of high school remaining, time felt interminable. Humming a cheerful tune, he happily rode his tricycle homeward. However, perhaps the heavens could not bear witness to his streak of good fortune, for an unforeseen incident occurred on his way home. It was not a dramatic car accident, but rather, on the route from Leisure back to Zayapinka town, traffic police were conducting sobriety checks. At that moment, Chen realized that, unlike electric scooters, a tricycle required a driving license. That evening, the suspect, Yang, was taken by the enthusiastic officers to the police station for late-night refreshments. When Yang Aigua and Wang Xiufeng hurried to the police station, they found Yang Chen reciting a reflection he had just penned. "I have come to deeply understand the error of my ways and the dangers of driving without a license. Please grant me an opportunity for redemption." The officer sipping tea beside them began to cough. "Cough, cough. It's not that serious, really." Yang Aigua and Wang Xiufeng quickly offered their apologies, paid the fine, and retrieved both the tricycle and Yang Chen. As they were leaving, the officer cautioned, "During this festive season, and considering you are a student, we want and amp, oppose, to detain you, but please take road safety seriously. It is quite perilous at this hour." Wang Xiufeng repeatedly apologized. Yes, this reckless child has no fear. I will definitely reprimand him when we return. Yes, you. He want an oppose, to be able to get out of bed for 3 days. Yang Chen interjected, "Officer, perhaps you should detain me after all?" The officer offered a few more words of advice before releasing him. Once the family finally returned home, Wang Xiufeng began searching for a feather duster. Yang Aigua promptly pulled her back. "My dear, let it go. What child doesn't oppose? To make mistakes. In oppose. As fortunate nothing serious happened." Yang Chen scurried behind his father. "Mom, Dad is right." Wang Xiufeng pointed the feather duster at both Yang Chen and his father, threatening, "Yang Lao saying you better step aside. If I don't teach this little brat a lesson today, I won't be able to contain my frustration. Didn't oppose. Till you say you were going to watch the fireworks at Uncle Jiang oppose. S. Why did you take your uncle oppose? S. tricycle. You truly have no fear. How could such honest parents have given birth to such a troublesome child? And you still dare to hide. Get over here immediately. I will count to 3. Tell me, where did you wander off to last night?" On the first day of the new year, the Yang household was in disarray. The following day, due to the previous night and oppose's commotion, the entire Yang family slept until midday. Yang Chen continued to linger in bed, groaning as he rubbed his backside. It wasn't oppose until Yang Yu entered his room, sitting beside him with a bottle of medicinal oil, and cheerfully remarked, "Mom said you got into trouble yesterday and received a thorough beating from San Yang with a feather duster? Starting the new year off with a bang, I see." Yang Chen buried his head under the covers, while Yang Yu playfully tugged at them. "I and oppose. He brought you the medicinal oil. Let me help you if you and oppose, re-hurt." Yang Chen shot her an annoyed glance, rubbing his backside. "Here, you want to rub it for me?" Yang Yu chuckled, raising her hand to playfully smack his backside. Yang Chen yelped in pain, nearly springing from the bed, almost ready to retaliate against Yang Yu. She tossed the medicinal oil onto his bed, hands on her hips. "You didn't bring me the milk tea you promised yesterday. Do you think I won't tell San Yang and have her give you another beating?" Yang Chen glared at her in annoyance before reluctantly sitting up, retrieving his jacket from the bedside table, pulling out his wallet, and handing her 2 red bills. "Here, take this and buy it yourself." Yang Yu immediately transformed, her demeanor becoming overly gracious. "Thank you for your generosity, young master. Shall I rub your backside for you?" Yang Chen pointed toward the door. "Get lost." With a mock curtsy, Yang Yu mimicked a court lady, clutching the money and leaving happily. "Ah, that little money grubber." Yang Chen, invigorated by her antics, got out of bed, dressed, and prepared to wash up before waiting for lunch. On the first day of the new year, the family had little to occupy themselves, idling at home. Even Wang Xiufeng, usually bustling with activity, found herself at a loss. The house had been thoroughly cleaned before the new year, and there was no need to cook. They simply reheated the leftovers from the previous day, which sufficed as a hearty meal. Yang Chen enjoyed an unusually leisurely day, sleeping through much of it. By the second day of a new year, it was time for the Yang family to embark on their annual outing, a self-driven tour to nearby tourist spots. a tradition they followed every year. This time, they invited the Jiang family along, and the two families spent the day at a rural homestay where Yang Chen and Jiang Panzi fished alongside Yang Igua, finding it less entertaining than carving stones at the workshop. From the third day onward, it was time for visiting relatives, a tradition that continued until the 15th day of the new year. However, even for such a large family as the Yangs, the rounds of visits typically concluded by the 8th day. During this period, an unexpected event occurred. The Yang family convened a family meeting. As previously mentioned, when the entire family gathers for a meeting, it signifies a significant matter at hand. Yang Chen initially assumed it pertained to mining issues, but to his surprise, he discovered that he was the focal point of discussion. Chapter 94. Seeking a new mentor? Initially, the Yang family did not hail from Xiapinka town, but rather from Fengyang village within it, where they still possess a dilapidated courtyard. It was not until the 1950s that Yang Chen and Amp, Oppo's grandfather, a carpenter by trade, responded to the commune and Amp, Oppo's call and was recruited to the county, thereby becoming a state employee. The entire family subsequently relocated to what is now Xiapinka town. In recent years, with the implementation of the Guojia subsidy policy, the elder has been receiving his pension. The Yang family is not financially strained. Thus, the elder pondered for a considerable time and decided to save his pension over the past 2 years to establish a new ancestral hall at home. The original ancestral hall is in Fengyang village, serving the entire Yang clan, not just the Yang Chen family. The newly constructed hall, adjacent to Yang Chen's house, was built to revise the family genealogy that has been passed down through generations. Now, whenever the Yang family convenes, they gather in this ancestral hall, a space that is off-limits to the underage descendants. On this day, when the family was unexpectedly summoned for a meeting at the hall, Yang Chen felt a twinge of surprise. In his previous life, he recalled that the Yang family had convened twice during his high school years, but today was not among those instances. It was likely related to matters concerning the mine. After all, they had not previously secured a mining venture. Given the changes in the Yang family and Oppo's